Chapter 52, 1. Jiyu Fushin never thought that such a day would come. His dream is too far away from him, and his childhood memories are so vague that he even forgot himself. But Ronyu, who has just returned home for less than 2 months, will think of these things. Jiyu Fushin had a sore nose, his head was dizzy after drunk, his eyes were reddish, his back was stiff and he didn't dare to look back, let alone look at Ronyu at this moment. His head was lowered slightly, his bony hands were slightly closed, and it took him a long time to find his pocket, like a good student who made a mistake for the first time, facing everything at this moment at a loss. He is not qualified to let Ronyu treat him so well. He's just an unqualified older brother. Jiyu Fushin's voice was hoarse. You were kidnapped because you were playing hide and seek with me. He lowered his head anxiously, still not daring to look back into Ronyu's eyes. If I don't let you hide in the cupboard outside, there will be nothing later. With a few bangs, the fireworks exploded in the sky. The colorful fireworks, like colorful meteors, dotted in the night sky and disappeared from the night. It was bright and dark, and Jiyu Fushin's silhouette was a little lonely in the light and shade. Ronyu took 2 steps forward, turned her body sideways and reasoned with him with her head tilted. You are too demanding of yourself. Nowadays, many brothers and sisters have been beaten since childhood. Instead of snatching toys from me, you even played hide and seek with me. This small move has already defeated 99% of the older brothers in the country. It's not for nothing that Ron Chen is the best in the world. Jiyu Fushin was silent for a long time. No matter what happened in the past, he will definitely be a very good brother in the future. Outside, Fujishun was still waiting. Ronyu belatedly thought of this air, and immediately reminded Jiyu Fushin to leave after the fireworks were over. The wind was strong outside the gallery, and the two quickly got into the car. Jiyu Fushin looked at Fujishun in the driver's seat, frowning slightly. Why are you here? Fujishun said calmly, I'm not here. Who do you think carried the drunk into the gallery? Who got me drunk? I didn't say anything. You drank 3 cups. Seeing that the elementary school chicken quarrel was about to start, Ronyu quickly interrupted their quarrel. Brother, this is the island I bought for you. Can you name it? The car drove to the airport, and the car was quiet for a while. Jiyu Fushin folded his arms and stared at the black scene outside the window, and said in a deep voice, My sister sent me to the island. Fujishun, I know this is the island your sister gave you. Now let you choose a name for this island. Jiyu Fushin turned his head to look at Fujishun, and repeated solemnly, Just call the island my sister gave me. Fujishun. Ronyu had a complicated expression, with a desperate expression of this is okay. Are you sure you want to call it this? The former island owner said that the name of the island can be displayed on the map. How about changing it to something more elegant and serious? Jiyu Fushin's attitude is firm. He has recovered from the emotion just now, and he speaks forcefully. Then it should be called this. Everyone has to know. His sister gave it to him. Up. Individual. Island. Perfectly hit Dad's pyramid and become the top person in the gift-receiving world. Ronyu sighed and sent the name to the former island owner. The next day, the financial sector was still slaughtered by the acquisition of Lop Technology Company, Limited. Less than half a month ago, Jiang Wei successfully took the position of CEO. At that time, Li Huai, the major shareholder who had steadfastly supported Jiang Wei in the past, suddenly turned his back and recognized the current situation and began to support Jiang Wei. The 3 shareholders now have high hopes for him. Lop Technology Company, Limited is a project that Jiang Wei did not solve when he was there. Yu Kai emphasized and affirmed the value of this project. Jiang Wei has a bottom line in his heart. He knows that he is not as capable as Jiang Wei, and that the project that Jiang Wei is looking for will never go wrong. Now Yu Kai has emphasized again that it is conceivable how valuable this project is. Tian has been pushing for the acquisition of Lop Technologies Limited. Numerous meetings were held, and the initial budget was 28 billion. According to the manager, the other party has the idea of selling the equity, but is very hesitant about the price. Jiang Wei wanted to continue to increase the price, but was unanimously opposed by the leadership. In the eyes of high-level executives, Lop Technology Company, Limited is a fair piece of cake, but they do not have the ability to predict like Yu Kai, and cannot be as sure as Yu Kai that this company can bring them enough benefits. In their eyes, The acquisition capital of 28 billion is not low, and if it is added to it, it will be too much, and it feels like giving money to the other party. Jiangwei has read the plan written by Jiangwei himself, and knows that the potential of LOP Technology Company, Limited is definitely more than that. Even if it is acquired for 38 billion, it will not lose anything. His investment consultant Yu Kai has made various guarantees, which proves that it's hard for Jiangwei to believe in the company's ability to make money. Jiangwei had seen Yu Kai's investment ability before, and when he marveled at her ability, he became a little more dependent on Yu Kai, which is why he agreed to marry the little Yu family. Yu Kai led him forward, and he gave the Yu family a backer, allowing Yu Kai to control the Yu family, and they cooperated in two directions for mutual benefit. Things have developed to this point. LOP is so important, no matter how loud the high-level opposition is, Jiangwei can only grit his teeth and continue to increase the acquisition funds, from 28 billion to 30 billion. Shareholders who received the news fell out. 28 billion is too expensive for them. You, a newly appointed person, can go straight to 30 billion. It's not like he's a millionaire. The numbers he said are real money, not game props. A group of old men were so worried that they ran to Jiangwei's office several times a day, trying to persuade him with the report. Jiangwei smiled inscrutably, with a haughty look of they don't understand business, which made the old men curse. Jiangwei not only refused to listen, but also dispatched Mr. Jiang to personally talk to the three major shareholders. Recently defected from Jiangwei, lazyheroine, a shareholder who wholeheartedly supported Jiangwei, showed a very considerate side. When the other two shareholders focused on the data on the report and criticized, lazyheroine smiled and checked. Jiangwei is right, I believe in his ability. This sentence blocked the other two shareholders to death. At the beginning, the two of them were the first to defect. Under the persuasion of Mr. Jiang, Jiangwei was forced to take action on the Yao cooperation case, forcing him to seek help from Jiu Fusion and the eldest lady of the Jiu family. Now that Jiangwei took the position according to their wishes, rumors of internal discord spread before the position was warmed up. How can the future cooperation continue? The person they choose, no matter how spicy they have to endure it. Coupled with the presence of Lao Jiang, the two old men really had no choice but to bite the bullet and gritted their teeth to support this resolution. The two old men who were respectfully called uncles by Jiangwei suddenly thought of Jiangwei's excellence. If I had known, I wouldn't have forced him with the Yao cooperation case back then. Regret is of little use now. The acquisition of LOP Technologies Limited is underway. The shareholders of the whole company were frowning, and Jiangwei was full of confidence. He fantasized all day long about what kind of shocking event he would do after the successful acquisition to show these old men. Everything was going smoothly, but 6 days ago, a foreign company called Unlimited Investments suddenly reported that it wanted to acquire LOP Technology Company, Limited. Jiangwei panicked, for fear that the meat he got would be eaten by others. Hearing that the other party offered 35 billion, he added it to 40 billion without even thinking about it. Mr. Jiang had talked with Yu Kai, knew the potential of LOP, and supported Jiangwei. But this time, except for him, all the shareholders were so angry that they complained all day and opposed all Jiangwei's decisions. Only half a month after taking office, he lost the support of all shareholders and high-level executives, and became a young master in their eyes who was determined to go his own way and would not lead the group at all. Now, some shareholders thought of Jiangwei, who had a top-notch management ability, and started looking for him, but he couldn't get through the phone, and there was no one in his residence. Jiangwei seemed to have disappeared, and he hadn't appeared in front of the public for half a month. Shareholders' only life-saving straw was torn off by them. All executives and shareholders feel remorseful and go to work with bitter faces every day. Some financial news and headlines published reports questioning Jiangwei's ability, comparing him with Jiangwei every day, commenting on how good Jiangwei was at that time, and how ineffective Jiangwei was. Just 13 days after Jiangwei took office, he was dubbed the most useless heir by the wealthy gossip forum. There are many people who read the joke. Jiangwei comforted himself. The old men of the company and the ignorant netizens do not understand the value of LOP. When he is successfully acquired, it will be an eye-opener, and it will be useless for these old men to come and curry favor with him. The day before, the Jiyu family held a dinner for Ronyu. Yukai and Jiangwei went to see Father Yu in the hospital together. Father Yu was paralyzed on the bed, only his fingers and eyes could move. His mouth was crooked and unable to speak. The middle-aged man who was once high-spirited was lying on the bed. His eyes were looking ferociously in the direction of Yukai and Jiangwei. His mouth was grinning, and his forehead was open. The veins swelled slightly, as if he was about to rush to Yukai and Jiangwei's side in the next second. With a hideous face, the nurse was taken aback when he came over to change his dressing. "Mr. Yu, what's wrong with you, Mr. Yu?" Yukai blocked the neglected sight calmly, and said sadly, "He is so happy to see me, but he can't speak, so he must be sad." The nurse was taken aback, and recognized that this was Yukai, a star who was popular in the entertainment industry before, and hurriedly comforted him. "As long as you take good care of him, there is still a chance to get back to normal." Yukai nodded sadly. Sitting in the corner, Jiangwei never dared to look at Yu's father on the hospital bed. When he looked at Yukai, his expression was a little more solemn. Dad was right. This woman is more ruthless than he imagined. After retiring from the circle, he resolutely abandoned his former lover Cheng Gaiwan. In order to control the Yu family, even his biological father dared to touch him, but he usually looks very docile and always smiles when he gives advice. Old Chi lost face on his birthday, and later pretended nothing happened, and offered to apologize to the Chi family. On the surface, it looks docile like a sheep, but in fact it is a man-eating beast with sharp claws. That night, a manuscript about Yukai and Jiangwei going to the hospital hand in hand appeared on the gossip marketing account. There are a lot of trolls in the comment area, and Yeshue praised her for her development after retiring from the circle. Excellent people will not be buried anywhere, and speculated that she must go to the hospital to visit her father who had just had an accident, and praised her for being very strong. After the accident, the entire Yu family was quickly supported. After Yuchi retired from the industry, some of her fans still love her. Seeing this passage, I couldn't help but think of Yukai's glorious deeds in the entertainment industry. It's so sad. Yukai used to be a very good person in the entertainment industry. If it wasn't for the variety show incident back then, he would definitely have gone a long way in the entertainment industry. I think it should be quite difficult for her. Ronyu and her brother were ridiculed and belittled by Ronyu and her brother before in a variety show. I don't know how Ronyu's family background is, but everyone is in a wealthy circle, so there must be conflicts. I don't know that Ronyu and her brother bullied Yukai again. No tat. Woo, so distressed. It's okay, family members, now Yukai has found her true love. Yes, is a big family. Ronyu is absolutely not qualified to touch Saijiang's. Because of the marriage between Jiangwei and Yukai, Ronyu recently asked Xiaxi to observe their every move. Ronyu was a little speechless when she saw these marketing manuscripts from the report sent by Xiaxi. Under the rhythm of Yukai's team, Yukai's fans blamed her retaliation and attack for retiring from the circle. It was her who made Yukai lose face, so Yukai had no choice but to withdraw from the circle. But she's the one who doesn't want Yukai to retire, okay. After Yukai retreated back to the wealthy family, he brought wave after wave of incidents. He thought about taking the Jiyu family as his empty target, which gave him a headache. Ronyu admires people who work hard for their careers and only have their careers in their heads. Sometimes I feel a little moved when I see characters in TV dramas who don't recognize their relatives because of their careers. Everyone loves money and career, and it is not shabby to work hard for these. The key is, obviously they can work together, but they have to find faults everywhere. Ronyu closed the report, did a skincare and slept beautifully. Tomorrow, the dinner prepared by her parents will start at 6 p.m. She wants to make a beautiful appearance and doesn't want to worry about these miscellaneous things. At 12 o'clock on the day of the dinner, a wave of heated discussions erupted in Juyu's live broadcast room. Last time, after chubby Mao Juyu spent hundreds of millions to buy the island in the live broadcast room, everyone is waiting for her follow-up actions, wanting to see what she will make the island like a fat cat. Will you regard the island as a real version of your dream home, or build an island from scratch as a real-life infrastructure game? there are quite a few people who pay attention to the island's dynamics. At 8 o'clock in the morning on the day of the dinner, after the name of the island was changed on the network map, many people ran to watch. What the asterisk is the island my sister gave me. There are many people discussing in the GU live broadcast room. I remember very clearly that it is this island near N City. Well, now it's changed to the island my sister gave me. Are you sure it's correct? Could it be that the owner of the island wants to say that this is an island gifted by my sister, but he didn't want to name it? That is to say, Chubby Cat has a brother or sister. Oh, the GU family is too mysterious. I still don't know who they are. If Fat Cat has an older brother, this person can compete with Ron Chen Chen, laughing to death. Ha ha ha, the name is perfunctory and a little funny. The anchor Juju is also eating melons. After flipping through the web map and confirming that the name of the island had changed to island sent by my sister, she hurriedly asked the team staff, "Are you sure it's the name?" The staff is also quite speechless. Yes, we confirmed with Chubby Cat 3 times. She said that she gave the island to her family, and the other party insisted on changing it to this weird name. Juju, ha ha ha, is a bit funny. Is this showing off to the whole country that the Fat Cat gave him or her an island? In today's entertainment industry, as long as it has something to do with the top fat cats, no matter how big or small it is, it will become a major event that the majority of melon-eating netizens will talk about. There is no way. The GU family, represented by the Fat Cat, is too mysterious. When it comes to gossip about wealthy families, everyone will always search for the truth with a curiosity-seeking mentality. As the only person in the GU family who is active on the internet, Pang Mao shocked the audience with her money-spending skills from time to time. Her every move naturally became an important event for everyone to gossip. Fans of Chubby Cat couldn't help but think of another thing when they heard that Chubby Cat gave the island to her family. Back then, when Chubby Cat was in 5 rows with her friends and the new jungler of the RG team, Meili had an astonishing sentence in the live broadcast room. Laolu, my daughter gave me a pyramid made of gold. Chubby Cat gave his father a pyramid made of gold. He turned his head and gave an island to his brother or sister. After confirming the eyes, it is indeed something that Chubby Cat will do. There are many fact irons in the GU family, and the only names that people who eat melons can see in the gossip account are GU Yuchen and GU Fusion. These two are Bojan's former and current heirs. No matter how low-key they are, they will not be so low-key that their names cannot be found on the internet. This incident on the island has made melon-eating people so curious that they are as mysterious as the GU family. Will there be someone who is so cool, domineering, and a little bit weird who takes the island given by my sister? Because they only know about GU Yuchen and GU Fusion, netizens simply start searching from these two people. After a serious search on the internet, the people who eat melons really found a voice interview of GU Yuchen 10 years ago. Not much to say, 5 sentences. After comparing one by one, Sherlock Holmes netizens were shocked that the language system began to become disordered. Hastily, I compared word by word 10 times. In the live broadcast room, Chubby Cat's father and GU Yuchen said the words one, I, and in the same tone and feeling, exactly the same are. Plump Cat's father is GU Yuchen. Is this riding a horse that I can know? A comment directly exploded the hot search. 20 minutes later, hash hash and hash hash became hot searches. Under the entry, there are countless people who come to eat melons after hearing the news. The Fat Cat is from the GU family. No wonder, maid, GU Fuchen is her brother. I'm sorry for my bad words. Our GU Fuchen is the owner of the island with a strange name. I do not believe. This is not the overlord I know. Is there a possibility that our pronunciation is different? From GU Fusion's point of view, when he said the island my sister gave me, he said the island my sister gave me with a calm attitude, with a hint of carelessness, and put the simple 6 words on the map, carelessly but condescendingly like a boss. He coldly showed that he has a good sister, and the sister gave him an island. No wonder GU Fuchen helped Pang Mao about the RG team and the ugly skin before. I thought it was just to protect the GU family, but I didn't expect to help my own sister. It is indeed a bit different to say this in the tone of a bossy boss. I'm sorry, I suddenly discovered a funny thing. Ron Chen Chen and GU Fusion said the island given by my sister at the same time. The former I would think the sand sculpture is funny, the latter I would think it is the overlord looking down on the world, telling others not to touch his island, understand? Just like this feeling. Ha 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 ha. Our Ron Chen Chen was also a bully before, but we just met Ron Yu. Laughing to death. These days, those with the word Chen are all immortal elder brothers. Could Ron Chen Chen and Jiyu Fusion be the same person? After this comment appeared, it was unanimously opposed by thousands of people who eat melons. Impossible, although Ron Chen Chen is the overlord, but Jiyu Fusion is the overlord. Jiyu Fusion is a legend in the business world. My idol, 007, is a career fanatic. How could he have time to participate in the childish competition where he was the first to sign in? Before I heard rumors that Jiyu Fusion's mother's surname is Ron, it is very likely that Ron Yu is a relative of Ron's family. Chubby Cat belongs to the Jiyu family, so the two know each other, and Chubby Cat also said that Ron Yu looks good tilde. Ha 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 ha. Even if it's not true, once Ron Chen Chen's personality is substituted into Jiyu Fusion's body, I will feel bad all over. Vuoyu Bojan's heir Jiyu Fusion is really a business legend, but anyone who learns some financial knowledge can't get around him. The real tyrant enters the reality series. It can't be Ron Chen Chen. I didn't say he was sorry, just he is so stupid bushy. The identity of Pan Pan Mao on the internet has finally been determined. Pan Pan Mao's identity as the eldest lady of the Jiyu family has already been hammered 90%. Pan Pan Mao and Jiyu Fusion successfully swiped the screen of various apps. At the same time, Ron Yu received an invitation to a variety show. The second season of The Heirs is passionately looking for guests. It is expected to start live recording in mid-January. After the live recording ends, it will just be Chinese New Year. The first season of The Heirs became popular all over the internet. In the second season, the advertising space was photographed at a sky-high price when attracting investment, and the investment was countless. The program team was very rich, so they sent an invitation to the eldest lady, Plump Cat, with anxiety and excitement. At that time, they didn't know that Pan Pan Mao was the eldest lady of the Jiyu family and Jiyu Fusion's younger sister. When they saw this news on the internet, they looked at each other in dismay, wishing to cut off the hands that sent invitations to Chubby Cat. Hee. Will Jiyu Fusion's younger sister, the eldest lady of the richest family, come to their little show? I'm sorry, but they are too winking and too confident in themselves. Pukin, sorry. The invitation was sent 3 days ago, and I couldn't get it back even if I wanted to. She had put the relevant documents on Ron Yu's desk 3 days ago. Ron Yu was quite bored while waiting for the dinner to start. Sitting at the desk, she turned left and right in boredom, and accidentally saw this invitation. She glanced casually, and asked She to come over and return the document to her. I don't want to go. She took it with both hands, and hurriedly left the office with the document in her arms. When she reached the second floor, she happened to bump into Ron Liu, who had just walked over. Mrs. Ron. Ron Liu nodded, and when she was walking towards the elevator, she accidentally caught a glimpse of the big characters written on the cover, The Heirs Season 2. What's this? The Heirs is a very popular variety show with a high degree of topicality. The second season is in preparation, and the program team sent an invitation to the little lady, but the little lady refused, and asked me to decline the show team. Ron Liu has never been in the entertainment industry. Knowing that her daughter used to be in this industry, she is curious to see the planning. Through this document, she can get a glimpse of what her daughter was going to do in the entertainment industry in the past. She opened it and flipped through a few pages, and after watching the program of the variety show and the game, she roughly understood it. It is to show the daily life of a group of children. Ron Liu's eyes froze for a second on the list of invitations. Chen Gaiwan? The ugly male star who spread rumors about his daughter's favorite in the entertainment industry. Ron Liu frowned, returned the document to Shi, and said with a little disgust, except for Yao, the people invited in the second season are not very good. Especially that Chen Gaiwan. She didn't know what happened, so she just smiled sarcastically. Yes. When she saw this invitation, she once imagined that if Miss Ron really came back to the variety show, she would even think about supporting her. Miss Bodhi's Art Varon, the best of the wealthy. The group pet is here, who dares not to follow? Absolutely Tilda. But no one took this little episode to heart. The highlight of tonight is still this grand dinner. Netizens in Heiress discovered a particularly strange thing, and the forum group in Heiress City was very lively. Excuse me, why do I see so many luxury cars on the streets of Hubei? Residents of Heiress City said that I have lived here for 23 years and have never seen a rich person. Now I go shopping in Shanghai and North, and I catch a lot of them. It's amazing. The bigwigs of financial news gathered in Shanghai and North today. Ha 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 ha. The monkey you described as like Huoguoshan was released. The castle on the north side of Shanghai was surrounded, and it is said that a wealthy family is holding a dinner party. It's the eldest lady of the Jiu family, that's what you call the fat cat. Fuck, sister, how do you know? I'm going to participate today too, and there will be a fireworks show tonight, so I can sleep in later. Rich woman. Stop, say more. It's a pity that the rich woman is short-lived. Regarding tonight's dinner, the people who eat melons can't eat it with tears. But at this time, there was special gossip in the WeChat wealthy group. Ha ha ha, I see that Jiu Fusion's filter is completely broken. The island my sister bought. His words are similar to Uncle Jiu's holding a small exhibition for the pyramid. No, I think blue is better than blue. Uncle's exhibition is viewed on a small scale. Jiu Fusion is even more amazing, the protagonist of today's Weibo. One thing to say, today many students came to ask me what the fat cat looks like, what is the relationship with Ronyu, whether Ronyu and Ron Chen Chen are better, or when the fat cat and Jiu Fusion brothers and sisters are better. I am so aggrieved, I really want to say. Lighting a cigarette, I want to too, but we will be cool if I say it out. Why hasn't Ronyu come down yet? I really want to see her makeup tonight. It is said that the dress tonight cost tens of millions of dollars. After wearing it, I will put it back in the closet for an exhibition. I saw Jiang Huai. Mr. Jiang just arrived. Will they make a fuss? Impossible. Mr. Jiang will make a fuss tonight. Uncle Jiu will definitely go there tomorrow to make it difficult for everyone. And Jiu Fu Chen. Ronyu's dinner party has become a group-building activity place for wealthy sons and celebrities. The interior of the castle is as beautiful as a fairyland, from the small daffodils decorated at the entrance to the large chandelier pouring down in the middle. Ron Liu and Jiu Yuchen personally watched and ordered them. All the interior decorations are extremely expensive. The short road from the gate of the castle to the interior is covered with yellow daffodils on both sides, and the bottom of the foot is a glass path. The castle is designed with a height of 7 meters. There are imitation clouds on the ceiling and nebulae passing through it. The thin moonlight penetrates down, and the flowers are everywhere, bringing the dream to the extreme. When Ronyu and Jiu Fusion walked down from the second floor side by side, all the dignitaries present were quiet. The symphony is melodious and gentle, gradually reaching a climax with the steady and powerful footsteps of Ronyu and Jiu Fusion. Ronyu wore a white floor-sweeping evening dress, with blooming roses embroidered by hand on the chest. The one on the chest was particularly bright, with shiny rubies inlaid in the stamens, and the flowers bloomed under the skirt. Like a youthful and brimming rose, even in a castle where rich and powerful people gather, it is still the most shining existence. Ronyu wears a simple small pearl necklace on her neck, and the crown on the top of her head is particularly dazzling. There are 3 rows of round-cut diamonds. The crown is inlaid with 1,000 diamonds. The design incorporates rose elements and is inlaid with rubies in the middle. From the degree of brilliance, it is known that the price is expensive. The ladies looked at each other in blank dismay, especially wanting to get together to discuss the value of Ronyu's set of jewelry tonight. Jiu Yuchen said some polite words of thanking everyone for coming. Luke Swan and Qi Jian stood together, and Luke Swan wanted to doze off when she heard this boring and complicated conversation. Uncle said that everyone is welcome to come, but in fact he is not welcome. Everyone wants to come. 80% of the country's wealthy families gathered here, and there were many people that even Luke Swan had never seen before. The scene was astonishingly large. It is not an exaggeration to say. Those who can be invited by the Jiu family are people with some status. The gathering of so many wealthy families at Ronyu's dinner party will not only give Ronyu a great face, but also benefit them themselves. Bosses and partners whom I have never met before, or people who have never had a chance to meet are here. Such a good opportunity for communication. How could the rich and powerful families miss it? Mr. Jiang did not miss this opportunity. The invitation letter to Jiang's family was delivered long ago, and there was some unhappiness afterwards, so it can't be said to be taken back. Besides, having trouble with Mr. Jiang does not mean breaking with the entire Jiang family. Give the face that should be given, and the Jiang family will also give Raw new face. However, when sending out the invitation letter a month ago, Ji Fuxian deliberately only wrote the name of Mr. Jiang, and did not invite Jiang Wei. The invitation letter for Jiang Wei was another one, and the ambiguity was obvious. Raw News dinner party does not welcome illegitimate children. This still holds true today. Regardless of whether Jiang Wei is now the most powerful person in power, the Jiu family will not recognize his status. It doesn't matter how much trouble you want in the Jiang family, how much you want to praise the illegitimate child, this is your family business, and the Jiu family can't interfere. But the Jiu family never welcomes illegitimate children. Lao Jiang naturally understood what the Jiu family meant, but he selectively ignored it. Now that Jiang Wei has successfully taken the position of the most powerful person, the Jiang family has recognized his status, and urgently needs to be recognized by the wealthy circle. The most troublesome thing is how to get several big families to recognize Jiang Wei's status. After the friction between Ronyu and Jiang Wei half a month ago, the Jiu family, Qi family, Fu family, and Lu family had a very bad opinion of Jiang Wei. Lao Jiang always knew this, but he didn't care about it. He doesn't need to let people from these big families accept Jiang Wei sincerely. He just needs to make people in the wealthy circle think that the four big families have accepted Jiang Wei. Raw News dinner party is undoubtedly the best time. There are a lot of rich and powerful people here tonight. As long as Jiang Wei appears here and praises him, the Jiu family can't drive Jiang Wei away in front of him. At that time, even if the four major families do not recognize Jiang Wei, it's enough for the rest of the wealthy circle to admit it. Jiang Wei's reputation is guaranteed. Lao Jiang always planned well. Recently, Jiang Wei was repeatedly questioned by shareholders because of the LOP acquisition case. Now there are already comments within the company that he is not as good as Jiang Wei. Someone mentioned that Jiang Wei is close to other families, and his identity as an illegitimate child is mentioned from time to time. The scene is even more embarrassing. Allowing Jiang Wei to come tonight can temporarily stabilize the shareholders. When the LOP acquisition case is over and the cooperation begins, shareholders will naturally know the value of LOP and see Jiang Wei's ability. At that time, the company's internal conflicts will be resolved. Jiang Wei's identity and reputation external issues will also be resolved. Mr. Lao Jiang was all smiles, chatting with a group of entrepreneurs who came up to strike up a conversation. Jiu Yuchen's speech had ended, and Ronyu began to socialize with Jiu Fuxian in front of the various families. The Fu family, the Lu family, the Qi family, and the Wen family all went around, and finally walked in front of Mr. Jiang. Ronyu lifted her skirt slightly, smiling all over her face. Today is a good day, Tilda. Mr. Jiang's smile was brighter than hers, and a few wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. Everyone in Jiang's family is very happy that Ronyu can go home. Young people drink with young people. I'm old, so I won't get involved in your affairs. I'll let Jiang Wei drink with you. This move means that Lao Jiang always wants Jiang Wei to inherit his mantle. The people around didn't know what happened between Ronyu and Mr. Jiang, they only saw them talking. Jiu Fuxian frowned slightly, and was about to speak when Ronyu pressed his hand. Before Mr. Jiang asked his assistant to call Jiang Wei in, Ronyu put down his wine glass, clasped his hands and asked with a smile on his face, "Are you sure you want him to drink this glass of wine? Mr. Jiang, he is now the heir of the boss and has the right." The LOP cooperation project is the first major project that Jiang Wei has taken over since he took office. Although the process was tortuous, the acquisition value is extremely high. Some shareholders can't understand it for a while, but in the future, they will see the value of Jiang Wei. After finishing speaking, Mr. Jiang glanced indifferently at the direction of Jiang Wei. With just one glance, his complexion suddenly changed, his facial features became stiff, and the hand holding the red wine glass trembled slightly. During this period of time, Li Huai, the major shareholder who said he would no longer support Jiang Guai, stood beside Jiang Guai and bowed his head to say something. Ron Yu turned around and stood side by side with Mr. Jiang, shaking the red wine glass, with a bright smile on his face, and his voice was clear and powerful. Speaking of the Lop acquisition case, I would like to thank Mr. Jiang very much. If he is not stupid in the extreme, it won't let me earn 20 billion in half a month. What do you mean? Ron Yu raised her eyebrows and said casually, don't you know? The current boss of Lop Technology Company, Limited is me. Mr. Jiang was suddenly struck by lightning, and he couldn't believe it at all. Now, the shareholders you want have lost their trust in Jiang Wei, Ron Yu added. Mr. Jiang kept his mind steady, and pretended to be calm. So what? Now that the cooperation agreement has been signed, as long as Jiang Wei advances the plan well, he can still make a difference. Ron Yu, but he has no chance. Ron Yu hooked her hands from behind, and Wei Wen immediately picked up the tablet and stepped forward. The homepage of Weibo has several hot words. The illegitimate son Jiang Wei seeks shares and turns to target the orthodox heir of the Jiang family. His father, Mr. Eats Soft Food, cooperate with Chao's group, and use the love of the original partner to threaten to merge the company. Do you like this press release? Ron Yu said lightly. Now, all the nobles present have read this press release. It doesn't matter, rich and powerful, a little gossip will only make you feel ashamed and ruin the Jiang family's face in your hands. Why don't you take a look at the next hot search? Under Luke Swan's reminder, all the nobles present were so surprised that they read the entire report. There is nothing more terrifying than being humiliated in public. CEO Jiang Wei was taken away by the police. With such an entry, do you think there is still a way for him to get up? Mr. Jiang trembled and didn't dare to open it. Wei Wen closed the entry and clicked on a hidden video. In the video, Yu's father is lying on the hospital bed, holding an infrared pen in his only movable hand, and taking pictures of Chinese characters. The lawyer stands aside and uses the Chinese characters he took to spell out a paragraph of text. My daughter and son-in-law harmed me. Ron Yu, this video cannot be sent out, but now, at this moment, everyone in the Jiang family has received this video in their mailboxes, and the same is true of your father, Mr. Jiang. In their eyes, illegitimate children are important. Or is it all important? Tomorrow, stocks will plummet across the board. You should know better than me what the shareholders who have defected to Jiang Guai will do. But Jiang Guai has broken his heart this time. It may be difficult for you to let him retake the position of heir. Unless Ron Yu paused, then said solemnly, you kneel in front of Jiang Huai's mother's tombstone and beg him. Use Jiang Zai Aviation to control the shares, and ask him to regain control of Dot. Chapter 53. When Ron Yu was talking with Mr. Jiang, the voice of communication at the dinner party gradually decreased. Everyone looked at Mr. Jiang's increasingly livid face, and combined with the news circulating on the internet, they roughly guessed what happened. There was a little more playfulness in Mr. Jiang's eyes. As the top family in Heiress City, they have been rich since their last life, and they have been sought after for several generations. They are the objects of many entrepreneurs and second-generation rich people present, but now they have become the laughing stock of everyone's discussion. Some flattery to please Lao Jiang will never work. The entrepreneur who was once ridiculed saw this scene and felt very happy. A man as high as Lao Jiang will have such a day. Thinking about it, the mood is 8 degrees better. The ridicules, jokes, and scrutiny-like gazes cast from time to time by the crowd, Lao Jiang always saw all these in his eyes, and his eyes made people feel uncomfortable, but he couldn't leave. Mr. Jiang held his breath, seemingly facing the scrutiny of everyone here naturally, and was tortured in his heart. I want to save face and suffer, even if everyone is joking. I still have to pretend that nothing happened, but I don't know, this kind of behavior has become a clown and a joke in the eyes of others. Hearing Ron Yu's words, Mr. Jiang said coldly, you have a pretty good idea. Kneeling in front of his wife's grave in front of Jiang Guai? No father kneels down to his son. Absolutely impossible. Ron Yu didn't care. I've given you a suggestion, it's up to you how you want to deal with it. When she picked up the red wine glass and was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something, stopped and said sarcastically, "I really don't understand what you are doing. Let Jiangwei not want it, and go for a fool who has no brains and only listens to other people's opinions. It's all a game." Before this, Ronyu asked Yang Er's investment friend abroad to handle the LOP equity in his name, and successfully obtained the equity, and then started to set Jiangwei up. After Ronyu had a physical conflict with Jiangwei, she took the initiative to find Jianghuai and decided to cooperate with him. The first step in cooperation is to suggest that Jianghuai take the initiative to step down and give Jiangwei a chance to die. The acquisition of LOP Technology Company Limited is indeed within Jianghuai's plan, but he is not in a hurry, and progresses very slowly. When he left, according to Ronyu's suggestion, he deliberately put the relevant documents in a confidential folder, and gave Jiangwei a set. Major shareholder Li Huai has always supported Jiangwei. At first, Mr. Jiang and Jiangwei tried to persuade him to fail, but after hearing Jiangwei's plan, he had to pretend that he turned his back, make some achievements. The pressure is on, Jiangwei's unfinished acquisition is in front of it, and Yukai, who is trusted by Jiangwei, strongly recommends the LOP acquisition. One by one, everything is carried out according to Ronyu and Jiangwei's plan. Living up to expectations, Jiangwei jumped into the trap and initiated the acquisition of LOP. At the same time, Ronyu asked Yang Er's investment friend abroad to announce in the name of the head of Unlimited Investment Company that he would soon participate in the LOP acquisition. At the same time, it revealed that the person in charge of Unlimited Investment Company has a close relationship with Jiangwei. Under various pressures, Jiangwei insisted on carrying out the acquisition plan under the strong opposition of shareholders. The shareholders were completely disappointed in him. Jiangwei and Mr. Jiang's wishful thinking were completely ruined, coupled with the series of disgusting things he did in the past, and the murder of Yu's father with Yukai. There was absolutely no room for turning over. It's a pity that Mr. Jiang is still stubborn, trying to save face and suffer. The next day, stocks plummeted. Jiangwei's name appeared on the headlines of various financial and entertainment sectors, and the Weibo topic list was almost dominated by the most popular related searches. Jiangwei and Yukai were taken by the police for investigation. Yukai's fans couldn't believe the hot search terms they saw yesterday. How could such a strong and kind person like Yukai murder his father? They didn't believe it, and they were more willing to believe that Jiangwei and Yukai were framed by the Communist Party's internal seizure of the throne. Many people made inquiries under the official blog of the police in Marisu City, but the police could not announce the matter until there was no definite evidence and the court did not make a judgment, and they remained silent. I still don't believe that Kai will do such a thing. The wealthy family is dark, and the rich at the top are even darker. For the sake of money, it is entirely possible for the family to tear up and frame up. Where is the evidence for pouring such dirty black water on people? There was a lot of discussion on the internet. They didn't know the internal truth, and ran back and forth in various melon fields. Some people went to the Weibo of Fat Cat and Ronyu to ask the truth. There are melons in front of you but you don't know the truth. Netizens feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, the police can't say it, and some rich second generations who don't like Jiangwei and Mr. Jiang dare to say it. In a luxury car group, the rich second generation mercilessly revealed the truth. It is recommended to take off the powder early. It won't be long before we can see the news that Jiangwei and Yukai were sentenced in the court. Yu's father identified himself. He can't speak, but he can scan with an infrared pen. The rich second generation once showed off 3 luxury cars, each worth several million, and no one questioned his identity. Reality is always scarier than TV dramas. I didn't expect that there would be people who would even kill their own father for money. No wonder it is said that art comes from reality. I really never thought that someone would do this. The real punishment of stars now. A screenshot of this chat was forwarded to Yukai's Keohua and related entries, and the forwarding quickly exceeded 10,000, because there were countless fans who lost their fans. Sigh, I won't be chasing stars anymore, but the real punishment, Yukai, can do this kind of thing. Some people say that chasing stars is what you want to be in your heart. I will double standards, and I will start to maintain it because I like it, but it does not mean that there are no 3 views. Compliance with laws and regulations is the bottom line. Not only can you not even follow the basic laws, even morals are so bad. Take off the fan, let it be like this, never see you again. The only fans of Chen Gaiwan, and the CP fans who were heartbroken because Yukai announced his relationship with Jiang Wei began to rejoice after seeing this scene, and fortunately stayed away from Yukai. Chen Gaiwan kept silent about this matter. Ever since Yukai quit the circle and gave up cooperating with him, he has nothing to do with her anymore. Both of them are people from the same world, and they can endure and do whatever they can for their career, family property, rights, and status. Yukai gave up and met the Jiang family with a higher status. Chen Gaiwan understood but did not accept it. He hates the Jiyu family, and in his dreams he wants to bring down this background family and remove all obstacles that prevent him from advancing towards the protagonist, but he and Yukai are taking a completely different path. Yukai used his golden finger of predicting the future plot to make friends and get to know the boss of the novel, taking shortcuts. Chen Gaiwan took the route in the novel in a well-regulated manner. Ron, you can't take it down. He has no choice but to continue to follow the plot of the novel, whether he will succeed under the impetus of the master of the plot. Chen Gaiwan's agent sent him the scripts, announcements, and business plans during this period. We have already signed a contract with them for the second season of the Heirs. Now, you must immediately cut off all ties with Yukai. The previous interactions, photos, posters and even forwarded cooperation materials with Yukai must be deleted. The assistant is already doing it. If you have anything she gave you on your body or at home, remember to throw it away. Chen Gaiwan nodded. I'm not going to let her hold me back. Since they awakened their novel consciousness, he and Yukai, two people who regard their career as the end of their struggle, will inevitably go astray. Knowing that she was with Jiang Wei, Chen Gaiwan was not only not sad, but relieved. But now, online CP fans are all comforting him. It can be regarded as a wave of purification for CP fans, and now Chen Gaiwan has become a well-deserved number one in the entertainment circle. On the internet, discussions about the Jiang family were lively, the stock market plummeted, the people eating melons were very lively, and the Jiang family was eerily quiet. Mr. Jiang's father, Mr. Jiang, didn't even care about the physical examination. He returned home in a hurry, gathered everyone in the Jiang family together, and specially sent someone to find Jiang Huai, in order to give Jiang Huai a step down in front of everyone, so that he could go down as soon as possible. Return to. A mighty group of people were sitting, waiting for Jiang Huai to go home for dinner. Unfortunately, until 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone's stomachs were so hungry that they hadn't waited for Jiang Huai to go home. Jiang Huai's attitude is obvious. Before he was asked to step down, he stepped down, and now he is asked to come back. How could such a good thing happen? On the internet, Jiang's stock plummeted, and the whole country was boycotting its products. The trust in Jiang's family dropped to a freezing point. At night, the two major shareholders who had defected to the old Jiang's camp came late, and asked sadly where Jiang Guai was. What is his plan now? We sent text messages, made phone calls, sent emails, went to find someone, and did everything we could to see Jiang Guai. We don't do things like relying on the old to sell the old. This is our fault. It's okay to apologize to him with a straight face, as long as Jiang Guai, if you can go back to Beijing, you can do whatever you want. Yes, Mr. Jiang, Jiang Huai is your grandson. You came up with an idea and sent someone to look for him. Right now, the stock market is gone, and the public relations crisis keeps getting worse. The outside world is mocking Jiang Wei and questioning the high-level management. Decision-making. Now Jiang Guai needs to come out to sit in charge. How can Mr. Jiang not know Jiang Guai's not? He loves his son more than Jiang Shi. The Jiang family is his lifeline. Lao Jiang never shows up, and Jiang Guai will never give in. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Mr. Jiang asked the Jiang family to disperse and left Mr. Jiang behind. You made a fuss about it, you solve it. After sighing and dropping these words, Mr. Jiang went upstairs, leaving Mr. Jiang alone to guard the empty dining table. Mr. Jiang naturally cares about it. Now that the group is facing an unprecedented crisis, Jiang Wei has no room for maneuver. He is heartbroken, his heart hurts all day long, his hair is almost all white, and he is much older. He is depressed and irritable at the same time. I dare to believe everything in front of me. I never thought that one day he would fall on Ronyu. Fell on a young man. He was locked in the study all day, holding his breath, and absolutely refused to bow his head and apologize to Jiang Huai. He was right. 2 days later, the shareholders took turns to come up to talk with Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang didn't move at all. In the end, Mr. Jiang came forward and angrily reprimanded everyone in front of everyone. His voice was shaking. Don't apologize. You and Jiang Wei get out of Jiang's house together. Jiang's fame and fortune have nothing to do with you. Lao Jiang had no choice but to grit his teeth and go out. His wife's tombstone was kept clean, and Jiang Huai stood expressionlessly. There is a video camera directly opposite him. Mr. Jiang's voice was stern, and his eyes showed a bit of ruthlessness. What do you mean? Jiang Huai's tone was light. I will show this scene of apologizing to my mother every year in the future. If you don't want to, just leave now. Lao Jiang was so angry that his face trembled slightly, his lips turned purple, and his heart was disgustingly disgusting. All the face and majesty he had valued in his life were lost in an instant. He took a deep breath, and slowly knelt down on his wife's tombstone with a dark face. Forward. My problem, Jiang Wei and I are sorry for you. After finishing speaking, Mr. Jiang got up immediately, without bending down to pat the dust off his knees, and stood proudly like a tall and straight green bamboo, as if he was not the one who lost face just now, but his hands hanging behind him trembled slightly. When he was about to leave, Jiang Huai casually put away the camera and said softly, I still have conditions. Give me back the shares of Jiangxi Aviation, then, apologize to me. He knelt on his knees, his face was gone, and other things were nothing in front of the Communist Party who might be defeated. Mr. Jiang said in a deep voice, the equity is in the hands of your grandfather, and he has drawn up an agreement waiting for you to go home. After a pause, he turned his back to Jiang Huai, straightened his back and said lightly, I am sorry for you. As soon as the words fell, he immediately left with the housekeeper in the distance. His expression was calm, as if nothing had happened just now. But in fact, Lao Jiang never showed such calmness. After returning to Heiress City, Mr. Jiang fell seriously ill. He didn't even go when Jiang Wei went to the court to accept the judgment. Soon he went abroad with Mr. Jiang. There was no sign of him in Heiress City anymore. Mr. Jiang, who was once looked forward to and envied by others, completely withdrew from the stage of the wealthy family, and his lifetime glory was destroyed. On the day Jiang Wei returned to Beijing, the two shareholders who had defected like weeds sent a lot of treasures, humbly begging for forgiveness, and promised again and again that they would trust Jiang Wei unconditionally in the future and would not interfere in the company's affairs. So, when Jiang Wei announced that it would change the name of Jiangxi Airlines to Zhou's Airlines, the two of them wanted to stop them with constipated faces. Jiang Huai took office again, quickly held a press conference, and appeared in public for the first time, explaining the problems that occurred recently, clearing up the relationship between Jiang Wei and the group, and expressing that he will cooperate with the police and never cover up anyone who violates the law. Netizens feel sorry for him. The capable Orthodox heir is crushed to death by the illegitimate son, and there is the extreme eccentric Rongfen father, who displays his strength countlessly, and finally gets resigned by the spicy chicken illegitimate son. People love. It was also heard that he officially changed the name of Jiang's Airlines to Zhou's Airlines and regained his mother's property. Netizens were very excited. The Orthodox heir defeated the illegitimate child and the weak man, and vented his anger for his mother. What kind of cool script is this? The illegitimate child and his father should be damned. The public's confidence in the company was rekindled, and its products sold well. And Ronyu, as the former boss of Lop Group, sold 45% of the shares to Mr. Wang, leaving 10%. Jiang Huai asked her why. Ronyu frowned and answered on the phone in a very good mood. Now, it's your turn to be my migrant worker, Jack. He thought that a long time ago, he gave Ronyu 200 million yuan, teasing Ronyu that he was his laborer, and now, 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi, Ronyu finally returned with revenge. Worker, come on Tilda. Ronyu hung up the phone with a smile. Seeing the 20 billion soared out of the account, she felt better. When Luke Swan heard that she had earned 20 billion yuan, she was so excited that she hurried to Ji Yu's house. The two of them held their faces in both hands, appreciating the extra 200 billion yuan in the account seriously. After a while, Luke Swan held her face and sighed. Is it all taught by that initial user? Ron Yu gave an extremely intoxicated While Tilda Luke Swan exclaimed. Last time Ron Yu gave Elder Chi a gift, and Elder Chi turned around and gave her a sky-high priced chessboard in return. Later, he rented a VIP room for decades in Ron Yu's Chuntian Hua Hua elderly care community, and gave her a round of 100 million yuan. Not only that, but Chi Jian's younger brother, Chi Nuo, also became a player of the Ron Yu Club for free. How do you feel? Everyone is sending money to Ron Yu. Why do you get a lot of money every time you help people? Luke Swan was very puzzled, and wanted to get the same skills very much. Ron Yu tilted her head, counted 0 with a face of enjoyment, then turned her head to look at Luke Swan, and said very sincerely, help others, good people will be rewarded. Luke Swan. Luke Swan turned her head, envious of Ron Yu's life. With such a powerful investment advisor by your side, you can do whatever you want. Since Ron Yu got a pension company, her and Ron Yu's preferred investment plan was forgotten, and Luke Swan returned to an extremely boring life. Some time ago, she was busy with Ron Yu's dinner party, racking her brains to give she chooses presents, and runs around everywhere. When the banquet is over tonight, Luke Swan's life has no direction. Ron Yu is very busy and doesn't have much time to spend with Luke Swan. On the 5th day after the dinner party, Li Jin came to Ji Yu's house and brought a piece of explosive and uncomfortable news. A few days before the dinner, he finally finished his long hard work and returned home. After finishing the jet lag, he hurried back to the Li's building, and had very few opportunities to communicate with Luke Swan. He still got the news about Luke Swan from Chi Jian. She said Luke Swan fell in love with a young puppy in the entertainment industry, a 19-year-old younger brother who just debuted. Li Jin's stiff head went numb for an instant. It was hard for Luke Swan to get rid of the scumbag, and her love brain plunged into the little milk dog's arms again. Li Jin was so anxious that her head hurt, and she hurried to Ron Yu for help. The little star is Fang's son, a 19-year-old brother. This is his photo. Li Jin flipped through the photo album on his phone, his tone a little flustered. Yo, you must help. If parents know that she was cheated by the little milk dog again, I will definitely send her to exile abroad. Li's father and Li's mother are usually very amiable and reasonable, but they are very aggressive when it comes to big things. This is also why he has been afraid to reveal to his parents that he is secretly chasing stars. As long as he mentions it, there will be another bloodbath at home. Ron Yu listened. Don't worry, I won't let Luke Swan be deceived. What kind of little milk dog is packaged in the entertainment industry, fanpy pictures, and filming filters? The reality is definitely ugly. If you can like him, it's all a bit. While speaking, she took the mobile phone from Li Jin and looked down. It's all kind of aesthetic. Ji Yu Fusion and Li Jin. You prepared so much just to praise him. It's very good looking, and it's okay to have a small relationship. Ron Yu commented objectively. Ji Yu Fu Chen frowned, and the little white face on the screen was pretty, with a bright smile, and commented in a deep voice, it's ugly. His sister must never fall in love. Fire prevention, anti-theft and anti-love. Ron Yu scratched her head. I know, but in case the other party is true love, is a good person, and didn't cheat on her like Luke Swan's previous predecessors, is it okay to have a relationship? Li Jin was silent, with a stern expression. If it's really not a scumbag, it's nothing serious to talk about, but the key is to let my parents know that this person is not a scumbag, and we must know his details. If Luke Swan was cheated by the scumbag for the 3rd time, the consequences would be disastrous. Ron Yu, well, I'll ask Cheng Shin to check Fang Xun's background. Cheng Shin is still the manager of her Destroy the Entertainment company every day, and she always looks to him for anything related to the entertainment industry. I told Cheng Shin about this on WeChat, and Cheng Shin told Ron Yu about the latest variety show Pie in the entertainment industry, the 2nd season of the Heirs. This variety show found me. I hope I can convey it to Ron Yu and Chubby Mao. The program team solemnly invited the 2 young ladies to participate in the recording of the variety show. I have forgotten the news a week ago, so let me talk about it today. Fat Cat, I have received it, but I have already rejected it. Chenshin, what are you refusing to do? What should I do if I don't take GU Fusion forward together? When the variety show becomes popular, I will invest some money on behalf of the company, and the company can make a lot of money. Ronyu keenly grasped a word. Again, how far is the company from going bankrupt? Chenshin, I'm sorry I couldn't close the company within a month. To say something that will make you angry, the company is not only not closed down, but is booming. Fat Cat. Chenshin, after the collective performance of the company's artists, a truth king appeared in our company. He scolded the program group and male guests as well as Green Tea and White Lotus in the Love variety show. After the recording, he planned to leave the circle and leave. Your Chantian Hua Hua retirement community lived a beautiful and comfortable retirement life in advance, but unfortunately, she became popular and the retirement life ended. Chenshin, in addition to the Truth King, there is also an artist who sleeps during the live broadcast every day, and a bold acting artist who questioned the director and investors in the live broadcast room. All in all, the company's current situation is very good, and earning 1 billion next year is not a dream at all. Chenshin, oh, by the way, our company has become a top gathering place. Except for Chen Gaiwan, the top players in other fields are all in this company. Ronyu, alright, if you can make money. There were more migrant workers who gave her money. After talking about this, Chenshin shifted the topic to the second season of the Heirs. Are you sure you don't want to take GU Fusion up to ride the wind and waves? I think this is a good way for you to realize your dream in the entertainment industry. Before you quit the industry suddenly, it was too fast, and it is more or less regrettable. Now this variety show is very suitable for you, and it can tell your fans how good you are. Ronyu refused again without hesitation. Seeing that Chenkin was so distracted, she added a reason after refusing. Let me bring GU Fusion to the variety show. Do you still think that the name Ron Chen is not shameful enough on the internet? Last time I saw netizens commenting on Ron Chen, a rich man who is sculpted and controlled by a sister. So realistic, Ron Chen is no longer worthy of President Baz's evaluation. However, his real name, GU Fusion, was evaluated as the overlord among overlords. Ronyu sighed. If everyone knew that GU Fusion was Ron Chen, the commercial legend GU Fusion would lose face. Although Ronyu refused twice, discussions about Pang Pang Mao and GU Fusion, Ronyu and Ron Chen remained high on the internet. In the official guest recommendation for the second season of The Heirs, the two pairs of brothers and sisters, Chubby Cat and GU Fusion, and Ronyu and Ron Chen occupied the top 2 votes, leaving behind Chen Gaiwan. Bojan's heir, business legend GU Fuchen, a fat cat who knows how to spend money, being heartbroken by the entertainment industry, he resolutely quit the circle and turned into New Hulu Ronyu, taking revenge on the eldest lady of the entertainment industry, Ronyu. She is cute, loving and sculpted. Keokeo uses only brother Ron Chen. Just looking at these prefixes, you can see how funny these 4 would be if they were on variety shows. The choice rests with Ronyu. In order to take care of her brother's face, Ronyu flatly rejected the variety show invitation. In the few days after the dinner party, her life gradually returned to peace. To be honest, she really wanted to see how desperate the netizens would be if they knew that the business legend GU Fusion they admired was Ron Chen. But brother Baz's face still needs to be maintained. Ronyu didn't mention this matter to GU Fusion. At noon on the 7th day after the dinner, Chenshin took Fang Xun's information and entered the living room on the 7th floor. He sat on the single sofa and chuckled. Investigate what this little fresh meat is doing. Want to sign him? He has only debuted for half a year and is not very famous. Of course Ronyu would not tell about Luke Swan's liking for starlets, just trying to find an excuse. Ron Liu went to the living room on the 7th floor. She caught a glimpse of Chenshin at the side, her eyes froze slightly. Ronyu explained, "This is the manager of my entertainment company, Chenshin, a senior investor in the entertainment industry." Ron Liu nodded slightly towards Chenkin, then turned to Ronyu with a smile and said, "Tomorrow I will go out with your father, and you and your brother will have a good meal at home." Ronyu nodded heavily. Now, as long as mom and dad leave for a whole day, they will tell her once. My mother said that this is a necessary communication between family members. After finishing speaking, Ron Lyri didn't disturb her daughter chatting with Chenshin, but asked Wei when to prepare some refreshments, and went downstairs by herself. Ron Lyri took good care of her, and she didn't seem to have a daughter and son at all. Chenshin, this is the legendary Mrs. Ron. I don't think I've heard you mention it before. Ron Yu motioned Wei when to push the dim sum in front of Chenshin, picked up the materials he brought from the coffee table to look through, and explained casually, my parents were busy abroad some time ago, and they haven't come back. Chenshin, your father is still managing Bojan's affairs. The company has been handed over to Jiu Fu Chen not long ago. Ron Yu flicked through the documents, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and then she looked at the documents quickly and casually. Maybe I'm busy with other things. Her parents didn't come home nearly a month after she came home. She was always puzzled, but she didn't ask if her parents and brother didn't mention it. Everyone has little secrets and things they don't want to say. Ron Yu didn't think about it anymore, and turned to look at Xiao Xianru Fangsun's information. The first page introduces his basic information, when he debuted, graduation status, etc. Ron Yu scanned the unimportant information at a glance and turned to the next page. The second page is very exciting. You can take a good look at it, Chenshin said suddenly. Ron Yu raised her eyebrows and slowed down. At the beginning, he wrote about his emotional experience. Before debuting, I had 3 romances in high school. It doesn't matter how many times, the key points are, why are you still on 3 boats? Bah. She actually praised his face 2 days ago. Unlucky. He is obviously a scumbag, but he commented on the internet that my younger brother is pure, shy, and dare not look at my sister. Described the scumbag Neptune as a pure schoolgrass. You. Look at the information above. There is one more important thing I didn't write on it. What? Chenshin lowered his voice. Fang Sun posted on Moments 5 days ago on a small account, saying that he liked a Porsche. Miss Luke Swan, your good friend bought him $1 million Porsche the next day. 1 million is a small amount of money to Luke Swan. Apart from her face, this kind of little meat has no ability at all. If Luke Swan really wants to be a fan and start a fanatical pursuit of stars, I will investigate some moral and capable talents and send her some little fresh meat. Ron Yu frowned helplessly. Good guy. This time, instead of sending the plane, we will send the car instead. After Chenshin left, Ron Yu immediately told Qi Jian, who also knew about Luke Swan, and the two thought about countermeasures together. It is essential to get the scumbag out of the circle, not to harm fans and girls. More importantly, how to tell the truth to Luke Swan. Li Jin said that after Luke Swan was cheated by the little milk dog last time, she was sad for a long time. Her little heart couldn't bear repeated blows, but she had to face the reality through this blow. There are tens of thousands of scumbags in the world. A wise man does not fall in love, only a petty villain will repeat the same mistakes. Facing the problem of how to tell Luke Swan, Ron Yu thought of a way. She likes supermodels. On the other end of the phone, Qi Jian obviously didn't react. So let's hold a supermodel catwalk for her. Male models from all over the world stand in front of her. 20 handsome hangers, can't they beat a scumbag? Qi Jian, Ron Yu, to be honest, have you wanted to hold a supermodel party for a long time? Otherwise, why did your voice involuntarily light up when you mentioned 20 handsome hangers? Qi Jian couldn't object, and left everything to Ron Yu. Ron Yu asked Wei when to come up to the living room on the 7th floor, and earnestly instructed, go and contact male models who are available all over the world. They must be good-looking, have good steps, and have a first-class figure. Tomorrow night, we will hold a supermodel catwalk show for Luke Swan. Tomorrow evening? Yes, tomorrow night. Ron Yu sent a message to Luke Swan. I have prepared an unforgettable supermodel catwalk show for you. Can you do it tomorrow night? Luke Swan. Can. Bye. After a while, Luke Swan replied again. Luke Swan, can I bring someone with me? He's very handsome. Ron Yu, of course. Let the little scumbag die in front of his face and feel ashamed in front of male models. This show will be more interesting. Ron Yu was immersed in the joy of waiting for the male model to go on the catwalk. Male models, handsome guys, who doesn't like them? After a happy minute, she received several messages. Li Jin, Are you going to take Luke Swan to see male models? As a fan, I disagree with this marriage. Fujisan's news is very graceful. You held an event with a lot of people tomorrow. Gee, Ron, you want to see male models? Ron Yu replied to them seriously and uniformly. Yes, I held a male model catwalk show. Do you want to watch it together? Chapter 54. Ji Fusion was speechless. It turns out that Xiao Xianru is not the problem, but the male model is the stumbling block on the sisters' single road. Ron Yu invited him to go, and it was impossible for him not to go. After discussing with Fujisan and Lu Jin, the three heirs of the Dinghao family, the overlords in the eyes of the majority of netizens, decided to go to the appointment on time and bring Jianguai with them. If you want to lose face, everyone loses together. If you can't beat it, join in. The supermodel catwalk show was held in a star-rated hotel. When Ron Yu got there by car, there was a crew filming at the musical fountain in front of the hotel. Wei Wen, who was in the passenger seat, turned her head and explained, the crew will leave in 2.5 hours. After the show starts, the musical fountain at the entrance of the hotel will switch to the BGM in the show, following the rhythm of the show. Ron Yu said and looked around boredly to see if Qi Jian and Luke Swan had come. There was no car in front, and there was no car behind, and I thought it was still on the road. While wandering his eyes, he paused for a moment on the crew that was filming in the distance. From the looks of it, it's an urban romantic drama. A handsome man in a windbreaker is staring at the woman affectionately in front of a bunch of lights and reflectors. Many staff members are staring at the scene outside the camera. In the far distance, there are professional photographers hiding in the corner secretly taking pictures to make money. Ron Yu has experienced this familiar environment many times before, but most of the time, she would wrap up her coat and stand by the side, waiting for the two leading actors to finish their performances, and then she, the second female lead, would appear on stage. Filming is hard work, but there is also short-term happiness. To Ron Yu's surprise, the person standing in the middle of the crowd like the proud son of heaven was Cheng Gaiwan. In a sense, he has indeed achieved the height of the male protagonist in the novel, and he is advancing step by step according to the main line. Ron Yu has no feelings for him. She is too lazy to take the initiative to provoke trouble, and it is very good to maintain the current state. With Ji Fusion around, the Ji family would not face the ending in the novel. Even if there was an infighting plot described, those little gangsters would not be able to beat her brother. Ron Chen is usually a little stupid, but when facing a business war, his mind is online. How can the legendary business legend, the tyrant among the tyrants, be called for nothing? The car drove slowly towards the underground parking lot. The venue on the top floor of the hotel is arranged like a show, with 360 degrees panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows and excellent views. This hotel is the tallest building nearby. You can see the neon bright night and the building when you turn your head. You can have a panoramic view of all the buildings. As if standing on the top of the city, looking up is the bright moon and dots of sporadic stars. Great atmosphere. When the designer arranged the scene, according to the requirements, he focused on how to set off the face and figure of the male model. Except for the built-in lights of the surrounding buildings, the show was kept absolutely dark and mysterious. Only the road where the male model walked was illuminated by white light. One bright and one dark, it could vividly highlight the male model's figure and handsome face. Ron Yu pulled Qi Jian and Luke Swan into the group at the same time, and relayed the designer's design inspiration. Luke Swan was so excited that she sent 5 emoticons in succession. This designer is deeply in my heart and must be rewarded. Qi Jian, do you dare to be a little less lustful? Luke Swan thought about it a few hours ago. It was too lonely for 3 little sisters to watch the catwalk with her little fresh meat. Good things should be shared together, so she called the wealthy circle in the WeChat group How Boring We, 25 Little Sister. In a word, more than a dozen little sisters responded eagerly. Male model, shashaha. Later, someone in the group asked, Ron Yu has gone, will my sister-in-law Ron Chen also follow? Ha ha ha, it has been said, Ron Chen must be crying on the desk now. I heard that the most worried thing about the sister-in-law is that her sister is cheated by other men. I don't want to see supermodels, I just want to see Ron Chen's operations at the scene. What should I do? At night he is Ron Chen Chen, but in the company he becomes the noble and indifferent boss Ji Fuxian. Luke Swan, brother Fu Chen is here, not only him, but also Jian Huai, Fu Jishan and my brother will come to visit. Boring young masters can come and have a look, carefully appreciate the supermodel's figure, face and temperament, and study hard after returning home. When a group of wealthy children heard that Ji Fuxian would come, they immediately took the initiative to join the supermodel viewing event. It had no other meaning, but the life of the wealthy family was too boring, and they just wanted to have some fun and make trouble. Invisibly, the supermodel catwalk has evolved into the second team building activity for young people in the wealthy circle. When Ron Yu arrived, there were only Luke Swan and Fang Sun in the field. The show hadn't started yet, and the lights were all on. Luke Swan waved to her excitedly. There were few people, and Ron Yu didn't hide anymore. She walked towards Luke Swan generously. Fang Sun beside her got up quickly and became nervous instantly. She didn't expect to meet Ron Yu, who had been in the entertainment circle here, let alone have Ron Yu and Luke Swan from an entertainment company are still good friends. Fang Sun probably guessed that Luke Swan was a rich man's idiot, so he gave him a luxury car without blinking. If he stays longer, he will get more things. To deal with Luke Swan's stupidity and sweetness, just use the trick of indulgence. On the surface, he looked like he didn't care about money. When Luke Swan took the initiative, he smiled brightly and said a few words of praise to her. When Luke Swan spent money generously, he just expressed his heartache a little. Ron Yu stood beside Luke Swan. Luke Swan took Ron Yu's arm and introduced happily, "This is Fang Sun, a star who just debuted in the entertainment industry." After finishing speaking, Luke Swan smiled at Fang Sun, leaned into Ron Yu's ear and whispered excitedly, "He's such a sweetie, he's good at calling me sister." Ron Yu rubbed Luke Swan's head with a smile, and when she turned her head to look at Fang Sun, her expression faded. "Hello, hello." The three of them sat down. Luke Swan thought of the sisters who hadn't come yet, and was about to make a phone call with them. Ron Yu only now knew that besides Ji Fuxian, Fu Jishan, Jian Huai, and Li Jin, there were quite a few people coming later. Ron Yu didn't care about Luke Swan's sudden addition. This show was originally held for her. Even if Luke Swan opened a live broadcast and invited people from all over the country to watch it, she would not object. The problem is, she agreed to let Fang Sun come over, but she had the idea of making Fang Sun feel inferior in front of supermodels. Little pukin boy, don't find someone more handsome to attack his fragile self-esteem. He really thinks of himself as a high-ranking emperor, female fans and companies revolve around him, and he thinks he is glamorous to tease his little sister who has no experience in the world, and also dreamed of becoming the king of the sea of 3,000 beauties in the harem. If Luke Swan's friends are here, Luke Swan must not reveal the interesting news about the other party recently, and must protect Luke Swan's face in the wealthy family. The BGM was being adjusted in the venue, it was very noisy, and Luke Swan had to go out to make a phone call. For a while, there were only Ron Yu and Fang Sun in the auditorium. Ron Yu was thinking about what to do with this scumbag king. Chi Jian entered the venue and handed over the coat to the waiter at the side, revealing the brown suit jacket inside, with a slender black belt around her waist, and a long suit skirt of the same color that reached her calves, which showed her figure very well. The black wide-brimmed hat blocked the expression of the eyes, and only the red lips pursed into a straight line could be seen. When Chi Jian came, he was holding a black leather bag in his hand, and he walked vigorously, and the long suit and skirt fluttered accordingly, revealing a powerful aura of contempt for everything. She nodded towards Ron Yu, her eyes paused on Fang Sun for a second, a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. She looked at Ron Yu again, her eyebrows raised slightly. "Is he that little scumbag?" The moment Fang Sun fell sharply, his back tensed instantly, and his delicate face showed tension. Ron Yu nodded, stood beside Chi Jian, lowered her voice and whispered, "Luke Swan will bring many good friends over tonight. This little scumbag must be resolved before Luke Swan's other friends arrive." Chi Jian understood. "How do you plan to deal with him?" Chi Jian discussed with Ron Yu how to deal with the little scumbag in front of Fang Sun. Seeing that Chi Jian was so calm, Ron Yu stopped pretending. She said bluntly, "Pull him into the backstage to insult him mentally, and then ask him to publicly apologize for what he has done on Weibo, repent and quit the circle. Yes, Chi Jian's tone was light. If he doesn't retreat, there are 100 ways to force him to retreat. Fang Sun had a black question mark on his face. In front of him, how can you still do this on a horse? Just about to ask them to show some respect, Chi Jian raised his hand to let the waiter from afar come over, and dragged Fang Sun all the way to the backstage. Wei Wen followed up in time, and explained with a blank expression, they are better than you, better temperament than you, better character than you, and better at making money than you. Scum like you are only worthy of looking in the mirror. It's still a passable face, to deceive young girls who are not deeply involved in the world. Even so, do you think they love you? They just took a fancy to your face. Once you shake your head and find that it is full of water, they will immediately leave in disgust. Your face is given by your parents, go back and thank them well. Without them, the only value of your life in this world will disappear. Don't take yourself too seriously. Everyone here can investigate your scandal and quickly ruin your reputation. Wrong, it's not ruined, you have no status, you don't even have the qualifications to be ruined. So pitiful. It was the first time that Fang Sun was scolded by people. He was once favored by fans and female classmates at school. Later, he met a rich woman who treated him very well. How could he have been treated like this before? Struggling to break free from the waiter's grasp, Wei Wen calmly scolded Ron Yu, then turned her head and said to the waiter, drag him for a walk around the backcourt, and let him feel his ignorance and trust. When about to leave, Wei Wen thought of one thing. By the way, at this moment, the story of you stepping on 3 boats appeared on the entertainment headlines, and the hot searches may explode. Enjoy it. This should be the hottest day since you entered the circle. When Fang Sun's self-confidence was hit by the backstage and he doubted his life, Luke Swan entered the show with the little sisters. I searched around the venue but couldn't find Fang Sun. Just as I was about to ask Ron Yu, a little sister swiped Weibo and said in surprise, the entertainment industry is really a gathering place for scumbags, and another scumbag has been exposed. Who is it? A starlet named Fang Sun was blasted when he first debuted. When he was in high school, he stepped on 3 boats. He made his debut by selling his position. Luke Swan suddenly turned pale. For a moment, she couldn't care less about being cheated by a scumbag, and panicked that if the little sisters saw Fang Sun, everyone in the wealthy family would know that she foolishly gave money to a scumbag all over the internet, and her face would be ruined. Not only lost the Lu family, but also made her unable to hold her head up. Luke Swan was so anxious that she was about to cry, her eyes were wet, she clenched her hands and hoped that Fang Sunbi would show up, and then she searched for him in the venue, trying to get someone to drive him out. It is best not to stay away from her. Let people know about this little episode. Ron Yu and Chi Jian waved at her. Luke Swan's heart trembled for a second. Afraid that Fang Sun would be with Ron Yu, Luke Swan subconsciously tightened her shoulders and lowered her head, not daring to look. I thought I would hear the surprised and disdainful words of the little sisters, but I didn't expect that there were only eager and joyful greetings in my ears. Luke Swan raised her head cautiously. The little sisters had already found their seats and waved to her excitedly to signal her to come over. Ron Yu frowned, raised her hand with a smile, and Chi Jian nodded lightly. There is no Fang Sun by their side. Not even a shadow of a man. Luke Swan's round eyes widened, and she looked at it for a long time in disbelief. After confirming that there was no one there, she asked the waiter to find Fang Sun, drove him away quickly, and happily trot towards Ron Yu and Chi Jian. Ron Yu rubbed Luke Swan's head, and said in a low voice, there will be no Fang Sun, just watch the show. Luke Swan. In an instant, she understood everything. A soreness and unspeakable warmth surged in Luke Swan's heart. She pursed her lips, lowered her head and twisted her hands together, apologizing in a low voice. I won't trust them again in the future. I will never do anything to make everyone worry about her. Ron Yu, it doesn't matter if you like it, as long as you don't get hothead when you like it, and you can get on top quickly in 3 days. Chi Jian, don't try to buy people's hearts with money, learn to restrain yourself if you like it. Luke Swan nodded heavily. I'll try. When Jiyu Fuxian, Fujizhen, Li Jin, and Jian Huai arrived, the show was about to begin. Jiyu Fuxian sat next to Ron Yu, looking at the stage vigilantly, with a domineering aura of "I'm here to make trouble" all over his body. Surrounded by celebrities and wealthy children, they eat melons happily. "Wonderful," Ji Fusion whispered to Ronyu. "On the internet, my evaluation is much higher than theirs. My mother said that you must be better than me when you choose a partner." Ronyu was helpless. "Don't worry, I just did it for Luke Swan, so take a look. It's just a feast for the eyes, and what my brother is worried about will never happen." Ji Fusion was still worried, sitting upright, touching his cuffs slightly with his hands, inadvertently showing a dignified domineering temperament, and at the same time quietly observing his sister's reaction. "Look at me, look at me, look at me. I am much better than them, Ronyu." She chose to remain silent. Fujishun vaguely heard their conversation from the side, and his tense heart eased. Half a month ago, when watching the fairytale-like scene that Ronyu created for Jiyu Fuchen on the island my sister sent, Fujishun envied Jiyu Fuchen very much for a moment. Everything on the island is very dreamy. When meteors cut through the sky and everything is still, the fireworks surround Fujishun's ordinary life. At that moment, he was willing to believe the fairy tales Fu's mother told him when he was a child. Because beside him, there happened to be a beautiful dream. Before Ronyu came back, Fujishun, like Jianguai and Lu Jin, was busy developing the group, working at the company and at home. The time looped in a trance, and he knew what would happen in the next day every day. In the endless busyness, life can be deserted. After the continuous rain, it is very exciting to see a rainbow. Worrying about gains and losses, I dare not grasp it, only cautiously hope that it can appear there from time to time. When he appears, he will quietly guard there, acting as a knight guarding dreams. 5 minutes before the start of the show, Jian Huai finally found a chance to talk to Ronyu. "I haven't thanked you yet." The previous cooperation. Jian Guai smiled. Without this cooperation, the group and Jiangxi Aviation would have to spend a little more time. Jian Huai returned to the group, and has been busy with company affairs during this period, and has no time to go to Jiyu's house, let alone thank him in person. It was Jiyu Fusion, Fujishun, and Lu Jin who dragged him to the show by force in their lives. Only then did they know that Ronyu held a show event. "Ronyu, it's my investment consultant's idea. Thank you for your genius, consultant, and thank you too." Jian Huai breathed out lightly. "Can you give me the contact information of this person? I don't mean to **** your consultant, I just want to express my gratitude in person." Ronyu thought of the WeChat Vest account she had created, and quickly responded, "Yes, I will push WeChat to you later." Jian Huai solved the matter, and finally let go of a big stone in his heart. The moment the show started, the audience was silent. The faces of Jiyu Fusion and Lu Jin's two brothers turned dark 3 degrees at the same time. The first male model to appear on the stage had outstanding brow bones, tough facial features, deep and charming light blue eyes, and a straight mouth with no expression on his face. The whole place was dim, and all the lights were focused on him. A pure black V-neck suit covering the upper body of the male model. The profile of the face is smooth, the Adam's apple has rolled twice, and a small drop of water rolled down on the exposed wheat-colored skin. In the rhythmic walking, the watermarks exude an ambiguous luster. The deep V-suit made everyone's eyes focus on the drops of water rolling down in front of his chest muscles. On the big screen at the back, the small water droplets are enlarged, and the water droplets slide down, flow to the abdominal muscles and disappear in the mysterious area. Jiyu Fusion, this is a catwalk. Are you sure it's not the premium male version of Victoria's Secret? Luke Swan was so excited that she forgot all about what the scumbag was looking for in an instant, and 50% of the ladies applauded excitedly. "Absolutely. Awesome. This is what adults should watch. Male models don't have V-necks or hollow outs. What's the use of having a beautiful figure with wide shoulders and thin waist?" In the arena, a female voice rang out, "Can I take a photo and video? We must learn to share good things, and it is best to let every little sister who wants to see male ***** see this exciting scene. He has a good temperament and can walk, and his **** can twist." Luke Swan, pat, pat, pat. She also wanted to make a copy as a keepsake. Ronyu coughed twice, and looked at Jiyu Fuchen innocently. I didn't expect Wei Wen to let them wear so little clothes, really. Ji Fuxian, oh. The second male model still has deep eyes, wishing to make people drown in his world-weary and deep eyes. His thin lips are slightly pursed, and he is wearing a lot of clothes. The close-fitting black shirt wraps his chest and abdominal muscles, and the black trousers highlight he has a pair of deadly long legs, and a cigarette between his slender fingertips. When he walked to the middle of the audience area, he took a puff of the cigarette, exhaled the smoke lightly, surrounded by clouds and mist, and his negative and world-weary eyes were matched with casual smoking. The posture, the wonderful contrast makes people want to be tempted. At the moment when the clouds and mist were lingering, layers of water sprayed from above suddenly, as if the rain curtain had wiped out the cigarette butts and dissipated the faint smoke. A supermodel who was drenched in the rain, the close-fitting black shirt clings to his skin, which is more attractive than not wearing it. Ji Fuxian, Li Jin, Fujizhen. 15 supermodels temporarily appeared in the evening, including cute and innocent blonde boys, long curly hair and mischievous temperament men, in various styles. Luke Swan enjoyed watching it very much. I have to say, Wei Wen, you understand me so well. After Jian Huai was busy with his work, when he saw a supermodel with his upper body bare leaving from his eyes, his head ached. What happened during the time he didn't look up? Ji Fuxian, Fujizhen, and Lu Jin had collapsed faces, while Luke Swan was excited. Jian Huai caught a glimpse of Rongyu's involuntarily raised lips, patted Ji Fuxian on the shoulder, and left early. The company had to work overtime, so he didn't deserve it. Ji Fuchen, Fujizhen, and Lu Jin collapsed here. When he left, I don't know if he was dazzled. He seemed to see Qi Jian looking at the stage with a half smile. Jian Huai left the venue and took the elevator downstairs. When he was waiting for the driver to drive over at the door, he accidentally found that the crew at the door was still filming. He didn't care. The waiter at the door opened the door for him. Jian Huai looked down at the news on his phone and got into the car. As everyone knows, this scene was photographed by the paparazzi secretly hiding aside. Jack, the man who just gave a speech at the press conference a few days ago, he will never admit his mistake. But what is he doing here? After Jian Huai left, some young sisters at the scene sent the recorded video to the group of girlfriends to enjoy together. Within half an hour, the video was reposted, and the actual number of views increased steadily. When it was finally forwarded to a Weibo up host, she was so excited that she shared the video on Weibo. Sisters, let me see the big bonus. After hearing the news, many users came here. After clicking, what the hell? When I have money, I will send a man like this to the blogger who posted this beautiful video. Number 2. Chat on my bed tonight. I am very proud that I got this video by my own ability. There is a man who deliberately shows his chest muscles to seduce me. It. Does he really love me? Show me this kind of thing before going to bed. I love you so much. The sisters in the comment area were excited for a while, and after reading it several times, they were very puzzled. Where is this male version of Victoria's Secret held? Why haven't they seen it? It's because the characteristics of LSP haven't been shown to the extreme. Big data doesn't know. Haven't they pushed this kind of news yet? Not long after, a little rich woman shared. It was shared by a friend of mine who is a rich woman. She watched the live version on the spot. It was a rich woman who invited more than a dozen supermodels to do it in a hotel on Chunhua Road, Marisu City. The video only 5 minutes. I heard later that there are still many little sisters who haven't seen enough, can even go to squat offline. Bushy. Fuck. Who is so rich? Those who can go to see it live are so happy. Send the latter one up. Is there anything I can't read? Netizens are crazily envious of those who can go to see it live, and wonder who is qualified to watch it live. Is it okay to be as powerful as a fat cat? Soon after, a paparazzi posted a photo. At Parazzi, Jian Huai was photographed at the Chunhua Road Hotel today, as well as several famous ladies and rich women. Hearing from the wealthy second generation at the scene, there were quite a few men watching the fun, and after watching it, they started looking for a personal trainer with a sad face, and worked hard to exercise their abdominal muscles. Many rich women thanked this show and said that it will be worth watching in the future. Ha 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 ha. Is it because Jiang Huai walked so fast because he didn't have abdominal muscles, so he left in a hurry and went home to exercise secretly? 10 minutes later, Li Jin took a screenshot of this comment to Jiang Guai. Jiang Guai, he has abs, don't spread rumors. Chapter 55. Facing the ridicule from the whole network, Jiang Guai was speechless. Now, he has become a man who feels inferior after seeing the figure of a male model and goes home to exercise his abs. There is a trace of despair and exhaustion in the smile.jpg. When Ron Liu and Jiu Yuchen learned about this from the old housekeeper, they looked at the photos that came out with frowning eyes. Jiu Yuchen, could Yao, under the influence of Luke Swan, also want to fall in love? The little princess Luke Swan has no experience in the world, and she is innocent to everyone. She was brought up very well by her parents since she was a child, and she has never been severely beaten by the society. Even if there were, they were driven away by Li Jin and Li's father and mother. Life is carefree, and the society will educate her about the beatings she has never suffered at home. Luke Swan has lived under the sun since she was a child, and she doesn't know what restraint is. She is bold in everything she does, and she can do whatever she likes without any hesitation. She also likes good-looking people. Whenever she meets a cute little milk dog, she loves to call her sister, and if she is sensible, she immediately runs away. Jiu Yuchen was worried that Ron Yu would follow Luke Swan and get into this bad habit. When I see a good-looking person, my soul is forgotten. Ron Liu frowned. No, Yao doesn't pay attention to appearance. Even if you care about your appearance, you don't care if you are a little milk dog. Jiang Huai, Li Jin, and Fu Jizhen are all prettier than male models. At 11 o'clock, when Ron Yu and Jiu Fuxian came home, Ron Yu was in great spirits, smiled and greeted Jiu Yuchen and Ron Liu who were waiting for them on the first floor, and jumped upstairs. Jiu Yuchen asked Jiu Fuxian to come over, and asked him in a low voice, "You are happy today?" Jiu Fuxian had an expression of lovelessness. Watching so many exciting scenes, can you not be happy? Ron Liu has always been worried about her daughter's love affairs. She is 24 years old now. Many girls happily talk about love at this age. They are not unreasonable parents who allow Yao to fall in love, but just thinking that she will be cheated by a man who appears out of nowhere. Jiu Yuchen and Ron Liu were very reluctant. Never let a good cabbage be chased away by pigs. Ron Liu, you didn't say anything. Jiu Fuxian, Ron said that she has no plans to fall in love, and she just watched it for fun tonight. Seeing beautiful things always makes people feel happy. So the male model is no different from the pyramid in Dad's study, they are all attractions. Jiu Fuxian comprehended in this way, deceiving himself. Ron Liu breathed a sigh of relief. There is nothing wrong with just looking at it. Jiu Fuxian went upstairs in dismay. His face darkened 8 degrees when he thought of a group of men twisting and turning in front of his sister. Isn't it just abdominal muscles? He also has them. It's just that after my sister came back, she spent all her time with her, and he hasn't been serious about exercising for a long time. There is no slack in getting a set of gym equipment in the office tomorrow. Tonight, among the wealthy children who have watched the male model's catwalk show, most of them have the same plan as Jiu Fuxian. They originally went with the attitude of watching the excitement, but as a result, their self-esteem was bruised and scarred. Ron Yu didn't expect that a male model catwalk would not only make her happy, but also hurt the self-esteem of the wealthy children. After this day, the wealthy and famous ladies have strict standards for men. Men who don't have 8-pack abs, are out of shape and are bloated. Don't run in front of them. Give me fitness, give me shape, and roll up the whole rich family for me. It is everyone's responsibility to improve the overall appearance of the giants. When crying online and wanting to watch the full version, Ron Yu happily lies in bed and sleeps. I thought I could dream of a first-class male model in my dream, but I didn't expect to see an ugly thing. Cheng Gaiwan. Mengli is supplementing the plot that was not written in Ron Yu's novel. Cannon fodder female supporting role. Ron Yu became a vegetative state due to a car accident on the day she was forced to leave the circle. Later, Jiu Fuxian, who got news of his sister from the police, came in a hurry and only saw her lifeless lying in the hospital, and fainted in despair. After waking up, his temperament changed drastically, and he became the living Hads feared by everyone. What happened to Ronyu hit Ji Fusion hard, and it was the key reason why he was blackened in the novel. Before finding his sister, Ji Fusion always had a glimmer of hope, hoping to make up for all the mistakes in the past and make his sister happy. In a sense, since high school, he has taken this as the motivation to live. Ronyu became a vegetable, which in a certain sense also represented the disillusionment of Ji Fusion's hope. He had no sustenance in his heart and could not continue to live rationally. The relationship with parents and friends is a mess. Under such circumstances, both the Ji family and Bojan began to question whether Ji Fusion could continue to be in charge of Bojan. Under the pressure of everyone, Ji Fusion discovered that Cheng Gaiwan had something to do with his sister's car accident. Fans with mental illness couldn't bear Ronyu's use of Cheng Gaiwan as a tool for superiors, and accidentally drove her down with a car. And because of mental illness, there was no sentence. Ji Fusion couldn't accept this at all. His sister was lying in the hospital. How could this man and Cheng Gaiwan live well? Later, the blackened Ji Fusion made the perpetrator's life difficult, and turned around to attack Cheng Gaiwan. He wanted fans to watch Cheng Gaiwan fall from power. At that time, Cheng Gaiwan had already made friends with the Qi family. With the support of Qi Lao and the halo of the protagonist, Ji Fusion's every attack failed, but Cheng Gaiwan couldn't bring him down. When the two sides were at a stalemate, Ji Yuchen's brother's son took the initiative to join Bojan in the battle for power. Bojan questioned Ji Fusion's current ability, and he was divided into two factions. During the 10 years of fighting for power, Ji Fuchen was physically and mentally exhausted. He never waited for his sister to wake up. He couldn't accept it for the 10th year, suffered from severe depression, and struggled with the disease all day long. In the first year of going abroad to recuperate in a different environment, Bojan fell from power. Cheng Gaiwan stepped on Ji Fusion and became another legend in the business world. Even a higher existence than Ji Fuchen. He defeated Ji Fusion, a legend in the business circle, and created his peak era. No one remembered Ji Fusion's name anymore. Ji Fuchen keeps a low profile. Except for his family and people who often deal with the company, no one knows what he looks like. The younger generation who regard him as an idol in the whole network don't even know what he looks like when commemorating him. He is like a drop of water after the rain, disappearing into the air silently after the rainstorm. Ronyu was panicked when she woke up. This is not Ji Fuchen's life. Her brother, who was dazzling in the company, was the Ji Fusion whom everyone admired. At home, he was the childish Ron Chen Chen. Ji Fuchen's life should not be black and white. His world is full of brilliant colors. She must protect her brother's smile. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Ronyu went to her father, Ji Yuchen, to inquire about her uncle's family. The old housekeeper said that he went out for a walk, so Ronyu had to go to his father's study and wait. Pyramid, a world-famous scenic spot, is placed on the left side of the desk, which can be seen at a glance. I heard from the old housekeeper that my father would come to enjoy it for half an hour every day. Since he likes it so much, why don't we build another scenic spot? It is easy to get tired of seeing a scenic spot for a long time. The beautiful plan to build 10 scenic spots and realize that you can travel around the world and visit famous scenic spots at home is about to be put into action. Ronyu immediately contacted Wei Wen and asked her to find some architects to discuss how to turn the Great Wall into a gold version. After looking at the pyramids, Ji Yuchen hasn't come back yet. Ronyu could only pass the time by running around in the study. Touch the bookshelf in the back row, look at Dad's new calligraphy, and then look at the 2 books he read recently. There is a famous book Ronyu is very interested in. She has read it 3 times before, but she didn't expect her father to like to read it too. She smiled and flipped through it, wanting to see what her father saw and talk to him when the time comes. There is a bookmark in 2/3 of the place. Ronyu glanced at it and roughly understood it, and was about to put down the novel, but found a small gap in 1/3 of the place, turned it over and took a look. Inside the book was a small pink card she was familiar with. This was a small card that Ji Fusion gave her when he suddenly took her to visit an elderly elder who was in hospital a long time ago. Before Ji Fusion sent the flower basket and fruit basket to that person, he asked her to write a sentence on a small card. She didn't understand it or not, but in the end she obediently wrote it down and drew a little flower. So, the person Ji Fusion visited at that time was his father. It was Dad who was in the hospital, and Mom was with him, so they didn't go home for a long time. The day I came back was delayed day after day, not because of busy work, but because my condition was unstable, and the originally planned day had to be postponed because of the speed of recovery. And they couldn't even make video calls at first, not because they were busy, but because the father in the ward couldn't make a video call at all. As long as he made a call, he could reveal this secret from his pale face and weak body. In the days when she thought that every parent didn't love her that much, her parents tried their best to love her. Ronyu took a deep breath, drove away the surging emotions and heat, gently put the small card back in place, closed the book and left quietly. Everyone has secrets they want to keep. They don't want her to worry, so she doesn't have to know about it. When Jiu Yuchen asked Ronyu what she wanted from him, she found a random reason to evade it, and she had made up her mind in her heart that she would take good care of this family. Now, all the conflicts are centered on the internal struggle between Cheng Gaiwan and Bojan. Jiu Fusion will not blacken and lose his mind. The chance of the eldest uncle's son trying to compete for the position according to the plot is almost slim. Now he just needs to prevent Cheng Gaiwan from taking the path in the novel. All in all, it made Cheng Gaiwan's life difficult. Ronyu did this because she also wanted to avenge Jiu Fusion. Those who stand in my way will end badly. On the second day after the male model's catwalk show, the discussion on the internet was soaring. I especially hope that the rich woman who held this event can share the full version of the show. Among the guest nominations for the second season of the Heiress, Jian Guai's popularity soared to the 4th place. Not for anything else, just to see if his abs are really as unbearable as the paparazzi said. The only Waterloo in Jack's hegemony career abdominal muscles appeared. Jian Guai was speechless, holding his mobile phone again and again to clarify, but endured again and again. If netizens knew that he cared about this matter, they would probably laugh like crazy. Jian Guai gritted his teeth and closed Weibo, switched to WeChat and added the WeChat account of the initial user that Ronyu just sent. The WeChat name of the initial user is also very initial. The forum name used for the name user 4388320. Jian Guai, thank you for your help before. Yuri, welcome. I have a commission. By the way, I have something to say. I plan to expand the target audience. The commission is easy to talk about. If you need an investment consultant, you can introduce it to me. Jian Guai, what about your previous collaborators? Ronyu typed, and found a reason at random. She wants to be self-reliant and try to make money by herself. Jian Guai, okay, I will persuade her. No, just have an investment advisor introduce me. Jian Guai turned to ask Ronyu, persuading her not to give up the cooperation with the initial user, and hold on to this golden cape. But Ronyu is Ronyu. The Bodhisattva Ronyu who doesn't love money. The gold cakes are lost as soon as they are said, and they have to set up their own businesses to start their own businesses. Jian Guai had no choice but to introduce several entrepreneurs in order to repay the favor of the initial users. On the 3rd day after the male model catwalk show, the discussion on the whole network remained high. More and more people joined the male model family. While envious of the rich woman who thought of holding this event, Jian Guai asked him to quickly find someone to show the whole video after coming out. Some even went to Pang Pang Mao's Weibo and asked Pang Pang Mao if he knew the rich woman who loves men. So far, Ronyu has added a prefix to her title Happy Male Sex. She didn't know any of this. Since yesterday, she started the road of desperately fighting for her career, staying in the study from morning to night, thinking about how to make Cheng Gaiwan disappear as soon as possible in front of the stocks and the recent investment direction in the business circle. She thought that if she wanted to avoid the disastrous ending of the Jiu family in the novel, she had to secretly build her own power and business empire. Just like the ancient princes privately trained the army to improve their hard power, the process must be kept strictly confidential. Absolutely no one should know that this powerful army belongs to her, and when it comes to danger, they will give the enemy a fatal blow. Ronyu locked herself in the study for 7 days. The internet is buzzing, and the business circle is trembling. An investment consultant named user4388320 on WeChat received many big entrepreneurs and gave corresponding suggestions according to their requirements. The long-term investment is not obvious, but the stock price increase in the immediate future can be known. Entrepreneurs were pleasantly surprised to find that the stocks that user 4388320 asked them to buy could all go up in the end. Meeting the initial users is more cordial than seeing parents and children. How did the initial users suggest? How did they talk to the company? And finally, the Cheng family in Longgaoshan City was besieged by many parties for no reason. The cooperation that was almost negotiated was snatched away, the core technical talents in the company were poached, and even the shareholders showed signs of running away. Nothing went well. Entrepreneurs naturally discovered this, and there was a rumor that the initial user may be Cheng Gaiwan's black fan. As soon as this remark came out, everyone in the black fan circle was shocked. Can black fans still play like this? Advanced, really advanced. As the saying goes, showing fans is very important. After rumors spread that the initial user was a black fan of Cheng Gaiwan, those who wanted to befriend the initial user spontaneously broke up with the Cheng family, indirectly showing their fan status, and the whole Cheng family was very troubled. Cheng Gaiwan was deeply hurt by this. Not only was he severely scolded by his father, but all his bank cards were also frozen. For a short period of time in the future, he can only develop well in the entertainment circle, and slowly change the status quo according to the plot of the novel. In 7 days, the initial users became famous, and every moments posted and every article shared was read by many big entrepreneurs. When the initial users were riding the wind and waves in the business district, Ron Liu and Jiu Yuchen looked at the closed door and were very worried. Yao has locked herself in the study since 8 days ago, strictly abide by the 007 plan, even eat in the study, no one is allowed to enter. I heard from Jiang Huai that she recently wanted to develop her own business and abandoned her former investment consultant. Hearing this news, Jiu Yuchen and Ron Liu rarely suffered from insomnia. Is this still their well-behaved daughter who rests every day, spends a lot of money, and works very little? What kind of stimulation caused her to suddenly change her temperament, abandoning pleasure and suddenly becoming inspired? Jiu Yuchen frowned. Not normal, absolutely not normal. Jiu Fusion managed to make Yao fall in love with spending money, and cultivated this good habit, which revealed the advantages of the Jiu family's money and no place to spend it, perfectly catering to Yao's various needs. Now it's back to before liberation overnight. Worry to death. There is nothing to work hard for in your career. There is already a Jiu Fusion in the family, so there is no need to get another one. You can just enjoy it and work hard to spend money. It is enough to shock the whole world with the reputation of chubby cat. Ron Liu looked at the closed study, and thought for a while. Yao suddenly changed her temper 8 days ago and threw herself into the study room. At that time, the only thing worth mentioning was the male model catwalk she held. Jiu Yuchen also thought of this. I heard that the people who hold this show are jokingly called rich women who love men's ****** on the internet. Do you feel that this name is too embarrassing, so you decide to give up love and men's sex, and only want to develop cause? Ron Liu, what's so embarrassing? What's the use of a man with good looks besides showing us? Ron Liu frowned, and commented on the island with a righteous face. Men are born to pay attention to masculinity, exercise well, and become a beautiful landscape like a male model. Speaking of this, Ron Liu paused, her eyes fixed on Jiu Fusion who had been silent all this time. I heard that Jiang Huai, Li Jin, and Fu Jizhen have been exercising for an hour every night recently. Jiu Fusion, who was originally worried and focused on the door, looked away and fell silent. Go to the gym when my sister comes out, roll up slowly. Ron Liu brought the topic back to Ron Yu. Yo-Yo's male model show is very good. It not only generously shows the preference for ***** and discards shyness, but also makes the majority of little girls correct their attitudes towards men, and urges boys to exercise and take good care of themselves. Everyone in the wealthy circle is introverted to exercise, which shows how far-reaching the influence of the male model show is. Jiu Fusion nodded repeatedly. Yes, what my esteemed mother said is correct. So, How do we persuade Yayo to come out now? You can't let Yayo avoid socializing, let alone make her feel embarrassed, praise her, and emphasize the important value of her male model show. Jiu Chen concluded, with a sonorous tone, call all the young people in the wealthy circle, let them praise Ronyu face to face. No one doesn't like to be praised. The praise group activities that were all the rage on the internet before reflect the importance of beautiful words of praise. On the 9th day when Ronyu plunged into the study, Jiu Chen called all the wealthy children and ladies in the city over, and under the leadership of the 4 heirs of Fujizhen, Lu Jin, Jian Huai, and Qi Jian, they studied hard for 6 hours. Quotations. Qi Jian, Fujizhen and others felt distressed when they heard that Ronyu was hiding in the study and refused to come out. How can our group favorite Ronyu hide in the study? Her world should be full of money and enjoyment, and should not be tired by tedious work and career. She is the chubby cat most worthy of being enjoyed by the entire wealthy family. The more money is spent, the more she will enjoy it. In order to make Ronyu happy, Qi Jian, Fujizhen, Lu Jin, Jian Huai, and Luke Swan even spent some money to buy gifts worth $1,000, including suet jade pendants, checks, and jewelry, and held the gifts in their hands to confirm that they had after mastering the Kyo quotations proficiently. More than a dozen people crowded at the door in front of the study on the 7th floor. Luke Swan rang the doorbell. Who? Ronyu's voice was slightly confused. She just woke up. In order to prevent people from associating her with the original user, she deliberately stayed in the study for 2 days, watching dramas, eating melons and playing games, and sleeping all afternoon when it was nap time, watching the weather forecast. The temperature was already 0 and I spent the whole afternoon sleeping under the quilt in the lounge of the study. Eat when you wake up, and play after eating. Most of the things that need to be dealt with in the novel are solved, and the happiness is doubled. After hearing the doorbell, Ronyu got up from the bed and smoothed out her messy hair and clothes. Luke Swan replied quickly, "It's me, Sister Yaotilda." Ronyu put on her slippers, partly to wake herself up by walking, partly to meet the little princess, and ran to open the door. Putting her hand on the doorknob, the moment she lazily opened the door, a dozen smiling faces appeared in front of him. Ronyu was so frightened that she instantly woke up, laughing so horribly. Why beat him? The wealthy sons and socialites at the door smiled brighter than sunflowers, and recalled the Kyo group technique that they had practiced hard just now. Everyone is confident and full of confidence. The giant Kyo group service will be launched soon. Chapter 56. Ronyu frowned, and looked back slightly in disgust. What are you doing? Laughing so creepily. After watching the scene of a dozen heads smiling and crowding at the door, I have no other sentiments except wanting to wash my eyes quickly. Lu Jin and Luke Swan next to each other looked at each other. Luke Swan received Lu Jin's message and nodded seriously. The Kyo collection sent by the staff of the full-time Kyo group clearly stated, to praise someone, you must lose all shame and spare no effort to praise the other party. The Kyo group service that was previously popular on a certain treasure has been upgraded. According to professionals, there are various types of Kyo today. Send voice and sing, record videos, dance and boast, pull banners, etc. The brains are wide open, and the way is amazing. Before ringing the doorbell, Luke Swan and her good sisters came up with an ingenious plan to ensure that Ronyu would experience unspeakable joy and pride, making this sweet scene unforgettable for her forever. Ronyu waited for a while, but she didn't get an answer. She was sure that the group of people were here to find fault, and she closed the door and planned to go back to sleep. Jiu Fuxian hurriedly stretched out his hand to block the door frame. A trace of blush and embarrassment appeared on his perfect handsome face. Fujizhen coughed lightly twice uncomfortably. Jian Huai put on a look of lovelessness. Luke Swan and Lu Jin were extremely excited, and seemed to be very interested in what was going to happen next, while Qi Jian frowned, covering half of her face with her hands helplessly. After confirming the eyes, this group of people has something to hide from her. Ronyu was suspicious. She calmed down for 2 seconds and opened her mouth. The question just reached her throat. Luke Swan raised her hand, and her beautiful fingers circled in the air. While Ronyu was in a daze, an extremely familiar melody sounded on the 7th floor. The prelude of The Lonely Brave is like a dark tide. It was a little low at first, and the volume gradually increased. When it came to the lyrics, the dozen or so smiling faces in front of me suddenly became serious. All tilde. It's brave. Raw knew. At this moment, Raw knew thought of a song sung by a certain four-character legendary band. Who is singing? It warms the loneliness. In front of her is a group of psychos singing to her. I don't know if it can be warm and lonely, but she really wants to run now, even if she is lonely. Running to the lonely North Pole is better than listening to a group of sand sculptures singing here. The sonorous and powerful symphony sounded from the 7th floor, and Rawn could even tell that the place where the melody was coming from was in the living room on the 7th floor 10 meters away from her. In other words, right now, at this moment, there is a symphony orchestra accompanying them. Rawn looked at them quietly with no expression on her face. In the end, it was her who was embarrassed, or they were more embarrassed. The song gradually reaches a climax. Who said that a man covered in mud is not a hero? I love you walking in a dark alley alone. Go, match, this ragged cloak, fight, with the humblest dream. The scene was quickly ignited, the atmosphere was extremely passionate, and the powerful lyrics praised the perseverance of resistance and unyielding, moving forward resolutely in the dark, never bowing to fate and shouting, skyrocketing to 90,000 miles. Going forward indomitably, my life is in my blood passionate, powerful aura like long ocean filled the entire 7th floor. The aura was grand, and the voices of the dozen or so people in front of him were orderly and powerful. Raw knew. They shouldn't exist in Marisu City. Why don't they move collectively and go to Long Ocean City next door? Chukau to Chukau, the atmosphere and passion of the scene inexplicably infected Raw, and she couldn't help but sing a few lines at the end. Raw thought of a funny video circulating on the internet. The girl returned to the dormitory with her handbag, and as soon as the door was opened, 3 fierce female roommates rushed out of the dormitory and swayed to her heart's content while playing a DJ dancing to her. The girl froze for 2 seconds, then raised her hands high and shook her head. Join if you can't beat it, and save the happiness and embarrassment now for later. Raw is now in the same mood as the girls on the internet. At the end of the song, Luke Swan clenched her fists and nodded heavily at her. You will always be a hero. Gossip on the internet will never defeat you. Not to mention the fact that you don't dare to go out because of other people's eyes, and you don't have to hide in the study all day long. You, Raw, are the most worthy of being a hero. Happy ends, weirdness comes. Raw now wants to open Weibo, log into Pan Pan Mao's account and ask her fans a question. Woke up in the afternoon and opened the door. Suddenly, a group of people sang the divine song The Lonely Brave Man to her. They didn't do anything. They just stood there for a few seconds and they were called heroes. The appearance of this kind of sand sculpture reveals something. Outrageous things. Do you need to take them to the hospital to re-examine their intelligence? Looking up, Luke Swan and the group were still looking at her intently, as if they hoped she could say something. Raw was puzzled. Hero, huh? Everyone nodded in unison. Yeah. Who are you? Li Jin was full of confidence. How about it? Are you happy? Raw returned to sanity. I am not happy, my heart is cracked. She mercilessly gave them a sentence. Sing very well, don't sing next time. Under the suspicious eyes of everyone, he closed the door and continued to lie on the bed. When Raw lay back on the bed and covered herself with the quilt, there was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Although I don't know what this group of overlords and young ladies are suddenly stimulated by and why they are going crazy, but the feeling of everyone making a fuss together is not bad when I think about it afterwards. After high school, she never had such a fight with anyone again. Outside the door, members of the wealthy Kyo group successfully encountered Waterloo. It was impossible not to be frustrated when I got a 5-star bad review in the first Kyo-Kun service and failed at the beginning. Luke Swan and Li Jin were the only 2 present who felt so happy about this event that they even wanted to sing it again. When the matter developed to this point, the people who were still ambitious just now were like eggplants beaten by frost, wilting. Singing The Lonely Brave is really useful, Chi Jian questioned. Luke Swan showed her the message sent by the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper said that singing to each other is very popular in Kyogo-kun service, especially this song. After singing it is full of enthusiasm, and can immediately get out of depression come out. This trick is tried and tested. In real life, it's very interesting to sing and make noise together. Even outside, singing crazy together can attract the attention of many people, making videos or just joining in directly. A group of people work hard for one thing or one person, let go of their burdens and don't think about anything. They are very happy. They didn't understand why it didn't work on Ronyu. Fusion and others seriously studied this matter as if it were a major issue for half an hour, but they still couldn't find a reasonable answer. Who could have imagined that the reason would be? Ronyu was not depressed at all. Sooner or later, Ronyu will tell them personally that it is not a good thing to make up too much brain. Bushy. Got bad reviews and no face to stay here. Luke Swan, Lu Jin and the others left in dismay. They took the car arranged by Jiyu's family and returned to the hotel where they had concentrated on training Kwakyo skills. There are only 2 streets away from the Jiyu family's manor, and the whole street is full of luxury cars. The night was dark, luxury cars were parked in the parking spaces with a high profile, and the group of friends from the rich family side and got out of the car arranged by Jiyu's family. A row of luxury cars is full of arrogance, and since they parked here a few hours ago, passers-by can't help but comment when they pass by. 7 hours ago, a group of wealthy young men and bright young ladies got off the car in good spirits and walked forward in a mighty way. People passing by smiled and gossiped about where they were going. They didn't expect to get an answer from them, but they turned out to be in a good mood. The famous lady replied, "Go and be a group of friends." The person who heard it exclaimed in amazement, "Which mysterious rich man can gather so many people and let them act as braggadocio brothers to compliment him?" 7 hours later, the young ladies of the rich and powerful family came back lazily. Some bloggers took pictures of the car while explaining it with their mobile phones, and when they saw the owner of the car came back, they took back their mobile phones in embarrassment. Passers-by who had gossiped about them happened to get out of the hotel after finishing their business, and saw them gossip and asked, "How's the compliment?" The lady sighed. It was the first time to participate in this kind of activity, and finally got the chance to meet Ronyu into Jiyu's house, but he didn't perform very well, and it didn't help at all. Her tone was heavy. "We got bad reviews." Passerby, "Who is so courageous? How dare you give a bad review even for the compliments of the wealthy young ladies? Is this overly self-righteous, conceited, pretentious, self-important?" The famous lady thought for a while and replied, "It's a rich woman who held a male model show." Passerby. A second later, the passerby immediately changed his attitude and said seriously, "She has the qualifications. This is a miraculous rich woman who has benefited all female compatriots on the internet. If she is not praised by others, who can be praised? It must be your reason for giving a bad review." Ladies. Chapter 57. The influence of the male model show online continues. The most direct impact is that there are obviously more male stars wearing deep V on the red carpet. In winter, it is not only female celebrities who suffer from the cold, but also male artists who flaunt their bodies in a fancy way and are crazily introverted. No way, the audience loves to watch this kind of show. Ronyu, who has benefited the female compatriots all over the internet and has hidden merit and fame, stayed in the study for 9 days. There is a large whiteboard in front of the desk, like investigating a case in a detective drama. A lot of information and materials related to Cheng Gaiwan are posted in an orderly manner. The family property and status of the Cheng family, the projects that are being promoted recently, the contacts of Cheng Gaiwan's father, Cheng Gaiwan's status, etc. These are a series of preparations that Ronyu has made for the Cheng family in the name of the initial user during this period. There is no need for these things to be done now. Ronyu wanted to clean up, and when she was about to end her retreat and go out, the doorbell rang. On the display screen, Jiyu Fusion was standing at the door holding a plate of snacks. Ronyu glanced at the whiteboard covered with Cheng Gaiwan's information and photos, walked to the door and opened it herself, not letting Jiyu Fusion in, half blocking the door and asking, "What's the matter?" "I'm busy eating something." "Ronyu, there's nothing to be busy about. She has been eating and drinking well and sleeping super soundly for the past 2 days. Jiyu Fusion didn't believe it, but this time he came prepared, and he would definitely let Ronyu end the embarrassment and go out properly. Jianguai's birthday is 3 days later, and Li Jin plans to hold a simple birthday party for him. I'm too busy and haven't prepared any presents yet. Can you prepare one for me? Ji Fuxian added, it's just a simple gift between friends. It doesn't need to be too expensive, but it needs to make him like it and feel everyone's affection for him. Luke Swan will accompany you, and Li Jin's gift is not ready yet. Ji Fuxian said it calmly on the surface, but the actual situation is not the case. Jian Guai has always liked money, and birthdays are one of the few days when he can lie down and receive expensive gifts. Every year, Ji Fuxian, Fujishan, and Li Jin prepared expensive birthday gifts. Once Ji Fuxian gave him some shares in an airline company, and Jian Guai was so happy that he held the shareholding book all night, and didn't even bother to look at the cake. Ji Fuxian told Ronyu that the gift should not be too expensive but should show his heart, purely to let Ronyu spend more time on this matter. This kind of gift is hard to find. Ronyu put more energy into this matter, and naturally she was not in the mood to think about the male model show that made her feel embarrassed. Ronyu was almost moldy in the study, and just wanted to go out to get some fresh air, so she nodded in response without thinking, and asked seriously at the end of the day who will go to Jian Guai's birthday party. She needs to judge the value of the gift based on the number of people present and the scale. Just the four of us, and you and Luke Swan. If you want, you can call Chi Jian. The birthday party is of great significance to Jack. He regards friendship as very important. On important days like birthdays, he doesn't like to socialize anymore, and he doesn't want to invite some superficial friends who aren't so familiar with him. It's uncomfortable to say something to celebrate in a high-sounding manner. So since high school, only Ji Fuxian, Fujishan, and Li Jin participated in Jian Guai's birthday party. In previous years, the four of them had a small gathering. Ji Fuxian knew that his sister had gotten very close to Chi Jian recently. If Ron wanted to, it would be fine to invite another Chi Jian. With more people, it will be more lively then. Ron generally understood. After I bought gifts with Luke Swan, I went to tell Chi Jian face to face tilde. Except for serious receptions and dinner parties, Chi Jian should rarely have the opportunity to attend small gatherings among friends. In the novel, she has always maintained a high cold personality. She did not make friends after returning to China when she was studying abroad, and she has always remained single. In addition to work, she is working in her life. Now her life is much easier. Chi Lao said that she went home for meals twice a week. Her attitude was gentler than before, and sometimes she would watch TV together. Not only that, she even appeared in the chorus of The Lonely Brave, which was shameful yesterday. Chi Jian seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, and slowly joined Dinghao's small circle. From nodding acquaintances before, they can now sing lively together. Jian Huai's birthday party must drag Chi Jian. Ronyu may be more sensitive. She would be worried that if Chi Jian was not invited, Chi Jian would inevitably think too much when he saw them lively on the day of the birthday party. If Lu Ming didn't take her with her on her birthday, she would be able to stare at her circle of friends alone and feel sad all night. Seeing that Ronyu responded without hesitation, Ji Fuxian slightly raised the corners of his lips, suppressing the joy and excitement in his heart, and said calmly, I'll let Li Jin tell Luke Swan. Ronyu closed the door of the study, went back to the cloakroom to change clothes, and met Ron Liu and Jiu Yuchen on the first floor when she went downstairs. The two stood at the door of the main building, shoulder to shoulder and whispering something. Jiu Yuchen frowned, his eyes revealing deep worry. Ronyu was puzzled. She slowed down and walked forward and tilted her head to see what her parents were discussing mysteriously. A suspicious head suddenly appeared in the field of vision. Jiu Yuchen and Ron Liu were taken aback. Yao. Ron Liu caressed her chest, and when she saw Ronyu, she finally let go of her tight strings, and let out a deep breath. They had been worried for a long time, fearing that Jiu Fuxian's plan would be useless. They had to go downstairs in person and stand at the door to see Ronyu go out to feel at ease. Scared you? Ronyu scratched her head, a little embarrassed. Ron Liu smiled softly. No, we were too fascinated by the conversation. It has nothing to do with you. Are you planning to go out? Ronyu nodded heavily. My brother said that Jian Huai's birthday gift is not ready yet, so Luke Swan and I will go out for a stroll. Jiu Chen smiled all over his face. Good for shopping, very good, let's go now. The two looked at Ronyu with wide-eyed smiles, and there was joy in their voices. Go quickly, go early and come back late. The air quality is very good today, so go out for a while. The chef at home is resting, and there is no food tonight. Better eat dinner out and come back. Jiu Chen and Ron Liu urged Ronyu to leave quickly, and asked the driver to bring the car over quickly, each of them supporting Ronyu into the car in a hurry. Ronyu, after being pushed into the car, her father closed the car door for her personally. After sitting in the car safely, she didn't realize what happened, and looked out through the car window with a dazed expression on her face. Mom and Dad brimming with joy, and waved to her happily, looking at her appearance. They were so happy that they almost wanted to buy some strings of firecrackers and blow them up to add to the fun. Today is a good day, everything you want can come true, Tilda. As the driver drove, the smiling faces of Jiu Chen and Ron Liu gradually disappeared from sight. Ronyu looked away suspiciously and chatted with Luke Swan on WeChat. Luke Swan, have you thought about what to give Jian Kuai? Plump Cat, no, let's go shopping first, their requirements are so high. Fat Cat, by the way, my parents are very strange today. Luke Swan, what's wrong with them? Fat Cat, they know that I am very happy when I go out, it is so strangely happy. Luke Swan didn't know how to reply for a while. The wealthy people in the city know that she is going out today, and they are very happy underscore. Luke Swan hesitated for a long time, and replied cautiously, maybe I'm in a good mood today. Ronyu didn't think much, and met Luke Swan at the designated place. They went to an ordinary department store. Since Jiu Fusion said that there is no need to buy too expensive ones, Ronyu didn't choose places like antique stores. There are still 25 days until the Spring Festival, and the shopping mall is already full of New Year's spirits. A small red lantern is hung in front of every brand store. Luke Swan has no experience in buying gifts. She used to give birthday gifts to little sisters like luxury bags and jewelry. She doesn't need to prepare the gifts for Jianguai, Fujishan, and Jiu Fusion. Her brother Li Jin will prepare everything. Li Jin didn't tell his younger sister Jian Kuai that the birthday gift he liked was actually something related to money such as shares. He was afraid that Luke Swan and Ronyu would act unreal when they went shopping. Furthermore, since Luke Swan was cheated by the little scumbag last time, Li Jin tried every means to arrange things for her every day, so that her life was filled with busyness. As long as she is busy enough, she has no time to distract herself. Li Jin used Jiu Fusion's reason to fool Ronyu to go out to buy gifts, and fooled Luke Swan to go out. Luke Swan really thought that she wanted to prepare a thoughtful gift for brother Jian Kuai, so she happily went out with Ronyu. But she doesn't help much, everything depends on Ronyu. Ronyu didn't know what to give this time, and she found no inspiration after shopping around, so the two stopped shopping at all, and went to the milk tea shop in the shopping mall to have a cup of afternoon tea. The milk tea is warm and sweet, and it warms the whole body with one bite. Luke Swan had never walked so far before. She rubbed her sore calf and complained aggrievedly, their requirements are so high. They don't need expensive ones, but they also need to show their hearts, and they also need to be liked by brother Jianguai. But brother Jianguai only I like money. You can't send him a bad check, he will write the price, it's sincere enough. Luke Swan said. Ronyu, he may fill in 999,999,999 yuan and 99 cents. Impossible. Luke Swan smiled subconsciously and shook her head, took a sip of milk tea and thought for 2 seconds, then felt that this was something Jian Kuai might do. Her firm attitude began to waver, and said hesitantly, 9 corners and 9 points, shouldn't you want it? Ronyu didn't speak. After a while, Luke Swan sighed. Okay, brother Jianguai should ask for it. Ronyu chuckled. Did Li Jin prepare the presents from previous years? That's right. Luke Swan propped her chin with one hand, and said in frustration, I knew that when my brother asked me to go to the party together, I would have gone. You can also see what they gave away. Li Jin had invited her a few years ago, but when she thought that she was the only girl in the party, and there was no one to chat with, Luke Swan felt bored and flatly rejected her brother's invitation. They don't always get together to eat and drink, there is no meaning at all. Thinking about it now, Luke Swan regretted it very much. But if I went there once, I don't have to have such a headache now. Luke Swan pursed her lips. It seems that in addition to birthdays, they will also give each other New Year's gifts during the Chinese New Year. Don't they have to buy it again? It's so difficult, I don't know what to give for birthday gifts. And the Spring Festival bells are still more than 20. The sky is about to strike. A trace of complexity flashed across Rongyu's almond eyes, and she hesitated for a while and asked softly, how did Jiang Huai spend the Chinese New Year before? Last year, Mr. Jiang and his illegitimate son Jiang Wei were still in the Jiang family. Their father was kind and their son was filial. Jiang Huai would definitely be the one who was indifferent. For example, will he go to Jiyu Fuxian, Fujishan or Lu Jin's house to celebrate the New Year together? Luke Swan shook her head. He should be hiding in the study alone to deal with official business. My brother said that he was busy with Jiang. No, it was because of Zhou's aviation affairs for a long time. He was obsessed with work every day and had almost no time to rest. During the Spring Festival 80% of them read documents in the study alone. Having said that, Luke Swan suddenly felt that Jiang Huai was a little pitiful. The father and the younger brother of the illegitimate son were celebrating the New Year, so he could only hide in the study and think about how to take back his mother's property. Ronyu was speechless. It is very uncomfortable to spend the Spring Festival alone. Although the taste of the New Year has not been so full in recent years, it's okay to celebrate the festival alone, but when I think of Lu Ming, other friends, and people I met during the day, they can reunite with their families, toast to celebrate the New Year, decorate the home with window grills, and have a hearty meal New Year's Eve dinner, or watching the Spring Festival Gala together. Among so many projects, Lu Ming and others can always do the same. Just being the same is enough to make Ronyu envious. In previous years, when other people celebrated the Spring Festival and posted on moments, Ronyu always sat at the dining table by herself, opened a TV series or movie, watched it while eating, and toasted alone at the end. In her circle of friends, there will be people who cannot celebrate the New Year due to various things, but they are still fundamentally different from her. They just can't spend the Spring Festival together, and no one in this world can spend the Spring Festival together. Jack seems to be doing the same. Maybe he didn't really like money that much either. He used to like money because it could take back his mother's family business, but now he likes it probably because only money can accompany him. Ronyu sighed softly, put down the milk tea and picked up the bag. I know what to buy, let's go. Luke Swan quickly picked up her bag and followed. I don't know where to go, but following Ronyu is sure to be right. Ronyu and Luke Swan's car stopped in front of the largest cheap market in the city. On the eve of the Spring Festival, there are countless people who come here to do New Year's goods. There are people coming and going in front of the gate, carrying big red bags and entering or leaving happily. Luke Swan got out of the car and looked at the crowd in front of her in amazement. Where is this? Ronyu, a place to buy New Year's goods. During the winter vacation of freshman year, Ronyu lived alone. During the Spring Festival, in order to make herself happy with more flavor of the year, she tried every means to decorate the dormitory. But at that time, I hadn't entered the circle yet, my life was tight, and I didn't want to spend a lot of money if I had savings, so I searched online. The Amway, this big market. In the market, there are snacks selling nuts and melon seeds, as well as things like Spring Festival couplets and window grills. In addition to New Year's goods, there are many daily gadgets. Luke Swan bought a candid horse, and happily followed Ronyu to buy in the big market. Ronyu took good care of her. You don't feel crowded, do you? The little princess should have never been to such a place. There are many people in the big market, and the air naturally does not circulate outside. Luke Swan shook her head like a rattle drum, smiled, her round eyes sparkled. No, it's not as expensive as you think. I think this place is very interesting. There are many people. Although Luke Swan was spoiled by her father and mother since she was a child, she had everything she wanted, but her father and mother educated her very well. Luke Swan is called a little princess, and sometimes she gets used to a little princess disease, but most of the time she is cute and easy to talk, and there are a lot of little sisters in the circle. In her life, comfort is the most important thing. She can carry a bag worth 2 million yuan, and she can also carry a beautiful canvas bag worth 100 yuan, so she doesn't need to use luxury goods to show her status. Whether she is walking on the red carpet or on the muddy field in the country, she is a confident and lively little princess in the eyes of everyone. There are so many people here. It is the busy fireworks for the spring festival that Luke Swan has never experienced. It seems that only here can I finally understand the true meaning of the spring festival. Plus there are many types of products. Luke Swan finds it interesting, and she naturally likes it here. The little princess's favorite will not change because of the price. She thinks this place is good, so it must be good, and she doesn't care about other people's eyes. Luke Swan has this kind of confidence and pride. Ronnie smiled and led her inside. Walking through several streets, I bought melon seeds of various flavors under Luke Swan's little coquettishness. When I saw the gold coin chocolate wrapped in golden wrapping paper, I smiled and grabbed Ronnie's hand. Do you want to buy it for Uncle Gu? 1 point, he must be very happy to see it. Ronnie, that's not going to happen. Stopping and stopping all the way. It took nearly an hour to reach the destination, a shop specializing in spring festival couplets, window grills, and lucky cats. The orange-red beckoning cat is cute, the kitten has a serious face, and the little stiff hands are shaking back and forth, with a strange cuteness in the solemnity, as if seriously saying, I'm making money, I'm making money. Most of the cats are smiling, only a small number of serious beckoning cats. Ronnie picked out a serious version of the lucky cat, then turned her head and said to Luke Swan, would you like to give him a small porcelain statue or poster of the god of wealth? This gift is not expensive, and it perfectly meets Gu Fusion's requirements. Jianguai will like everything about money, and there is no reason why he would not like the god of wealth or the lucky kitten. Luke Swan smiled and nodded repeatedly. I bought a small porcelain statue and poster of the god of wealth for only 80 yuan. This is definitely the cheapest and most painstaking gift she has ever given. Luke Swan had never traveled so far for giving gifts. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon after buying gifts, which was still early. Ronnie remembers what her parents said, if the chef at home has no dinner today. After buying the presents, she didn't rush home, so she found a hot pot restaurant to eat with Luke Swan. The hot pot restaurant is on the pedestrian street, and there is still a while away from the restaurant. Ronnie and Luke Swan took advantage of the opportunity to stroll around the street. In the department store on the pedestrian street, there is a doll shop that Luke Swan likes very much. Ronnie accompanied her up to the 7th floor to have a look. I didn't expect to meet Cheng Gaiwan here. Cheng Gaiwan managed to rest for a few days. Because of the initial user's incident against the Cheng family, he caused public outrage in the Cheng family, and his father and sister's attitude towards him has changed drastically recently. In the past, during the Spring Festival, other relatives in the family would bring a stack of autographed photos and ask him to help sign one for the children of friends. This time, all the relatives of the Cheng family complained to him, and no one asked him for help. Because of the initial users, the entrepreneurs who had been friends with the Cheng family in the past quietly stayed away from them, and their cooperation with the Cheng family became more cautious. Although they will not break off the relationship, there will be some impact. Cheng Gaiwan's father and sister agree that all this has something to do with Yu Kai, Cheng Gaiwan's former ambiguous partner in the entertainment circle. Yu Kai was arrested and Jiang Wei's sudden downfall must have been instigated by someone behind it, otherwise the black material would not have appeared in such a concentrated manner, and the behind-the-scenes mastermind must have been someone from the Dinghao family, or even Jiang Wei himself. Now that Yu Kai and Jiang Wei are down, the people behind them are still uncomfortable, and they blame Cheng Gaiwan, who has a connection with Yu Kai. Cheng Gaiwan's life in Cheng's family has been difficult recently. For a long time, Cheng's father believed in the elder sister who brought great benefits to the Cheng family, and had a good relationship with Cheng Gaiwan's father and son. However, Cheng's father did not want his son to enter the company to compete with his sister for power, and Cheng's related matters would not let Cheng So keep in touch. Gradually, Cheng Gaiwan became angry and didn't want to be a young master at home, so he resolutely entered the entertainment circle to develop. The family relationship once dropped to a freezing point, but it has not improved, and it has only slightly improved in the past month. Not long after the turnaround, Cheng Gaiwan was suppressed on the campus live variety show We Are Young, which directly affected Cheng's stock. Cheng Gaiwan's sister was very busy during that time. Cheng Gaiwan didn't feel guilty at all, and was only thinking about how to make his novel leading role smoother. Cheng's father talked to Cheng Gaiwan, hoping that he can quit the circle to reduce the negative impact on the family, and even allow him to start as the vice president of Cheng's subsidiary. Cheng Jiyu was far from satisfied with this position. What he wanted was the entire Cheng family. Family ties falter after refusal of father's request. Cheng Gaiwan is full of confidence, knowing that he will become the person in power in the future, and even lead the Cheng family to surpass Bojan and crush Jiyu Fusion to death, and slowly advance the plot according to the novel, until the initial user appears. This man's menace has already affected his development in the entertainment industry. He hurried back to the Cheng family hoping to get the support of his family, but he didn't expect the Cheng family to suffer even worse. Now the Cheng family has a lot of opinions on him. Cheng Gaiwan came to the department store to accompany his nephew and niece to buy dolls, in order to repair the family relationship. And the most important point, soon he is going to participate in the second season of the Heirs. This variety show is very popular. In the novel, after he finished the second season of the Heirs, he not only gained popularity and became an unsurpassed top player in the entertainment circle, but also the ability has been recognized by the shareholders of the Cheng family. In variety shows, it is inevitable that there will be passages interviewing family members. He must let his parents and sister praise him in variety shows. After the variety show ended, the shareholders praised it unceasingly. A group of middle-aged shareholders don't believe and don't like Cheng Gaiwan's sister, a woman sitting in a higher position than them, bossing them around and teaching them how to do things all day long. Sounds very, very uncomfortable. They like Cheng Gaiwan more than women. After Cheng Gaiwan met Ronyu in the doll shop, he nodded lightly. He knew that Ronyu was the eldest lady of a wealthy family, and he might even have something to do with Jiyu Yuchen's wife's family, so he wasn't stupid enough to oppose her. But 10 years later, the Jiyu family, as powerful as it was, also collapsed, not to mention Ronyu's family. At that time, he will become the most dazzling existence in the business world than Jiyu Fusion. The corners of Cheng Gaiwan's lips raised slightly. He now needs to navigate through the crisis at this stage cautiously. The change in the plot did not bring him much crisis. So far, except for the absence of a relationship line, his path as a hero has not gone astray, and everything is going according to plan. Cheng Gaiwan believed that as long as he didn't take the initiative to stir up trouble like Yukai, he wouldn't be reduced to the same level as Yukai. Yukai was eager for quick success, but he didn't go home after buying. Cheng Gaiwan said to his nephew and niece. Ronyu saw him. To be honest, she was very unhappy seeing Cheng Gaiwan's calm and composed appearance. Everything about the dream of the novel quickly came to mind. All the glory of Jiyu Fuchen was replaced by this person. What is even more annoying is that Jiyu Fusion's excellence in the novel is only to set off Cheng Gaiwan's excellence. When Cheng Gaiwan was outstanding, the whole world knew about it, but Jiyu Fusion's legend ended after he went abroad to recover from his illness. Sadly, no one knew what Jiyu Fusion looked like. All the scenery, all the boasting and praise were given to Cheng Gaiwan. What qualifications does this poor man have to compare with his brother? Ronyu panicked. Luxuan also saw Cheng Gaiwan. She moved closer to Ronyu and whispered, "Is he Cheng Gaiwan?" "Ronyu, how do you know?" "Today, all the hot searches on Weibo are him." When Luxuan arrived in the car, she was bored and checked Weibo. Today, the official blog of the Heirs officially announced that Cheng Gaiwan will join the second season of the variety show live recording, and the netizens are excited. Occupy the first place in entertainment. Cheng Gaiwan is recognized as a top performer in the entertainment industry, and he is also a rich man who goes home to inherit the family property. Such a person is perfectly suitable for the second season of variety shows, and some people even say, Cheng Gaiwan is the #1 person who has a good harvest in both the rich and the entertainment industry. Today, he has become the only one who has a rich family and is still riding the wind and waves in the entertainment industry. What's more, he has developed very well. There are many praises for him on the internet, and the hot search terms are all, Cheng Gaiwan is shining today. The variety show The Heirs is just for you. Everyone is praising him. Ronyu took a look at Weibo. At the end of the novel, he stepped on Jiyu Fusion to become a legend among legends. Both the business circle and the entertainment circle praised him, but no one knew where Jiyu Fusion was going. She felt very blocked. Jiyu Fusion is the only one in the business district that should be shining. He deserves the praise of hundreds of millions of people. In the novel, Jiyu Fusion himself may not be wronged, but she will. Chen Gaiwan snatched all the halo and glory from his brother. Ronyu was unhappy, and when she ate hot pot later, she only ate 2 casual bites. After returning home, Ronyu went back to the study to look at the things on the whiteboard in a daze. Chen Gaiwan has lost the opportunity to continue to develop in the business circle. Now that she is home, the ****** car accident in the novel will not happen, her brother will not be blackened, and her IQ is online, and the situation in the novel will not be repeated. No one can fight against Jiyu Fusion. Most of the crisis has actually been resolved invisible the moment she returns home, except for the entertainment industry. There is no way for Chen Gaiwan to retreat. No threat. Ronyu sent a message to Cheng Shin. Help me keep an eye on Chen Gaiwan. He told Yang Er again, telling him to pay more attention to his uncle's youngest son. Yang Er is very grateful to Ronyu for giving him unlimited rights and absolute trust. From the beginning to the end, he never intervened in the affairs of the pension company, so that his talents can be maximized, and Ronyu is invisible as a bowl. Yang Er will listen to everything Ronyu explained. He didn't ask why, and immediately agreed. After the matter was explained, Ronyu felt at ease. Chen Gaiwan's materials and photos were still posted on the whiteboard. Ronyu took down the documents and put them in a folder. Downstairs, Ron Liryu and Jiyu Yuchen specially asked Luke Swan to come over, and wanted to ask what Ronyu did today, how he was feeling, and whether he was embarrassed. Luke Swan replied obediently, Sister Yayo took me to the big market today to buy gifts for brother Jianguai, and also at Hot Pot. I've always been in a good mood, not embarrassed. Jiyu Yuchen was very satisfied, but Luke Swan thought of Chen Gaiwan she met in the mall, and wondered if she should say anything. Ron Liryu hurriedly asked, but what? Luke Swan pursed her lips, hesitated and said, I don't know if it's important or not. Before dinner, I went shopping with Yayo, and we met Chen Gaiwan in the shop. Yayo looked at him for a while, and he wore wearing a mask. I didn't recognize him for a while, so I asked Yayo to confirm if it was him, and Yayo said yes, and asked me how I knew. I said that today's Weibo is full of news about him, and he has been very popular recently. Yayo seemed to be depressed for a moment, and then let's go eat hot pot. Ron Liryu and Jiyu Yuchen looked at each other. What does that mean? Yo-Yo will be far down because of Cheng Jiyu. Is it because of the development of the people who worked together in the past, because they can't ride the wind and waves in the entertainment industry to develop their careers, or because they see Cheng Jiyu far down? If it's the latter, the problem is serious. There were rumors on the internet that her daughter liked Chen Gaiwan. Ron Liryu didn't believe it at all. She believed that her daughter was just looking at Chen Gaiwan's brooch. But love is out of control. There is no reason to like it. It's no shame if you like it. The important thing is how to obliterate this like. Ron Liryu was in a hurry and went upstairs in a panic. Her remaining rationality made her bring a plate of fruit up, so she could use this as an excuse. Study room on the 7th floor. Ronyu has already packed up the documents, put the whiteboard in place, and left only one unprocessed photo on the desk. She picked up Chen Gaiwan's photo and looked left and right, frowning tightly. As the hero of the novel, he is not ugly, but just this rotten person, who can't compare to Jiyu Fusion with a single finger, dares to take away the glory that belongs to his brother. Ronyu picked up the photo, angrily tore it up, and threw it into the trash can. Clap your hands, plan to go downstairs to see your parents, look sideways. Ron Liryu stood still holding the fruit plate. A bit of astonishment flashed in her beautiful eyes. Mom! Ronyu called softly. Ron Liryu came back to her senses, walked in and put the fruit plate on the coffee table. Her eyes fell on the broken photos in the trash can from time to time, and after confirming that it was Chen Gaiwan, she suppressed her anxiety and asked softly, what happened? Ronyu followed her gaze and looked over. Momentary headache. It is definitely not possible to tell the story of the novel to make parents and elder brother unhappy. She had to find a reason to explain. Didn't hear the answer. Ron Lyryu had an idea in her heart, didn't say anything, patted Ronyu on the shoulder, not wanting to upset her daughter. Whether it's because of love or career, now, her daughter has plans to tear up the past, that is to say, she has completely given up on this relationship, and has no nostalgia for Cheng Gaiwan. This is a good thing. It's nothing, you must have your own reasons. Ron Lyryu said softly, I don't think so in my heart. Anyone or thing that makes my daughter unhappy will be dealt a serious blow. Ron Lyryu thought of the plan for the second season of The Heirs that she had seen before, and had a plan in mind. Go back to the third floor, and at the same time tell the old housekeeper that if Jiyu Fuxian comes back, let him come to the third floor. Jiyu Fuchen had a very happy day today. In the afternoon, he was interviewed by a financial news agency. Not a face-to-face interview, just answering questions over the phone. Jiyu Fuxian has accepted many text and telephone interviews, but none of them are as happy as today. The topic of the interview revolved around the acquisition of Heiress automobile, mainly asking what he did, what problems he encountered in the acquisition, and what he planned to do next after the acquisition was successful. Jiyu Fuxian's answer was watertight, and he said everything that should be revealed, which not only promoted the brand of Bojan Automobile, but also increased the confidence of shareholders in Bojan. The official business is over, and the time has not yet come. The little reporter was probably a top-notch melon eater, so he couldn't hold back and asked a personal question in the remaining time. Mr. Jiyu, do you know Ron Chen and Ron Yu? I heard that they are relatives from your mother's side. There is a lot of discussion about this pair of brothers and sisters on the internet. At the same time, you and your sister, Pan Pan Mao, are mentioned. Netizens also launched a poll on who is the best brother. Ron Chen and you both have Chen in their names, and they are both brothers. They have a good relationship with their sister. Who do you think is the best brother between you and him? Besides Jiyu Fuxian, there was also Song Wen in the office. Song Wen frowned when he heard this question, and when he stepped forward and was about to hang up the phone directly, Jiyu Fuchen raised his hand to stop him silently. Song Wen, it's over. The sister devil is going crazy again. Really. Although Jiyu Fuxian's voice was light, he had a very serious appearance. The cheerful smile on his face and the awkward sitting posture had already exposed his eagerness to move. Ron Chen is a very good brother. Jiyu Fuxian began to boast without blushing. He is very good to Ron Yu, and has become an excellent role model in the brother circle in our circle. Of course, I am not bad. Who else in this world is as good as him? Both the Vest and himself have been voted into the #1 best brother competition by netizens. Just ask, and return. Have. Who? The eyes of netizens are discerning. In terms of treating his sister, he is the only one who has received double praise from everyone. Jiyu Fuxian was very happy after being praised. I was excited for a while and didn't even think about working at first, so I had to work overtime. At 7 o'clock in the evening, 10 hours after the interview, the other party quickly sorted out the manuscript and handed it to him for review in person. The answer about Ron Chen and him was added at the end. Jiyu Fuchen was very satisfied. At 7:30, the interview was posted on the official account and the headline Weibo of the financial sector. Jiyu Fuchen flipped through the comments and went home happily. When he got home at 8:30, Jiyu Fuxian handed over his coat to the housekeeper. Mr. Jiyu Xiao, Mrs. Ron asked you to go upstairs, and I have something to tell you. Jiyu Fuxian said loosened his cuffs and got on the elevator. In the elevator, he logged onto Weibo and opened the interview draft that had already been sent out and caused heated discussions. The first time he saw Ron Lyryu, he was about to show the interview draft to his mother, but Ron Lyryu held him down. Sit down, please tell me if I have something to say. Ron Lyryu said very seriously. Jiyu Fuxian was slightly stunned, and sat down with a black screen. How? Ron Lyryu frowned, and handed him the document next to him. I want you to bring Yayo to a variety show with the addition of the heirs. Before Jiyu Fuxian could touch the document, his whole body tensed up, thinking that he had heard it wrong. He could no longer maintain his indifferent appearance, and asked anxiously, going to variety shows? Well, we must go. Ji Fusion sat on the sofa with a dull pain in his head. Very good. My respected mother asked him to accompany his sister on variety shows. After he accepted such an interview, he went to variety show. Very good. Not only will the vest be gone, but the face will also be gone. Chapter 58. I think this matter can be discussed again. Against Ron Lyrieu's scrutinizing eyes, Ji Fusion struggled hard, swearing to defend his dignity and face. Mom, going to a variety show is not a trivial matter. Did Ron agree? Besides, my current every move represents Bo Jan. Casually appearing on variety shows may have a bad impact on the company. Ji Fusion played nonsense to the extreme. Ron Lyrieu looked at him calmly, and questioned, Ron Chen still has face? Ji Fusion, dear mother, maybe you don't have to be so direct when poking a scar. The aroma diffuser in the living room exudes a faint white galbanum, the mist is misty, and the venue is quiet. Ji Fusion met Ron Lyrieu's calm eyes, pursed his lips and said nothing, and after a while he said in a compromised way, actually, I don't want to lose Ji Fusion's face by going on variety shows, especially after the interview just ended. He was the one who boasted, and it was because he thought that no one would know that Ron Chen and Ji Fusion were the same person, so he was so arrogant. After the interview was sent out, it initially caused an uproar in the financial circles. The acquisition of Heiress Automobile has just ended, and Bo Jan is in the limelight. Many media at home and abroad have sent interview invitations to Ji Fusion. For 2 days, Ji Fusion has not moved at all. On the 3rd day after the acquisition, he finally accepted the invitation from a domestic company. Exclusive reports from the financial media. Others are jealous. Exclusive report. It was after the acquisition of Heiress Automobile. It can be said that at the moment when Ji Fusion accepted the exclusive interview, the KPIs of this month had all been met, and it was time to pack up and prepare for the new year. Everyone is waiting to see this interview. As soon as the interview draft was sent out, people in the business circle immediately clicked on it. The previous words were all normal, but what the is the last question. Ji Fusion did not answer personal questions during the interview. Before the interview, he should have already connected with the assistant team. To suddenly ask such a question, this reporter is really courageous. Scrolling down, something that shocked the entire internet came. Ji Fusion not only seriously answered every question in this passage, but also praised Ron Chen at the end, humbly saying that he did a good job as a brother. Another hidden sister-in-law. Under the Weibo article, there are many comments. This, Ji Fuchen's younger sister controls the stone hammer. Bazhong's sister-in-law is somewhat different from Ron Chen. If this question is asked by Ron Chen, he will most likely answer, there is only one good brother in the world, and the rest will die to me. Even if my idol is a sister-con, he still behaves very low-key and restrained. Is there a possibility that Ji Fusion was subtly influenced by Ron Chen, so he started to take the road of sister control? Ha ha ha, when the two get together, they discuss how to pamper the younger sister every day. While Ron Lyrieu read these comments, Ji Fusion scrolled down slowly. After she watched most of it, Ji Fusion closed Weibo with a serious expression. Right now, netizens are discussing it enthusiastically. If it is officially announced to be a variety show at this time, I will lose face. In order to save your son's humble and pitiful face, let him go. Ron Lyrieu. The variety show will start live recording half a month later. The first episode will be recorded for 4 days. The remaining 5 episodes will be recorded after the Spring Festival. At that time, these netizens have long forgotten about these. This interview has the same effect after you appear on a variety show. Ji Fusion. Ron Lyrieu paused for a while, lowered her head in thought, and raised her eyes again with a more serious tone. You and Yayo can't hide it like this forever. Things always break out one day, but sooner or later. The image of Ron Chen has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and it is quite entertaining. Showing the truth in the same highly entertaining variety show, let the sun show more, and I believe that the jokes of netizens will be less. Ron Lyrieu believes that even a son who has experienced turmoil can also survive this scene of death. When Ron Lyrieu mentioned this reason, Ji Fusion wavered for a moment. but it was immediately replaced by an embarrassment of humiliation throughout the world. He can save it again. Ron Liu didn't persuade his son anymore. Go straight up to the 7th floor to find Ron Yu. In the afternoon, she asked the program team about the recording of the variety show. The producer and director of the show expressed excitedly, if Chubby Cat is willing to appear on variety shows, he will follow the request of the caregiver. Ron Liu's preliminary idea is that the business on the variety show will be completely withdrawn, and her daughter and son cannot be allowed to advertise other products. It is also weird to promote their own products, and there cannot be any advertisements. The identity must be kept highly confidential, and cannot be announced before the variety show begins. Related news. The producers and directors of the Heiress agreed without hesitation. As long as people from the Dinghao family can participate, these are trivial matters. Now China Merchants has not signed a contract, and cancellation will indeed cause some misunderstandings and conflicts. But wait until the live broadcast of the variety show starts before explaining the compensation to the brand owners who are connected. How could the GU family's Chubby Cat and GU Fusion need the investment of other brands, let alone stand next to the advertising posters to record? At this time, Ron Yu was lying on the sofa and posting to Moments. She logged in with the initial user's WeChat account. In order to make this account appear more real, contrary to her information, and to prevent people from knowing that the people who control everything behind the scenes are related to the GU family, Ron Yu deliberately learned how to shape a character online for a while. She changed the initial user's avatar to a lush prairie, and the name has already been passed on, so she hasn't changed it. I changed my profile picture and started posting to Moments. She shared a few financial public account articles that she thought were good, and sent a few thumbs up emoticons when forwarding them. A group of middle-aged entrepreneurs felt very cordial after watching it. From this point of view, the initial users were not Cheng Gaiwan's black fans, but his daughter must be. Some people liked and commented on the circle of friends she forwarded. I read the article, it is very good, thumbs up. Ron Yu achieved her goal and closed WeChat when she was satisfied. Ron Liu knocked on the door and came in. Busy or not? Ron Yu sat up and shook her head with a smile. Ron Liu sat down beside her, holding a proposal for the second season of The Heirs. Recently there is a variety show that I think is quite interesting. Yayo, do you want to go on a variety show with GU Fusion? Ron Yu was taken aback. I didn't expect my mother to mention it suddenly. GU Fusion can't be Ron Chen Chen forever, and you can't be a fat cat forever. Ron Liu said softly, I think this variety show is interesting and serious, and the response is very good. For a long time, the public has made GU Fusion and the GU family a myth, thinking that the GU family is omnipotent. I think this is a good opportunity to fall from the altar. Ron Liu deliberately did not mention Cheng Gaiwan. She wants her son to appear on this variety show with Fu Jizhen, Jian Kuai, and Lu Jin at the same time. There is no harm if there is no comparison. No matter whether it is because of feelings or low professionalism, after the comparison, Cheng Gaiwan will always be found to be mediocre. In career, Cheng Gaiwan can't compete with GU Fusion, Fu Jizhen, Jian Kuai and Lu Jin, and their appearance, temperament, and family background strength can crush Cheng Gaiwan. GU is in the front, there is no reason for Yuya to feel uncomfortable because of Cheng Gaiwan anymore. Ron Liu planned well. All is ready except for the opportunity. Do you want to be on a variety show? Ron Liu asked. If Yayo doesn't want to, she won't force it. Just use another method of despising Cheng Gaiwan. Ron Yu didn't expect her mother to mention this matter. In fact, she does not resist appearing in this variety show now. She didn't like to be criticized when she quit the industry before, so she resisted all the things related to the entertainment industry. Later, many things happened. She bought the company happily. If you have family members, you no longer care about the comments and evaluations of netizens. No one is perfect. Ron Yu sometimes reflects on whether, as a celebrity, she quit too directly. Especially when I see my brother wearing the vest of the only brother, scurrying around in her super chat, and having fun with the fans, this idea will be even stronger. Now, there are still many fans waiting for her in her chat. She can go to the last variety show and say goodbye to them. But, Brother is going too. Ronyu was a little worried, will it embarrass him? She very much hoped that Ji Fusion could go to variety shows with her and experience her past career, and more importantly, Ronyu wanted to see Ji Fusion shining on the screen and looking confident. The glory that belongs to Ji Fusion will never be taken away by Cheng Gaiwan. However, all of this has to consider the idea of my brother. Ron Liryu, don't worry, you've already gone, why wouldn't he go? Ji Fusion has lived with the mask of a domineering president for 20 years. Now that Bojan is on the right track, no shareholders or high-level executives will question his ability, and feel that people with hippie smiles are not stable enough. This is the best time to take off the mask. Are you free tomorrow? If you're not busy, go to Fu's house with your mother. Ronyu nodded again and again, okay. She has been back for more than 2 months and hasn't been to Fu's house yet. The next morning, when Fu Jizhen was sitting at his desk and watching various news on the computer, he accidentally saw Ji Fusion's exclusive interview on the acquisition of Yao Automobile. Pausing on Ron Chen Chen and Ji Fusion's question for a while, Fu Jizhen raised the corners of his lips slightly. He was wearing a low-saturation grey coat with fair and slender fingers. The long-lost warm sunshine shines in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the midnight blue carpet lies peacefully in the sunshine. The design of Fu Jizhen's office is mainly in low-saturation warm colors, and you can feel a touch of gentleness when you enter. The sun fell on the slender fingers. Fu Jizhen was very white. Under the grey coat was an off-white sweater. The clean and elegant tones showed an indescribable tranquility and elegance. The office at 8 o'clock was very quiet. Fu Jizhen looked at Ji Fusion's interview, sipped his coffee, and enjoyed the morning comfort. The vibrating mobile phone interrupted the quiet scene. In WeChat, Fu's mother sent several messages one after another. Come back early tonight. Little princess and your future mother-in-law come to play. Stay at our house for dinner at night. No overtime is allowed. It is best to come back 7 or 8 hours in advance. Fu Jizhen's gaze paused for a while at the beginning of the second sentence, and he smiled helplessly. The sun shines into his eyes through his fine short hair. His eyes are bright, and when he smiles, there is a fine light in his eyes. His thin lips are raised with soft curves, and he has a faint cedar fragrance on his body. He sighed and replied, "You might as well just say, let me go home now. Mrs. Ron is very welcome. I try my best." The special assistant came in to deliver the materials, and handed over several documents that needed to be checked now. Seeing Fu Jizhen's long-lasting smile, he felt a little better, and said with a smile, "You are in a good mood today." In the eyes of the special assistant, Mr. Fu has no edges and corners, so he dared to talk about daily things with Mr. Fu with a smile in a peaceful tone. Fu Jizhen seldom loses his temper, and all his sharpness stays where it should be used. A few days ago, a high-level meeting was held to discuss recent key projects. On an important occasion, he encountered a few people who were careless and indifferent. Tense up. Fu Jizhen's starting point in the business circle was lower than that of Jiang Guai, Li Jin, and Ji Fusion. His father died when he was very young, and Fu's mother and Fu Jizhen had a difficult life in Fu's family for several years. After Fu Jizhen became an adult, the group was still in the hands of his little aunt, and the situation was not optimistic. It took Fu Jizhen 2 years to regain the property that belonged to his father, and another 2 years to drag the group that was about to be expelled from Dinghao back to the forefront. He is as low-key as Ji Fu Chen, and the two have different low-key methods. The Ji family sits as the richest man, and Bojan is the #1 group in the country. The word #1 is very eye-catching. Ji Fusion, who brought Bojan to this point, naturally became a legend that everyone in the business circle praised. Ji Fusion's low-key performance is to reduce his exposure and opportunities to show his face in front of the public. Fu Jizhen's low-key is that he seldom expresses himself actively. Just like in friendship, he has always played the role of listener and solver, never raising his own troubles, and always listening quietly. He doesn't take the initiative to show himself, but when he is needed, he is ready for everything before turning around. Fu Jizhen handed the signed documents to the special assistant. "The entertainment in the afternoon will be cancelled. I will go home later to deal with private matters. If it is not necessary, I will go to Li Wei for anything." Li Wei is the vice president of the Fu group. Understood, Mr. Fu. At this time, the Fu family was busier than usual. Ever since Fu Jizhen took back the Fu group from his little aunt, he and Fu's mother cut off contact with relatives they didn't know very well. Fu's mother usually lives with Fu Jizhen and his aunt. She didn't want to live in a house that was too big and felt empty. She bought a villa with a good view in the city center. There is a small garden at the entrance and a beautiful lake view at the back. She doesn't spend much time at home. Living alone is boring, and most of the time she travels around the world with her friends. Usually, Fu Jizhen is the only person at home. This year, Mother Fu hated traveling as boring and didn't want to go out, so she planted some strawberries in the courtyard in front of the villa to relieve her boredom. Ronyu was curious, why grow strawberries? She thought that a rich wife like Fu's mother would plant some ornamental flowers and plants, just like her mother's garden. Mother Fu chuckled, I don't have a hobby of planting flowers and plants, and I'm bored at home. Jia Jian suggested that I use the small garden at the door. He was afraid that I would be lazy if I couldn't see the results. Plant some strawberries, and count the time by each strawberry. One strawberry represents 5 minutes, the time for him to skip work and go home to honor his mother. Ron Liu stepped forward and looked at the strawberries carefully, with a serious look, as if she was appraising whether the project was qualified and whether it was necessary to invest. How many strawberries do you have now? And how much time do you have now? I haven't counted it yet, I think it's a lot. Ron Liu sighed, a little envious. Jia Jian has always been a filial child. It took his heart to come up with this method. Turning her head, she whispered beside Fu's mother, let me use this method. The method is really good. When she uses up the unused land behind the manor, Yueyao and Jiyu Fusion will owe her tens of millions of minutes. Go ahead and use it. Ron Liu was tired from walking, so she rested and drank tea in the living room. Ron Yu came here for the first time, and Fu's mother took her around twice. Jia Jian lives on the second floor. This is his study room. The bedroom is at the end. There is a good lake view there. You can see the view when you get up, which makes him feel happier. After the introduction, Mother Fu asked with great interest, what is your mother looking for about Jia Jian? Ron Yu shook her head honestly, I don't know. Mom only said that today she would take him to visit Fu's house and meet Fu's mother. Fu's mother is not entangled. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, it's better than Ron Liu not remembering Fu Jizhen at all. Fu's mother thought that if Ron Yu wanted to fall in love, only Jia Jian was the most suitable for him in the entire wealthy circle. What's more, Jia Jian and Ron Yu have baby relatives. Although no one mentioned this matter after Ron Yu came back, it was a proper fate in the past. Not everyone can marry Ron Yu. Fu's mother really wanted to tie Ron Yu home and have fun together for the festival. It didn't matter if Fu Jizhen married into the Jiyu's family. The Jiyu's manor is so big that it's no problem to live with 2 more people. Mother Fu still has a little selfishness. I heard that Qi Jian has a very good relationship with Ron Yu now. Such a deserted person can laugh out of Ron Yu's lead. Ron Yu has magical powers. But everything depends on Jia Jian's mind. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when Fu Jizhen arrived home, Ron Liu wanted to talk to him alone. Seeing this, Mother Fu took Ron Yu to the kitchen to make desserts. Facing Ron Liu, Fu Jizhen felt nervous for a moment. He took the coffee brought by his aunt and said softly, Auntie, what do you want from me? He rarely chatted alone with Aunt Ron, and the most memorable one was when he was 5 years old. At that time Yaya disappeared, Mrs. Ron was in tears, her eyes were red, little Jiyu Fusion sat in a corner all day long and stared at his feet in a daze. The Fu family was shrouded in deep grief. Fu's family and Jiyu's family are neighbors. Fu's mother took him to Jiyu's house every day. Before entering the door, Fu's mother taught him earnestly, Aunt, Uncle, and Jiyu Fu Chen are very sad. After you go in, you have to comfort them and make them happy, you know. Little Fu Jizhen didn't know what comfort was, so he could only obey his mother obediently, sitting next to Mrs. Ron, holding a tissue box and handing her tissues one by one. At that time, Mrs. Ron held his choked face with tears in her eyes and said, if Yayo hadn't been lost, she would be similar to you. You two have baby relatives, and you grew up together as childhood sweethearts. You will definitely be able to take good care of her with Fu Chen. After saying this, Mrs. Ron asked sadly. Can you? Little Fujishan was influenced by his mother's fairy tales since he was a child. He knew that he must do what he said, otherwise his nose would become longer and his buttocks would have long tails. He was very ugly and would be laughed at by the children in the kindergarten. Little Fujishan understood most of what Mrs. Ron said. Little Fujishan was very apprehensive when he heard that he was going to take care of the little Princess Yayo in his mother's mouth, afraid that he would not be able to do well. But Mrs. Ron began to cry, and Fujishan didn't want to make Mrs. Ron unhappy, so he clenched his fist and nodded seriously. I will take good care of the little princess, and she will be back soon. Fujishan wrote down this sentence. Later, when his mother read fairy tales to him and mentioned the role of the princess, he would always think of the little princess who disappeared. Yayo, little princess is very important. After she comes back, Aunt Ron will be happy. Jiyu Fuchen will be happy when she is a fun companion. Uncle Jiyu's hair will turn black. Mom and he will be very happy too. Now that Fujishan recalled this incident, he felt a little dazed. Since he was a child, he kept the little Princess Yayo family in his heart. His mother kept mentioning it, and his aunt and uncle kept mentioning it when Jiyu Fuchen was behind his back. He had seen Yayo many times. The cute fat sister, like a meaty glutinous rice ball, was on the same page as the New Year's picture doll. It's like a person with two small ties. He has always followed what his mother and Aunt Ron said, taking care of the little Princess Yayo in his heart. When Ronyu came home 2 months ago, when she first met her in the investment class, she felt an inexplicable sense of responsibility. He knew it was not his liking. He kept his promise and wanted to take good care of her. Later, because of the expansion of the company, he had to go abroad for development. After returning, Ronyu had already made friends with everyone and was familiar with them, so he did not need his care. Until Ronyu found him, hoping that he could help her complete the gift plan she gave to Jiyu Fuchen, Fujishan agreed from the standpoint of a friend. What really changed his attitude was the fireworks he witnessed with his own eyes, and the change that Ronyu brought to Jiyu Fuchen. She is a dazzling princess. After coming back for 2 months, the entire wealthy family has changed imperceptibly. The original wealthy family was like a deep and mysterious sea, with waves higher and higher hidden under the calm surface. If Ronyu didn't come back, Qi Jian, Jian Kuai, Lu Jin, Lu Xuan, and even him would all go through life step by step, living a life of the same type, waiting for the contradictions to come and devour them. It was never the rich and powerful who gave her glory, but she gave them a new life. There's something wrong with fairy tales. No one can be the prince of a princess. She is dazzling enough that there is no need for a prince to save her. The one who saves her is herself. For the first time, Fujishan had the idea of wanting to get acquainted with a person. It is said in the movie that people are like rainbows, you will know when you meet them. In reality, the same is true. Jia-Jan. In the living room, Ron Liu sipped her tea, raised her voice and called again. Since 3 minutes ago, Fujishan was obviously thinking about other things, with a warm expression and a faint smile. I have to say that when he smiles, his eyes are very bright, like a spring breeze. Fujishan came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Say it." Ron Liu took out a document from her bag. It's like this, Ronyu is going to appear on a variety show related to heirs, and the name is The Heirs. I hope you can accompany her on it. Fujishan's eyes brightened slightly. He took the document with both hands, and slightly repeated in disbelief, "Shall I go with you?" "Well, you accompany her." Fujishan never thought that the opportunity would come so suddenly, before the words of the promise could be spoken, before the beating heart and faint excitement had time to ferment. Ron Liu said softly, "Besides you, there are Jiyu Fuchen, Jian Huai and Lu Jin. You let's accompany Yayo on variety shows together." Fujishan's figure was slightly stagnant, and his tone was complicated. Oui, that's right, you guys." Fujishan's expression instantly became complicated. Does this mean that the future mother-in-law will find him a bunch of rivals in variety shows together? Before Ron Liu finished speaking, she added with a smile, "I was the first to tell you. They haven't said anything yet. You have a good relationship with them. Help me tell them." Fujishan, the future mother-in-law, not only found some rivals in love, but also asked him to persuade them to go on variety shows together. What a tragic case in the world. Chapter 59. When Ronyu and Fu's mother came back, Fujishun had an indescribably strange expression on his face. Ronyu couldn't help but take a second look. After dinner, Ronyu and Ron Lyryu left Fu's house. Before leaving, Ron Lyryu did not forget to emphasize it again with Fujishun. Fujishun nodded strangely but honestly. On the way back, Ronyu was very curious. "Mom, what did you tell him?" It was the first time she saw such a wonderful expression on Fujishun's face. Ron Lyryu said in a relaxed tone, "It's nothing, I asked him to do a very simple thing." Of the four Fushun, Fujishun, Lu Jin, and Jian Huai, Fujishun was the best at persuading him, and he never missed his help. There's a little more to it. He had been abroad some time ago, and he didn't have as much contact with Ronyu as Jian Huai and Lu Jin, and the relationship between the two was average. If Fushun heard that Fujishun, who had a normal relationship with Yuiao, was willing to appear on the show, he would definitely leave behind his last bit of awkwardness immediately, and immediately put on a variety show without a trace of hesitation. The fact is exactly as she thought. The next day, Fujishun and Fushun mentioned the matter of being on the variety show. Fushun didn't say a word, and immediately ran to Ron Lyryu to express his opinion after hearing it. "I'm on variety shows." Joke. How could he let his younger sister get along with others? For the sake of face, don't worry about it, think from another angle. At that time, people all over the country will know that he is the best brother in the world. Once you get the reputation, you don't care about the face. After successfully persuading Fushun, only Jian Huai and Lu Jin remained. Fujishun was not in a hurry to meet them, and after discussing with Fushun, he decided to wait for Jianguai's birthday to talk about it. The night of Jianguai's birthday, Ronyu and Fushun went to Jianguai's residence, and by then Lu Jin, Lu Xuan, Qi Jian, and Fujishun had already arrived. Each of them prepared a gift in their hands. Jian Huai learned from Lu Jin a half an hour ago that they asked Lu Xuan and Ronyu to go out to buy gifts 2 days ago. When Fushun and Lu Jin asked their sisters to buy inexpensive gifts, his smile gradually froze. It's just such an opportunity to exploit them once a year, but he's given it back. However, seeing that Ronyu was bored in the study for 7 or 8 days and was depressed all day long, he showed mercy, kindness, and bodhisattva kindness to forgive Fushun and Lu Jin. "No problem, I will get it back 10 times on my next birthday." Before Ronyu came, Fujishun had already taken the opportunity to mention the variety show to Lu Jin and Jian Huai. As soon as Lu Jin heard that Fushun and Fujishun were both going to be on the show, he immediately signed up. There are not many people who can go on variety shows with their idols in their lifetime, and chase stars so well. Lu Xuan heard about this and quickly raised her hand. "I want to go too." Everyone went to play, but they didn't take her with them. Puffer fish blowing.jpg. Before Fujishun and Lu Jin could speak, Fushun and Ronyu came. As soon as she saw Ronyu, Lu Xuan quickly trotted over, like a nimble little pink rabbit. "Yo, I want to be on variety shows too." She had observed the entertainment industry as a preferred investor before. How should I put it? Most of the time it was quite interesting and a perfect tool to pass the time. She never thought about going on a variety show, but now that everyone is going, she naturally can't lag behind. "You want to?" Ronyu was suspicious. Who else wants to? When she was speaking, she subconsciously looked at Fushun, her almond eyes filled with disbelief. "Brother, you don't really want to go, do you?" It's no problem for her to be on a variety show. The heirs of the Dinghao family and the overlords who have nothing to do with the entertainment industry will be on a variety show together. The World Finance Conference is not so honored, right? The program group of the second season of The Heirs burnt high incense and confused them, so will a group of overlords irrationally rush to the variety show as if they were playing house? Fushun avoided Ronyu's gaze unnaturally, and pushed the blame on Fujishun. "Fujishun is going, as your family member, I have more reason to go." "Fujishun, my aunt invited me, and I have no reason not to go." The reason is very good, and Ronyu has no chance to refute. She and Lu Xuan looked to the right along the sofa. Lu Jin said casually, I am the person who is most familiar with the entertainment industry. Going to a small variety show to relax is a dream come true. Ron Yu. Okay. He is a well-known star chaser, and it is no problem for him to be on variety shows to realize his dreams. Look down. Jiang Huai said confidently, I am the most qualified and most reasoned person to appear in variety shows. Luke Swan looked over intently. Why? There is money in variety shows, and Jiang Huai took a deep breath. His eyes fell on Ron Yu and Luke Swan, and he replied angrily and seriously, and I need to reshape the character design, so that my Weibo comment area will not occupied by a group of people laughing at my lack of abs. God knows, since the male model show, I come to his Weibo comment area to check in every day. It depends on the abs. I don't really have abs. Have you exercised the abs? The first day of the Masters abs course, how many people are there? He was obviously the purest person that night, the one who didn't even glance at the runway. JPG. But asking him to directly post photos of his abs or buy related marketing drafts to prove himself is even more embarrassing, which invisibly reveals that he actually cares about this matter. Only on variety shows can you pretend to show off your body inadvertently, clarify rumors without anyone noticing, and become a tyrant who only loves money. Ron Yu and Luke Swan and Jiu Fusion and Fujishan and Lu Jin and Chi Jian. We announced that the winner of the first variety show competition reason is Jiang Guai. He won. He is the one who is most worthy of a variety show. Jiang Guai's reasons made people feel no desire to refute. Ron Yu even wanted to contact Chenkin immediately with a little sympathy, asking him to help clarify Jiang Guai's rumors. Who would have known that a male model show delighted everyone? But the overlord Jiang Huai fell from the altar and became the group leader of the abs training camp. The man is silent and the woman is crying. What a miserable boss. Jiang Guai's reasons were unanimously agreed by all present. Let he go. After talking about Jiang Guai, there was another person present. Ron Yu's gaze continued to move to the right unconsciously, and was fixed on Chi Jian, who had been silent all this time. Chi Jian frowned. I won't go. Ron Yu breathed out lightly. If Chi Jian mainly said that he wanted to be on a variety show, the production team of the second season of the Heiress could directly celebrate with fireworks all night. They must have saved the Bodhisattva in their previous life to invite such a strong lineup. In fact, she is the Bodhisattva. Everyone is for her. Everyone else went, and Luke Swan also went. Ron Yu didn't want to leave Chi Jian alone, so she touched Luke Swan's elbow, and Luke Swan understood immediately. Sister Chi, let's go together, it must be fun. Ron Yu, you can show your personality charm to your heart's content in the variety show. This variety show is very popular. It can help the Chi family promote the brand and shape the brand image, which is very useful. Yes, go. Luke Swan shook Chi Jian's elbow, until at the end her head became dizzy, but Chi Jian was not shaken at all. In fact, a voice sounded deep in Chi Jian's heart, asking her to promise them. She wants to go, but she hasn't reached the point where they can be so desperate and let go of their emotions. The act of going on variety shows is too bold, she can't do it. Jiang Huai leaned on Chi Jian's sofa and persuaded him a few words. It's good to go together. If you don't want money, let the producer transfer the money directly to my card. Chi Jian, get off. Jiang Huai jumped up immediately. Okay, Miss Chi. Everyone didn't bother with this matter anymore, and shifted the focus of tonight to Jiang Guai's birthday party. Luke Swan was very proud. Sister Yayo and I traveled a long way to buy the gift for brother Jiang Guai. My legs are sore. It didn't cost much, but it's very thoughtful. You will definitely like it. With that said, she proudly delivered the wrapped present, and Ron Yu took advantage of the opportunity to present her own. Can it be dismantled on the spot? Jiang Huai asked. Luke Swan, yes. Ron Yu nodded. Take it apart. Jiang Huai didn't have much hope, and he unwrapped the gift to praise Ron Yu and Luke Swan, so as not to let the hard work of the two eldest ladies be in vain, and Jiu Fusion emphasized that he must praise his sister well, so that she can completely get rid of the incident in the study. Out. I didn't perform well last time to praise Kyokun's service, so I have to do it well this time. Jiang Huai began to unwrap the presents from left to right. The first one belongs to Ron Yu. Tear open the bright red package. There is a big red box inside, exclusive domestic red, very bright, but actually pretty, not cliched, revealing a prosperous and peaceful flavor from inside to outside. Jiang Huai opened the paper cover of the big red box, and what came into view was a serious beckoning cat that kept waving at him. Ron Yu stuffed 100 red bills in his hand, and the red bills swayed back and forth in his hand, as if it was real. Can attract money. Jiang Huai smiled. This gift is really thoughtful. It is indeed an idea that Bodai's Art the sister can come up with. Before she could go any further, Luxuan hurriedly said, Quick, quick, look at me. Jiang Huai hurriedly opened the gift from the little princess amidst urging voices. The little porcelain statue of the god of wealth and the god of wealth were very festive. Fu Jizhen walked in and bowed his head, chuckling. With the blessings of the eldest lady and the little princess, you can prosper throughout this year. No one can make money without you. The gift was much better than Jianguai had imagined, and it was very flattering. Everyone discussed trivial matters around the gift. Jiang Huai felt a few warm currents flowing in his heart, feeling very warm. His birthday doesn't need to be too complicated, just a few people sit together and have a conversation. After reading the gifts, everyone ate and drank. Fu Jizhen's family has a winery, so he brought 4 bottles of the 1989 wine, and when he put them on the table, he subconsciously said, Don't drink too much, this wine has a strong aftertaste. After a hangover, the head hurts, and the state of being slightly drunk is enough. While speaking, he inadvertently glanced at Ron Yu. Jianguai ignored these. If you don't get drunk today, when will you get drunk? In addition to this, let's have something strong. Then, he went to the wine cabinet and took 2 more bottles of whiskey. If you don't get drunk, you won't go home. Ron Yu doesn't like drinking, and Jiyu Fusion is here. Whenever Jiang Huai raises a glass for her to drink while chatting, Jiyu Fusion stops her and Fu Jizhen changes the topic in due course. At the beginning, Lu Jin still cared about Luxuan. Later, the little princess secretly drank some pure wine, and her head became dizzy. Fortunately, she ate something before drinking and did not have an empty stomach, so she didn't vomit it out. She lay down on the table and secretly drank some more. Except for Ron Yu, everyone present was drunk after half an hour. Even Qi Jian was not spared. Ron Yu put her face in her hands, looked at the table full of drunks, and sighed hopelessly. Just as she was about to see how many guest rooms Jiang Huai had, and if she could drag the 2 little drunks to bed, the bosses just settled down and slept on the sofa on the ground, and she couldn't move. Luxuan, a drunk who hadn't gotten up yet, was still clamoring for a drink, and covered her head in a grieved way. Woo fair. Tilda. As he spoke, he grabbed a bunch of waste paper and thought it was his bag, and went out angrily, and said as he went out, Bye, I'm going out to find some air. Ron Yu. Don't be afraid of drunks talking nonsense, but be afraid of drunks running around. Jiang Huai and Lu Jin drank the most. Hearing this, they immediately got up and followed. I also have a headache, go out and blow some air. It was already 11:30 in the evening, and there was no one on the road. Jiyu Fusion and Fu Jizhen were not very drunk, they were still a little bit sober. Knowing that Luxuan was going to be brought back, Qi Jian staggered to follow. She was very well behaved after being drunk. She was wrapped in clothes and didn't say a word, like a quiet doll. Ron Yu wanted to catch Luxuan back, but after she was drunk, her temper was so high that she couldn't hold her back at all. She didn't drink much, and her temper grew 9 times. The one who got the air back, you are not allowed to ***** my air again. Ron Yu, I don't. Explanation is useless. Luxuan tried to open the door, struggling to start her difficult journey to find air. The others staggered to keep up, but Ron Yu had no choice but to call Wei Wen to let her come over while staring at the group. It was bitterly cold at night, and Ron Yu had to grab them and worry about putting on their hats before going out. Stand up for me, Ron Yu said angrily. The 4 overlords, a little princess and a good girl, were startled by the voice. 6 pairs of eyes looked over and blinked, with a pitiful expression of why are you killing me? After reading it, the little princess withdrew her eyes and continued to fiddle with the gate nervously. So angry, the door prevented her from finding air. Ron Yu clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Hold back. Wait until they wake up before beating them. Fusion was very tall, and he struggled to put a hat on him, and Ronyu couldn't reach it even on tiptoe, so he had to move a small bench and stood there to put a hat on them. Wearing them one by one, the overlords are very worried. When wearing it for Fujisen, he behaved very well. He bowed obediently and bowed his head slowly to salute. He bowed vertically and said solemnly, "Thank you, Ronyu." How silly, help me. Apart from Chijian, Fujisen is the most caring person, and Ronyu is also very satisfied while being speechless. "You're welcome." Hearing her voice, the other three overlords and a young lady, not to be outdone, stared at her for a while, slowly blinked their eyes a few times, and 7 seconds later, bowed and saluted her irregularly one after another. "Thank you, Yayo. Ronyu has nothing to love." "You're welcome." At this moment, the little princess was still struggling with the door, but fortunately, she opened it successfully. She walked out happily, and the others quickly followed. Ronyu didn't care about anything, quickly grabbed her hat and followed them, urging Wei Wen from time to time to let her come over quickly. After coming out, the cold wind rushed to the cheeks, and the cold person shivered. Invisibly awake for 2 minutes, they still knew that they seemed to be outside now and could not run around casually. A group of people staggered behind Luke Swan to breathe the fresh air. There is a department store next to Jianguai's house, which is now closed. It was pitch black in the department store, only a row of crane machines at the door on the left was shining with colorful lights. Luke Swan was very excited when she saw the claw machine. "I want a doll." After finishing speaking, he opened his hands and quickly embraced the claw machine. Fusion was sober for a second. "Doll? Buy a rabbit doll for Yayo." Ronyu was slightly taken aback. He froze in place and watched Fusion walk quickly to the claw machine. Before he had time to be moved, he dragged Luke Swan aside, stood up in big characters, and tightly hugged the claw machine with both hands. "The rabbit doll belongs to you. Go away." His sister's bunny doll is guarded by him. Fujisen wondered, she likes rabbit dolls. Said to join the battlefield, patted the claw machine clumsily trying to get the doll out of it. Seeing the excitement over there, Chijian, Jian Kuai, and Li Jin subconsciously joined the battle. Then, in front of a claw machine, there are 4 bosses and 2 young ladies. Ronyu didn't understand, showing a tired smile. "There are so many sets beside you, why are you sticking to one to fight now?" "Oh, they are irrational now, let alone IQ." Ronyu urged Wei Wen again, and had to buy them some game coins, so that they could spend time at the claw machine and wait for Wei Wen to come to get rid of these drunks. "The plan is beautiful. It's a pity that the drunks couldn't even find a place to put coins." Fujisen said in a daze, "Take it home." Fusion nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Bring it home and smash it, and grab the rabbit doll back." Ronyu, this is what demons speak. Overlords don't learn well, and start robbing on the side of the road after getting drunk. When Ronyu was surprised, the 6 people in front of her had already begun to divide and cooperate, and each stood at a corner and tried to push it towards the opposite direction. Unfortunately, forces are reciprocal. Pushing forward in all directions is the same as not pushing, and it will only be themselves who are tired. The claw machine stood motionless in place. Ronyu is messed up. Let them do so in vain. But bosses are also very smart when they are drunk. After pushing for a while, I found that something was wrong, and immediately stood aside and started pushing the claw machine hard. Seeing that the situation is not good, Ronyu numbly sent a message to Wei Wen. "Prepare a truck to come." Wei Wen was surprised. "What are you going to do?" Ronyu paused, her expression remained numb. "I can't tell, Wei Wen. The heirs of the Dinghao family are now stealthily stealing claw machines on the side of the road, and she must pay for their actions now." "Ronyu, contact the department store on Sanwonlu and tell them that I bought a claw machine at the door." Smile.jpg. In the future on variety shows, you must never give alcohol to this group of people. Wei Wen was surprised, but she did it anyway. While waiting for the truck to descend like a ****** to resolve the painful scene, Ronyu received a call from her mother. Ronyu walked away immediately, away from those who were like elementary school students who were noisy and said that the other party had a problem, and stood at a distance where they could see them to answer the phone. "Did you have fun today?" Ron Liu in the video asked with a smile. Ron Yu and Ji Fusion celebrated Jian Huai's birthday, and Ron Liu, Ji Chen, Fu's mother and relatives, as well as Lu Jin and Luke Swan's parents also had a small gathering. Therefore, there are many people in front of the camera. Ron Yu glanced at the direction of the claw machine with a headache, and squeezed out a smile, very happy. Ji Chen, are you still outside? Yeah, let's go out and do some shopping. Mother Fu warned, be careful to catch a cold at night. Father Lu listened for a while, then asked in surprise, are they arguing? The voice was very muffled and almost inaudible, but everyone was talking in a disordered order, as if they were arguing. Ron Yu hurriedly covered the mic. Her heart was so complicated that she wanted to cry. Yes, they started arguing. A minute ago, they were arguing over whose house the claw machine should go back to. Ji Fusion, this is Yao's rabbit doll. Of course it is my home. Luke Swan, no, I like dolls. Everyone was noisy, each with their own reasons, and they all wanted to move the claw machine back to their homes. Facing this surprised scene, Ron Yu bent her lips and pulled out a standard smile. They are competing for a certain industry, and they all hope to be the first to occupy the market in the industry. Different ideas have caused some small quarrels, but it doesn't matter, immediately it will be fine. High IQ answer, business wars caused by different opinions. Answer in real version, the 6 of them are robbing a claw machine. The smile reveals exhaustion.jpg. Ji Chen frowned. Jian Guai is not allowed to mention these companies on his birthday, let them have fun. Ron Yu nodded heavily, okay. That night, the 6 overlords, the young ladies and the crane machines they competed for were sent to the villa where Ji Fusion used to live. At 11 o'clock in the noon, Ji Fusion, Fu Jizhen, Jian Huai, Lu Jin, Luke Swan, and Qi Jian sat in front of the sofa in a row, looking at the claw machine in the middle of the living room with puzzled faces, and at the same time showing a confused expression to Ron Yu. Why is this here? The 6 of them asked in confusion. Ron Yu took out the monitoring that Wei Wen stepped up to get from the department store this morning. In order to save their face, the original monitoring has been destroyed. In the USB flash drive in Ron Yu's hand, there is the only video that embarrasses them. Ron Yu shook the USB flash drive in her hand, and said with a half-hearted smile, everything starts with the trip to find the air last night. Big question marks appeared in Luke Swan's round eyes. Looking for air? What little fool would say that? Ron Yu, don't speak too soon, little princess. Chapter 60, 1. The dumbfounded 6 people sat on the sofa in a well-behaved posture, quietly waiting for Ron Yu to say the following. Ron Yu inserted the USB flash drive into the computer interface. A small box popped up on the computer. Before opening the file, she hesitated for a second and turned her head. The 6 hangovers still maintained the posture of looking at each other. Luke Swan tilted her head and urged, I can't wait any longer. Yao, do you want to see it? Who is the idiot? Ron Yu thought for a while, and confirmed it solemnly. Are you sure you want to watch it? Luke Swan, of course. Fu Jizhen felt a bad premonition. Hesitating whether to say it or not, Ron Yu turned around and double-clicked the video in the mobile USB flash drive. After the playback window popped up, she took 2 steps back so that the 6 people on the sofa could clearly see the computer screen on the coffee table. Ron Yu retreated to the far left side of the sofa, found an excellent viewing position, put her hands in her pockets and quietly admired their expressions while watching the video. The video is playing. In the first 10 seconds, it was normal to aim at the surveillance cameras of a row of crane machines. Empty doorway, cold floor, claw machine flashing colorful and lovely lights. Luke Swan's round face twisted up, and she looked up at Ron Yu suspiciously. Isn't this just an ordinary surveillance screen? Ron Yu said unhurriedly, let's watch. Luke Swan frowned, bent down and rested her hands on her knees, and put her hands on her cheeks to watch carefully, with a stubborn look of wanting to see through the camera to see what scenes could emerge from it. She still doesn't believe that an ordinary surveillance can show any shocking scenes. As soon as this idea came to mind, Luke Swan saw herself stretching out her hands like a fool, holding her head up and chest up like a running big character, and happily hugging the claw machine. Luke Swan, Ji Fusion, Fu Jizhen, Jian Huai, Lu Jin, and Qi Jian all looked at Luke Swan at the same time. Their eyes darkened, with a kind of scrutiny of "Are you mentally retarded?" Luke Swan in the surveillance shouted, "I found the heir, and I also found the doll." As he spoke, he hugged the claw machine tightly, pressed his face against the cold glass, and raised a smile of enjoyment at the corner of his mouth, as if finding heir and dolls is such an honorable thing. Bent over with her hands resting on her knees, the cute and loving Luke Swan, who supported her face with her hands, slowly sat up straight, retracted her hands in embarrassment, pursed her mouth, and faced everyone's depressing gazes. Luke Swan smiled mischievously. He, it was I who said it." Luke Swan really wanted to cry. Is it too late to take back those words now? She is not a little fool, no. Lu Jin shook her head as if sighing, and taught her younger sister solemnly, Swan, take care of yourself and be more stable outside. Even if you are drunk, you must keep the family's face, let the last bit of reason control yourself, and learn from my brother. Fortunately, the surveillance video did not leak out, otherwise the face of the Lu family would be gone. They all thought that the video was over. Ronyu played the video mainly to see Luke Swan's jokes. When everyone got up and wanted to leave. In the video, a group of overlords wearing overcoats and well-matched outfits suddenly rushed out. At first glance, they looked like elites. Ji Fuxian, Fu Jizhan, Lu Jin, Jian Kuai, and Qi Jian were all silent. Luke Swan was speechless, pointing to the computer screen and said, "Brother, what right do you have to say that you are the craziest, most embarrassing and most unreasonable person who wants to climb onto the crane machine?" Lu Jin, he will really thank you. Ji Fuxian looked at the crazy man shouting rabbit doll in the video. He was so embarrassed, he tilted his head and tentatively said, "You can just see this, close it." Yes, it's closed. Jian Kuai nodded repeatedly. Fu Jizhan raised his eyes and fixedly looked at Ronyu, hoping that she would respectfully allow them to turn off the video. The next more embarrassing scene. They don't want to watch, really don't want to watch. Ronyu is very regretful, but the following will show you carrying the claw machine together, arguing over the ownership of the claw machine, and the wonderful experience of moving the claw machine to the truck after Wei Wen came. Ji Fu Chen pursed his lips. Ron, tell the truth, how many times have you watched it? Tell him that he hasn't watched the video after getting it back. It was enough to watch the scene once. He didn't want his sister to see the embarrassing man in the surveillance video yelling to bring the claw machine home. Fu Jizhan's jawline tightened. Suddenly he realized something. The claw machine was drunk and he proposed to move back home. I don't know what kind of expression Ronyu had when he went through all this last night. After all, it was a shame. Ronyu recalled it seriously. Not much to see. The tense six breathed a sigh of relief. Only about 20 times. 6 little idiots. The first video was played quietly in everyone's silence. During the quarrel, Wei Wen finally appeared and arranged 4 bodyguards to carry the claw machine onto the truck. This small task was extremely difficult. The 6 drunks tried their best to pull the bodyguards, and solemnly asked them to stay away while protecting the claw machine. "The claw machine is ours, go away. Anyone who grabs the claw machine with me will not end well. If you grab the claw machine from me again, I will use all my property to retaliate against you." Fu Jizhan frowned, and stood solemnly in front of the claw machine. The gentleman lost his temper, showing a speechless momentum. The appearance is very bluffing. The bodyguards wanted to cry. "Mr. Fu, it's just a claw machine. What kind of grudge makes you say revenge with all your property?" "Not really not." The bodyguards took 2 steps back with a bitter face, not daring to touch the overlords and young ladies with their hands, for fear of knocking them somewhere and causing them trouble after waking up drunk. Fu Jizhan let go of his rhetoric with great momentum, fixed his eyebrows on the spot and looked at the group of bodyguards in front of him. The bodyguards took 2 steps back in fear. Before he finished retreating, the imposing Fu Jizhan slapped and fell on Ji Fuxian beside him. Bodyguards. A little momentum, but not much. Looking at a group of overlords and young ladies who are crazy about the claw machine, the bodyguard's face is pale. Wei Wen looked at Ronyu as if asking for help. Ronyu had already calmed down, commanding the bodyguards to boldly push the overlords and young ladies aside, and ask her if there is any problem. After finally pulling away the overlords stuck to the claw machine, a group of people cried and howled, as sad as if their family was about to go bankrupt, struggling desperately from the bodyguards, and watched the claw machine being carried onto the truck by the bodyguards. In the end, in order to be able to be with the claw machine, they desperately wanted to take the truck, and Ronyu had to accompany them. The 4 overlords and the 2 eldest ladies sat on the small bench in the back of the truck, holding the claw machine tightly. Ronyu held up her mobile phone and took a picture of their sad and funny scene. "It's over." Ronyu took back the USB flash drive, and turned back to them with great reluctance to ask, "Are you really not considering reading it again?" 6 voices said in unison, "Don't think about it, okay." Ronyu regretted putting the USB flash drive in his pocket. "It's okay, she can watch it by herself when she gets home. It's a pity that I can't see the expressions of the 6 parties." Chi-Jian stared at her actions intently, and asked a heavy question, "Aren't you going to delete the video in the USB flash drive?" Ronyu clutched her pocket tightly. "I won't delete it. This will be my source of joy for some time to come." Jiu Fusion, Ron, as your elder brother, I must correct your point of view. There are many things in this world that can make people happy, not just watching such meaningless videos. Luke Swan was so anxious that she got up from the sofa and ran to Ronyu. "Sister Yayo, delete it, delete it." "No." Ronyu stood firm. Joke. After finally mastering the handles of these big families, how could she delete such a wonderful video indiscriminately? "Ronyu, don't worry, I won't let this video pass to outsiders. My brother is also in the video. When it spreads out, he will lose face, and the Jiu family will lose face. I understand, Tilda." No, you don't understand. It's safer to delete it." Ronyu made up her mind not to delete it. No matter what other people say, it's useless. When we record a variety show, if you accidentally put it somewhere and are accidentally picked up by the program crew, they will take a look at it curiously, and it will be over. Yo sister, if you don't delete it, you should also save it. Ah, Ronyu, I know, don't worry, this video will only be used to please myself. Hearing the word joy, the 4 overlords and the 2 young ladies couldn't help but make up their minds. Ronyu sat alone on the sofa and laughed loudly at their video. Thinking of this, everyone's face was pale. Who exactly said to drink? It's all caused by drinking. Everyone's eyes were locked on Jian Kouai. Jack. Seeing Chi-Jian so nervous, Ronyu suddenly thought of something. Ronyu sat beside Chi-Jian excitedly. 77, you really don't want to go to variety shows with us? Chi-Jian frowned. You don't want to threaten me with this, do you? Ronyu became even more excited. The corners of her mouth suppressed the upward curve. Her apricot eyes turned twice smartly. That's what I thought. Chi-Jian, I only said not to show it to outsiders, but I didn't say not to show it to people in the family. Ronyu shook her elbow. Let's go together, Tilda. She could feel Chi-Jian's restraint. A kind of restraint of wanting to join but too embarrassed to join, so pretending to be indifferent and pushing others out of the door. Ronyu has experienced this feeling. Chi-Jian still silently expressed her rejection. She couldn't pass her own level. In fact, when Chi-Jian saw the scene in the surveillance video, apart from embarrassment, he was also surprised for a moment. She really didn't expect that she would mess around with other people. Most of the time, Chi-Jian asked herself to remain absolutely calm. The sand sculpture experience of walking up and down the street drunk like a fool will never happen to her. Chi-Jian has high demands on herself, and at the same time she is not used to getting along with people as friends. It is even more impossible for her to go on a variety show with them, live broadcast in front of so many cameras. She can't be as unscrupulous as they are, and she doesn't care about other people's eyes and let herself go. Variety shows are not for her. Although, after watching the video, she wanted to try to get out of the shackles and start a new life. No. Chi-Jian replied lightly. As soon as the voice fell, the door of the villa was suddenly opened. Chi-Jian's Chi-Nuo was carrying 2 big bags of breakfast. Facing everyone's astonished gazes, he bent down obediently and said hello to them. Chi-Jian's voice was tense. Why is he here? Ronyu's attitude was as usual, and he said calmly, Wei Wen is dealing with the claw machine problem you left behind, and no one bought it. The base of the RG team is very close to here. The training game is in the afternoon, so I will ask him to buy some. Come here sooner. As a family member, Chi Nuo has the responsibility to take care of this big family. Chi Jian's cold voice trembled slightly. Has he watched the video? Of course not. Chi Jian let out a long breath. While talking, Chi Nuo placed the bought breakfast on the dining table. Li Jin, Jian Huai, and Luke Swan were so hungry that they didn't have the mood to care about embarrassment. They sat at the dining table and took a bite of a steamed bun. Things have developed to such a point that they are powerless to change. The only comforting thing is that not many people know about it, except for bodyguard Wei Wen. Only Ron knew. The bodyguard and Wei Wen will never reveal this matter, and it's not that they haven't drunk, they must be drunk sometimes, maybe they are crazier than them after drunk. The bodyguard and Wei Wen must be able to empathize and understand them. As for Ron Yu, hey, don't you lose face in front of her. Not bad this time. Jiang Guai was the fastest to let go. After all, he was the boss who was ridiculed by the whole network for having no muscles. After that battle, he became famous in the first battle, and his psychological endurance rose another 7 steps, successfully becoming the thickest-skinned person present. Jiu Fuxian and Fu Jizhen observed Ron Yu. She had already overturned the USB flash drive and embarked on the road of persuading Chi Jian. It was hopeless to seize the USB flash drive to defend her dignity. The two of them could only sigh softly and walk into the restaurant, comforting themselves while walking. At least, when Ron Yu watched the monitoring video of the sand sculptures, it also meant that she was watching them. If the society dies, the society will die. For a moment, only Ron Yu and Chi Jian were left on the sofa. Chi Nuo sat in the corner of the restaurant, didn't eat breakfast, and looked in the direction of Ron Yu and Chi Jian anxiously and a little scared. He was afraid that his sister would not welcome him here. Ron Yu patted Chi Jian on the shoulder. 10 days after the live broadcast, you still have 5 days to think about it, so think about it carefully. As she spoke, she walked to the dining table and put the rice ball with cheese and meat floss on Brother Chinyo's plate. Eat it. There was a trace of nervousness on Chi Nuo's fair face, and she wanted to ask Ron Yu what she had said to Chi Jian, but there were too many people present, so she swallowed all the words. Ron Yu poured herself a cup of yogurt, picked up a shrimp and avocado sandwich, and suddenly said, by the way, Chi Nuo will also be in this variety show. Chi Jian, who was sitting on the sofa, turned her head in surprise. Fu Jizhen glanced at Chi Nuo, who had just turned 20. Chi Nuo is a genius, very handsome. She should be the type of little milk dog that Luke Swan said. It's just that he is very shy and doesn't like to talk most of the time. He is dull and boring all day long. Now, it seems that only esports is left in his life. Chi Nuo desperately wants to get her sister's approval, and wants her sister to care about him more. But Chi Jian has been asked differently from him since he was born. Chi Jian is the future heir of the family, and everyone in the Chi family trained her to be the heir, putting too much pressure on her. And because Chi Nuo was born prematurely and was born in a bad condition, his parents paid special attention to him when he was young. Many neglected my sister when I was a child. Later, my sister grew up independently and went abroad early, and the distance from them became farther and farther. After Chi Jian returned to China, the family's attitude towards her sister became more cautious, fearing that if she did not do well, she would be unhappy and never go home again. I heard from my grandfather that my sister has changed a lot and will go home for dinner recently. Chi Nuo has been training in the club and has not felt the change of her sister. After receiving a call from Ron Yu, she hurried over to buy breakfast, hoping to get some feedback from Chi Jian. Unfortunately not. But there was a surprise. Ron Yu, the boss, invited him to appear on variety shows together. Jiu Fuxian was slightly stunned, and looked up at Chi Nuo. Does he have time? Ron Yu, the team will be on vacation in a week, and Chi Nuo has time. She let Chi Nuo go because she liked Chi Nuo's good attitude of doing things in silence. If there is something for him to do, Chi Nuo will never complain, and complete it without saying a word. He can be called a must-have helper for variety shows. It just happened to allow Chi Jian and Chi Nuo to exchange feelings, which is pretty good. Maybe the relationship is better, and Mr. Chi will reward her several $100 million with his heart full of satisfaction. Chi Jian sat down at the dining table, glanced at Chi Nuo, who lowered his head slightly from the corner of his eye, and did not speak. The relationship between her and her family is not good enough to be on the same live variety show. After breakfast, the overlords have to leave. Before leaving, Ronyu pointed at the claw machine and asked jokingly, "Yesterday you fought for it. Who will take it today?" Ji Fushin, Fujizhan, Luke Swan, Jian Kuai, Lu Jin, and Chi Jian felt an invisible pressure, and the embarrassing memories that hadn't died began to attack them again. Thinking of the content of the surveillance video, he couldn't help but bury himself in embarrassment. Hearing Ronyu's words, he ran away in a hurry without looking back. This claw machine, whoever wants it, wants it. In the end, only Ji Fushin was left in the villa area. He can't run away. This is his home, and he has to deal with this embarrassing memory. Ji Fu Chen frowned tightly, and his narrow eyes were deep. Wei Wen, who just came back, hurriedly said, "Tell me, move this thing to the utility room and never let it out." "Okay, Mr. Jiu Xiao." After Jiu Fu Chen explained, he rubbed his temples and had no choice but to go out. Only Ronyu, Chi Nuo, and Wei Wen, who was on the phone on the balcony, were left in the villa. Chi Nuo asked in a low voice, "Will my sister be on variety shows?" Ronyu, "Yes, don't worry. Chi Jian can't let go now, or is embarrassed to let go." She still had a way to help Chi Jian, successfully opened her heart, completely freed herself and became happy. On the fourth day after Jian Kuai's birthday, and the eighth day before the live broadcast, a group of strange people appeared in Chi Jian's office. Chi Jian sat at the desk, resting her forehead in one hand, and asked helplessly, "How long are you going to stay here?" On the leather sofa 4 meters away from her desk, Luke Swan lay on her back, flipping through magazines boredly, and said lazily, "Sister Chi, I don't want to get moldy here either." But Yayo said, "If I don't accompany you, let you go on a variety show with us, and she will send that video to my parents." In the past 2 days, 5 people, Luke Swan, Jian Kuai, Lu Jin, Fujizhan and even Ji Fushin, worked here in shifts. Luke Swan was an idler and spent the most time here. She has gone from being aggrieved and begging Chi Jian to appear on the variety show at the beginning, to now being lazy and indifferent, trying to persuade her. I believe that Sister Yayo will understand her when she sees that she is so sincere and has put in so much effort for the variety show career, and will not send the video to her parents, so as to retain the last trace of her little princess pride. 2 minutes later, Chi Jian received an internal call from his assistant. "Mr. Chi, Mr. Jiang from the Jiang family has come and said he has something important to discuss with you." Chi Jian wanted to scold someone. It doesn't matter at all. In the past 2 days, Fujizhan, Jian Kuai, and Ji Fushin all came in with this reason. When they came, they brought a stack of documents with them, but after they came in, they sat on the sofa to read the documents. She is not afraid of dropping documents on her, revealing the company's business secrets, smiling face. Even though he knew what Jianguai was going to do, Chi Jian let him into the office uncontrollably. Seeing Jian Kuai's unflattering smiling face, Chi Jian frowned and examined himself. Chi Jian suddenly discovered that deep down in her heart she did not resist their persuasion at all. She wanted to be on variety shows, to fight with them, and to be dragged into their small circle by Ronyu, but she was embarrassed and had too many worries. Concerned about Chi's elders and family members, what will the company's senior management think when they see her appearing on TV? It happened to be a restaurant at this time. Luke Swan was starving to death. She rubbed her stomach and asked, "Brother Jianguai, have you eaten? If not, I will ask my brother to bring you some dinner later." According to the shift schedule, Lu Jin was the last guard on duty tonight. Jian Kuai, "Okay, let him give me some later." Luke Swan nodded, and happily checked in to report in the WeChat group strategy of Chi Jian. 6. Luke Swan, dip tilde off work card. At Lu Jin, "Brother, when you come over later, bring something to eat for brother Jianguai." Lu Jin, "He wants to eat my meal again. The stingy one." Lu Jin at, "During working hours, is the meal reimbursed?" Fat cat, "Don't report it, you are richer than me." Lu Jin, "My heart hurts. When did my idol become a black-hearted boss?" Fujizhan, "Don't scold yourself at. Ji Fushin, "My sister just doesn't want to spend money on unnecessary people. She is very sensible and witty." Chi Jian hesitated to speak and looked at Lu Xuan, who was packing up her things and preparing to leave, and Jian Kuai, who was just getting ready to continue working. Lu Xuan put her bag on her back, bounced and sang the song about eating that she adapted. I want to eat, let me eat, eat a meal, hug health, eat a meal, hug delicious food. Chi Jian felt a little uncomfortable, clenched the pen tightly, and the words choked in his throat. Lu Xuan put her hand on the doorknob and pulled it down. When she opened the door and was about to go out, Chi Jian stood up from her chair and said courageously, I'm participating in a variety show, don't keep it here, go to eat. Lu Xuan, Jack. The two happily clapped hands to celebrate. Jian Kuai put away the documents and smiled excitedly. We must celebrate, let's go, I'll treat you to dinner. Lu Xuan nodded again and again, rushed over and dragged Chi Jian out. Go, it's raining red in the sky, brother Jian Kuai is treating guests to dinner. I must call my brother to commemorate this great moment. Jian Guai's heartache is heartache, but this small amount of money is not worth mentioning in front of the security video. He gritted his teeth and invited this meal. Ask Jiu Fusion and Ronyu if they are coming, and by the way, there is also Chi Nuo, this time he will also be on the variety show. Jian Kuai added, no problem Tilda. Chi Jian was held tightly by Lu Xuan, so she had to close the file ahead of time and go out with them. Jian Kuai and Lu Xuan were noisy, and standing between them, Chi Jian felt a kind of noise and warmth that she envied. When I was abroad, every year during the holidays, when my classmates went out to celebrate together arm in arm, Chi Jian would go home and study with her books in her arms. She is burdened with family pressure and has no room for happiness. Now, this opportunity is in front of her. Ronyu didn't go to the dinner party, regrettably missed the grand scene of Jianguai's treat. Jiu Fusion went, but Chi Nuo didn't. The club hasn't had a holiday yet, he should still be playing training games and has no chance to go out. In the evening, Ronyu changed the name of the group strategy of Chi Jian, 6 to super variety show guests, 6 and invited Chi Jian and Chi Nuo to join the group. The group is very lively at night. Lu Xuan sent several photos of food at the dinner party, feeding Ronyu and Chi Nuo through the screen. Variety show guests first group building, people are not there, but the spirit must be there. Ronyu's WeChat phone vibrated continuously. She didn't open it to look. Luming on the opposite side was curious. Why don't you reply to the message? Lu Ming had just completed a half-month journey. She is not with Ronyu recently, but she is following her news online. Ronyu and Lu Ming are eating barbecue, near the school, an online celebrity barbecue restaurant that Lu Ming likes very much. Each small table is blocked by a curtain, and the privacy is well done. Ronyu, some friends posted in the group, it doesn't matter if you don't reply. Lu Ming showed off the barbecue, seeing that Ronyu had been grilling for her, but he didn't eat it himself. He paused for a while and asked seriously, what's wrong with you? Ronyu put another piece of barbecue on it. She didn't know what to say. When Lu Ming first returned to the wealthy family, Lu Ming was busy with the postgraduate entrance examination. Time was tight, and the contact was not close. Now that Lu Ming finished the postgraduate entrance examination and went out to play for a while, she could make an appointment to play, but she ran out of time. She's going to a variety show. Not only that, Ronyu sometimes feels that she has betrayed Lu Ming. There are more and more people around her, some protect her, and some she wants to protect. Ronyu put down the barbecue tongs, took a sip of water, and stared at the barbecue plate uncomfortably. The meat gradually changed from red to light gray, with small pieces bulging on the top, and it sizzled on the barbecue plate. The meat was delicious. Ronyu hesitated to grab another piece for Lu Ming, and when she put down the barbecue clip again, she whispered, I'm going to be on a variety show. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That's great. Why do you have this expression? What kind of variety show is it? Lu Ming always felt that Ronyu left too hastily and did not bring her entertainment career to a successful conclusion. Now it is a very good thing to be able to bid farewell on a variety show. Ronyu scratched her head. It was with a group of friends and my brother. Lu Ming nodded. So, after she finished speaking, she realized something and smiled lightly. Putting down his chopsticks, Lu Ming said seriously, I'm actually very happy that you have your own friends. When Ronyu said a year ago that she wanted to withdraw from the social circle, use her savings to buy a small villa by the sea, and live a beautiful retirement life ahead of schedule, Lu Ming thought about whether they would just slowly cut off contact in the future. Lu Ming's profession and dream determine that she must stay in this big city, but Rongyu's thoughts are completely opposite to hers. She wants to go to a small city to live a carefree life, but Rongyu's only friend is her. Living alone by the sea, she will inevitably feel lonely. She has to take the postgraduate entrance examination, has to work, and may get married in the future, so it is impossible to stay with Ronyu forever. Cruelly, Ronyu must have her own life. Either endure the loneliness, or meet other people and let them accompany her on the journey. Lu Ming was very happy to see Ronyu return to the home of his biological parents. This means that in the long years to come, Ronyu will be accompanied, and she can move forward with confidence. It's like when she took the postgraduate entrance examination, she spent most of the time with fellow graduate students she knew and had a good relationship. She and Ronyu are best friends, but they are not the only ones in life. In the vast world of life, there are more wonderful things waiting for Ronyu. She cannot be limited here. If you are happy, I will be happy. Lu Ming smiled, and then took out a document from his bag. Look at it. Ronyu hesitated to take it. The words Bojan Group are written at the beginning of the document. Ronyu was taken aback. I passed the internship resume I submitted, passed the online interview, HR asked me to go to work the day after tomorrow, and sent me a paper version of the offer today. And it doesn't stop there. Ronyu, take a look at the last side. On the last side, there was a handwritten white post-it note. Hi, I'm Ji Fusion, brother of your good friend. Congratulations on joining Bojan with your own strength. Actually, when I got the offer, I wondered for a moment whether it was because of your help that I had this opportunity. I was very excited and moved when I saw your brother's words. Lu Ming said with a smile, you have helped me buy a house, and now I live very comfortably, and with such a good family by my side, I can confidently and boldly sprint towards my dream. Once I have accumulated experience, I will go out and start a business. Ronyu, I'll invest in you when the time comes. Lu Ming chuckled, no problem. By the way, who are the people who are on the variety show with you? Seeing that Lu Ming was not unhappy, Ronyu breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to pick up the barbecue tongs to hold meat for her, and said honestly, your idols. Lu Ming was at a loss for words. His language function was lost for a long time and finally recovered. He threw away the barbecue tongs in Ronyu's hand, and said with a serious face, promise me, take good care of them. Good. The day after Chi Jian was confirmed to be on the variety show, the producer and director of the program group got the news, hugged each other and cried. How could their variety show leader invite so many people? It was right to worship the Bodhisattva last month. Fat Cat is indeed a great Bodhisattva, so many overlords and young ladies follow her when she comes. You can really trust Chubby Cat forever. After the official announcement of this lineup, which is so luxurious that no one would believe it, all staff members who participated in the second season of the Heirs can proudly brag about it for a lifetime. But the members of the Dinghao family demanded that the official announcement that they would participate in the variety show was not allowed 1 second before the live broadcast started, or even before they were captured on the screen. This point is mainly to reduce the degree of discussion among netizens and stop their topics from diverging. What's more important is to take care of Fu Chen's face. So far, the director and producer don't know what Ji Fuxian, Lu Jin, and Luke Swan look like. The only news they get is that these people will come to participate in the variety show, and the Dinghao family has not disclosed any photos or information about them. It doesn't matter if you don't disclose it, the director and producer are very happy. 7 days before the start of the variety show, the director personally logged on to the official variety show blog and posted a booming and beaming countdown poster every day. The joy of the director and producer can be seen from the poster. But the two of them were happy, and the rest of the staff in the group panicked. The producer suddenly went crazy. Not only did he push all the advertisers, but he didn't even find any guests. He just sat in the office all day, bouncing around and having fun with the director. Everyone looked sad. No way, because the second season has been slow to find a guest, only Cheng Gaiwan is alone. The director and producer are crazy, ready to make an exclusive variety show for him. Not to mention, the two of them also have mental problems, too much pressure, manic, go crazy and have fun in the office every day. But when they were asked, they said mysteriously, "Just wait and see. The recording preparations are all ready, and now we are waiting for the broadcast to start 5 days later. The staff can wait, but the netizens on the internet cannot." The second season of the Heiress has attracted the attention of the majority of netizens, especially after the official announcement of the top-level story. The expectations of netizens are directly full. The first guest announced by the official announcement is such a big name, and it will definitely be even better in the future. As a result, I waited for several days without waiting for the follow-up official announcement. What? Is the show still going on? Are you messing it up? Why are you posting red posters? What I want to see are guests. If you let Cheng Gaiwan bring a bunch of scumbags by himself, I will really scold you to death. Is the person behind his black material or is too vague? You dare not even make an official announcement. Not only netizens, but also some colleagues who are greedy for the traffic of the Heiress are also waiting and watching. Cheng Gaiwan's management team sent messages several times, asking the variety show team to pay attention to the public opinion on the internet, not to discredit the variety show or Cheng Gaiwan, and asking the show team to officially announce the follow-up guests as soon as possible. Cheng Gaiwan, as a top performer in the entertainment industry, is praised by others in his usual business activities and filming. He and his team are used to everyone revolving around themselves. Although the Heiress is an S&hit variety show, it can be a hit. Cheng Gaiwan is a well-deserved top-notch, and he has the status of a wealthy son. No matter what, he overwhelms the show. The program team is required to control the direction of public opinion and not let public opinion backfire on Cheng Gaiwan. This is the request of the team. The director and producer saw their news and ignored them at all. In front of Chubby Cat, you are nothing. Later, Cheng Gaiwan's team sent several more emails, each time with more intense words. The director and producer ignored him and treated him as farting. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come. Anyway, the contract was signed, and they were not the ones who broke the contract and lost money. However, Cheng Gaiwan's fans on the internet have been arguing for a long time under the implicit suggestion of the team. Regardless of the director, he logged onto Weibo to post the countdown poster on Weibo as usual, waiting happily for the start of the live broadcast. Chubby Cat, Jiu Fu Chen, Fu Jishan, Li Jin, Chi Jian, and Chi Jian's younger brother, Jian Huai. These overlords and top-notch ladies are coming to his variety show. When they appear, they will surely shock the whole world, and netizens can finally see their true colors of Mount Lu. Maybe you can call Ron Yu and Ron Chen Chen out to meet him. No matter how many times he thinks about the great cards and wealth of this day, the director can't help but weep with joy. The director is very excited about the lineup of the variety show, and the heirs of several big families are also preparing for the variety show recently. Ron Yu heard that Jian Huai has been exercising every day recently, and she is working hard to clear up the rumors that Jian Huai has no abdominal muscles and ran out of the male model show in despair, sweating as much as he can at the request of his personal trainer. Li Jin watched a lot of variety shows when chasing stars, and knew that some variety shows would require her to cook, deliberately watching the guests suffer. So he fried the kitchen for 10 days. Jiu Fusion and Fu Jishan were not idle, adhering to the attitude of know yourself, know your enemy, and win 100 battles and never lose face of the boss. The two made an appointment to watch the first season of The Heirs together in Jiu's private theater every day after get off work. Jiu Fusion knew that the moment he appeared on a variety show, he would definitely lose face. It doesn't matter. In the next recording time, he will use perfect actions to show netizens that Ron Yu's brother is very good. Jiu Fusion is still victorious in the business war. Jiu Fusion would never admit that watching the variety show was just to keep him from thinking indiscriminately and prevent himself from thinking about the scene of the live broadcast that day. Thinking of this, Jiu Fusion's breath became stagnant. Is it too late to run now, Tat? The night before the live broadcast of The Heirs, Cheng Gaiwan was invited to participate in an annual party, and came back with an acting award. The fans were overjoyed. The management team was very happy, and sent a text message to the variety show director that night, with very blunt words. "Who are the other guests? We do not accept any guests who have had conflicts with Cheng Gaiwan Ditto variety show." The director was so annoying that he wanted to send you a hammer. However, he still has professionalism, so he just blocked him and ignored him. He's been bugging the ***** team for a long time. An entertainer who breaks the flow is praised as the emperor by you. If the previous employers asked him to have him and the contract was signed again, the director would have given him the title. Chapter 61. In the live broadcast room, what everyone thought was Ron Chen Chen appeared in front of the screen. There were a lot of barrage on the screen, which took up about half of the screen, and they were all saying the restaurant is so big and beautiful, Jiu's family is so stylish and so on. The moment Ron Chen Chen appeared, the screen in the live broadcast room was filled with Ron Yu, and Ron Chen Chen are also at Jiu's house. Until Wei Wen, who came from the main kitchen, said a sacred and solemn sentence, "Good morning, Mr. Jiu Xiao." Jiu, little sir. As far as netizens know, this person's surname is Ron, not Chen. Ron Chen Chen, who looked down at the phone, nodded naturally when he heard the voice. The overly natural movements were like lightning and thunder, and two bangs hit the heads of netizens, and the heads were so shocked that only the modal particles such as "r" and "wa." "He's Jiu Fusion R. Ron Chen Chen, you lied to us so hard tat. He even fooled us, pointing. GIF. In the beginning, they all knew Ron Chen Chen, and the melon eaters who regarded Ron Chen Chen as a cute brother were the first to react, and rebuked Ron Chen Chen viciously in the barrage. Many people in the financial circle watch this variety show. Many people who are involved in or want to participate in the work of the financial and business circles will watch this variety show. Want to learn a little knowledge in their life. In addition to leisure, you can also learn, killing two birds with one stone. Therefore, after the first season of the Heiress was broadcast, it swept the entire business circle. The live broadcast of the second season has just started, and there are many workers from the business circle pouring into the live broadcast room, and a large number of them are Jiu Fusion's fans. It's not that Jiu Fusion's younger brothers and sisters love to watch this variety show when they have nothing to do. It's just that Jiu Fusion's performance is really outstanding among the 6 heirs of the top wealthy families in China. If the business circle is divided according to the ranking of the entertainment circle, Jiu Fusion is undoubtedly the top middle class who exists like a king of heaven. Near. In addition to what Wei Wen revealed just now, the guest on Channel 1 is Chubby Mao, and Chubby Mao is Jiu Fusion's younger sister. With the mentality of having a chance to meet a business legend, Jiu Fusion's fans flocked here. At the moment, 1/3 of the people in the live broadcast room are watching the business legend Jiu Fusion. Seeing this scene in the live broadcast room, my head was numb and buzzed, my reason stopped thinking, and the audience was stunned. How can this be? Ron Chen Chen, the sand sculpture, how could it be their business legend, low-key, calm and connotative, who kills everything instantly in business wars, and has a dignified temperament, Jiu Fusion? No. What's the matter with a hint of humor in despair? The legend of the business world can also browse Keokeo, so naive enough to participate in the first signing competition. Moreover, he even praised Ron Chen Chen in the interview. Originally thought that Jiu Fusion and Ron Chen Chen were in love with each other, and the two went to each other, exchanging ideas on how to spoil their younger sisters every day. But it turned out that Jiu Fusion / Ron Chen Chen directed and acted on their own. I praise myself. What a shameless overlord. Obviously there is a wonderful kind of helplessness like the collapsing house in the entertainment industry, but after the helplessness, I want to die laughing. After all the fanboys and girls came back to their senses, they quickly occupied the barrage in the live broadcast room. At first, the melon eaters who were surprised by this froze in front of the screen, and the barrage stopped. Bo and other major platforms shouted, returning the battlefield of surprise and laughter to them. I hide in front of the screen and continue to eat melons. I don't believe that my idol will never do everything Ron Chen Chen should do, but he did. From now on, everyone will know that Jiu Fusion, the legend in the business world, is actually a crazy version of the sister-in-law. I really want to interview Bojan's employees or people who have met and worked with Gu Fusion. After they saw Ron Chinchin's actions on the internet, would they want to laugh when they met Gu Fusion? Laughing, what did Gu Fusion do wrong again? He's just a bit of a sister-in-law, but he still has self-respect. Just now I was still whispering happily about the variety show team didn't come, and then I looked up ha 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 ha. All the staff of Bojan laughed like hell. Finally waited until the day when the boss dropped his vest. They no longer need to sneakily share gossip in the group, they can generously share all the news about Gu Fusion they know on Weibo. Congratulations, family members! At the same time, hash became a hot search topic, and it turned out to be the world, and sat firmly in the position of Hot One, discussing it all over the country, and seeing foreign friends in different languages from time to time. The whole network announced that today is the time for Gu Fusion to die well, this hot day. You sit tight for me. Gu Fusion's assistant team and Bojan's public relations department saw all this. The PR department was supposed to post articles or Weibo articles that could save Gu Fusion's face, but no one wanted to post them. Under the leadership of the vice president, all the staff of Bojan opened the live broadcast room and collectively ate melons. The same is true for subgroups distributed across the country. No one wanted to post on Weibo to defend Gu Fusion's domineering face. Even Gu Yuchen and Ron Liu, the last people Gu Fusion could rely on, chose to sit in front of the LCD screen, watching the live broadcast room of Channel 1 with Lu's father, Lu's mother, Fu's mother, and Chi's mother. After all, this prosperous age is as the netizens all over the country wish. The number of people in the live broadcast room soared. Fortunately, in the week before the start of the live broadcast, the director and producer speculated that after the appearance of several heirs, the traffic would definitely reach a peak, so the live broadcast app stepped up to upgrade the server. Today, the number of people in the live broadcast room of Channel 1 has soared to tens of millions, and there are still many people pouring in a short period of time. Chen Gaiwan's fans shut down, and the management team was as quiet as chickens. There are also some passerby fans who are far away from Chen Gaiwan, swishing to the live broadcast room of Channel 1. There is no way, idols are precious, and Gu Fusion's price is even higher. In front of Gu Fusion, Chen Gaiwan could at most be considered a young and rich second generation, not even worthy of the word rich. With such an outstanding legendary figure, who would want to look at Chen Gaiwan? In the live broadcast room, everyone excitedly waited for Gu Fusion's next move. Let me see what Gu Fusion will do to save his dignity. He didn't do anything. What should I do if I'm already excited? Gu Fusion is so handsome. Whoa. Hurry up. I only hate that the live broadcast can't speed up. Hurry up and let me travel to the back. Let's see what Gu Fusion is doing. In the restaurant on the second floor, Gu Fuchen had never been so desperate. But sadly, he can't show it yet. People all over the country are watching, and they can guess how many ha there are in the live broadcast room without thinking. Gu Fuchen was nervous the whole time, sitting stiffly on the dining chair, with his hands folded on the dining table, his eyes fixed on the empty dining chair opposite, looking forward to Ronny's early appearance and breaking the embarrassment at the moment. Fortunately, all wishes come true. The younger sister didn't show up, but a phone call from Songwen saved him. The live broadcast of the variety show started recording a week before the Spring Festival. Before going on the variety show, Gu Fusion had already mentioned to Songwen what he had to do in the next few days. Except for urgent work, Songwen would not disturb him. Bojan did encounter a little crisis today. Half a month ago, I discussed cooperation with a company in country Y, and the cooperation went very smoothly, but today, the other party's attitude suddenly became stiff. I am not satisfied with the current share. I hope that the profit can be increased a little bit. The main reason is that during the cooperation process, a company from M country intervened, and the two companies competed for a project cooperation, and the right to choose was in the hands of the other party, so their attitude was naturally a little arrogant. But the point is, their contract was signed the day before yesterday. Song Wen finished his report on the phone, and Ji Fuxian listened. The uneasiness, embarrassment, and shyness of a few minutes ago gradually disappeared. Ji Fuxian listened very carefully. When he heard the other party repent halfway, his brows were slightly wrinkled, his jawline was tense, and his face was serious. In the live broadcast room, he couldn't directly say the solution. "I'll send you the countermeasures in WeChat." Ji Fuxian's voice was low, and his gestures exuded a touch of confidence and calmness, with an invisible pride, as if nothing would bother him. "All right, Mr. Ji. At this moment, I am sure he is still Ji Fuxian. What a charming personality. Can the current Baozong drama learn from Ji Fuxian's temperament? He is cute in sand sculptures in private, and has an outstanding temperament at work. No matter what he says, it makes people feel at ease. Veru is indeed my idol. I am so happy to watch him work. He is always at work. I am salted fish, happy tilde." Ji Fuxian bowed his head to type, with 2 points of sharpness in his eyes. Onlookers noticed that it might be a very tricky thing, and they all suggested to the director team to quickly let the boss leave the camera and go to work. The PD Xiaoyu of Channel 1 realized this, and asked softly, "Mr. Jiyu, do you need to leave the studio to work?" Ji Fuxian was immersed in the seriousness of the work, without thinking too much, nor did he consider that this was a perfect opportunity to escape the live broadcast room, so he was immersed in the work, and said in a flat tone, "No need," then continued typing. Netizens were particularly curious as to what made him so serious. 5 minutes later, Bojan's official Weibo sent a push on foreign social platforms. Translated in Chinese is, "You have behaved very badly. If you want to terminate the contract peacefully, you are welcome at any time." The implication is, it wasn't Bojan who begged them, it was they who begged Bojan. Bojan can find partners all over the world, not just your company, so don't take yourself too seriously. The method of threatening with the project does not work against Bojan. This point must be counted. Someone transferred the push from the external network, and the netizens collectively exclaimed, it's him, so handsome, ha 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 ha. There is a company that wants to touch porcelain Bojan, how dare you." At the same moment, Ji Fuxian's typing speed slowed down. Just now he sent Song Wen the follow-up impact of this incident, possible events and corresponding measures, and Song Wen responded one by one. Now that he was busy with official business, Ji Fuxian's tense nerves relaxed, and he suddenly thought of a very important matter. Secretly asked Song Wen, "Ji, how does the internet evaluate me now?" Many people laugh. Then he recalled the time when the director team asked him if he wanted to go out to work. Thinking of his refusal, Ji Fuxian regretted it. Song Wen has been busy with business, so he really didn't have a chance to read the public opinion on the internet. Seeing this sentence, he sighed heavily. Mr. Jiyu really. Last second he was a tyrant, but now he looks like a fool. The states of Ji Fuxian and Ruan Chen switch at any time depending on whether they are working or not. Song Wen replied honestly, "Mr. Jiyu, I'm busy with business and don't have time to observe. Why don't you take a look?" Ji Fuxian pursed his lips tightly. He wanted to see it by himself, but he didn't have the courage to face it directly. Ji Fuxian didn't dare to read the comments on the internet with his own eyes, turned off his phone and stared blankly at the next embarrassing scene. Very good. Embarrassment started again. He was wearing a black overcoat with a dark grey suit and a tie at the neckline. It was very formal, the standard overlord's attire. Ji Fuxian folded his hands and was immersed in the silence just now. The restaurant was eerily quiet. Ji Fuxian didn't speak, and the variety show team standing beside him also kept absolutely quiet. Ji Fuxian couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his eyes secretly to see what state they were in now, and whether they wanted to laugh at him. Looking up, the result. The eyes of Xiaoyu met unexpectedly. Ji Fuxian quickly retracted his gaze. 3 seconds later, he glanced furtively again. Result. Collided with the eyes of a group of staff. Ji Fuxian, apprehensive and seemingly calm, he immediately retracted his gaze. So cute, so cute, so cute. Look at it, take another look quietly, take another look at it. I've checked my eyes. When I'm working, I'm serious. Ji Fuxian. When I'm not working, I'm Ron Chen Chen, a cute sand sculpture. Woo-oo, this is the first time I saw the boss in real life, and I feel that this is the real thing. Work hard, live happily. Just a joke. He is not afraid of business wars or foreign companies. He is only afraid of the camera and netizens in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Does this count as us holding on to the overlord? Xiao Yu felt that it was really bad, so he mustered up his courage to interrupt the silence of the restaurant. Mr. Jiyu, are you going to try to introduce yourself? Jiyu Fusion replied quickly and forcefully, no. Laughing to death, you can't go down even if I give you the steps. Ha ha ha, like a nervous primary school student waiting quietly for the teacher. Jiyu Fu Chen didn't want to talk, he would rather endure the silence at this moment, quietly waiting for his sister to come over. It's okay, my sister has seen big storms in the entertainment industry, she must know how to save the current embarrassing scene. Wei Wen also realized this, and said respectfully, Mr. Jiyu Xiao, I'll go upstairs to see if Miss is awake. Jiyu Fu Chen pretended to be calm and nodded. Wei Wen's words made netizens who had been in shock since the broadcast finally remembered another thing. If Jiyu Fusion is Ron Chen Chen, isn't the fat cat and the little lady the housekeeper calls Ron Yu? Ah, my shocked brain hasn't rested yet, am I about to suffer another critical blow? Jiyu Fusion's elder brother is Ron Yu? Ah bah, Ron Yu is Jiyu Fusion's elder brother. Bah, bastard, I can't say anything. I'll help you, let's say this out loud. Ron Yu's elder brother is Jiyu Fusion. Ah, screaming, roaring, twisting, Ron Yu is a fat cat. If it's Ron Yu, I understand why Jiyu Fusion would be controlled by a sister. Ron Yu deserves it. Jiyu Fusion and Ron Yu's brother and sister relationship is very good. Ron Yu said in the Kaohua group that she is doing well now. It is true. All stand up, ready to welcome new Kolu Ron Fat Cat Yo. When Wei Wen walked out, Ron Yu had already washed up and arrived at the restaurant on the second floor. Thinking that her brother is about to shine brightly in the whole network, and everyone will know his face, Ron Yu feels a strange joy in her heart. Her brother, always shine. At the same time, Ron Yu secretly delighted in the embarrassing storm that her brother will face next. Ha ha ha, brother is going to become the joke of the whole internet. Ron Yu put her hands in her coat, and her steps were light, as if she was so happy that she was bouncing around. You can see brother's jokes soon, Tilda. But when will the variety show start? Ron Yu touched her pocket, but didn't bring her mobile phone. At this point, Wei Wen should be in the restaurant. Ron Yu walked towards the restaurant expectantly and joyfully. When there were still 2 or 3 meters left, the door opened by itself. Wei Wen walked towards him. Ron Yu kept bouncing around lightly, and wanted to ask her with a smile when the variety show team would come. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of a row of cameras facing the entrance of the restaurant. Mode switched to normal walking mode. Ron Yu dignifiedly went to the dining table and sat down, sitting in front of Jiyu Fusion, maintaining a smile that was not on the surface, and making eye contact with Jiyu Fusion. Brother, I am so desperate right now. Sister, I'm already desperate. Chapter 62. Fat Cat, Ron Yo RRR. Obviously I guessed this scene, but I was still shocked when I saw it. My mother asked me why I was crazy at home, how to explain to her the thunderous blow that I was suffering at the moment. Ron Yu is so cute, bouncing around is really cute, but when she saw the camera, she immediately raised her chest, raised her head and retracted her stomach, pursed her lips and stretched her face, and she came with a set of elegant ladies' set meal, and walked over seriously. Now their brothers and sisters are embarrassed, we are shocked, everyone has no good fruit to eat, it is evened. Ron Yu and Jiyu Fusion looked at each other. Wei Wen asked someone to bring breakfast. This meal, Ron Yu ate so much that she didn't know the taste, so she took 2 bites and took a sneak peek at the direction of the variety show team. Wei Wen explained, the team arrived at Jiyu's house around 8:30 in the morning. Jiyu Fusion and Ron Yu didn't understand anything. Ron Yu forced a smile, very good. If I had known earlier, I would sleep a little longer and be less embarrassed. QAQ. Although Jiyu Fusion and Ron Yu looked pleasing to the eye while eating breakfast, and the Dinghao family's meals were arranged in a row against the sky, but they couldn't keep the 2 of them eating quietly. PD Xiaoyu deliberately enlivened the atmosphere of the scene and asked softly, Fatty. She paused for a moment, then smiled. I'm sorry, it's Ronyu. Do you want to introduce yourself briefly to the camera? Ronyu shook her head like a rattle. Joke. It is enough for everyone to know that she is a fat cat, and if she is introduced in front of so many people, there is no need to die again. Fuck, I remember that a long time ago, people speculated whether Ronyu would be a fat cat. Back then, no one believed that Ronyu would be the eldest lady of the Gu family. What a heaven-defying identity, Ronyu, you deserve it, shouting till the sound breaks. Puff always thought that Chubby Cat and his only brother were fans of Ronyu, but now the truth is revealed, one is me and the other is my brother. Fat Pan Mao also praised Ronyu for being good-looking before, and it feels the same as Gu Fusion praising himself as a good brother. No wonder these two can become brothers and sisters. Let go of our eldest lady Ronyu __. I seem to see the scene where she is so embarrassed that she almost taps her toes. It's normal for me to praise myself for being good-looking, with confidence. I just praise myself every day. Right? We girls are so confident. At this moment, the front row of Weibo's hot searches are all related to Ronyu and Gu Fusion. There is a lot of discussion on Weibo. When I heard that Chubby Cat participated in a variety show just now, I wondered why she would participate in this variety show. Now I understand, she is announcing the entire entertainment circle. She knew Kolu Ruaniao, who is also a fat cat, and Gu Jidamis, returned to the entertainment circle now. The dream that was never fulfilled in the entertainment industry, this time she will realize it all. Here I can't help but order a song for our eldest lady Ronyu, adapted from the song The Temptation of Going Home, The Temptation of Returning. Ha 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 ha, laugh at me to death. What good do you have? What's even more ridiculous is that 2 days ago, Chen Gaiwan's team and fans were connoting that this variety show was not good, saying that they didn't reveal their identities because the other people were fools, and their brother pitifully wanted to ****** blood for each other. I can only talk and don't talk too much, it's embarrassing now tilde. Use their words to fight back. Don't let the fake top-ranking people try to rub off on our real top-ranking popularity. I thought it was too vague to make an official announcement, but the result is that the coffee is too big, so I dare not make an official announcement. In addition, fans and staff of the RG team who heard that Ronyu is Chubby Cat rushed to the live broadcast room to watch. As for the artists under the TNT and Destroy Entertainment Company who performed badly and enjoyed life, and became more and more popular, they were very moved. Ronyo, she is real, I cried to death tat. She has worked in the entertainment industry, and understands the pain of being disrespected by people, wantonly destroying her dreams, and having to make way for capital when she is obviously very capable. In fact, in many cases, the hard work and dedication of the small scumbags are no worse than those of the first and second tiers, but there is no chance to stand up. At the beginning, it was Ronyu who came here with 500 million yuan, but she insisted on using the name of Chubby Cat to make people think that it wasn't her money that was being lost, so she didn't feel bad. The majority of netizens have misunderstood her. The money is her own. New Kolu and Ronyu are the most bodhisattva, most considerate and gentle three most investors in the entertainment industry. The day to fuck entertainment artists want to pay back to their holy boss. There's not much I can do, but I can only attract the bodhisattva boss Ronyu, so that she can quickly conquer the entertainment industry and become the top player in the history of the entertainment industry that cannot be surpassed. The 5 artists are very popular now. Turn on the live broadcast to watch the live broadcast of the Heiress, click on channel 1, and fart a rainbow to Ronyu. Their fans happily ran in to watch. Yuan Ron is definitely the most unique boss in the world. I used to think that there was no good company in the world. Now we're destroying the entertainment company every day with the most insane name. And we are a clean stream in the entertainment industry. Ronyu also has a senior care community, do you know? It's just over there in Chunning district. Chen Xin, the current manager of our company, the employee of Ronyu's boss, joked at first when the company just changed its name and held a general meeting. If the employees continue to perform poorly and the company successfully closes down, we can go to Ronyu's retirement community to retire directly. It's a fairy. It was rumored that the optimal investment was also said by her and another good friend, Chengshin, unintentionally. Don't listen to me, show me everything now. Take a good look at our boss Ron Yu. By the way, don't stay in my live broadcast room. Go out, go to channel 1. Brothers and sisters, you can't lose Ron Yu's top line. The number of live broadcasts must reach at least 20 million, right? Okay, I'm going to give the boss some presents. Under the cooperation of the 5 artists, Ron Yu's Chuntian Hua elderly care community was full for a while. At this time, Ron Yu and Ji Fusion finally finished their breakfast in a moment of silence. Ron Yu was mentally prepared to face the camera calmly. Seeing that they had finished eating, PD Xiaoyu took a long breath and asked softly, according to the procedure, we are now going to drive to our residence. Ron Yu felt a little strange. Under Ji Fusion's compulsory request, she watched the variety show together. In the first season, the 6 guests each lived in their own homes, and their daily life was filmed at home, allowing the audience to experience the life of a wealthy family. Ron Yu didn't ask, just said, before going to the venue, we have to pick up a guest. Chi Jian's younger brother, Chi Nuo. Today the RG team is officially on vacation, and Chi Nuo wants to rush directly from the team to the recording location. Originally, the Chi family arranged for a car to pick up and drop off Chin Nuo, but Chi Nuo refused. He wants to go by himself. Ron Yu was afraid that he would be embarrassed to face the camera alone, so she simply drove to pick him up. It was discussed in the variety show group the day before yesterday, and now Chi Nuo has packed her luggage and is sitting in the room waiting. When Ron Yu and Ji Fusion proposed to pick up the guests, PD Xiaoyu and other staff looked curious. Tell a joke. The variety show staff still don't know who the guests of the other channels are, but the guests already know who the other guests are. When Ji Fusion and Ron Yu were packing up their things and preparing to leave, the screens of several other live broadcast rooms that had been dark were lit up one after another. Chi Jian had just come out of the gym, with tiny beads of sweat on her forehead. Her face was full of collagen, and she looked cool and good-looking. Glancing at the lens, he nodded slightly. She stayed at Chi's house last night. Before going back to her room to wash, she told the butler beside her, take them around. Okay, Miss Chi. The staff of Channel 7 were collectively stunned. Miss Chi? There are still a few Miss Chi in the city who have such a magnificent mansion. The old housekeeper took them to the small garden at the back, and the PD couldn't suppress his excitement, so he went sipped. May I ask if Miss Chi's full name is Chi Jian, the head of the Chi family among the 6 most powerful families, the legendary cold and tyrannical female boss? The old housekeeper smiled kindly. Yes, staff. I really want to laugh. The staff don't even know who the guests are. I jumped back and forth between these dark live broadcast rooms, and I feel that watching today's guests has the excitement of opening a blind box. The staff excitedly opened the large group and reported the good news passionately inside. Ah, Chi Jian, she is so beautiful, cool and beautiful, the heir of the Dinghao family. But she found that there was more than one boss here. Our 5 groups and 6 groups are Lu Jin and Lu Xuan. My computer and everything are all products of the Lu family. The 4 groups are Jack. Looks good up close. It is absolutely false to say that he has no abdominal muscles on the internet. 3 groups of Fujizhan, so gentle boss. They are all bosses. Who are Group 1, Group 2 and Group 9? PD Xiaoyu. Group 1 and Group 2 are Ron Yu and Ji Fusion. Ron Yu is the fat cat, and Ji Fusion is Ron Chen Chen. All silent. It is equivalent to saying that the top 5 of the 6 giants are now here. They dare not even daydream about it. Director, how did you find them? To be honest, did you beg them in a fancy way? Director. He still has dignity. Certainly, if he can invite these people to stand upside down, he can stand upside down for another 100 years. The staff couldn't believe it, and neither could the netizens. Today, their peaceful lives and healthy heads have endured too many unbearable shocks. After finally recovering from the double shock brought by Ron Yu and Ji Fusion, he used his last reason to persuade himself to accept the reality. Good guy. When I looked up, several heirs of the Dinghao family appeared on the live channel. The head melon suffered another 100 times crit. Does the variety show team do good deeds, or go to the top of the rich and knock down on the ground? forcing them to go to the variety show. After the guest lineup came out, a good friend who is studying abroad told me that the external network is now boiling, and there are so many people climbing over the wall to watch the excitement. This is definitely the most powerful lineup in the history of variety shows. Both the live broadcast room and the live broadcast app have collapsed. Deadly, foreign friends fork out, bushy, foreign friends, you can see, please remember, warn you and this group of big shots are all ours. The shocking guest who came out of the director with his strength, don't grab it. When the live broadcast room and live app crashed, Ron Yu and Jiu Fusion went out to pick up Chi Nuo. They didn't get into the car prepared by the program team, and the program team understood, obediently put the live broadcast equipment into the trunk, and then installed cameras in every corner. After getting in the car, Ron Yu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw through the rearview mirror that the program crew got into the car and followed behind them. There was no one around. Brother, don't you still think about talking? She asked Jiu Fusion, who had been silent and stiff since the beginning. Jiu Fu Chen glanced at the live broadcast room. Ron Yu, don't worry, there must be a lot of people laughing at you now. Jiu Fusion. He pursed his lips, like an angry sullen dog. Ron Yu smiled lightly, you can talk. Now the live broadcast room and the live broadcast app have collapsed. I asked Wei when to watch the live broadcast room all the time, and send me a text message as soon as it is ready. Jiu Fusion's expression was relieved, and he praised with satisfaction, this app is very sensible, and it collapsed pretty well. It is worthy of praise. Ron Yu covered her mouth and wanted to laugh, her eyes flickered. This is the first time I heard someone praise apps so much. Then he must like Luoyang Literature City very much. Jiu Fusion drove in the direction of the RG team, and Ron Yu opened Weibo to check the real-time news. Jiu Fusion couldn't help asking, what are they talking about me? At the red light, Ron Yu handed the phone to him. Look for yourself. Take it away, I won't look at it. Jiu Fu Chen dodged, his eyes closed tightly, not daring to face the reality. Ron Yu smiled helplessly, they didn't laugh at you. Now netizens praise you for being cute, serious and rigorous at work, cute and interesting in life, full of life. Real? True. Very true. Jiu Fusion looked carefully, and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. His face was saved. Ron Yu swiped for a while, and when she saw the news about Fujizhen, Lu Jin, Jian Huai, Qi Jian, and Luke Swan, she turned her head and asked Jiu Fusion, brother, do we want to contact them and go there together later? Can. As soon as the voice fell, the live broadcast room and the live broadcast app were repaired, and netizens poured in one after another. Ron Yu got the news from Wei Wen and reminded, the studio has been repaired. Jiu Fusion said snort. Behind our backs, what did they secretly say when the live broadcast room collapsed? Is there anything our family can't listen to? Looking at Ron Yu's posture, she is definitely checking Weibo. Ron Yu closed Weibo, sent a message to Chi Nuo, and was about to call Chi Jian and the others when Luke Swan's call came. Yao sister, are you going to pick up your brother? Yes. I'll see you on Chunhuan Road later, and you can talk to Chi Jian, Jian Huai, and Fujizhen. Okay, I happen to be able to buy dessert there. Ron Yu hung up the phone and fell back on the chair to rest. Leave the notice to Luke Swan. She is relaxed now, Tilda. It is not easy for the audience in the live broadcast room. After working for a long time, did you make an appointment to come to a variety show together? I thought that when the time comes, the heirs will discuss business, wars and fight. Why is it completely different from the ****** Giants TV series I watched? The tense business war plot has become a variety show of friends' warm homes. Not bad, ha ha ha. I just love watching the daily life of wealthy bosses. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the base of the RG team. All the staff of the RG team who were watching the live broadcast looked at each other when they saw this scene. What is Boss doing at the base? Could it be that before going to pick up guest number 9, come to the club to express condolences to them? Realizing this, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Chin Nuo packed her luggage, pulled the suitcase and bid farewell to team members, team leader, operations and other staff. Goodbye, happy Chinese New Year. See you in the next year, let's rush together. The internal assistant patted Chin Nuo's shoulder heavily, and said loudly with great momentum, Yes, let's go together and win the championship. Chin Nuo smiled and nodded. All the team members sent Chi Nuo away while holding their mobile phones. When they got to the gate of the base, they waved goodbye to Chi Nuo, and at the same time, secretly peeked at Ronyu and Jiyu Fusion's car from the corner of their eyes. Boss Bodhisattva, really Boss Bodhisattva, is almost exactly the same as the scene in the live broadcast room. The cars of Ronyu and Jiyu Fusion stopped at the entrance of the base, and the car of the Heiress program team followed closely. Seeing Ronyu's car stopped, the filming teacher immediately picked up the live broadcast machine and opened the door to get off, finding a good angle, standing 2 meters away from the car and dutifully filming. The post-production team understood in seconds, and immediately added another angle to the live broadcast for Ronyu and Jiyu Fusion. Ronyu sat in the car and didn't get out. After Chi Nuo waved goodbye to the team members, he consciously opened the trunk of Ronyu's car and put the suitcase inside. Team members, Chi Nuo, you got on the wrong bus. This is not the car to pick you up, this is the boss's car, Chi Nuo. The team manager rushed forward in 3 strides, and before Chin Nuo had time to close the suitcase, he quickly took out Chin Nuo's suitcase, and said worriedly, Chinyo, I know you want to go back home. My heart is very anxious, but this is not the car to pick you up. He leaned close to Chi Nuo and said cautiously, this is the boss's car, let go of your hand quickly. If you want to go home, I can drive you back by myself. Chi Nuo, he was at a loss as to what was going on, and let the team manager pull his hand away, close the trunk door, drag him with one hand, and his suitcase with the other, and walk towards the gate of the base. There are many people in the live broadcast room of Channel 1 from both angles. Netizens saw the man's behavior of pulling the little brother away, and they also showed doubts. What is this team member doing? Go home and go home. How to open the boss's trunk? The whole network never thought that Ronyu and Jiyu Fuchen actually came to pick up Chi Nuo. Mainly judging from the previous information, guest number 9 has a very good relationship with them. It should also be a member of the Dinghao family. This time, the good friends made an appointment to be on a variety show together. But it is absolutely impossible for members of the Dinghao family to appear in the esports club. Netizens think the same as all members of the RG team. Now that the identity of the fat cat has been announced, Ronyu happened to pass by the team on the way to pick up the guests. Greetings and encouragement. The members of the RG team who came to send Chi Nuo away stepped forward, standing at the gate of the base with their hearts jumping in their throats with nervousness. Chi Nuo, you can't be ashamed anytime. You have to get in the wrong boss car now. People all over the country are watching. Seeing that the team leader dragged Chi Nuo back, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was saved. Ronyu looked at Jiyu Fusion in bewilderment. What are they doing? Jiyu Fuchen was puzzled. The team manager pulled Chi Nuo and walked past Ronyu's car window, just as he was about to apologize to Ronyu. Ronyu pulled down the car window and asked suspiciously, do you still have training this afternoon? The team manager shook his head. Is the team on vacation now? Let go. Ronyu, since you let him go, where are you going to drag him? Team manager. Netizens in front of the live broadcast room. Ronyu looked at Chi Nuo. Get in the car, your sister is still waiting for us. Chi Nuo nodded obediently. Okay. Team manager. Netizens. After Chi Nuo put the suitcase into the trunk and sat in the car, all the team members stared blankly at the mobile phone in their hands, where the live broadcast of Ronyu's car was playing. He raised his head and looked blankly at the gate of the base. Repeat this 3 or 4 times, lowering the head and raising the head again, like a malfunctioning robot, clumsily and sluggishly maintaining the movement of lowering the head and raising the head. Netizens who saw this scene were both amused and surprised. I declare that the members of these teams are my internet face substitutes. I always thought that Chi Nuo just happened to be named Chi. How could he be Chi Jian's younger brother, the 9th guest of our variety show? Grass. You people from the Dinghao family really dote on Ronyu. The young master of the Dinghao family works in Ronyu's esports club. Who will believe it if it spreads out? In the car, Chi Nuo didn't speak after getting into the car, and sat quietly in the car. Ronyu looked back and asked curiously, why did the team manager take out your suitcase just now? Chi Nuo said honestly, he didn't think you came to pick me up. Ronyu. Seeing this scene, The 5 entertainers of the TNT and Destroyed Entertainment Company laughed until their faces ached in front of the screen. I also work in Raw News Company. Rounding up, the team manager should be counted as my colleague. He is so cute. My family members are getting bigger now. The young master of the ceofamily of the Dinghao family works for Raw News together with me. Jiu Fusion drove to Chunwon Road, met Fujishan and Lu Jin, and drove towards the residence sent by the staff together. The forgotten guest, Chen Gaiwan, is also driving this way. Lively discussion online. If Raw News and a group of acquaintances go on a variety show together, will Chen Gaiwan be excluded? First, remove the word whether or not. Second, he will be excluded if he is excluded. It doesn't matter. I don't look at him. Third, he deserves it all. The team before the variety show takes the lead. Fans don't want the idiot to rub off on his popularity. And now he is an idiot in front of Dinghao. As a fan of Raw News who has just entered the pit, I refuse him to ****** blood. Don't touch the porcelain Dinghao family. Farewell to Bodhisattva. What is there to pity Chen Gaiwan? When it was rumored that Raw News liked him before, why didn't I see you come out and say? Why? In order not to show the scene of crowding out people in front of the camera, but also to stage a dear and harmonious scene. Chen Gaiwan deserves him. After watching the 4 handsome heirs and Chi Jian's high-cold sister, I feel that Chen Gaiwan is so ugly. At the same time, Variety announced the next process on its official blog. At Heiress, this time, according to the requirements of the investor, a total of 2 houses have been arranged. One is a 2-story villa that can accommodate 9 people. The other is a 2-bedroom house. Raw News fans breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is a high probability that Raw News doesn't need to live with a trustworthy man like Chen Gaiwan. While Raw News fans were celebrating, Chen Gaiwan's fans were very dissatisfied. Who is your investor? Isn't this a clear way to let Chen Gaiwan act alone? The management said it out to avoid lightning. Thank you. An hour later, a car stopped in front of a villa area in the suburbs. Raw News was tired from sitting in the car, and immediately opened the door to get out of the car as soon as the car stopped. The people from the program team are already getting ready in front of the villa, and a row of cameras are facing them. On the way here, Jiu Fusion was used to the existence of the camera. He heard Raw News said that people on the internet didn't laugh at him, so he was very relieved. Now seeing the camera, he is not as nervous as before. When they came down, Chen Gaiwan had already arrived. Lu Jin, Jian Huai, Fujishan, Chi Jian, and Lu Xuan glanced at him lightly, expressing we don't like him generously on their faces. Chi Jian frowned. Chi Nuo didn't expect his sister to call him, and his fair face showed excitement. Sister, Chi Jian, you stand to the far left. The far left just happened to be able to separate them from Chen Gaiwan. It was a human barrier. Chi Nuo. He stood over obediently. Jian Huai and Lu Jin were pushed to the other side by Jiu Fu Chen, and Raw News inexplicably stood on the far right, the place farthest from Chen Gaiwan. Ha 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 ha, the top tycoons expressed their dissatisfaction so directly, it makes me so happy to see it. I remember that he went live on campus before, and even supported Raw News traffic at that time, a little star who looked a bit like Raw News. Retribution is coming. Chen Gaiwan, don't run away, you still have a lot of embarrassment. Ha ha, it's a very unreasonable thing to say. If the members of the Cheng family saw him being squeezed out by the Dinghao family, they wouldn't dare to let him go home, would they? He guessed that the last variety show could establish the personality of a wealthy and noble son, but now it is completely ruined. He. Chief Director Mu Dao stood next to the camera, glanced at their positions, and reminded, aren't you going to let Raw News stand in the middle? This is position C. The 7 human body barriers next to Raw News said in unison, no. The position C is not important to keep Raw News away from Puzinan. Raw News. I have already seen a little bit of Raw News group favorite status. As expected of a person who is bold enough to let the young master of the Chi family work for her. Her status is different. Director Mu didn't worry about the location anymore, and introduced the general matters of the variety show through the process. The second season of The Heirs is divided into 4 episodes. According to the requirements of the investors, The 4-day live broadcast of the first episode is mainly to experience life. Today, we will give each guest an initial capital of 300 yuan, living expenses. These 4 days all expenses are included in the initial funds, and after the end of the first 4 days, the guest who has the most remaining money will win. Ronyu frowned. You mean, let us live on 300 yuan for 4 days, and save some money at the end? Director Mu, that's what it means. After a pause, Director Mu added, this is what investors mean. After the Spring Festival, the 3 episodes will be recorded in their respective homes. The first episode is themed on experiencing poverty, sweet taste, Ronyu and 8 others. Thanks, no need. They don't suffer. Director, you are so courageous, you only give them such a little living expenses. Do you want to be bought by them? Maybe this is the director's plan, to provoke Pan Pan Mao. Let Pan Pan Mao buy them in a fit of anger. He can also join Pan Pan Mao's business map, and then go to Ronyu's pension company for the elderly. I'm talking nonsense. Jiyu Fusion said lightly, the living expenses of 300 yuan per person is too little. Qi Jian put one hand in his pocket, and glanced at Director Mu with cold eyes. Director Mu froze. He swallowed, and tentatively explained, these are all requested by our investors. Luke Swan pouted, very angry and wronged. For 300 yuan, she can eat it in a day, and she will definitely be hungry later. Crying.jpg. The little princess has never experienced this kind of life. Hearing that Director Mu had an investor on his left and an investor on his right, he asked angrily, who is the investor? Say it, she wants them to look good. How dare you make her hungry? Director Mu subconsciously glanced at Ronyu, smiled awkwardly, and said honestly, holding up the loudspeaker, it's Tian Tian who ruined the entertainment company. Ronyu, Jiyu Fuchen and Fu Jizhen and Jian Huai and Lu Jin and Luke Swan and Qi Jian. The 6 of them looked at Ronyu together. The 5 company artists who are watching. The opportunity to go to the Ronyu retirement community after closing down is here. Ha 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 ha, never expected this company to be so bold. Ronyu's heart at this moment, Chengshin, I let you ruin the entertainment industry. I didn't let you invest in variety shows, and make enemies of the entire business circle and the world. Smile.jpg. Chapter 63, 1. Everyone looked at Ronyu silently. After being angry for a long time, it turned out that my family was hurting my family. Ronyu's pressure doubled instantly. This is the price of Ronyu's name destroying the entertainment company every day. Her manager received the task, and the artist worked hard to survive without closing down, so she had to choose to fight with the heirs of several other major groups. Ha ha ha, I laughed mercilessly. Facing the fiery gazes of everyone, Ronyu forced a smile. I'll call him later. No wonder when Chengshin came to Jiyu's family to report on the entertainment company some time ago, when she heard her saying that she was going to be on a variety show, there was a little surprise in her surprise. At that time, Ronyu told him that the original intention was that he would not have to come here for a while, and that he could handle the company's affairs by himself, and his kind explanation was exchanged for Chengshin's vicious investment. Chengshin, take your life. But Chengshin has done a good deed. Next, Director Mu announced the allocation rules for tonight's accommodation. All in all, there are no rules. Ronyu lived in the big villa with several other people, and Chen Gaiwan lived alone in the 2-bedroom number 2. The program team told Chen Gaiwan 2 days ago that he would live alone in a 2-bedroom apartment. The management team thought it was a special treatment for him. The 5 gangsters lived together, and Chen Gaiwan lived alone, comfortable and at ease. In order to prevent the fans from making trouble and feel that he is being squeezed out by the bad coffee, the team discussed with Chen Gaiwan in advance and asked him to invite a friend from a wealthy family he knows to come to the scene. Chen Gaiwan and his team had already decided in advance that the recording of the next variety show would definitely be trafficked by a group of bad guys. I heard that I was very happy when I lived in 2 places. I just got off the car and heard about the 2nd season from the staff. After the ostentation of the guests, their faces were as black as they could be. The staff in charge of Chen Gaiwan's group saw everything and laughed secretly. Only after contacting Chen Gaiwan's team did he realize how big a brand he is and how troublesome he is. The staff are annoyed to death by him only drinking hot water, and trying to keep the layout of the two-bedroom as simple as possible. In addition, his team and himself have always looked down on the few guests who have not been officially announced, and the high-ranking gesture in the words makes people particularly uncomfortable. Those eyes will show when they face the staff in private without a camera. There is a contempt that looks down on other people. As if he is the king of this world, everyone must revolve around him. Now, he's the underdog. The staff suppressed their smiles, working as usual, but they secretly laughed at him in private. Also looked down on others. Now I have his good fruit to eat. He couldn't get a scent of the variety show's traffic. For the housing allocation, the fans had made sufficient psychological preparations early on, but when they actually faced the reality of housing allocation, they were still unhappy. Hearing that the director team said that Cheng Gaiwan's friends would come to accompany him, he felt better. In the audience, Cheng Gaiwan was in the worst mood. Obviously, there are at least tens of millions of people watching his jokes in the live broadcast room. Not only can he not express the slightest displeasure, but he also has to endure the mocking eyes of everyone who seem to have nothing. He now represents the Cheng family. The original plan was to use this variety show to show strength to the shareholders of the Cheng family, to win the appreciation of shareholders, and to gain the understanding and support of their parents, but in the end, they got nothing and had to endure more embarrassment than the last live broadcast. The last time the campus broadcast a variety show, everyone's attention was focused on Ron Yu's stand-in, who looked like Ron Yu. He and Yu Kai were condemned for a few hours at most. Now, all the conflicts and focus were fixed on him. There is no way to escape. The bad guy he thought he looked down upon was actually an existence that he couldn't even look up to now. What's even more embarrassing is that this matter has already spread. Everyone knows that his fans look down on the other 5 guests. Cheng Gaiwan can know how many people are laughing at him. At the same time, he shined with the heirs, and then his dream of returning to the Cheng group was completely shattered. His career was bleak and his face was gone. This is just the beginning of riding the horse. Cheng Gaiwan clenched his back molars tightly, and squeezed his hands hidden in his pockets tightly. His fingertips pierced the flesh, bringing a faint tingling sensation. Sadness belongs to him, happiness belongs to Ron Yu. Ron Yu heard that everyone could live together, so she didn't care about dealing with Chenkin's affairs. When she heard the director said that she could go to see the house, she quickly pushed Ji Fusion forward. It's hard enough for everyone to only have a little living expenses. If the villa environment is not good, she will really stop recording immediately and go to find Chenkin. Even if he goes to the ends of the earth, he must be caught and tortured well. Is it enough to be happy if you live on $5 a day? She could starve him for a whole day, but she still gave him 5 yuan to buy steamed buns. She is so kind __. Ron Yu and the others walked directly to the villa without taking their luggage. The 2-story villa has a glass door on the left side of the first floor that leads to the small garden outside. The interior lighting is very good. Standing in the living room, you can clearly see the small garden outside. There is only a sofa and a TV in the living room, and there is a small coffee table in front of the sofa. There is no furniture in the room, even the kitchen is cool enough, the refrigerator is empty, and the white porcelain floor tiles make the indoor environment even colder. The overall design of the villa is ordinary, not exquisite. Fujishan looked at it carefully but said, "The living environment is pretty good." Luke Swan sat on the sofa and looked left and right, but she couldn't see what was wrong with it. She twisted her round collar with a puzzled face. "What's wrong with this? There isn't even a bottle of drink in the refrigerator." After finishing speaking, he angrily hugged the only pillow on the sofa tightly, with a ferocious expression on his face that wanted to rush out and fight Chengshin desperately. Going hungry, the little princess is very angry. Ji Fusion, this residence is very good for guests participating in variety shows. In the past few days, when Ji Fusion and Fujishan were watching variety shows, they frowned when they saw other people's residences, abandoned adobe houses, cave dwellings, better log cabins, residences of local residents, etc. The villa prepared for them by the program group is already a boutique. There were big question marks in Luke Swan's round eyes. "How do you know?" Ron Yu happened to be standing between Ji Fusion and Fujishan. Hearing this, she raised her head and looked left and right. She shrugged her shoulders innocently and said, "Before they came, they made up for several variety shows. Otherwise, you would think, how did you get the dark circles under your eyes? Fujishan and Jiyu Fushin, Luke Swan. Jian Kuai answered, dark circles. What dark circles? Just as Ronyu was about to speak, Jiyu Fushin covered her mouth and stubbornly kept his secret. It's nothing. What she meant was to tell you not to stay up late. Fujishan changed the subject with a tacit understanding. Go to the second floor and have a look, Luke Swan. Don't you want to choose a room? Luke Swan was attracted by the room selection, got up from the sofa, and trotted up with Chi Jian to look at the room. Jian Huai and Lu Jin looked at them suspiciously, while brother Chi Nuo, the youngest member of the team, stood silently outside the villa and moved all the suitcases from the car. When Ronyu and the others were commenting on the house, they dragged the suitcases to the villa one by one. The youngest is always the busiest. This family cannot live without a younger brother. Thank you, brother. This variety show is also called Brother and His 7 Useless Brothers and Sisters. Ah, I really want to know about dark circles. What kind of dark circles? Ron Chen Chen doesn't have dark circles under his eyes. Roi Chen Chen, let go of Ronyu and let her finish speaking. After making sure that Lu Jin, Jian Kuai, Luke Swan and Chi Jian had already gone upstairs, no one cared about the topic of dark circles they talked about just now. Jiyu Fushin slowly let go of his hand covering his sister's mouth. No. Before Ronyu could finish speaking, Ronyu leaped out like a nimble little rabbit, and went up the stairs in 2 or 3 steps to catch up with Luke Swan and Jian Kuai. Jiyu Fushin and Fujishan secretly thought that something was wrong, and when they hurriedly followed up, they only heard Ronyu's excited voice. They stayed up 4 nights in a row watching variety shows, and they have dark circles under their eyes. Luke Swan's round eyes flashed instantly. Really? Why didn't I see it? My brother used my concealer. He found it easy to use, and recommended it to Fujishan. Jian Kuai, Lu Jin, and Chi Jian turned around in surprise. You have something. Jiyu Fushin and Fujishan. When they looked at each other, there was a hint of exhaustion and despair in their eyes. Ha 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 ha. I want to die from laughing. I didn't expect you to be such bosses. As expected of the kings and overlords, they must strive for perfection in the last variety show, do enough homework, must know themselves and the enemy, and are more serious than some stars in the entertainment circle. They really are. I cried to death. My face hurt from laughing in front of the live broadcast room, but I have to say that they have a very good attitude, and they are still working hard after seeing the dark circles under their eyes. The 2 overlords are now so embarrassed that they went out to help their younger brother carry the luggage, but the younger brother said that the move was over, and the 2 overlords showed why are you so ignorant in their eyes. Half an hour ago, I saw a few of them on a variety show. I was afraid that the boss would definitely hold it. There was no variety show effect at all. I apologize, they are all human comedians. False airs, wearing suits and leather shoes, holding meetings with a stern face, teaching subordinates, real airs, staying up late to watch variety shows, going to super chats to participate in childish competitions that sign in the first place, sharing useful concealers. In an instant, the barrage in the live broadcast room decreased a lot. A group of people laughed so hard that they couldn't calm down and post the barrage. On the second floor, Ronyu chose a room with Luke Swan and Chi Jian. The layout of the second floor was very hotel-like, with 6 rooms connected by a corridor, and 2 more rooms downstairs. After Jiyu Fushin and Fujishan tried to avoid the camera plan by carrying luggage and failed, they had to look at the room on the second floor in order to show the state of I'm not embarrassed, I'm not dead. Ronyu watched from the rooms near the stairs one by one, only watched 3. When I came out of the 3rd room, I bumped into Jiyu Fushin and Fujishan head-on. Ronyu smiled gloatingly, stood on tiptoe and patted Jiyu Fushin's shoulder heavily. Brother, I brought the concealer. You need to find me later, Tilda. Jiyu Fu-chen glanced at her, pretending to go to see the room, and when passing by Ronyu, he quickly tousled Rua's long curly hair. The elegant and delicate eldest lady instantly turned into a troubled princess with a chicken nest on her head. Ronyu. Hateful. Jiyu Fushin, just wait for me. Ronyu tidied her hair angrily, and looked up, but Fujishan was still there. When the 2 looked at each other, Ronyu leaned back tactically to carefully protect her freshly arranged hair. Fu Jizhan chuckled, glanced at the layout of the second floor, and said in a clear voice, "The innermost room on the left should have the best view, and you can see the courtyard behind." Ronyu regained her senses, quickly ran to the innermost room, opened the door and looked inside. "The view from this room is really good. Luke Swan, 77, I want to live here." Ronyu pointed to room 9. Luke Swan stopped looking at the house, raised her hand and said, "Then I live across from Yao." Chi Jian pointed to the room next to Ronyu, "I live here." The three ladies chose the room, and Lu Jin randomly chose the room on the far right. They are so childish, haha. It seems that Ronyu is having a very happy time. To be honest, it is really a blessing to be able to live and play with good friends. Luke Swan and Miss Chi are both following Ronyu. Ronyu said where to live. The two of them immediately occupied the opposite room and the next room. Ronyu Tuan's favorite, Jiu Fu Chen's younger sister is bullying. Only the younger sister is bullying. And our silent brother is still trying to carry the luggage, and he is so tired that he is sweating. So handsome, color. After Jiu Fu Chen ruined his sister's hair, he deliberately waited in the room for a while. Seeing that his sister didn't break into the room to take revenge, he walked out cautiously. As soon as he came out, he saw Luke Swan jogging to Lu Jin's side. "Brother, help me carry my luggage." "Lu Jin, I came to the variety show to help you carry your luggage." "Move it yourself. I don't want it." Luke Swan tenderly refused. After thinking about it, she leaned over to Lu Jin and whispered, "Mom and Dad may be watching the live broadcast. Seeing that you don't even move your sister's luggage, maybe they will drive you out of the house at that time. All the property of the Lu family belongs to me. Let's just move your luggage." As for rising to the height of being robbed of hundreds of billions of property, families, they are fighting for property. As long as you don't help with the luggage, your property and status will be gone. Hand down, the brothers and sisters of the Lu family are at odds, and the heir of the Lu family group is about to be kicked out. The reason is actually this. Share the live broadcast. Click to watch Lu Jin's revenge plan. Luke Swan stood there, looking like Lu Jin would not leave unless she moved. Lu Jin glanced helplessly at her little princess, and sighed, "Good little princess, I'll move it for you now." Jian Kuo's room is next to Lu Jin's. 5 of the 6 rooms are occupied, and now only the room opposite Lu Jin and the 2 downstairs rooms are still vacant. Fu Jizhan went downstairs to help Qin Yuo carry the luggage, and by the way, together with him, he chose 2 rooms with good lighting on the first floor, and gave up the vacant room upstairs to Jiu Fuxian. When Lu Jin went downstairs to carry the little princess's luggage, Luke Swan hurriedly ordered, "There are also the luggage of Yao and Sister Qi, so bring them here too." Jian Huai and Lu Jin had no choice but to go downstairs to carry the luggage for the 3 young ladies. Everyone has a lot of luggage. Fu Jizhan and Qin Yuo have already slowly moved up from below. Standing in the corridor on the second floor, Jiu Fuxian suddenly realized something. In just a few minutes, when he rumpled his sister's hair in retaliation and hid in the room to avoid being chased and killed by her sister, one Luke Swan and Qi Jian robbed the room opposite to her sister, and the other robbed the room next to her. Jiu Fu Chen frowned. Qi Jian took 2 suitcases from Qin Yuo, and said casually, "Take a rest after moving the luggage." Because of Qin Yuo's busy schedule, her fair face was slightly flushed, and beads of sweat oozed from the tip of her nose. Hearing what my sister said, there was a joyful smile on the corner of her mouth, and her clear eyes were bright. "Well, I'll go to rest later." Jiu Fu Chen glanced at Qin Yuo, and said, "My sister and my luggage are put down. I will carry them later. Now, he has more important things to do." Jiu Fuxian knocked on Luke Swan's door. Luke Swan looked left and right in the room curiously. "I want to see if there is any legendary live footage here." Hearing the sound, she opened the door and went out. "What are you doing?" Jiu Fu Chen didn't let her call her brother, but Luke Swan didn't know how to call her brother, so she stopped calling him altogether. Jiu Fuxian's long and narrow eyes were dark, and he leaned slightly on the door frame and asked casually, "Do you live here?" Luke Swan nodded. "Yes, I want to live opposite Yao." Jiu Fuxian frowned slightly. "It doesn't matter who you live across from, it's just that you live here. How can you order Lu Jin around?" A big question mark appeared on Luke Swan's round face. "We're going to live here for a few days." During this period, you must have a lot of times when you need Li Jin to run errands. If you live here, he will close the door and refuse to help you on the grounds that the distance is too far and you have to go get it yourself. There is no auntie, little princess, if you want to drink water, you have to do it yourself. Ji Fuxian added in a calm tone, but it's different if you live across from him. Luke Swan's round eyes widened. Why is it different? If you want to drink water at night and he doesn't help you, you can open the door and throw some pillow over it. It's convenient and concise. Luke Swan's eyes lit up, and she had a surprised look of I didn't expect that. Yes, but why are you helping me? Ji Fuxian smiled lightly. I just want to watch him being slaved by you to do more things. Luke Swan understood, took out her bag from the room with a smile on her face, and jumped into the room opposite Li Jin. The only vacant room on the 6th floor became the room opposite Ron Yu. Ji Fuxian got his wish and achieved his goal. He turned around, and when he was about to go downstairs to bring his luggage and his sister's suitcase up, he met Ron Yu and Qi Jian who were leaning on the doorframe to watch him. The two eldest ladies cast disapproving and condemning glances at him. Ron Yu, brother, why are you fooling her? I'm just stating the facts. Remember to look for your brother when you drink water at night. My brother is just across the street. He must live in the room opposite to my sister, otherwise my sister would have to walk 3 or 4 meters to find him, so tiring. After finishing speaking, Ji Fuxian went downstairs and together with Fu Jizhen, brought up his and Ron Yu's luggage, then closed the door and guard your room. Ron Yu, who watched all this, sighed helplessly. Qi Jian stood aside, her voice was cold. What? Do you think it's too childish? Ron Yu shook her head. I'm just in awe of his adaptability. It took him less than 2 hours from being ashamed when he set off to keeping silent and not speaking, to letting himself go now. Worthy of being the heir of our Bojan group, the ability to adapt to the environment is much better than I thought. Qi Jian, puff. Ron Chen, you are enough. Your sister is already complaining about you. Ron Chen gradually let himself go. Ha ha ha. In order to occupy the room opposite her sister, she did not hesitate to fool the little princess. What made the little princess desperate should be that Ron Chen chose to fool her without the slightest hesitation, and didn't put his mind on Qi Jian at all. Do you know that the little princess is easy to fool? Ha ha, I thought Luke Swan was a squeamish princess before, but I didn't expect her to be a silly little princess. Luke Swan stayed in the room opposite Li Jin for a while, feeling something was wrong. I don't know where the problem is. When Li Jin came up and found that she had changed rooms, she asked, why do you live here? Luke Swan recounted what happened just now. After she finished speaking, she paused for more than 10 seconds, pursed her lips and asked tentatively, brother, am I being fooled? Li Jin looked at her with a loving face. What do you say? Luke Swan. Luke Swan walked out of the room aggressively, ready to go to Ji Fuxian to argue. Raising her slender hand, she was about to knock heavily on the door to call Ji Fuxian out. Her eyes stopped on a piece of white paper pasted on the door. Luke Swan froze. There are 8 large characters written on the white paper. The product has been exchanged and will not be refunded. Luke Swan. I am about to faint from laughter. Ron Chen, what kind of tyrant are you? Change your career to become a comedian, please. No. Ji Fuxian will only suddenly be childish when he meets Ron Yu. If he wants his sister to control his brother in comedy, he must pack Ron Yu into a comedy variety show. Ron Chen is really as Ron Yu said, completely letting go of himself. Ron Yu was right. Ji Fuxian is on the way to free himself. On this day, he died too many times. Ron Yu's black eye time was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ji Fuxian figured it out. Since netizens think that he is very good at letting go of himself, why should he keep being restrained? Does restraint help? Can he live across from his sister? If you can't, what's your face? At this moment, Ron Yu was in the room. After she got her luggage from Ji Fuxian, she began to think about how to call Cheng Xin. Her company is in charge of her now, so it would be very unreasonable to talk about it. Sitting by the bed, Ron Yu seriously dialed Cheng Xin's phone number. Cheng Xin. Cheng Xin smiled lightly. I'm watching your live broadcast now. Ron Yu. Very good. Then you should be able to see my expression at this moment. Ron Yu said with a fake smile, hurry up and increase my living expenses. Chenshin's tone was embarrassed. That won't work. I managed to come up with a wonderful method, so that we can destroy the entertainment company every day and become an enemy of the world, and immediately go bankrupt. This excellent opportunity cannot be missed. Chenshin sighed. I tried to do this, thinking that netizens are very happy to watch it now, and the online response is very good. Our company may make a few $100 million this time, and the plan to destroy the company has collapsed, but you will make a few more $100 million. You will be happy, yes bar. Ron, you happy? Will you let me spend 300 yuan for 4 days? Bitterness first, then sweetness. Enjoy the first period of bitterness, and experience a compact life, so that when you get more money later, you can feel the importance of money and experience the joy of being rich. Chenshin said nonsense with a serious face. Gossip. Ron Yu knew from this tone that he was firm and would never change his mind. He didn't want to waste any more time, so he said angrily, Chenshin, I'll settle the score with you after I finish recording the variety show. The manager of the company actually started to set her up. So angry, after Ron Yu hung up the phone viciously, she lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze. She doesn't worry about living expenses, she can get used to this kind of life, but she doesn't know if other people can. In addition to this matter, she also thought of a very important thing. A minute later, she called Chenshin again. The tone was good this time. It's okay if you don't raise the cost of living. You have to tell me how many cameras are in the villa now, and where are they? If you know where the camera is, you will feel much more at ease. No big deal. 10 minutes later, Ron Yu received the documents and pictures from Chenshin, followed the directions above to find the 2 shots in the room. After they entered the villa, the live broadcast angles of each live channel increased, and netizens can click on their favorite angles and live broadcast rooms to watch. The camera teacher will adjust the angle of each lens in real time. A camera teacher is arranged in front of almost every camera, which is much more busy and busier than the number of people recording variety shows. Ron Yu roughly found all the shots in the villa. The variety show team prepared very meticulously. There was even one in the corner of the stairs on the 2nd floor, but there was a cabinet there, and the equipment was in the cabinet. If you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. Ron Yu told Luke Swan about the camera, and told her the various locations of the camera in the villa. In a short while, Luke Swan received too much information. She confused the 2nd floor with the 1st floor for a while, thinking that there was a camera in the corner near the stairs on the 1st floor, and told Lu Jin, Jian Huai, Fujizhen, Qi Jian, and Qi Nuo about it. Under Luke Swan's guidance, everyone thought that the staircase on the 2nd floor was the only sacred corner in the villa that could not be found in the live camera. Ron Yu was called by the director to accept the task. She is the only person who has broken through in the entertainment circle and knows the process and rhythm of variety shows better. The director called her to the place where the staff lived across the way while the others were still tidying up the room, and told her about the next few days' plan of. At this moment, she never imagined that under the influence of Luke Swan's wrong information, everyone gathered around the stairs on the 2nd floor, a place facing the camera. Jian Kuai smiled and waved to Fujizhen, who was going up to the 2nd floor. Come here. Fujizhen raised his eyebrows. Why are you here? Besides Jian Kuai, Lu Jin, Qi Jian, Qi Nuo and Luke Swan are also here. Luke Swan was full of smiles, and she was in high spirits. Brother Jianguai has been trying to show off his abs just now, trying to use his body to prove to netizens that the photos taken by the paparazzi last time and the Weibo post were all fake. He is a man with abs, overlord. He is very tired after showing for a long time, so come here to rest. Fujizhen. At this moment, netizens in the live broadcast room. The little princess is so stupid. There is a camera here, help me. I laughed unkindly. I said why Jian Kuai kept holding his head high, took off his coat and rolled up his cuffs in the villa, thinking it was the standard action of the boss. I thought it was very handsome. I didn't expect it to be this ha ha ha. Jian Guai is so pitiful. He tried his best to tell netizens that he has abs, but I just ignore it. Sisters, continue to question him on Weibo, ha ha ha, tease him. Don't let them discover the existence of this lens. Yeah. The netizens in the live broadcast room started plotting openly. Fujizhen looked carefully at the corner of the 2nd floor, his eyes fixed on the high cabinet. He approached the cabinet slowly, glanced casually. Being so close to the camera, viewers in the studio could clearly see his face. The fine short hair falls on the forehead, the eyebrows are beautiful, with a touch of tenderness and broken light. The corners of the mouth are always smiling, the cheeks are as smooth as fat jade, and the skin condition is better than that of stars who shoot beauty advertisements. The first time I saw President BA at close range, I couldn't help but want to move my heart. So gentle, I just reminded Ronyu to choose a room with a good view, and live on the first floor with brother Chi Nuo, leaving the second floor housing opportunity to a good friend. He looks good when he smiles, like melting ice and snow. Sisters, I know he is very good looking, but now is not the time to appreciate his looks. Wow, what should we do if we are discovered tat? Fortunately, Fujishan only glanced at him briefly before being called away by Jian Kaori. Where did Ronyu and Jiyu Fushin go? Jiyu Fushin was answering emails in his room, and Ronyu was called away by the program crew. Chi Nuo, who had been quiet all this time, nodded, and said, "Go to collect living expenses, and the director will tell her the next itinerary by the way." Chi Jian frowned. Should Chinese food and dinner be settled with the living expenses given? Yes, Luke Swan sighed. On how to save money, Jack has a great say. When the time comes, put the money with me, and I can use as much as I say every day, so I can guarantee that the savings will be clear. Jian Guai originally thought that he could get everyone's unanimous approval, but in the end, Chi Jian, Lu Jin, Luke Swan, and Fujishan looked at him defensively. No. Luke Swan complained, "Put the money here with you. You can save money so that we can eat steamed buns every day. You are a stingy king." Jack, when Jiyu Fushin came out of the room, he saw that they were all gathered around here, so he stopped and asked, "What are you doing here?" Luke Swan, "There is no camera here. It will be our secret base from now on." Jiyu Fuchen nodded clearly. He no longer needs a secret base, he chooses to let himself go. Jiyu Fushin went downstairs, and Chi Jian and the others were also preparing to go down. Before leaving, Chi glanced at Jian Kuai and said solemnly, "Don't even think about taking money." Jian Kuai's face was numb. Oh, they were just jealous of his talent for saving money. Before Lu Jin left, he took a good look at the corner of the stairs on the second floor. This is a good secret place to browse Weibo and chase stars happily. In your spare time, you can browse Weibo, browse Keokeo and post here, and enjoy the joy of chasing stars. Lu Jin hasn't given up on her hobby of chasing stars. Some time ago, because I was busy abroad, I didn't have time to check Weibo, and I didn't have time to chat with Ron Yakeo to see the newly discovered materials. All the scenery was taken away by Jiyu Fushin's only brother. Lu Jin's microblog is called Star, and he is considered a veteran of Ronyu's super chat male fans. After Ronyu's dinner party, Lu Jin finally had time to go back to Keohua, but many newcomers didn't know him. Because of the fact that the interview videos and variety shows have been covered countless times, he can quickly answer the questions asked by fans in the super chat, and accurately tell them which variety show or episode of which TV series a certain picture is in. If the only brother used financial resources to conquer fans in the entertainment industry, then Star became an encyclopedia with deep true fans. The two male fans are the core characters in Ronyu Keohua. Lu Jin went downstairs with ease. In the living room on the first floor, Ronyu walked in with 2,400 yuan. "Our living expenses have arrived." The director said, "For the next 4 days, this is all our living expenses. We will live here today and tomorrow, and we will move the day after tomorrow. Where will I go? I don't know." The director only said that there are abundant products there, and there is no need to worry about food and clothing. Fujishan, "What are we going to do in the next 2 days?" The director said that the process of the first season is that the guests showed their daily life as usual in the first 2 days. This season is because of investors. Ronyu paused. "Investors are not important. What is important is that we have added new people to our process. The theme of the first issue is bitter first, sweet first, and bitter first. Life may be very stressful these days, and it is probably to try to eat enough first, and then do something." Ronyu comforted, "But after the spring festival is over, I will return to the previous recording process, and I will still have money at that time." Chi Nuo said suddenly. In that case, we will record separately after the spring festival. I really hope they will be together forever. Me too, I want to watch the recording together, it's so boring to separate. Tian breaks down the entertainment company. Give it a try. You are an investor, pardon me, don't record separately, put them all in a mansion and go out to spend money together. The scene must have been spectacular. Ronyu hesitated. It seems so. Let's talk about it after the spring festival, let's settle the current matter first. Ronyu counted the money. I'm sure it's 2004, should it be separated or put together? Put them together, Ji Fusion said. Ronyu thought so too. Ronyu and others didn't think about the future. The most important thing right now is to solve today's Chinese food. To be precise, it is lunch and dinner. It's already 11:30, and if you spend any more time, you can have dinner directly. It's too expensive to eat out. Why don't we eat at the villa for the first meal? Let's make something ourselves. Fujishan said softly, although there is nothing in the refrigerator, there are all kitchen utensils. Vegetable market. The program team chose this place to live, making it clear that they wanted them to cook for themselves. His cooking skills are not very good, but he can barely cook some. Chi Jian said abruptly, I'll cook. Luke Swan was surprised. Sister Chi, can you cook? When she was abroad, she often passed the time by cooking. It's easy to have someone cook. Everyone works together. Except for Chi Jian, Chi Nuo and Lu Jin stayed behind to help her. The rest of the people went out to buy vegetables together. At 12 o'clock, everyone is cooking at home, but there are not many people in the vegetable market. When Ronyu, Ji Fusion, and the program staff walked into the vegetable market, they became a beautiful sight. In order to save time, we went home quickly so that Miss Chi Jian would not have to wait for a long time, and everyone bought vegetables separately. Ji Fu Chen subconsciously stood beside Ronyu, but was interrupted by Luke Swan before he could speak. I want to be with you. As she said that, her and Ji Fusion's eyes were full of anger and resentment. Just now Ji Fusion tricked her into changing rooms. Now is a good opportunity for revenge. Don't let Ji Fusion go grocery shopping with Yao. Slightly tilde. Fujishan and Jiang Huai knew that Ji Fusion would definitely fight for it, so they stood on Ji Fusion's left and right sides and forced him to hold him away. While walking, the two poured chicken soup for the soul on Ji Fusion. Ronyu is already a mature fat cat, and she doesn't need your protection when it comes to spending money on food. You should learn to give her a little freedom. Distance produces beauty. If you stay in front of Ronyu again, she will despise you. Ji Fusion thought about it, and felt that it made sense. Today is different from the past. He is no longer a business genius in the eyes of everyone. The aura of genius has disappeared, the filter is gone, and it is only natural for my sister to dislike him. Ji Fusion didn't struggle anymore, and went to buy meat with Fujishan and Jiang Huai. Before Ronyu and Luke Swan separated from Jiang Huai seriously warned, Sister Bodhisattva, little princess, we only have such a little living expenses, we must learn to bargain with the boss later. It is also the first time for Jianghuai to do this kind of thing. After studying with the staff for a while, and then looking up the bargaining experience on the internet, it is not difficult to negotiate the price. Just tell the boss if it can be cheaper. She said 5 yuan and you can say it. 3 yuan. She said 4 yuan and 5 you said 4 yuan, take the middle value, and pay it back slowly. Ronyu nodded. This she will. Ronyu and Luke Swan's task is to buy some oranges and apples to supplement their daily nutrition. Chi Jian valued this very much and asked her to buy it. The quality of life of the wealthy sons and young ladies cannot continue to fall. An orange and an apple for each person is their bottom line. Of course, Chi Jian, who initially firmly stated that he needed fruit, hesitated for 2 seconds before Ronyu and the others set off, then frowned and said, if it's too expensive, you can't buy it. Ronyu and Luke Swan, QAQ. Look at how they have forced their young lady into a situation. This fruit must be sold. Luke Swan hugged Ronyu's elbow nervously all the way. Sister Yo, I don't know how to bargain. It's okay, I'll come later. Ronyu pretended to be calm. In fact, a long time ago, when Ronyu went out to buy vegetables. Chapter 64. After Ronyu's reverse bargaining operation, netizens seem to have returned to the era of raw news crazy publicity and Alan buying planes without scruples. I don't know why, but I miss it inexplicably. Family, this is raw news time to spend money. After the reverse bargaining incident, netizens finally understood why raw new, who had been home for only 2 months, suddenly developed from a person who admired the life of idle clouds and wild cranes to a ****** who likes to give money like a bodhisattva. Knowing that the younger sister is exaggerating in reverse bargaining, every step of the fat cat's spending is inseparable from Gu Fusion's irrational encouragement and participation. From Gu Fusion's short but powerful compliment, it is not difficult to see Ron Chinchin's state when Ron Llewellyn bought the team. Needless to say, whatever Ron buys, he must be exaggerating. Ron didn't want to buy things. All these incidents of spending money against the sky were all forced out by Ron Chen, dog's head to save his life. Hope Ron Chen can train me to become such a person. Ron quickly accepted Gu Fusion's compliment. Compared with the money she spent before, the matter of reverse bargaining was nothing more than a trifle. The crowd of onlookers in the vegetable market gradually increased, and the bosses who knew Ron's actions from the fruit shop owner cast eager eyes on Ron. We also have fruits here, as well as products from Bojan. Ron, run now. Fujishan chuckled, and stood next to Ron calmly, blocking the fiery eyes of the people around him. Let's go. Gu Fusion frowned and walked to Ron, pushing Fujishan away along the way. Gu Fuchen was satisfied when there were no idlers waiting around Ron. He glanced at Fujishan lightly, raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Stay away from idlers." Fujishan, you've been really rude lately. Chapter 65. After 2.5 months of getting acquainted, Gu Fusion vaguely understood why his sister traded computers for fruits. Ron seems to be happy and unrestrained all day long, but she is actually more sensitive and careful than anyone else. Will do this, 80% because she feels that bargaining is taking advantage of the boss, and only when the boss takes it back can she take it for granted to bargain. Luke Swan held the apple and looked at them curiously. Where is the meat you bought? Jian Huai held up a piece of beef and a processed black-bone chicken and fish from behind. Seeing so many dishes, Luke Swan nodded in satisfaction and asked, shaking her head, "Did you also save a lot of money?" A trace of embarrassment flashed in Jian Huai's eyes. Gu Fusion took the orange from Ron and quickly changed the subject. "You are a mediocre bargaining genius, let's go, get in the car and go home." Ron was afraid that Gu Fusion's hands would hurt too much, so she kept a small bag of oranges weighing about 1 kati in her hand. Fujishan silently took the apple that Luke Swan was holding, met Luke Swan's curious eyes, hesitated to speak, paused for a while, and walked to the front of the car without saying anything. Ron and Luke Swan sensed something was wrong. "How much money did you save?" Ron trotted, tugging at Gu Fusion's sleeve and tilting his head to ask. Gu Fusion didn't return. She bent down and forced her head to look in front of Gu Fusion. Gu Fusion was afraid that she would fall, so he had to stop, avoid Ron's questioning gaze, and looked at Fujishan and Jian Huai embarrassingly. Fujishan's clear voice was mixed with a touch of embarrassment. "If you don't know the answer, you may be happier." Ron grabbed Gu Fusion's coat fiercely. "Brother, I advise you to speak quickly." The scene became serious for a while. The netizens in front of the screen were in a hurry. "Did you go to see Mr. BA to buy groceries?" "I just followed Ron and the little princess. I don't know what's going on there." Ha ha ha. I opened 3 live broadcast rooms on my mobile phone, tablet, and computer, and I saw them all. Come on, a sister, tell me how the overlords bargain. I wasn't curious at first, but now that they tell me, I'm dying of anxiety. Faced with the aggressive questioning of the 2 eldest ladies, Jian Huai, who had previously dubbed himself a money-saving master, was the first to lose. "Well, we didn't cut a penny." Ron and Luke Swan tilted their heads in confusion. "Say what? Didn't save a penny?" Then why did the 2 of them linger in their hearts with 100 complicated emotions such as seriousness, nervousness, embarrassment, and hesitation just now? Angrily, Ron put the pound of oranges in Gu Fusion's arms heavily. "Kill him, just make him tired. That is to say, when Xuan and I were bargaining hard just now, You who earnestly asked us to bargain did not save any money. We are serious and obedient, like two clowns. We did intend to bargain before we went, but the butcher-seller seemed very shrewd, and besides, Jiang Huai nodded his nose in embarrassment. Besides, I really can't say it, I always feel that I'm robbing other people's things, so I bought them at the original price. But it's not expensive, we have 20 yuan left. Ron Yu criticized mercilessly, you are so stupid, can't you use your brains to find a way? The three overlords who were criticized did not dare to refute, and nodded like obedient students. Yes, what you said is true. The staff of Bojan Group, Fu's, and Jiang's companies who were watching, never imagined that their immediate boss would be scolded for being stupid one day. The reason for being scolded was just because the three overlords went out to buy vegetables without bargaining. What's more, they were so wrong that they didn't dare to fight back, so they could only nod their heads. I have already seen their status. Ron Yu is now ranked first by virtue of her bargaining power. The three overlords must obey her obediently. I thought that the overlords participated in the variety show to show their outstanding abilities and expand the influence of the group. I didn't expect that they came here to be scolded by the eldest lady. I laughed to death. The rich and powerful brothers are not good, but Ron Yu's throne is very good. On the outside, they are shrewd and invincible overlords, but in front of Ron Yu, they are three big fools who don't bargain. Ron Yu's status as a wealthy family is fully demonstrated in a simple bargaining incident. Before getting into the car, Jiu Fuxian quickly put the oranges in the trunk, and opened the co-pilot's door for Ron Yu with a faint smile. Jiu Fuxian behaved like a dignified gentleman, with the aura of a wealthy and noble son, but he had a strange flattering attitude all over his body, and he almost said the 7 words miss, calm down. Used the most noble and polite gestures to express the most embarrassing words. Ron Chen, you are very good. Ron Yu couldn't get angry anymore. She just said sullenly, you guys have to make it up next time. Jiang Huai joked solemnly, Sister Bodhisattva, don't worry, Jiang's development to this point is not to make more money for its own growth, but to have the confidence to learn your excellent bargaining methods one day, guide others with behavior, and make more money. This way of bargaining spread to the whole circle. From now on, your position in the bargaining world will be unshakable. I have already thought of the title of the banner, Protect the Best Fat Cat in the World. Ron Yu wanted to get down from the co-pilot and punch him twice. Fu Jizhan chuckled, if you talk nonsense again, Ron Yu will kick you out later. Jiu Fuxian, who was driving, made up the knife, before you drive off, get the 20 yuan back. Luke Swan nodded solemnly, Brother Jianguai is indeed not as precious as 20 yuan. Jack, this is the price of ridiculing group pets. On the internet, the second season of the Heiress has only been broadcast for half a day, and the search volume on the entire platform ranks first, and the DAU of the live broadcast app has hit a record high. The degree of discussion on each platform has risen directly. Among the 6 Dinghao families, the 5 heirs of Dinghao all participated in this variety show. From the perspective of the guest lineup, it is much more powerful than the first season, but the Dinghao family has 2 points less holding, very lively, playing around and making jokes. Let the people who eat melons understand the status of the rich and powerful, but also find it funny. Not only did the netizens enjoy watching, but Ron Liu, Jiu Yuchen, Lu's father and Lu's mother, Fu's mother, Chi's father and Chi's mother, who was standing before the live broadcast, also found it very interesting. The relationship between this group of young people is much better than they imagined. Ron Liu watched them busy for money, haggling sadly and funny, and did not intervene in the small money crisis set up by the program group, but looked forward to the performance of Ron Yu and others in variety shows. Like netizens, they also enjoyed watching it. After a while, the old housekeeper called Ron Liu and said that there was a small event in the program group that required the participation of the parents of several Dinghao family members. Ron Liu, Jiu Yuchen and others listened to the director of the program group and thought it was very interesting, so they asked the housekeeper to prepare a small note as Director Mu said, and wrote a sentence on it to Ron Yu and the others. After Ron Yu, Jiu Fuxian, Jiang Huai, Fu Jizhan, and Luke Swan came back from shopping, Qi Jian started to cook in a busy and orderly manner. Chi Nuo and Li Jin picked vegetables. Before the variety show started, Li Jin fried up the kitchen for a few days with the help of the chef of the Liu family. Later, the chef came to the conclusion, Mr. It is suitable for starting a meal and cutting some side dishes. Li Jin's dream of being a chef was shattered, and he had to be downgraded from a chef to a small vegetable cutter. Ron Yu wanted to watch Chi Jian cook and see how Chi Jian cooked. As soon as she made this small wish, it was ruthlessly destroyed by Chi Jian. The kitchen is an important place. Idlers are not allowed to enter. Ron Yu and Luke Swan returned disappointed. But this small setback will not dampen their hearts of onlookers. Taking advantage of Chi Jian's inattention, the two sneaked in without anyone noticing, and just as they were complacent, a figure appeared in front of them. He was wearing red-soled high heels 5 centimeters high. Luke Swan's smile faltered, and after 2 seconds of panic, she bent down pretending to be calm. Wow, the kitchen floor is so clean. There is no need to sweep it at all. Sister, let's go. Ron Yu nodded heavily, yes. Under Chi Jian's expressionless gaze, the two pretended nothing happened, and returned to the living room pretending to be calm. Jiang Huai looked at the two people who returned home disconsolately, and said with a smile, you guys are so courageous, you did what you knew you couldn't do. Luke Swan collapsed on the sofa, her mouth pursed and unhappy. Watching Sister Chi cook is much more interesting than watching financial news. Jiang Huai disagreed, it's all golden money floating on it, you don't understand the joy of making money. He thought of something, glanced at Ron Yu who was casually watching the TV, and gritted his teeth with 2 points of envy and 3 points. Sister Bodhisattva doesn't understand. She makes money no matter what she does. Slam. Ron Yu looked away from the financial news, a little bored. She was really curious about whether Sister Qing Lenjian didn't have a trace of expression on her face when she was cooking. Even if the fryer was fried, she took it calmly, with a calmness of there is nothing in the world that can change my face and Gao Leng. Fu Jizhen was reading a book at the side. Seeing Ron Yu and Luke Swan's melancholy, he casually flipped through a page of the book and reminded lightly, you can watch her live broadcast. Ron Yu and Luke Swan. Yes. Jiu Fuxian was reading the report sent by Song Wen on his tablet, turned his head, and met Ron Yu's expectant eyes. Ron Yu smiled flatteringly at the corners of her eyes, and bent her hands upwards. Jiu Fuxian sighed, quit WeChat and gave the tablet to Ron Yu to let them watch the live broadcast, and went upstairs to find another one. Other brother Shihama, every time at this time, my brother will only say that you don't have long legs. There are new words to teach my brother. Look at other people's brothers and sisters, one is helping with the tablet, and the other is helping in the kitchen. The former is the heir to the trillion-dollar fortune of the Bojan Group, and the latter is a genius jungler. Look at you again, you are so mediocre and don't know how to honor your sister. Don't say that your sister won't give you a chance when you beg outside in the future. Jiu Fu Chen single-handedly raised the average level of the brothers in the country. Ron Yu downloaded a live broadcast app, and their live broadcast room was pushed on the homepage. Luke Swan sat next to Ron Yu, and the two watched the live broadcast from the kitchen view together. The camera was facing Chi Jian's frosty face. There are a lot of bullet screens in the live broadcast room. One said, Chi Jian didn't let Ron Yu and Luke Swan in just now. She must have taken care of the two cuties, and didn't want them to smell of oily smoke. Luke Swan saw this. This is definitely overthinking. Sister Chi just doesn't want us to disturb her. Ron Yu strongly agreed. When Chi Jian was cooking, his side face was slightly soft, and his whole person was a little more smoky, very approachable. Li Jin felt this softness, and by virtue of spending nearly an hour in harmony with Chi Jian in the kitchen today, the relationship became a little familiar. He put the chopped tomatoes into a bowl for Chi Jian, and asked, we'll make tomato and egg soup later. Chi Jian's tone was light, there is no soup. Li Jin, can't order. Before Chi Jian could speak, Chi Nuo, who had been chopping vegetables obediently, murmured in a low voice, it's good for you to eat, and you can choose. Li Jin, I heard your complaints. Chi Nuo didn't give in, she lowered her head and continued to wash the vegetables. Her voice was small but powerful, I just want you to hear. Don't hear how to express dissatisfaction. I can't talk about people behind their backs. Chi Nuo looked innocent. Li Jin, I beg you to talk about me behind my back. Ha ha ha, he really is a real brother. Both of you are people of status, you can talk but never do it, so I suggest you two fight. Bushy, Luke Swan in front of the screen was very excited. Arguing. She really wanted to see the scene where Li Jin was devastated. Unfortunately, the imagined scene did not appear. The two people who had already cut and washed the vegetables were mercilessly driven out of the kitchen after being used by Chi Jian. An hour later, when Ronyu was so hungry, she finally had their first meal since they recorded the variety show. Chi Jian made stewed beef brisket with potatoes, braised fish and black-bone chicken soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables, all of which are home-cooked dishes. There are meat and soup. Everyone is hungry and eats deliciously. However, Li Jin never forgets his tomato and egg soup. There are some things that he didn't eat, and this desire will always linger in his mind until the wish is not fulfilled. When the meal was almost finished, Li Jin seemed to casually bring up the topic of dinner. It's 3 o'clock now, shall we have dinner at 7 or 8 o'clock? Jiu Fusion, yes. What do you want for dinner tonight? Ronyu quickly raised her hand and said with a smile, I really want to eat boiled prawns tilde. After finishing speaking, her gaze inadvertently met Chi Jian's cold eyes. Thinking of the scene of being criticized about ordering food she saw in the live broadcast room just now, she silently withdrew her hands, clasped her hands and bowed her head cowardly, whispered, of course, you don't have to eat. 77 Cooking is already so hard, she even wants to order. Big guts. Chi Jian put down her chopsticks, her voice was cold. Yes. Ronyo. Li Jin. 77, that's not how you answered Li Jin just now. Li Jin, I am not worthy of ordering. Seeing that Chi Jian was so talkative, Luke Swan put her hands together and said coquettishly, Sister Chi, I want to eat sweet and sour pork, please tilde. Chi Jian still replied lightly, yes. Li Jin. He looked at his younger sister with scorching eyes. He didn't expect that he could order successfully like this. Chi Jian is partial to Ronyu, and Li Jin knows this. But her attitude towards her sister has always been indifferent. Maybe she is in a good mood now, and she will answer whatever she says. With Luke Swan's method ahead, Li Jin was full of confidence, smiled confidently and said, Sister Chi, I think. Before the word eat was uttered, Chi Jian's knife eyes pierced, Li Jin shuddered, swallowed the name of the dish, smiled sincerely, and said in an extremely serious and pious voice, I want to clean up table and wash the dishes, do you think? Become. Chi Jian, hello double standards, nice job. The right to choose dishes belongs to Ronyu and Luke Swan, leaving only a mess to Li Jin. Tonight, Li Jin may have to crouch under the quilt to reflect, and finally come to a conclusion. I can't think about what I don't deserve. Li Jin, don't be so serious about value. I just want to drink a bowl of tomato and egg soup. After lunch, Chen Gaiwan's good friend Jizu came to visit. A few hours ago, the soldiers of the Dinghao family split into two groups to buy vegetables and cook. When preparing for lunch, Chen Gaiwan's friend Jizu arrived at the live broadcast as a flying guest. In the next 4 days, he will be with Chen Gaiwan live together. The living expenses are still 300 yuan per person. After 4 days, whoever has the most money left wins. On the first day, the program group did not assign difficult tasks in a humane manner, but only asked them to solve 3 meals a day, and the rest of the time was freely allocated. The program tasks will be arranged tomorrow. On the way, Jizu heard that Jiu Fusion and other heirs would also participate in the second season of the variety show. He was very excited. Then when I heard that Chen Gaiwan had a normal relationship with some wealthy people, and even got into a tense fight, my heart went cold. He immediately asked his assistant to prepare some gifts, and planned to pay a visit to Jiu Fusion and others at that time, so as to make up the relationship between the two parties. Going against them doesn't end well. Jizu thought very well. They were presenting a variety show live, and they gave gifts. No matter how dissatisfied the Dinghao family was with them, they wouldn't refuse his gift in front of so many people without self-restraint. Chen Gaiwan had conflicts with them, but he didn't. In a sense, he's just an innocent person invited to a variety show and doesn't deserve their cynicism. After the members of the Dinghao family accepted the gift and left the variety show, it was his turn to say whatever he wanted. When cooperating with people, they say that he has a good relationship with Ding Hao and so on. Anyway, such small things will not reach their ears. Jisoo had a well-planned plan and came to the door happily carrying his things. Putting down the gift and ringing the doorbell, he straightened his back and waited for the door to open. After hearing the doorbell ringing, Ronyu asked from the doorbell, "Who?" "Hi, I'm Jisoo, the flying guest of this issue. It's the first time we meet, and I want to come over and give some gifts to the guests." Jisoo deliberately did not mention Cheng Gaiwan's name. Ronyu still realized immediately that this person should be the flying guest of Cheng Gaiwan's group. As the saying goes, it's hard to reach out and hit a smiling face. Ronyu was a bit embarrassed when others came to the door with gifts and didn't know the specific relationship between him and Cheng Gaiwan. Ji Fu Chen frowned, hurried over, and under Ronyu's gaze, he pressed the button and replied calmly, "I won't see you again in the future. Gifts are useless. Goodbye." He has seen this kind of person a lot. Jisoo outside the door never expected that this would be the reaction of the people inside. It was rejected before it even started. If you don't want to open the door, then don't open it. Ji Fusion patted Ronyu on the head. Hypocrisy and unintentional polite words. When he first inherited Bojan, he told shareholders and partners a lot. He would never let Ronyu live this kind of life. Ji Fu Chen thought very simply. Regardless of whether the other party is genuine or fake, or has other intentions, as long as Ronyu hesitates to see her, she refuses them all. The audience in Ding Hao's live broadcast room didn't take this matter to heart. Although some people who eat melons feel that this is too impolite and lacks the restraint that wealthy people should have, but after these barrages appear, more supporters will appear immediately. Is it not very good to do this? It feels a bit impolite. People who don't want to socialize say that it's so cool to refuse without any scruples. Yes, whether the other party is happy or not, it is enough for me to be happy. The cute brother really pays attention to Ronyu's movements all the time. I'm so envious of QAQ. It doesn't matter whether he is polite or not, as long as you live happily. How familiar you are with the people you meet for the first time. I really hate hypocritical socializing. It's annoying to death. Ronyu's current life is my ideal state of life. Woo woo woo. Reject everything I don't like, be as happy as you like, no matter what. Someone will protect you. After Ji Fusion said this, Ronyu stopped being entangled, and after saying let's go tilde to the people outside the door, she left with peace of mind. Outside the door, Jisoo's face turned blue and white, followed by someone behind him, forced a smile, and stepped down to the camera. Maybe they don't like socializing with people. After speaking, he left embarrassingly with the gift. In the villa, the four bosses had just finished clearing the dining table. During this period, Jian Kuai never wore a coat, and a black shirt faintly revealed his strong abdominal muscles. You can tell at a glance that you have been exercising a lot. The heating was turned on in the villa, and it was not cold just wearing a shirt. After clearing the dining table, Jian Kuai took the initiative to say, "The living room on the first floor is a bit messy, I'll tidy it up." Ronyu, Luke Swan, and Chi Jian watched him continue with a smile without saying a word. Jian Kuai is not a clean freak. Apart from making money, I usually have no interest in housework. I brought up this matter for the first time today, just wanting to use the excuse of tidying up the living room to show off my figure inadvertently and break the rumors on the internet. In order to clarify the rumors, he really worked hard. If internal entertainment works half as hard as he does, clarification won't just rely on hot searches and withdrawal of entries. Everyone did not deprive him of the wonderful opportunity to clarify the rumors. Half an hour later, Jian Kuai made sure that there was nothing wrong with going through each scene twice, then suppressed the joy in his heart, and calmly walked up to the corner of the second floor. Luke Swan told them that there is no camera here, it is their private base to be happy and let themselves go. Walking into the corner, Jian Kuai's expression immediately changed. The calmness and composure on his face faded away, and was instantly replaced by a happy aha-like smile. Netizens were dumbfounded. I don't know why he suddenly changed his face in Sichuan opera here. One by one, what is he going to do and what happened appeared in the barrage. There will be new viewers appearing in the live broadcast room at any time. Not every viewer has experienced a few hours ago, a group of overlords and young ladies surrounded here, mistakenly thought that there was no camera here, and regarded it as their private base. Viewers who knew it immediately explained, before the new audience burst out laughing, under the surprised eyes of everyone. Jack is happy to spin and jump here to let itself fly. Ronyu was taken aback when passing by, and watched the whole process with an expression of "Are you mentally retarded?" Jianguai's mental state urgently needs to be rescued. "What are you doing?" Jianguai stopped spinning happily and waved to her, signaling her to go to the blind spot of the camera. Ronyu thought he wanted to approach and talk, so without thinking too much, she stepped forward to stand in front of Jianguai, and asked again, "What are you doing here?" Jianguai is very proud. "Congratulate me in advance for my success in clarifying the rumors." Ronyu had a complicated expression, and asked tentatively, "Celebrate, here?" Ronyu is probably the only one in the top group who knows that there is a camera here. "I'm really going to die of laughter," from Jianguai. "How can a tyrant be so funny? I really want to see his expression after he knows the truth, ha ha ha." Jianguai nodded and repeated firmly, "Yes, celebrate here." Ronyu hesitated to speak. Unexpectedly, Jianguai let go of himself to a deeper degree than his brother. At most, the elder brother fooled Ronyu in front of the netizens, but Jianguai was different. He was directly demonized, and began to spin, jump and close his eyes in front of everyone. Ronyu pondered for a long time, and said complicatedly, "Okay, you celebrate, I won't bother you anymore." After finishing speaking, she left in a hurry. Li Jin, who came up next, saw the back of Ronyu leaving, and asked curiously, "What secret did you guys just say here?" "It's nothing." Jianguai smiled. "How do you think my plan to clarify the rumors about the abdominal muscles was implemented? When did he implement the plan? Why didn't I see it? I do not have either. I watched all the way, so I couldn't miss it." Li Jin recalled Jianguai's efforts on the first floor just now, thought for a while and commented, "It's not obvious to tidy up the living room on the first floor. Why don't you just pretend that you don't know there is a machine in the room, and just change clothes there? I feel this is more direct." "Jack, get out." "Ha ha ha," I said. Why Jianguai is so diligent, it turned out to be showing his body to his family. He is so miserable, I really want to laugh, ha ha. Actually, he has a really good figure, wide shoulders and narrow waist. Good figure, drool. Ah, let the family off. If you take it off, I will never say that you have no abdominal muscles anymore. Jack finished celebrating and started working. He believes that his clarification plan has achieved remarkable results, but he still dare not read Weibo. Wait for a long time to show it, and then sink in the praise of good figure in the comment area. After Ronyu returned to the room, she faced the camera and started to work. The camera couldn't capture the phone in her hand, so Ronyu confidently logged into the initial user's circle of friends and continued to shape the personality of the middle-aged uncle. She sent a new circle of friends. "Accompany my daughter to travel, temporarily not on moments." A group of entrepreneurs were very sorry after seeing it. "I didn't expect Lao Chu to be a person who loves his daughter. Is your daughter Cheng Gaiwan's black fan? I heard from my son that he was on a variety show, met Jiu Fusion and others, and lost tens of thousands of fans in one day. Why? It is estimated that the little girl thought Cheng Gaiwan was handsome, but with the support of Jiu Fusion and others, she finally discovered his mediocrity. Happy playing at the beginning." After Ronyu finished posting on Moments, she didn't quit in a hurry, and turned her head to look at the trending searches on the internet. She went on the variety show to make her brother shine, and to show the hero who has awakened the sense of novels. Apart from the aura of novels, he is useless. From the conversations of entrepreneurs in the circle of friends, it is clear that her goal has been achieved. On the hot searches on Weibo, there are several hot searches related to them. It just popped up out of nowhere, and Ronyu didn't care. Spinning and jumping in front of the camera, he deserves this entry. In addition, there are #Swan hash, and so on. Ronyu clicked on the entry related to Jiu Fusion. Everyone is boasting. Business legend Jiu Fusion and sister-in-chief Ron Chen are actually the same person. His love for his sister is undisguised, and he always favors him. He is cautious and steady at work, has a sense of security, and is an amazing man. I originally thought that after knowing that Ron Chen Chen was GU Fusion, I would shatter all the filters, but I didn't expect that I would go straight into the pit. Too charismatic, woo woo woo. I want to be a sister fan. Sister, this idea is very dangerous. GU Fusion probably would rather you be a fan of girlfriends and wives than someone else be a fan of his younger sister. He said that there is only one younger sister. The only brother with Weibo name is the best proof. At that time, he didn't allow people to call him brother, only let people call him the only one. I was completely shocked. It was the first time I was forced to be a girlfriend fan. Didn't everyone realize that the little princess Luxuan called brother Fujizhan and brother Jian Huai, but she never called brother GU Fusion? Ha ha ha, what a miserable little princess. You are not even allowed to call her a title. Ron Chen Chen, you are so overbearing. As long as you call brother Ron Chen Chen, you have successfully angered this man and embarked on the difficult path of becoming an enemy of him. Sister fan said she didn't dare to be a fan, and immediately turned into a career fan, trembling.jpg. As expected of Ronyu's #1 true love male fan, he is so awesome. Ronyu slid across one by one, the broken light in her eyes exposed the little joy in her heart. Same moment, Li Jin approached the room while swiping Weibo, stood at the door and saw Ronyu and GU Fusion's hot searches, opened it with great interest, and subconsciously ignored Jian Huai's funny hot searches. Li Jin was very unconvinced when she saw the comment of our Ronyu's #1 true male fan. Some time ago, it was just because he was busy going abroad, so GU Fusion took advantage of the loopholes, luckily took away the title of #1 true love male fan. Now that he has time, he spent a lot of time in Ron Yakeo's talk. Sometimes, Li Jin also enjoys the feeling of being the #1 fan to Amway Ruaniao. Star is the well-known Ronyu encyclopedia in Ron Yakeo's words. There is nothing he doesn't know about Ronyu's film and television dramas and interviews. Since the only brother broke the horse and confirmed that it was Ron Chen Chen had less and less time to come to Keokeo, and he was deprived by Ronyu from participating in the sign in first competition because he stayed up too late and affected his health. Ron Chen Chen's last happiness in Keohua was gone, and the number of times he came to Keohua became less and less. Star is different. After disappearing for a while due to work, everyone thought that when he lost his fans, he returned with a high profile. Nowadays, the title of Ronyu's #1 true male fan seems to fall on him. Li Jin sat down at the desk with a serious face. Luxuan mentioned to him that there was a camera in the room, which was facing the sofa and couldn't take pictures of the back of the desk, but could adjust the direction to see his face. Without hesitation, Li Jin maintained a solemn and serious expression, turned on the computer calmly, and showed a state of the boss is working hard, please do not disturb. What he didn't know was that there was also a camera on the bookcase facing his profile, and the camera just set off his side face, and clearly captured the computer that was turning on. Li Jin looked solemn, with his lips pursed tightly, as if the company had some serious problems and needed him to deal with them urgently. Backstage workers switch back and forth between the two perspectives in real time. The close-up and long-range shots have everything, very similar to the edited state. However, the picture that appears in the live broadcast room will be 2 to 3 minutes later than the real picture, which also gives a little time to adjust the angle later. At this moment, the audience who were waiting in Li Jin's live broadcast room subconsciously twitched. Oh my god, Li Jin has a serious expression on her face. Could there be any major problems in the company? When he was looking at his phone just now, his expression became serious. Holy shit, now he's turning on the computer again. Is he going to deal with a major problem in the company? We can't watch it. Yes, is the program team here? Don't leak Li's company secrets. You won't be able to bear the responsibility when the time comes. He opened the webpage. Hurry up, program group. Come and tell him personally that there is a camera next to the bookcase. Where is the staff? I'm dying of anxiety. Whoa. While the barrage was nervously sweating for Li Jin opened a webpage. When everyone was so nervous that they had to cover their eyes, for fear of seeing some secrets that shouldn't be seen, such as a contract worth tens of billions with a certain group. Li Jin opened the web version of Weibo with a serious face, and then seriously logged into her own Weibo account. I remember this account. Star is Raw News true fan. As long as you want to watch Raw News interviews or TV dramas, if you don't know where Raw News picture will appear, just ask him. Star is Raw New Encyclopedia. So, the star is Lee Jin. He has a serious face that my Liu family will lose more than 100 billion today. But he logged into Weibo. Everyone was silent. Under the silent eyes of netizens, Lee Jin opened a Weibo chat skillfully. When someone asked where to see Raw News variety show collection, his face was serious, and his reply was like this. The link has been sent to you, take a quick look, show me. After seeing you, you can't resist and immediately plunge into the pit. Netizens in the live broadcast room, come and save this sand sculpture. Lee Jin personally. After answering the question, Lee Jin earnestly posted a post, in which she focused on explaining why Star is more worthy of the title of star than the only brother from the dimensions of time, degree of seriousness, degree of understanding, and duration of star chasing. The reason for Raw News #1 true love for male fans. Ha 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 ha. Lee Jin, are you going to laugh at me to death? How did he manage to put on the most serious expression and say the most ridiculous words? 10 minutes later, Ronyu, who was browsing Weibo, saw the trending search at the bottom, with the expression of a grandpa looking at his phone in the subway. After recovering from the shocking news that Lee Jin was a star, Ronyu took a long breath, opened Lee Jin's live broadcast room, and at the same time sent him a private message on Weibo. What are you doing now? Star, fighting for honor. Aren't you afraid that the audience will see it? Lee Jin replied with a serious face, not afraid. The camera in my room is facing me, and only my face can be photographed. I have a serious face now, and the audience will think that I am dealing with business. But, there is another lens on the bookcase at the back left of you. Lee Jin seemed to have a thunderbolt from the blue sky, and his whole world was gloomy. He sat there in a daze, his head was numb from the shock. Moreover, you can clearly see that you are swiping Weibo. Lee Jin, why wasn't I overwhelmed when I was eating just now? Chapter 66. Lee Jin really wanted to die in situ. With his back to the camera, he slowly twisted his neck, which was as stiff as a robot, and it seemed that he could still hear the crackling of joints in the silence. Turning around in an infinitely slow and embarrassing state, the audience in the live broadcast room was still immersed in the joy of laughing. And when they came back to their senses, they suddenly found that Lee Jin had turned his back to them at some point. The audience can't see the side face, only his black office chair and half of the back of his head protruding from the office chair. At this time, Lee Jin's hand was firmly propped on the computer screen. The bright screen made his fingers slender and strong, and the veins on the back of his hand were slightly visible. With trembling hands, he fumbled from the top of the screen to the bottom black button, dimmed it slightly, and the bright Weibo interface went black for a moment. After destroying the embarrassing evidence, he slowly withdrew his hand, for fear of disturbing the audience in the live broadcast room and letting them see his embarrassment and urgency at the moment. The more cautious he is, the more he can reflect his embarrassment and death at the moment. Lee Jin has successfully completed the 3 side tasks of turning his back to the live broadcast room, turning off the computer, and withdrawing his hands and pretending nothing happened. Let's see what he will do next. Ha ha ha. Lee Jin, give me the hush money, I can pretend I haven't seen all this before. Lee Jin, why are you like this? Lee Jin, aren't you the high IQ boss of a leading IT company? Lee Jin, wake up, don't pretend to be dead. Shakes shoulders. He has successfully completed the 3 subquests of turning his back to the studio, turning off the computer, and withdrawing his hands and pretending nothing happened. Let's see what he will do next. The barrage in the live broadcast room covered the entire screen, and the number of people in Lee Jin's live broadcast room could be seen from the surge in barrage. The live broadcast room was overwhelmed by people who came to watch the jokes from the trending search. Everyone wanted to see what Lee Jin would do next. He just made a cosmic joke in front of the camera. What can he do now to make it back? Millions of netizens guarded the live broadcast room, quietly waiting for Lee Jin's next move. In the mysterious atmosphere and the quiet waiting, Lee Jin withdrew his hand and secretly moved under the office chair. The audience watched helplessly as the small half of the head that was higher than the office chair slowly disappeared from the field of vision, and then was completely blocked by the office chair. The room remained silent for a while. "This is how you handle it? You want to laugh me to death?" "Ha ha ha," I laughed until my face cramped. The Overlord's ability to deal with crises is not good enough. At this moment, Li Jin may secretly take out his mobile phone to watch the live broadcast room. When he sees your ridicule, he screams in his heart, "You guys are enough, enough is enough." Li Jin is planning to sit here for a day and consume us to death, waiting for us to leave. Ha 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 ha. The sand sculpture master is always chasing stars online, inexplicably funny and cute. I found out the reason why Li Jin was on the variety show. I can go to variety shows with my idols. This star chaser is really admiring. Li Jin's act of chasing stars caused an uproar on the entire internet. A long time ago, Chubby Cat and his only brother, Jiu's ex's Weibo account Zioxishui also called Ronyu a fan of the three big bosses. Fans in the entertainment industry are all proud of Ronyu's fans all over the world. Look, people in the entertainment industry conquered the rich. They have a kind of joy of my family has a girl who has just grown up, and they will amaze the world once they go out. Now, seeing Li Jin in Ronyu's Keohua, in order to compete so hard for the #1 true love male fan, he wrote a long essay on Keohua. While everyone laughed at Li Jin as a funny guy, they were also shocked that Ronyu really had a wealthy family. Pink, still at the level of a top heir, have to say, good people are good and focused in whatever they do. Others have fun chasing stars. Li Jin chasing stars directly became a superword encyclopedia, mixed into the core layer, and reached the pinnacle of life in the star-chasing world. Mr. BA is really strict with himself. Bushy. #star is actually Li Jin under the entry. There are many people discussing it. Ronyu returned to the wealthy family for 2 or 3 months, and not only became the favorite of the group standing at the top of the pyramid of the wealthy circle, but also succeeded in becoming a fan of Li Jin, which made him unable to help but secretly build a trumpet in Keohua. Soon, Ronyu Keohua fans said, "Star participated in the #1 signing competition a long time ago, and his opponent was the only brother. I'm really laughing to death. Their overlords usually don't sleep at night, are they all so free?" Someone soon summed up everything that Li Jin had worked hard for when chasing Star Ronyu. At Ronyu's core fan is here. I entered the pit earlier than Star, and Star has been obsessed with collecting Ronyu's posters, magazines, and all available materials, banners, etc. for a while. The point is, everyone doesn't know that Star is very rich, and he even bargains when he buys movie posters from me. Bargain? I thought it was a younger brother who didn't make any money, so I sold it to him cheaply. The user at not only recalled the embarrassing incident of bargaining when Star was chasing stars, but also showed what Star did for Ronyu. Li Jin, why are you so picky? Pass it on. Li Jin chasing stars for nothing. Li Jin, your situation is too small this time, so take a long-term view. You see, Ron Chen is so eye-catching, and he was praised by Ronyu as my brother is the best in the world. It didn't take a moment for the Sherlock Holmes-like netizens to reveal what Li Jin had done before, and then matched with the process of his falling off the horse, the whole network burst into laughter. I heard that Li Jin maintained a waiting tactic of the enemy doesn't move. I don't move in the live broadcast room. She has been sitting quietly in front of the office chair with her back to the audience. She didn't know what she was thinking. The noisy audience rushed over immediately, wanting to see how long can Li Jin stay frozen here. 20 minutes, Li Jin, move a little bit, move a bit. I laughed to death. Can someone rescue Li Jin and take him out of this sea of misery? I don't want to see him enduring the torture of time here. I want to see his expression sorry now. At this moment, Li Jin's back was facing the live broadcast room, and the mobile phone was placed on the right side of the desk. He no longer had the face to reach for it, so he could only sit here quietly, and when he sat there until late, no one would sneak out. There are cameras throughout the villa, and the position with the back to the office chair is safer. Now, this ordinary office chair is his most solid armor and barrier. In just 20 minutes, Li Jin has been comforting himself. Death of the whole network society is scary and embarrassing, but what does it matter? Jiu Fusion has accepted his dual identity of sand sculpture Ron Chen and the only brother in front of the whole network. His performance in Keohua must be better than Jiu Fusion, who only knows how to throw money. He conquered the entire Keohua fans with his strength. Embarrassed what? No. Embarrassed. Embarrassed. Lee Jin's morale rose instantly, but even so, he still didn't have the courage to stand up. Isn't it more embarrassing to sit here for so long and get up suddenly? Lee Jin fell into a strange whirlpool of embarrassment. At that time, Ronyu had been waiting for Lee Jin's reply. After waiting for a while, she turned on Lee Jin's live broadcast room, but there was no one in the camera. There was only a completely black office chair, the computer was turned off, and the whole scene revealed a strange bleakness. Ronyu frowned. This person won't hide somewhere and cry, will he? She opened the barrage in the live broadcast room, wanting to see if the netizens who watched all this could know some news about Lee Jin. The moment I saw the barrage clearly, Ronyu took a deep look at the chair in front of her. It's been a long time here. Ronyu wanted to laugh a little. She knew that Lee Jin was a fanatic, but she didn't expect that he also had a trumpet in her chat. He also participated in the sign-in competition with GU Fusion. It's outrageous. Ronyu was funny, but also looked meaningfully at the office chair in the live broadcast. He is her fan after all, so he can't be allowed to stay like this, can he? It's time to help. Ronyu walked out of the room, just in time to run into Luke Swan, who was bored out for a stroll. Yayo sister, where are you going? Ronyu said complicatedly. Will you comfort your brother? Luke Swan was his own younger sister. In this desperate situation, family members were much more useful than her. Luke Swan was suspicious. What's wrong with him? Ronyu wanted to tell Luke Swan what happened on Weibo just now, but if she doesn't say it now, everyone will know when they are together. Before he could speak, Fujison and Chi Nuo came up from downstairs, and Chi Nuo said in a daze, I just saw Weibo. The doubts on Luke Swan's face deepened. What Weibo? Ronyu told Luke Swan exactly what happened just now. After listening, Luke Swan was silent for 2 seconds, and the corners of her lips were tightly pursed for the 3rd second, trying to hold back her smile. He's so stupid. Is Lee Jin desperate? Where is the tablet? I want to see what he is doing in the live broadcast room. Ronyu, it would be nice if you could hold back your laughter, but you don't have to be so excited. Sure enough, they are brothers and sisters who fell in love and killed each other. Little princess, Ronyu told you that she wanted you to comfort Lee Jin, not laughing at her. Chi Nuo stood aside in amazement. For the first time, he knew that his boss, Ronyu, had such a powerful male fan. Amazing. What a powerful personality charm it is to make the heir of the Dinghao family like her sister fall in love with her. For a moment, her eyes were full of respect. Brother Poof, what expression do you have? Ronyu frowned. Kind of weird. Luke Swan smiled back, and after laughing, she still remembered that he and Lee Jin were brothers and sisters. Put away your smile, go to Lee Jin's room with Ronyu, Fujison, Chi Nuo, and Jian Huai, who just left the room to comfort him. At the same time, Jiu Fusion and Chi Jian were also present. After hearing about this from Chi Nuna, the two bosses showed a strange look on their faces. Jiu Fusion, compete with him for the title of #1 male fan on Weibo. He deserved to be ashamed. Chi Jian was completely incomprehensible. How could Lee Jin not even know where the camera is? A group of people walked to the door of Lee Jin's room in a mighty manner. After being signaled by everyone, Luke Swan put away her smile and knocked on the door seriously 3 times. Brother, can I come in? Not surprisingly, Lee Jin, who was hiding in a chair and shut herself up, didn't answer. Luke Swan knocked twice again. Brother, I'm coming in. She gently opened the door. Lee Jin huddled on the chair with a sad face, looked at them weakly, wanted to speak but pretended to be dead, and endured for a long time without opening his mouth. He really wants the audience in the live broadcast room not to see his existence, and not speaking is the best state. It's best to forget that he exists. Brother, shall we go out and chat? Luke Swan said tentatively. Lee Jin, who was curled up on the office chair, refused to communicate with them. Luke Swan, you really don't think about leaving this sad place, especially when the forgotten camera behind you is still on. Lee Jin. One sentence easily brought back Lee Jin's embarrassing memory just now. Ha ha ha, little princess, if you can talk, talk more. I can imagine how embarrassed he is now without looking at Lee Jin's face. Fujison chuckled. Go to the lobby on the 1st floor to chat. Luke Swan nodded again and again. Brother, don't be embarrassed. Ron Chen Chen is not embarrassed. Why are you embarrassed? Jiu Fu Chen, who was originally staying out of the matter, raised his eyes. Li Jin regained her confidence because of this sentence. Under the encouraging eyes of everyone, he quickly got up and left the study in a hurry. In the living room, Li Jin sat on the far left side of the sofa, and Ron Yu and other people who comforted him also sat on the sofa, and everyone looked at him together. Qi Jian spoke first. You don't know there is surveillance over there? Luke Swan nodded heavily, and muttered, Brother, is your memory fading now? Why don't you even know that there is a camera in the room? Li Jin turned her head to look at her sister with a look of surprise. Didn't you miss this, Luke Swan? When a cauldron fell from the sky, Luke Swan was very unhappy, so she went upstairs angrily and took out the small notebook with the camera in the room, and went downstairs aggressively at the pace of Long Aocean, who did not recognize her relatives. I recorded all the shots in the notebook, Yaya told me. There will be no mistakes. Li Jin didn't want to talk to her idiot sister. Luke Swan checked the notebook and recounted everything Ron Yu said about where there was a camera, and even added the places on the stairs on the first floor that people rarely go to. Ron Yu looked up suspiciously, feeling something was wrong. Brother's room has a scene, on the sofa, Luke Swan said, her voice weakened. She realized that the scene of Li Jin's embarrassing death seemed to be next to the bookcase. Luke Swan pursed her lips, obediently bowed her head and waited for criticism. Yuaniwan's eyes moved around, and she whispered, Brother, I know I was wrong, you won't be angry with me. Jiang Huai held back his laughter. When everyone was asking about the incident and comforting Li Jin, Jiang Huai logged into Weibo, which he hadn't read for a long time, directly searched for Li Jin and clicked into his entry. I watched the funny video a dozen times. This incident tells us that the consequences of catching fish at work are very serious. Jiang Huai turned on the reverse mocking mode. So, work hard at work, just like me, even if you don't know where the camera in the room is, you don't know where the camera is. There will be such humiliating moments. Li Jin was so angry that she wanted to hit him with a pillow. Jiang Huai still laughed mercilessly. Li Jin, work is sacred, and the price of fishing is dismal. Li Jin immediately covered his mouth with a pillow. Jiang Xiaohuai, shut up. Retribution will fall on you sooner or later. Jiang Huai spread his hands and looked disdainful. Die laughing. He has to rely on his own efforts to clarify the rumors, and there will be any retribution. Ron Yu was still recalling what Luke Swan said. The first floor has a camera. Amid their fuss, Director Mu sent over the next task card. Everyone motioned for Ron Yu to pick it up. Ron Yu was stunned. She didn't think about opening it yet. A sentence from Luke Swan echoed in her mind. There is a shot on the stairs on the first floor. She promises that she never said such a thing. Seeing that she did not respond for a long time, Jiu Fuxian said softly, Ron. Ron Yu suddenly recovered. Jiang Huai and Li Jin, who were fighting to the death, also calmed down, and looked at Ron Yu following everyone's gaze. What happened? Fu Jizhan frowned. Ron Yu scratched her head and asked tentatively, there is a camera on the first floor. What about the second floor? Except for the scene in Li Jin's room that was ignored by Luke Swan, she on the second floor didn't mention it either. Jiang Huai smiled and said, there are no cameras on the second floor. This is their private base. He was very impressed. Ron Yu's facial features were wrinkled together, and she couldn't believe the answer she heard. After a while, Ron Yu's soft voice sounded in the living room, but when it reached the ears of everyone present, it was extremely loud. But, I remember there is one on the second floor. Chapter 67, 1. Luke Swan shook her head, pointed to the small book and said with a strong word, no, you said there is no one on the second floor, but there is one on the first floor. Little princess, I can prove that you got it wrong. The time to witness the miracle has come. Let us see whether it is more embarrassing for Jianguai to spin and jump, or for Li Jin to pretend to be working while fishing is more embarrassing. Haha suggested changing this variety show to airs with broken filters. You take the bamboo shoots. Ron Yu was in deep thought. If this matter is normal, there is no recording, no playback, no live broadcast, and it will be a headache to argue over what is right and what is wrong. But it's different now. They are live broadcasting, and every move is recorded on the screen. Ron Yu casually turned on the TV in front of the sofa, then picked up her mobile phone and searched for raw new live cut on the video site, and soon found a clip that was jokingly called a classic scene by netizens. She didn't speak, and cast the screen badly, feeling the scene of everyone's collective death. Just like the last time they got drunk on the side of the road. The joys and sorrows of people are not the same, and her happiness is always based on their sadness and embarrassment. The moment Ronyu clicked to cast the screen, she suddenly understood why she liked to search for human bad luck funny videos to watch when she was under too much pressure in the entertainment industry and couldn't sleep all night. Because seeing other people being unlucky, it's really a shame. Good. Laugh. Ronyu raised her eyes. Jiu Fusion and the others all looked at her, and Jiang Huai's eyes were full of apprehension and nervousness. He believed in Ronyu's head more often, but today, he was extremely devout, and made a wish in his heart to Bodhisattva, god of wealth and any other gods who could bless him. God, please make Luke Swan's head smarter. He has read the story of Bodhisattva, the story of the god of wealth, and journeyed to the West so many times piously, so he can't be allowed to watch it for so long in vain. Jiang Huai prayed from the bottom of his heart. Hard work will always be rewarded, and the biography of the gods he read cannot be wasted, and good luck and metaphysics will surely come to him. On the TV screen, the circles waiting for a response turned from grey to black, turning slowly, turning around twice, waiting for Jiang Huai to be anxious. On the 9th lap, a variety show suddenly appeared on the screen. Ronyu leaned on the door frame of the door, tilted her head slightly and looked at the ceiling, and seriously recalled the document sent in the letter, with a crisp voice. There is another one at the corner of the stairs on the 2nd floor where we go up and down the stairs. Luke Swan obediently took notes with a pen, and when she was about to write, Ronyu mentioned something else. There was a trace of confusion in Luke Swan's eyes. She looked at the little book and tried to recall what Ronyu said just now. Suddenly, a light flashed in her eyes. She nodded heavily as if she was self-affirming, and wrote 4 words on the little book with confidence. Word: stairs to the 1st floor. Jack, no matter how many times I watched it, I still think this scene is very funny. Written the wrong message with confidence, the idiot little princess lives up to her reputation. Li Jin was overjoyed. It turned out that he was not the only victim who was harmed by his stupid sister. Among the people present, Fujizhan, Chi Nuo, and Chi Jian had all stayed at the corner of the stairs on the 2nd floor, and the 3 of them also silently listened to Jiang Huai, Li Jin, and Luke Swan's excited explanation about the absence of cameras on the 2nd floor. Although Fujizhan and Chi Jian didn't do anything at the time, and they didn't say anything inappropriate, but thinking of the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room gathered in front of the camera to see them standing there stupidly, a faint feeling surged in their hearts. Awkward. The most embarrassing thing is Jack. Li Jin looked at him happily. Jiu Fusion, Fujizhan, Chi Jian, and Chi Nuo didn't know about the spectacular scene of Jiang Huai twirling and jumping at the stairs on the 2nd floor, celebrating in front of the camera. Li Jin and Ronyu are the only ones who know the truth. Li Jin only knew that Jiang Huai was celebrating the success of rumor clarification at the stairs, but he didn't know what he did, but it was nothing serious. And Ronyu appreciated the whole process of Jiang Huai's dancing with horror. Jiang Huai, who was still laughing at Li Jin just now, couldn't laugh anymore. His face turned pale. He straightened up and his whole body tensed up. After 2 seconds of tension, he immediately walked towards the balcony. Without saying a word, "Where are you going all of a sudden?" Jiang Huai's silent and serious reaction to this incident could not help but attract the attention of other people present. Everyone ignored the jokes and closely followed Jiang Huai's pace, for fear that he would get overwhelmed and run to a corner to shut himself up for a while. It's as if silent sobbing is sometimes more worrisome than crying out loud. Ronyu was also worried. Jiang Huai's social death seems to be more serious than that of Li Jin. At most, Li Jin was caught by netizens for fishing and paddling at work. Jiang Huai is different. His painstakingly formulated revenge plan of clearing the abdominal muscles was not only known, but he also danced foolishly in front of the live broadcast room. Comedians dare not let themselves go like this, but he did it. Jiang Huai? Fujizhan called him softly. Jiang Huai didn't realize it. He clenched the phone tightly with both hands, and dialed the phone with heavy eyes. The mobile phone next to his ear heard a beep waiting sound, and he waited quietly. With this waiting, the room slowly quieted down. Luke Swan couldn't help but move to Ron Yu's side, and asked in a low voice, "Brother Jianguai wants to quit the variety show recording, right?" This seems to be the most reasonable explanation at the moment. When I found out that I died in front of the whole network, I couldn't bear the decision to quit the live broadcast, so I called my assistant. Ron Yu, Jiu Fusion, and Fujishan thought of this, and stepped forward to talk to him. The three of them just took 2 steps away when the phone call from Jiang Huai was connected. He said in a deep voice, "Special Assistant." Ron Yu, Jiu Fusion, and Fujishan stopped in their tracks, hesitating whether to hang up Jiang Huai's cell phone first, have a good talk with him, and build confidence for him like Li Jin did, so that he can continue recording. In a worried and tense atmosphere, Jiang Guai anxiously asked, "How is the internet public opinion now? How much will the company's market value and stock drop because of this? Is the public relations team at work? Immediately, save it now, and the company must not lose a penny because of it." Ron Yu and Jiu Fusion and Fujishan, "You are really a good boss who cares about the company. I lost face to my grandma's house. The money-making model worker Jianguai is not concerned about his own face, but whether the company will lose money because of it. Ha ha ha, shareholders are crying with joy. It's all like this and I'm still worried about the company. If Jianguai doesn't make money, whoever makes money." I couldn't hear what the special assistant said to Jiang Huai. I only knew that he was in a good mood after turning off the phone. He comforted himself in his heart, "It's okay, except for Fujishan, Jiu Fusion and Lu Jin had both died in the company, and their company deaths were ordinary." But he immediately thought of the company's crisis after the company's death. Well-deserved CEO of the year. It doesn't matter whether he has face or not, what matters is whether his ability to make money can be recognized by everyone. Of course, it would be best if the abdominal muscle incident could be clarified. Among the people present, Jiu Fusion, Lu Jin, and Jiang Huai all had their filters shattered. Ron Yu has already begun to wonder whether this variety show has any magic power to make people die. How come 1 or 2 are quite normal in front of the camera, but when they get to a place where they think there is no camera, they start to let themselves go? She was helpless, her eyes wandered over Qi Jian, Fujishan and Qi Nuo. "You guys don't do anything weird, or have any disgraceful hobbies, do you?" The three shook their heads in unison. "I have never lost face in variety shows, but..." Fujishan and Qi Jian suddenly thought of the scene where they got drunk and went outside to move the claw machine before going on the variety show. The memories of the dead began to attack them again. In order to prevent them from making any more jokes in the next few days, Ron Yu carefully checked the exact location of the camera with them. After confirming that Luke Swan only got these 2 places wrong, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They breathed a sigh of relief, and netizens on the internet laughed like hell. Netizens named the 2nd season of the Heirs The Unknown Side of the Dinghao Family. People who don't know the truth will most likely think of the mysterious, thrilling, exciting and bloody battle between wealthy families described in the official account and marketing drafts when they look at this name. And the audience who have seen it know that under this mysterious name, there are actually a group of sand sculptures who secretly let themselves fly. The overlord is not a shrewd, capable, indifferent and aloof person in power. The person in charge of the Bojan group is the sister-controlling brain, the president of the Lu group is a star-chaser, and the CEO of the Jian group is a stingy miser through and through. Now only the cool young lady of the Qi family and the gentle and considerate Mr. Fu still have 2 points of face. No one expected that the variety show had only been aired for half a day, and the onlookers could see such a wonderful and shocking scene. The whole network's filter of the heir to the Dinghao family's domineering boss was completely shattered, and it was replaced by a burst of ha ha ha. On the internet, a microblog related to the tyrants has been forwarded more than 100,000 times. As a wealthy family eating melons, I have seen many gossip public accounts related to the heirs of the Dinghao family. They are praised as low-key, calm and connotative. They are legendary in the business world. They are invincible and invincible. They are the pride of the entire business circle. Many marketing accounts, press releases, and official accounts all praised them, and because they are so low-key, there is not a single photo on the internet, and news about their mysterious and expensive is flying all over the sky. I believed it, and I really believed it at the time. Now, see, I just want to ha 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 ha, commendative term, after variety shows. I don't appear in public, not because they are low-key, but because they are too shabby. Doghead saves life. The official account that I followed just sent a push message: sorry, we were deceived by their appearance. We thought that the overlord was mysterious, noble and connotative, but the actual overlord, sister controlling the brain, Starchaser Scrooge. Ha ha ha, what if I like them more? The variety show The Heirs has become the focus of the whole network. The embarrassing scene of the death of the three overlords did not disgust the audience. Adhering to the principle of happiness is built on the pain of others. The audience, like Ronyu, appreciates very happy. This is the source of joy today. But there won't be just one voice on the web. As the saying goes, there are many people who are popular. After Jiu Fu-chen and Ronyu flatly rejected Jisu's visit, Chen Gaiwan's live broadcast caused an uproar. Some people think that Jiu Fu-chen and Ronyu are bullying others, they are too superior, and they are unwilling to accept the new guest's overtures, showing the double standard to the fullest. Before Ronyu and Jiu Fu-chen's live broadcast hadn't started yet, when Chen Gaiwan's team thought that Chen Gaiwan was about to be trafficked by the scumbags, they asked the whole team to log into the trumpet to send out the barrage with the rhythm. It's like, I hope the little guy doesn't come to say hello later, I don't know you well, stay away from us, don't come to rub the camera, and so on. Now that the status is reversed, Jiu Fu-chen and Ronyu just practiced the barrage they posted in the live broadcast room. Chen Gaiwan and the management team couldn't stand it anymore. You can't go head-to-head, sell the head office in the live broadcast room, right? The staff in the team set up a person who would stick to Chen Gaiwan, and deliberately set the rhythm, saying, Chen Gaiwan is being excluded now, and even his innocent good friends will be excluded. The people of the Dinghao family are really terrible. Dinghao is really noble. Similar topics are very sensitive. Someone edited the clip of Jiu Fu-chen rejecting Jisu into a cut and posted it on the short video app. It didn't take long to arouse public opinion. When Ron Liu and Jiu Chen saw this scene in the live broadcast room, they knew that Chen Gaiwan's team would definitely make use of it. The son and daughter try their best to be funny and bring joy in variety shows. It would be impolite for them to worry about such a small matter. Ron Liu immediately asked someone to contact Chen Gaiwan's father and invited him to come over and watch variety shows with them. They cannot be the only ones who appreciate such an interesting barrage. Not only that, but Ron Liu asked people to compile the chat records of Chen Gaiwan's management team sneaking rhythm in the entry square before Chen Gaiwan appeared on the variety show, and the chat records of telling the program team that he didn't want to share the stage with unknown starlets into an article with a sufficient chain of evidence. Take a screenshot of the content of the article and hang it on the home page of the live broadcast app in real time. Netizens can see what the brokerage team is doing when they enter the app. The social deaths of Jiu Fu-chen, Jian Kuai, and Lu Jin are cute and funny, but after Chen Gaiwan's management team broke out in the WeChat chat, they received more criticism from more people. Stop double standards with the garbage team and the real master. You are just a bunch of rat asterisk 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 in this variety show. If it were me, I would just come up with any reason and leave the variety show. You can't beat others in terms of business strength. In the entertainment circle, you brag about your noble temperament and good looks, but in front of sand sculpture masters, you are a ball. I am less polite than Jiu Fu-chen tilde. Jiu Fu-chen said no, but I'll let you go tilde. A 1,000-year-old fox still plays Liao Jai. The comedian boss is funny, but his IQ is online at work. Who doesn't understand your little thoughts? After Chen Gaiwan saw these comments from the team, he completely lost the idea of recording them. He lied about being sick, asked the team to talk to the show crew, and stayed in the room all day. When Ronyu and others were preparing to do the task in the villa, he was still lying down. Ronyu remembered that the director had given her a task card just now, but she hadn't opened the task card for a long time because of the camera confirmation. Now Jian Kuai's mental state is not bad. Lu Jin knew that Jiu Fu-chen and Jian Kuai were embarrassing to accompany him, so he calmed down a lot, and everyone's mood gradually recovered. After he was in the mood to read the task card, Ronyu picked up the task card from the coffee table. There are only 3 words written on it: turn the turntable. Ronyu couldn't help saying, if the tasks in the future are so simple, is there no need to issue task cards? Director Mew smiled. Isn't this a sense of ritual, using exquisite task cards to match the identities of the heirs? Director, are you sure you're not being sarcastic? Ha ha ha, they really don't deserve this task card now. The members of Dinghao changed from the status of gods admired by everyone overnight, with a lot of fans of brothers and sisters, to comedians of sand sculptures. Chi Jian glanced lightly at the smiling Director Mew. Director Mew quickly put away his smile and corrected his attitude, and said solemnly, I will introduce the game process now. Xiao Wang, put on the game props. Director Mew said while commanding, put them in front of them. Later, you don't have to go out to buy vegetables and cook by yourself at night, and have a good rest. The game of turning the turntable is like this. Write a lot of dish names. Everyone can stand 3 meters away and stick a rotating turntable once, and if you get a dish, I will prepare another copy for you. Luke Swan's voice was excited. There will be such a good thing. Ronyu felt something was wrong. Chengshin gave each of them 300 yuan of living expenses in order to make them suffer a bit. Now there is a welfare activity of free meals suddenly, and his attitude is inconsistent before and after, which is very strange. And the rule of the variety show is, the more money left in the end, whoever wins. The 8 of them put the money together. As long as they guarantee that there will be 300 yuan in the end, it doesn't matter who they give it to. Anyway, Chen Gaiwan's group is sure to win. If this is the mechanism, Chengshin and the director's team should try to squeeze out their wallets. That's right. Director Mew smiled. Ronyu is the boss of our investor. We must not be too harsh on you, right? Jiu Fuxin, Qi Jian, Fujishan, Luke Swan, Jian Huai, Li Jin, and Qi Nuo. The 7 of them have never been on a variety show, and they don't understand the routines in it, so they firmly believe in Mu Dao's words. Mainly, no one dared to fool them before. Everyone will keep an eye out in the business circle, but now what they are facing is just a simple meal. How can there be so many scams? Ronyu, who knew Chengshin, was skeptical. Director Mew asked people to place the darts on the tea table in front of them. Our staff turn around. You guys. Everyone has only one precious chance. There are 18 dishes on the table. Which dish you get? Dinner, just one more plate. Jianguai, if there are repeated dishes, should I serve 2 dishes or 1 dish? 1 plate. Director Mew smiled. We have king crabs on top. We can't let you all this, and then you will lose all your money. When Ronyu heard these words, she finally let go of her hanging heart. It should be a big welfare giveaway, right? There are king crabs, Buddha jumping over the wall, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, mapo tofu, etc. In general, although there are a lot of meat, the director team has a sense of stinginess that don't want them to get stuck on expensive things. There is too much meat, probably to let them experience the pain of having so many good things, but they still can only eat fried cabbage. The most painful thing in the world is not that they cannot eat king crab, but that they are not entitled to enjoy the king crab in front of them. We have prepared these 28 dishes. If you don't get them by then, the rest of the delicacies will be enjoyed by our program group. Luke Swan angrily picked up the dart. Her aura was strong. It's mine. It must be mine. She wants to eat delicious food, not 3 meters away. The staff turned vigorously, swished, and couldn't see where the Buddha jumping wall she wanted to eat was at all. Luke Swan acted like a baby. Hey, look at them. It's too much. Don't let her get into something delicious. Li Jin suddenly looked at the employee who turned to, and said in a calm tone, our little princess is very delicate. After getting along for a long time, you must have discovered this in the background. We are all reasonable people. Knowing this, it's your job, and according to the rules, it has to be fast, but the little princess won't care about it. She wants to eat Buddha jumping over the wall right now. If you don't let her eat it, after the variety show, she will come to your door to settle accounts with you. Luke Swan's little chicken pecked at the rice and nodded. That's right. As she spoke, she puffed her mouth and widened her eyes, and looked at the program crew seriously. The employee who was holding grudges subconsciously looked at Director Mew. Don't look at him, it's useless. Luke Swan said hastily, we are only on variety shows for a while, and after variety shows we are forever. Director Mew smiled helplessly. You are threatening us in an open and honest manner. Luke Swan said solemnly, I have always done things above board. Director Mew, actually, it doesn't have to be so bright and upright. As expected of my favorite wealthy group of 8 ha ha ha. The little princess doesn't even want face, she just wants to be a Buddha jumping over the wall. She just threatened the director team of the search. What did she do wrong? Young people, take a long-term view. If I were a staff member, I would not transfer them. Let them eat, give me to eat. Why don't I play barber? Ronyu stepped forward. I'm the boss of your investor, rounded up, counted as half of the employees of the program group. Ronyu's voice was very soft, and when she looked back at Director Mew, she faintly revealed a hint of threat. I am an investor. Old, plate, in a word, instantly kill the audience. Before the director agreed, Ronyu had already stood in front of the clock, and tapped the ***** lightly. Turning around almost unobservably, Luke Swan understood in seconds, staring intently at the location where the Buddha jumped over the wall, bent her wrist, and stabbed hard, straight to Ronyu's feet. The wealthy group is in distress. The answer is right in front of you, why not? Luke Swan exerted too much force on her wrist, and it went down again, so she didn't tie it properly. Ronyu learned her lesson, and under the dual guidance of Jiyu Fusion and Fujizhen, she went to the Buddha jumping wall smoothly. Happy tilde. 8 people finished piercing one by one. With their concerted efforts and collective shameless cooperation, the cockroach that was supposed to turn up did not move at all. In the end, I successfully got Buddha jumping wall, king crab, big lobster, rock sugar blood bird's nest, coconut chicken soup, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, crispy fried milk, and strawberry cream cupcakes, meat and vegetarian dishes and desserts tilde. Everyone is very satisfied and looking forward to the dinner. At 7 o'clock, the director's team put the dinner on the table, and the table was full. Ronyu sat down at the dining table, looking at the director team from time to time. Can we eat now? Director Mew smiled outside the camera. Of course, please enjoy your dinner. Fujizhen questioned and emphasized again. No mission. Director, no. Ronyu tried to take a bite, and after making sure that the director team did not stop him and that there was no cheating, she began to eat with confidence. This is probably the most embarrassing meal they ate ha. No matter who it is, no matter which variety show, in front of the variety show director team, you must guard against it. Boldly open the mic. There is no conscientious director team in this world. I see it now, and I feel that Director Mew is not bad, except for giving them 300 yuan of living expenses. He didn't make things difficult for them. Netizens had a heated discussion on which variety show director is the most stingy and deceitful. During the discussion, Ronyu happily started the eating and broadcasting mode. The coconut chicken soup is light and refreshing, the Buddha jumping wall soup is delicious, and the abalone melts in your mouth. Whoa! The air on the tip of the tongue. 40 minutes later, the meal was finally over. After Ronyu finished the last bowl of soup, she collapsed on the chair and didn't want to get up. Everyone put down their chopsticks one after another. The director waited for them to finish eating, and slowly took out a meal ticket from his pocket. Now that everyone has finished eating, let's settle the score. Ronyu, what account? Director Mew chuckled. You can look at the back of the task card. Jiyu Fusion and the others had question marks all over their faces. Luke Swan rushed to the living room to pick up the task card that was thrown on the coffee table. There was a line of small characters written on the back of the task card. The dishes obtained from the task are only exempt from the processing fee, and the guests will bear the cost of the ingredients themselves. Luke Swan stared at the task card, carefully reading out the line word by word. This is how soldiers never tire of cheating in business wars. Jiyu Fusion and Fujizhen and Jianguai and Lu Jin and Qi Ji and all 5 overlords looked sideways at the director team. There is no need to use such dirty tricks in business wars. Don't touch porcelain. Besides, are you teaching us how to do things? 5 faces indifferent.jpg. A layman instructs the tyrants to carry out business war tactics, and Mu Dao is a bit courageous. The 5 overlords were not deceived in the business circle, but were deceived like little white flowers in variety shows. Ha ha ha, the money has been robbed. Ron Yu now has a desperate expression of "I knew you were black-hearted." Ron Yu was really desperate. After guarding against loneliness for so long, it turns out that the function of the task card is here. Director Mu immediately cleared the responsibility. This task is our exclusive investor who destroys the entertainment company every day and emphasizes that it will be added. If you have a grudge, revenge. If you have a grudge, just find the right target and strike. Director Mu added, "It is not us who cheat you, but investors." Ron Yu's head hurts. Investors can't get over this stalk. Just tell me how much money you want to cheat us. No wonder the director was secretly overjoyed when he saw them getting expensive dishes one by one. It turns out there is another trick behind it. Director Mu, we are not unreasonable people. Buddha jumping over the wall, king crab, and blood swallow are not cheap. We charge you 2,000 yuan for ingredients, isn't it expensive? Ron Yu had a bearish expression on her face. Now they only have a total of 2,120 yuan on hand, and they have to charge 2,000 yuan for food expenses, and finally leave them 120 yuan. Why don't you just take it all away? Director Mu was embarrassed. It's not that there are viewers in the live broadcast room, and the basic living expenses are not kept. I'm afraid they will kill them. Ron Yu, obviously we can make them poor, but because we left them 120 yuan, the family is still useful. So moved, dog head. Jiu Fu Chen frowned. No, the living expenses are too little. His younger sister is in the youthful stage of supplementing nutrition to maintain her beauty. Nutrition and fruits are indispensable. Jianguai agrees very much. You take the money away, how can we spend the remaining 3 days? Director Mu, you can ask us to borrow money, and then return it to us when you earn living expenses in the next 3 days. Ron Yu and others, borrow money? Ron Yu nodded suddenly. My brother has never borrowed money in his life. You have been trying to be his first creditor for a long time. With a faint smile on the corner of Fu Jizhen's mouth, he looked at Director Mu with a half smile. Burst! The 5 giants are about to go bankrupt. The variety show group owed a huge sum of money because of this. My family, I have already thought about the title of the marketing draft. Mu Dao deserves to be a black-hearted director. He has a bit of guts. Ron Chen is a sand sculpture, but after all he is the CEO of Bojan. How dare you be his creditor? Director Mu faltered instantly. Actually, that's not what it means. My focus is on the second half of the sentence. Director Mu emphasized. After today's tricky business tactics, Jiu Fusion frowned, and interrupted him lightly. There is no such method. Director Mu paused for 2 seconds, then nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. You don't use this method. Chen Xin, who ruins the entertainment company every day, likes to use it. He took a sip of water, corrected himself and said again, after Chen Xin's favorite tactics, I believe everyone has a preliminary understanding of the dangers of the business circle. This sentence is only for Ron Yu, Lu Xuan and Qi Nuo who are not in the business circle. The other 5 CEOs can be ignored. Knowing the dangers of the business circle, tomorrow we will personally enter the company for an internship to experience the state of being an employee. The internship location is to bring down the entertainment company every day, and everyone has revenge, so don't be restrained. Ron Yo, if you say this, I won't bother you. Director Mu, at this stage, the company implements the off-duty system at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. We will gather at the gate at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. We will go there together. The money earned in this company will be used as your subsequent living expenses. How much you can earn depends on you. Of good fortune. Ron Yu, Lu Xuan and the others felt a sense of revenge because of Mu Dao's words. It's only 8 o'clock in the evening, and everyone is not in a hurry to go back to the room to rest, and is going to go out for a walk together. I ate too late today, so I have to go out and exercise to digest. When Ron Yu and the others went out for a relaxing walk, Chen Gaiwan next door was having a very bad time. After Ron Liu posted the evidence of the management team's double standards on the internet, the management team and the fans who took advantage of it shut down in embarrassment, and a bunch of people came to scold him in his live broadcast room. According to the development of public opinion at this stage, if you continue to stay, you will only get abuse and ridicule, which is very detrimental to his career. On the first day of the variety show with the 8 top-ranking members, he lost 4 of his business resources, and the film and television resources that had not yet signed contracts withdrew one after another. The company that signed the contract regretted coming to discuss the feasibility of terminating the contract with the management team. Fortunately, the entertainment companies and capital seem to have abandoned him, but the fans haven't. And this wave of operations has the effect of refining the abuse of fans, making diehard fans more firmly believe that the 5 top families are deliberately appearing on the show to humiliate him. That night, after discussing with the director team, Cheng Gaiwan's management team got the consent of the investors and quietly quit the live variety show, becoming the first person in the entertainment circle to quit midway. And his popularity in the entertainment industry has been ruined. Apart from the fans who stick to him, everyone prefers to watch the live broadcast room of the 8 sand sculpture comedians. His protagonist planned to go farther and farther, and walked into a dead end in a trance. He doesn't want to give up yet. After quitting the variety show, he planned to get acquainted with Ji Min, the cousin of Ji Fusion who fought for power with Ji Fusion for 10 years in the later stage of the novel, and finally succeeded in taking the position of Bojan. It's just that the members of the Ji family are mysterious and a little proud. It's really not easy to get to know him. Ron Yu asked Yang Er and Cheng Shin to help keep an eye on Ji Min and Cheng Gaiwan before going on the variety show. She was not worried about what the other party could do. On the second day of the recording of the second season of The Heirs, Ron Yu and Ji Fusion drove to the gate of Breakdown Entertainment Company every day. Cheng Shin didn't come to pick him up, but Ji Jian, the vice president of the company, came to pick him up. Ji Jian smiled. "Today I will introduce the company to you." Ron Yu looked left and right and didn't see anyone from Cheng Shin. She frowned and asked, "Where is Cheng Shin?" "Ji Jian, Mr. Cheng is having a meeting outside today. He is very busy, so he can't be there for the time being." Luke Swan asked with a smile, "Are you very busy or dare not come to see outside Tilda?" Ji Jian smiled awkwardly and skipped this question rationally. "Let's go to the right and visit the company first." The employees of the company were very excited when they saw Ron Yu, the Bodhisattva boss, for the second time. This is the soul that allows them to work 10 to 5, never work overtime, and get a discount when they go to the retirement community when they are old. Now, as long as anyone engaged in the film and television industry, there is no one who doesn't know how to destroy entertainment companies every day. The boss of the company has the confidence to work, and there are many people who want to come in, but no one wants to resign from the company manager Cheng Shin to the cleaning lady. Other companies have to recruit staff every month, and HR also has recruitment requirements. They have to recruit a few people to come for interviews every month to complete the KPI. 85 employees could work here to the death. Ron Yu is now not only the most reckless spender in the money-spending world, but also won the sacred title of Best Boss of the Century. Boss Bodhisattva came over today, and everyone had smiles on their faces. When Ji Jian took Ron Yu and his party to visit, from time to time, some company employees greeted her with a smile. "Hello, Boss Tilda. Boss Ollie, let Cheng Shin look good when he comes back." Ron Yu smiled lightly and nodded. Ji Jian took them around the company's studio, library, conference room, and makeup room one by one, and finally stopped in the conference room. "The program team has already arranged the machines here. Director Mew, today, 8 guests will in turn here to experience workplace life. Except for Ron Yu, what the other 7 guests do is up to you to draw ID cards. You have to do the corresponding work if you draw something. Ron Yu, except for me, what do you want me to do?" Director Mew, Cheng Shin has already chosen your ID card for you. Ron Yu, damn, it's Chenkin again. After recording the variety show 2 days later, she must bring Aha to demolish his home, and let him experience what it means to be homeless, and sadness comes from within. Ji Fusion and Fu Jizhan looked at Ron Yu with pity in their eyes. What a poor boss, with such a manager. Director Mew, next, invite the other 7 guests to come up and draw ID cards. Except for Ron Yu, the others stepped forward and drew a card at random. Before opening the envelope and confirming the employee badge inside, Director Mew invited 3 company staff. They are 3 senior employees of the company, and will accompany all guests to spend today's workplace life in the next day. Why are there only 3? Chi Nuo asked. Director Mu explained, we are in groups of 2 or 3, that is to say, there will be colleagues who work together between you. Luke Swan breathed a sigh of relief. It's nice not to have to work alone. While the others were still listening to the director, Chi Jian had already opened her envelope. There is only one employee card inside. The photo is empty, and the name column is also empty, only the word broker is written next to the position. Sister, you are going to be an agent today. The manager is responsible for the business activities of the artists under his banner, and also communicates with third parties, such as when the MV will be launched, the poster shooting, everything must be discussed with the manager, and he is very busy. Ron Yu and Luke Swan were not worried about Chi Jian, they were more worried about the artist under Chi Jian's supervision. Chi Jian is very strict at work, very strict, and the artists who engage in cross-entertainment companies every day are now either bad or good, they are all letting themselves go, feeling that it is completely contrary to Chi Jian's work philosophy. Seeing that her sister was going to be a manager, Chi Nuo quickly asked if she could be in a group with her sister. Unfortunately, his position is operations. Li Jin glanced at the employee card, and said in a calm tone, I'm a manager. Luke Swan hurriedly opened her envelope, and after seeing the words on it, she pursed her mouth a little unhappy. I'm going to do the operation work. Li Jin chuckled, so unhappy to work alone without my brother. It seems that he is still very important. Luke Swan shook her head, pitifully put the employee card into her pocket, and said weakly, no, I just thought that if I team up with my brother, I can play. Li Jin, what do you think of your brother? Chi Nuo said softly, if you are tired, you will leave the work to me later. He is quick. And Luke Swan, looks stupid. Li Jin, Chi Nuo, don't help her, let her be severely beaten by the society outside. Luke Swan happily hummed. Ron Yu is not in the mood to care. Chapter 68, 1. In the office, Jiyu Fusion and Fu Jizhen looked helpless. Ron Yu seemed to be carelessly swaying on the office chair, enjoying the joy of turning around, but actually she was very nervous. That's how assistants call the boss, right? Ron Yu said very reasonably. She has been craving the title of whatever for a long time. Xie and Wei Wen either called her Miss Ron or Miss Xiao. She wanted to experience what it was like to be called Mr. Ron, but she was always too embarrassed to say so. I can't let Xie frown and say in a serious voice when she is reporting how much assets she has, don't call me Miss Ron from now on, call me Mr. Ron. Today is an excellent opportunity. Not only can you enjoy the joy of being called Mr. Ron by the 2 overlords, but it can also make people think that she is only joking like this to torture the 2 overlords. Fu Jizhen was the first to break the silence in the room. His voice carried a bit of forbearance with a smile, like the lightness unconsciously revealed when the reserved and elegant violin tone reaches a climax, obviously restrained emotions, but still revealed from the gentle eyes. Hello, Mr. Ron. There are many things you can do after becoming a general manager. If it was Luke Swan, they might ask them to arrange a delicious meal for her. Chi Jian would let them go out so as not to disturb her work, and Ron Yu hoped that others would call her Mr. Ron. An unexpected and helpless answer. Ron Yu had a delicate face like a doll. Don't laugh, be serious. Fu Jizhen put away his smile, his eyes flickered slightly. Okay, Mr. Ron. When Ron Yu smiled, there was a kind of inexplicable cuteness and stupid liveliness and wantonness without knowing it. Like fireworks in full bloom in the night sky, 2 bang-bangs can easily attract everyone's attention. And the young lady's life should be like this. It is a red rose that blooms proudly, welcoming the bright sun flamboyantly, and showing it to the world without fear. When Jiyu Fusion heard Fu Jizhen yelling, the sister-in-law got in his head and said honestly, Mr. Ron. Ron Yu heard the 2 voices, and Ron Yu felt elated. The feeling of President Ba calling her President Ron was much better than expected. After calling, Ron Yu didn't know what to do. She asked the 2 boss assistants to go out, and she fumbled left and right in the office. At this very moment, the 7 Dinghao family members are all working for TNT and destroys the entertainment company. The 3 trainee managers, Chi Jian, Li Jin, and Jian Huai, met with the 3 artists of the company, each in charge of one. On the first day of work, The program team and the company did not arrange too difficult tasks for them, but only let them take charge of the magazine shooting of the three artists. Chi Jian, Li Jin, and Jian Huai joined the person in charge of Ox Fashion magazine to confirm with each other the specific shooting time of each magazine, the interview questions after the shooting, and so on. The content of the docking has already been docked before, and the three of them only need to accompany their artists to the shooting location. The task is not heavy, but for three entertainers, Alexander, they didn't have the guts of Ronyu to let the two bosses call her Mrs. Ron. When they heard that the managers of the three Dinghao group were coming to be their managers, they were so scared that they wanted to fly to the shooting location to compare their hearts and make Thomas a roundabout. Finished the magazine as soon as possible. The trio of trainee agents worked smoothly, while Chi Nuo and Luke Swan had a lot of things to do. They are in charge of the Weibo matrix. They have to ask the art team for posters, and they have to think of copywriting themselves, and then log into the company's official blog account to record the data after the Weibo is sent out. Everyone has to post 2 microblogs today, and the main content has to be thought of by themselves. Luke Swan's head was dizzy when she heard it, and her eyes were dull when she stared at the camera. A Weibo, why is it so troublesome? She glanced at the time. It was only 10:30. There's an hour left until lunch break. Chi Nuo had already said before that she would help Luke Swan share the work, so she took over Luke Swan's work. I'll post on Weibo. Luke Swan smiled and nodded repeatedly. Chinyo, it's really good. Luke Swan was out of work, relaxed, tilted her head and looked around boredly. Her eyes stopped for 2 seconds on Chin Nuo, who was working hard. Chi Nuo Hong has white lips and teeth, and looks delicate. Luke Swan found that he was a little different from usual when he was working. Usually a little dull, do not like to talk. He seldom smiled, and when he smiled, there would be faint dimples on the corners of his lips, and the only few times he smiled were when Chi Jian was talking to him. Even if Chi Jian said go carry the luggage, go chop the vegetables, watch TV and stay away from me, his cheeks will show a faint dimple. When working, Chi Nuo was still quiet, but her clean and clear eyes were more serious and serious. Luke Swan suddenly discovered that Chi Nuo was pretty good-looking. It is better looking than the little milk dog she was looking for before. Luke Swan stared at Chi Nuo for 2 minutes, without embarrassment or shame for looking at others for a long time. Her gaze was extremely bold. Chi Nuo is going to make a summary of what Weibo was posted in the previous week, sum up what content should be covered in Weibo every day, and then search for materials to send Weibo based on the existing information to complete the work. He slowed down the movement of sliding the mouse, paused for 2 seconds and continued to turn the page and look down. After reading 7 or 8 items, he felt that Luke Swan had no sign of tilting his head. He stared at the screen, moved his body slightly and whispered, "Sister Luke Swan, is now live." "I know." Luke Swan pointed to the lit computer in front of her. "So my computer is still on." Chi Nuo pursed her lips, sat up straight and said nothing. 3 seconds later, Chi Nuo couldn't sit still anymore, put down the mouse, picked up the post-it note and pen next to it, and wrote a paragraph. "Sister Luke Swan, can I look at your computer?" He didn't turn his head, still looking directly at the computer screen, and gropingly pasted the post-it note on Luke Swan's desk. Luke Swan swept her eyes. "But you are prettier than a computer." One sentence made Chi Nuo's ears turn red. Luke Swan sighed. "Okay, don't watch it. She doesn't think she can't appreciate beautiful things in front of the live broadcast room. Everyone likes to watch handsome guys. Why cover it up? I like to be bold." After a pause, she couldn't help but said, "Beautiful characters are worth admiring. Brother, why don't you make your debut, and Yayo and I will make you popular together." Chi Nuo's fair face was stained with an unnatural blush. He pursed his lips, his jawline was stiff. A minute later, Luke Swan, who was about to search the internet for what to do when I'm bored at work, received another post-it note. "You talk again, do the work yourself." Luke Swan hurriedly covered her mouth with her hands, sat upright obediently, and pretended to be typing ***** the keyboard. The mechanical keyboard made a crackling sound, and the rhythmless keyboard sound clearly told Chi Nuo that she was neither speaking nor looking at him. Luke Swan was bored, and so was Ronyu, who was the overlord. She found, in despair, that there was nothing she needed to deal with. Everything that should be done has been done. It doesn't seem like a good thing to have a dedicated manager. Doesn't show her presence. But there is one thing that makes Ronyu very happy. At this moment, the heirs of the 5 wealthy families, Luke Swan and Chi Nuo, are all working for her. There is no other company in the world with such cards. Ronyu was really bored, so she opened Spider Solitaire after struggling a bit. Spider Solitaire, a must-have game for fishing in the company, ends the day quickly in the joy of testing IQ. Ronyu's happiness is in stark contrast to the busy Chi Nuo. Ha ha ha, Chi Nuo was molested by the little princess again, and he has to work hard to do one more thing. This family cannot live without Chi Nuo. Same world, same fishing method. When I touch fish, it's also Spider Solitaire or Minesweeper. Ronyu skipped the simple version and went directly to the highest difficulty. After playing Spider Solitaire, I clicked on Fight the Landlord. Playing alone was boring, so Ronyu logged into WeChat and shared the game of Doudiju with Jiyu Fusion and Fujishun. Gee, it is working time now, my respected Mr. Ron. Fat Cat, the boss always fishes at work, wearing sunglasses. Gee, don't touch Mr. Ron, only you can do that. He is still very conscientious. Plump Cat, Assistant Fu has already entered the room, second and first. Jiyu Fusion had to put down the docking work at hand, and accompanied Mr. Ron to fight the landlord with Assistant Fu. Just entering the room, Jiyu Fusion complained in the chat area. Ron Chen, Assistant Fu, why did you come so fast? Fu, I do my duty. Mr. Ron, no, because he is a deputy assistant. If he wants to become a full-time assistant, he must please the leader, a dog with a flower in his head. Fu. Ron Chen, sister, your jokes are getting colder and colder. Mr. Ron, who is my sister, surprised smiley. Ron Chen, I was careless, my honorable President Ron. I can watch them chatting for 100 years. It feels so happy to tease each other after getting to know each other. Don't fight the landlord, just chat with the 3 of you. It's best to call Luke Swan, who is so bored that she opens the live broadcast room to chat with the barrage. In the live broadcast, Doudijou's first game officially started. Ronyu has a good card, and Wang Bo has 2 twos, which is a good start for Wang Bo. She directly showed Mr. Ron's momentum and clicked Call the Landlord. Here's her card. 3 threes, then 4 to 8 straights, 3 nines, 1 11 queens, 1 pair of kings, 1 pair of twos and kings, very good cards. Ronyu left Shunzi behind, and first issued 3 belts and 1 10. Seeing that the cards brought out by his sister were very big, Jiyu Fusion secretly thought something was wrong. He thought carefully. In the board game, President Ron made a voice. Hurry up, I'll wait until the flowers are all gone. Mr. Ron is so crazy. We have confidence, the cards are very good. I don't know why, but watching them play Fight the Landlord, I really want to play too. Jiyu Fuchen carefully calculated the cards and finally clicked on them. Fujishun also passed. Ronyu originally wanted to hit 3 threes, and if someone overwhelmed her, 3 nines would go up. Seeing that no one is asking for cards now, she played 3 nines with Q in a steady manner, and was going to play a pair of 2s later, and then a straight from 4 to 8. The plan is clearly arranged. Result: it may be that she was too happy, and Fujishun hit 3 Qs when she played 3 nines for the second time. Ronyu propped her chin with one hand in a thoughtful state, hesitated for a moment and went straight to Wangja. Is it too early to fry now? Actually, it's okay, Mr. Ron has very few loose cards. Now there are only straights plus a pair of twos and a pair of kings. Later, a pair of kings will be played, and then a straight will be enough for the 2 pressures. Yes, it doesn't matter even if the 2 assistants have pair twos, they can't have no solo or pair all the time, as long as they come out. Mr. Ron's second is the strongest. Like what they thought, Ronyu said to the screen confidently, I will definitely win this round. It's so easy to defeat the 2 overlord assistants, it's not easy to use your brain. Once the king blows out, who will fight for the front? Both Jiyu Fusion and Fujishun had no choice but to pass. The straights from 4 to 8 are too small, and they are easy to be pressed. Ronyu kept the straights and played the pair K first. As planned, Jiyu Fusion played the pair. She threw the pair 2 and sat in the office chair. waiting imposingly for the final victory. As soon as the result is pair 2, Fujishan fried it with 4Js. Ron Yu looked at the remaining 45,678 and fell silent. Who else can she beat? Ha 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 ha. I came from Fujishan, thinking that Ron Yu might be finished. In this world, there is something called extreme joy begets sorrow. Ron Yu watched them play out the remaining cards one by one with a blank face, and typed angrily in the board game, "Deputy Assistant, you missed the chance to be promoted to full assistant." Ron Chen, it's okay, Mr. Ron. 2 days later, he was directly promoted to Mr. Fu. Ron Yu equals 3. So angry, when Mr. Ron brought the 2 assistants of Mr. Ba to grab the landlord happily, Qin Yuo, Jian Kuai, Li Jin, and Qi Jian were working hard to earn money to support their family. 5 minutes later, Lu Xuan found out that Ron Yu, Jiu Fuxian, and Fujishan did not bring her when they fished together in a bullet screen netizen's reminder. She immediately sent a WeChat message, and the 3-person fight against the landlord became a 4-person game of mahjong. Practice playing mahjong skills in advance, and wait for the Chinese New Year to kill the quartet. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 8 people got off work on time. Li Jin noticed that her sister's face was glowing red today, and was surprised that she was not bent over by work, so she walked up to Qin Yuo and asked in a low voice, "What did Lu Xuan do today?" Qin Yuo thought of the post-it note that Lu Xuan gave him saying "I'm very happy today, hard work before leaving get off work," and suddenly thought of the conversation between him and her on the post-it note, sighed and squeezed the pink post-it note in his pocket. Qin Yuo spoke honestly, "She's playing mahjong." Li Jin, with Ron Yu, Jiu Fuxian, and Fujishan, we played mahjong on the computer all afternoon. In an instant, the mahjong group of 4 received unkind eyes from the manager's trio. Ron Yu retorted in a low voice, "Actually, it didn't last long." Lu Xuan nodded, "Indeed, not long ago, I took a nap in President Ron's office on the way." Ron Yu, Xuan, don't talk to increase hatred. The mahjong quartet who had been fishing all afternoon received their due punishment at dinner. Not wanting to go home to cook after get off work, Qi Jian proposed to find a small restaurant for a meal. "I didn't find home-cooked food near the company, but I saw a boiled fish shop." Ron Yu's eyes sparkled, "Or eat boiled fish. There are many people inside, so the taste should be very good." The group of 4 migrant workers looked at her together. "Those who catch fish do not have the right to eat fish." Ron Yu pursed her mouth and dared not refute. Having said that, Qi Jian walked into the store silently. "Ron Yo, 77 is very kind to us, Mr. Ron. Every time he is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. It feels like they are all like this. Friends joke about it, but they will listen to each other's ideas and won't be really angry. Woo!" In the store, the director team settled their wages. Regardless of their positions, everyone was paid 150 yuan, and the mahjong group of 4 honestly handed in their wages. They didn't have the right to order when eating, and could only look at Li Jin, Jian Kuai, Qin Yuo and Qi Jian. A la carte. Lu Xuan tried her best to fight for opportunities for herself. "No matter what the process is, the ending is good. I want to eat boiled fish with tomatoes." Ron Yu agrees. Chengshin arranged this position for her because he was probably afraid that she would settle accounts with him after the variety show was over. Although he knew his little thoughts, I have to say that today's part-time job is very happy. It fully embodies the corporate culture of destroying the entertainment company every day, freedom and happiness first. Ron Yu said abruptly, "I think the 4 of you may be the 4 who work hardest in this company today. Don't do this next time. Working foursome. You are proud of being the boss." After today's live broadcast, Ron Yu Entertainment's fishing culture spread all over the internet. Both popularity and topicality increased, and the discussion of the company's artists went up to a new level. In short, it's really hard to let this company go out of business. Not to mention that the company also invested 500 million in the 2nd season of the Heiress. At the end of the day, a lot of money will be made. There were many people in the boiled fish shop. Qi Jian ordered 2 pots of boiled fish, 1 spicy and 1 tomato. I ordered a few more meat and vegetarian Chinese dishes. The waiter smiled and delivered 8 bottles of beer. Our beer is unlimited. You can drink it as you like. Jiu Fuxian, Fujishan, Jianhuai, Li Jin, Qi Jian, and Luke Swan suddenly thought of the experience of grabbing a claw machine while drunk last time. The faces of the 7 of them froze obviously, and they all stopped them. We don't drink. He spoke neatly and imposingly, which startled the waiter. Ronyu smiled and comforted the waiter. They are very sensitive to the word drinking. I feel like they have a secret. Yes, isn't it normal to drink alcohol? Ha ha ha, if you don't drink beer, you might drink some red wine too. A dinner spent in the shadow of drinking. It was 9 o'clock when they arrived at the villa in the evening. Director Mew announced the plan for tomorrow in due course. In life, there is the fatigue of work, but also the ease of rest. Tomorrow we will have a rest day. We will gather on time at 7 tomorrow morning and fly to the northernmost city together to enjoy 2 days of holiday life. Ronyu confirmed again, in winter, let's go to the coldest place to enjoy the holiday life. Why does this sound so strange? The coldest place is also interesting, but you have to get up at 6 o'clock tomorrow, don't. Luke Swan was the first to object. It's fine if you want to go today. Director Mew explained, there is no flight now. Piece of cake. In the eyes of the Dinghao family, it was nothing at all. Ronyu asked the program crew to pack up quickly, and so did they. When Jiu Fuxian packed his things and stood at the door of the villa dragging his suitcase, he realized something. Are we only here for one night? Today they are doing an internship outside during the day, and they have no chance of staying in the villa at all. Others didn't understand why he asked such a question, but Fujishan understood. Yes, Ron Chen, you have no face to fool Luke Swan into changing rooms, but you only stayed for one night before moving out. Your face is worthless at all. Fujishan put the suitcase into the trunk of the car, and solemnly said, Ron Chen, be a good person in your next life. After Luke Swan heard it, she hurriedly said, I will choose a room tonight, and I will never be deceived by you again. Jiu Fuxian, stay here tonight and leave tomorrow, he suggested. His face cannot be lost in vain. Luke Swan, think beautifully. Ron Chen, the retribution for changing the house is here. Brother Chen is so cute, ha ha ha. The people in the program group packed their luggage and followed Ronyu's car with inexplicable faces, not knowing where they were going now. Go by train? Then you have to buy a ticket. Shouldn't you be driving there? Director Mu's thoughts diverged, and while he was thinking wildly, the luxury plane that Ronyu bought in the live broadcast room that can be printed on the fuselage appeared at the airport. Director Mu and other staff, sorry, they don't know anything about Dinghao's trenches. Dinghao drives a hammer car. They have planes. Ronyu Allen 3 cars at once. When I saw the plane bought by Chubby Cat appear in front of my eyes, I felt a sense of unreality. Legendary private jet, half of the meeting. When Ronyu and his party got on the plane, the live broadcast happened to be on time, and the next day's live broadcast ended in reluctance. Vui goodbye to my family, let's see how they play tomorrow. Nightlife has just begun, why not continue? That is, bye-bye. The live broadcast ends at 10 o'clock. It was Ronyu who asked Wei when to make an appointment with the program group. Except for the days when Jiu Fuxian dragged her to watch variety shows, she went to bed early most of the winter, and it was absolutely impossible for the audience to watch her sleep live. It was just after midnight when the plane arrived in City H. Ronyu wrapped up her coat tightly, followed Jiu Fuxian and the others into the hotel arranged by the program group. Without looking carefully at the surrounding environment, he fell asleep after washing. 8:30 the next morning, the hot breakfast prepared by the program team was placed on the dining table. Director Mu didn't fool them this time, and honestly said, as long as you give us 50 yuan, you can enjoy the special breakfast of City H. Ronyu and the others still have 700 yuan left, rich. Besides, Cheng Gaiwan has already withdrawn from the variety show, and there is no competitor at all. Spend the money as you like, 50 is 50. Leek boxes, wontons, fried cakes, pies and mutton soup, etc. After breakfast, Ronyu had time to observe the surrounding environment. The room is very warm, but the snow outside is heavy, and the thick snow has accumulated several layers. It must be fun to play snowballs. Director Mu, we are in the suburbs of City H. The implication is, there are not many people here, the development is average, and there are not many fun things. Ronyu put all the hats, scarves, masks, and earmuffs in her bag. Hearing this, she paused, raised her eyes and asked strangely, "Didn't you say before that you want us to come and enjoy the holiday life?" "Yes, we have prepared a special snowball fight game for you. If you want to experience it, each person will pay 100 yuan. Ronyu frowned, and asked in silence for 2 seconds, "Director Mew, I have a few serious questions for you now. Tell me." Director Mew smiled. "I heard that TNT and Destroyed Entertainment Company is the sole investor this time, right?" "Yes. Also invested 500 million. Yeah." Ronyu pursed her lips and asked earnestly, "Where did you spend the 500 million yuan? Why do you charge money everywhere?" Investors face-to-face questioning the whereabouts of investment funds, laughing to death. "Ronyu seems like a big injustice, haha. She gave so much money to the program group, and in the end she still asks her for money everywhere." Director Mew thought for a while, "Then we'll give you a 20% discount, 80 per person, 644 8 people, okay. They only have 605 now, and after giving 604, they have no money for lunch." Luke Swan didn't care anymore. "Give it to them, anyway, since they have the money, they will try their best to cheat them out." Ronyu thought about it carefully. "Yes. Anyway, sooner or later you will be cheated, it is better to give it 100 in advance. At that time, there will be no money to exploit, and they can't do anything to them." After paying the snowball fight fee, Director Mew gave each of them a small transparent bag. "Since it is a holiday, I hope everyone will not be affected by mobile phones and other electronic devices. Put your mobile phones in a small transparent bag. If there are work matters, we will inform you." Jiyu Fusion, Fujizhan, Jianhuai, Lu Jin, and Qi Jian carefully turned off their mobile phones. If there was an emergency, their respective assistants would call the director. Ronyu, Luke Swan, and Qi Nuo also learned to turn off their phones. It has been proved by practical actions that there is no trust at all between them and the director. Blessings from the program group, haha. Fall in love and kill each other. I just love to watch the guest witch show group. After turning off the mobile phone, there will be some discomfort at first, but after a long time, it is indeed a lot easier. I will not rely too much on electronic products and focus all my attention on the current life. Received the phone, it's not over yet. Director Mew gave them another small orange paper box. Knowing that the 8 guests are about to travel far away to start a happy holiday life, we ask your parents to write a few words to you. Jiang Huai was silent after hearing this. "I remember that Jiang Huai's father was too much to him, and his mother has passed away. Then who can write to him? Last time there was a lot of noise on the internet. He also bought back his mother's airline and changed it to Joe's Airlines. Isn't this link not very good? Hey, I think he should be embarrassed. Suddenly I want to cry. Woo woo woo. Sometimes it hurts to have no family relationship. It's as embarrassing and uncomfortable as having no family to hold a parent-teacher meeting." Luke Swan didn't expect this, so she opened the small paper box to see what her parents had written for her. When Ronyu looked for her envelopes from the small cardboard box, she counted them calmly. After Luke Swan took them away, besides her, there were 6 more. Heaving a sigh of relief, she happily took away the envelope with her own name written on it, and helped her brother Jiyu Fusion find his, and when handing it to him, she secretly compared him with an 8. Jiyu Fusion understood. Standing on Ronyu's left side, Fujizhan saw her small movements. When he was flipping through the box, he caught a glimpse of the word Jianguai at the bottom, slightly raised the corners of his lips, and handed the box to Lu Jin. After Lu Jin and Qi Nuo took it away, Qi Jian was the last one to take it. When it was Jiang Huai's turn, he hid his hands in his sleeves and showed no sign of taking them out. Qi Jian saw the remaining letter inside, and tapped the back of Jiang Huai's hand with the pale pink envelope. "No, it's yours." Jiang Huai thought he had heard it wrong, so he was stunned for a while before he lowered his head and glanced at the cardboard box. An envelope lay on the bottom of the carton, and the words Jianguai on the white envelope were flamboyant and elegant. It's his grandfather's handwriting. There is only one sentence on the letter paper. "If you get what you want, take a good rest for a while. Jiang Huai watched in silence for a long time. He had indeed obtained Zhou's aviation, and even at the beginning of the realization of his wish, his heart was empty, as if there was no goal ahead, and he could only continue walking along the previous pace, going to the company, leaving the company, 2 points and 1 line. After earning money to buy the company, what is he going to do? Jiang Guai did not know before. Feeling it a little bit now, he can start enjoying his life. To a certain extent, being on variety shows with Ron Yu, Jiu Fusion and others filled the void in his heart. In addition to Grandpa, there is also a unified blessing from Aunt Ron, Aunt Jiu, Aunt Lu, and Aunt Chi in the envelope, Happy Holidays. He originally thought it was a sentence that his uncles and aunts comforted him, until he heard Ron Yu said, "They just wrote a sentence, wishing us a happy holiday. Director, you don't make me happy, it really can't be justified." Luke Swan echoed, "We gave you all the lunch money." Director Mew chuckled, "Don't worry, this is definitely a special snowball fight day in H City." Jiu Fu Chen frowned. He didn't really want to participate. He hated the sharp feeling of snow pouring into his collar. And Jiang Guai silently closed the thick stack of letter paper, feeling the long-lost warmth from emotion. Fu Jizhen glanced at him calmly from the corner of his eye, making sure he was all right, and continued to listen to Ron Yu. The people in the program team didn't notice it, but the netizens could see it clearly. This is why I like to get along with friends. Silent comfort is so touching. At this moment, the group of souls gathered together. "Come on, my favorite giants. Who said there is no real friendship between wealthy families? I hope their friendship will last forever. It's really funny when you laugh, and it's really funny when you cry. Jack, come on." In the barrage, cheers are full. As for the program group, the process is still advancing. Director Mew smiled. "People in our program group are very conscientious, knowing that you will not have lunch money after you give us the money. Now, the proprietress and the boss of this hotel are here. As long as you convince them through superb negotiation skills, they will be willing to prepare lunch for you for free." Luke Swan, "You are really as stingy as Brother Jiang Guai." Jack, "I've never borrowed flowers to present Buddha. Whether the proprietress and the boss are willing to give us lunch has nothing to do with your conscience. Director Mew is very thick-skinned, we gave you away." Giants, sigh. How did the current program group become so reduced? When they gradually let themselves go, the program crew also let go. Ron Yu, "Brother, do you remember that you failed to bargain with Jiang Guai and Fu Jizhen the day before yesterday? At that time, you promised me to compensate for this bargain. Today is a good opportunity to show your strength. Cut directly to the point of letting the other party send it for free." With Ron Yu staring at him, Jiu Fusion dared not disobey. On the first floor, the boss and the proprietress are both there. Jiu Fusion thought of the reverse bargaining method performed by his sister last time, and silently observed the electrical appliances and products around him. Both the proprietress and the boss are in their early 40s, and they don't know them at all. They only vaguely know from the director that this is a variety show. Jiu Fusion first discovered the TV that the boss and his wife were watching in the hall. "Boss, lady boss, I have been watching your TV for a long time. Is the quality good?" The proprietress smiled and nodded. Yes, this is the best quality TV I have ever used. In the upstairs room, I have replaced several other brands, but they are not as good as this one. This TV is very clear and the price is affordable." For bosses, rather than making money, sometimes they prefer to hear customers praise how good their products are, which is the recognition of the group and them. Jiu Fusion curled his lips. "I also use this model at home, and it is indeed the #1 in the TV industry." The proprietress, "We use Bojan Group for many things in our house. It is a big brand and is trustworthy." Jiu Fusion's smile became brighter, and he looked sideways at Ron Yu. "You see, my brother is so good." Ron Yu, shameless. As soon as this remark came out, Lu Jin became unhappy. "Lu Group's TV is more high definition. If you buy that one, this TV will definitely be put in the utility room by you and will never be turned on again. Do you know about the Lu Corporation?" Lu Jin added, "The largest group in the country in sales of cameras and computers. If you want to replace electronic products in the future, I suggest you choose this company as your first choice." The proprietress, "I know, I bought my daughter's computer here, it's very good." Li Jin turned her head and smiled at Ronyu and Luke Swan, who were already sitting on the sofa in the lobby watching their argument, with a complacent look of hiding merit and fame. Ronyu, your brother's computer is not as good as mine. Jianguai couldn't help saying, perhaps you know Trader Joe's Aviation. It was obviously a bargaining competition, but it was turned into a whose product is the #1 contest meeting by several overlords. They tried their best to show their presence in front of the proprietress. It seems that as long as the proprietress thinks which group is the first, it will be ranked first in the world. Going to this one is the first. Ronyu and Luke Swan looked happily at the side and enjoyed it. Their long-awaited battle for the business district finally started. Chi Jian was asking the proprietress if she knew about the skincare products under the Chi family, and said that she would give a set to the proprietress, and even said the advertisement words ha ha ha. As expected of bosses, when it comes to products, they are full of spirit. Laughing to death, the excited smiles of Ronyu and Luke Swan are my smiles now. The overlords discussed for 10 minutes, but the price bargaining was unsuccessful, and the proprietress and the boss were surrounded by Amway. In fact, the director had discussed with the proprietress and the boss about free lunch, but it was not free. The program crew would pay for it in the end, but just hoped that there would be one more small link, so that the daily life of the 8 guests would not be so smooth. Originally, the proprietress had thought about a lot of problems, but she couldn't stand the chatter from several people, so she offered, I can give you free lunch, so hurry up and go to the snowball fight. Ha 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 ha. The lady boss is annoyed to death by bosses. The proprietress never imagined that this is the low-key, mysterious and indifferent overlords that have been circulated on the internet before. The chatterbox bosses were ruthlessly driven away by the proprietress, and they regretted getting in the car to go to the snowball fight. Li Jin teased Jiu Fusion, Bojan's electronic products don't feel very good. Jiu Fusion snorted, none of Li's entertainment products will appear on Bojan's list of competing products. Not even a competitor. Jian Huai, stop blah blah, both of you, just laugh at 100 steps at 50 steps. Fujishan, I agree. Chi Jian smiled coldly. Ronyu was helpless, stop arguing, aren't you tired? Several overlords who vowed to defend the dignity of the group, I'm not tired. Now is the time to defend the glory of the group. Ronyu wanted to laugh, but she held it back for a while, and couldn't hold back and began to complain. Since you want to defend the honor of the group, brother, you put on Ron Chinchin's vest and let yourself go in Keohua. Thinking of whether it would be a shame to defend the group's glory, Jiu Fusion closed the microphone quietly. Luke Swan, brother, don't laugh too. I'm still thinking about whether to make a drama under the title of Invisible Shots. Li Jin. Facts have proved that it is still the family that hurts the family. Jiang Huai smiled and said nothing. The first time I fell off the horse, I immediately thought of the company, also called Ronyu and Luke Swan. Thanks, they really didn't expect there to be such a thick-skinned person. Fujishan interrupted casually, I have not lost face, and I have maintained the honor of the group. Chi Jian nodded, not at all proud, and said, a good manager should be like this. After this variety show, the threshold for a good manager has been lowered from a high position to have you ever been ashamed. As long as you don't lose face, you are an excellent manager. On the 3rd day of recording the variety show, all of them began to let go of their shamelessness. Fake rich and noble son and eldest lady, real happy comedian. Chi Jian and Fujishan killed the audience instantly with the reason of no shame, leaving the other 3 tyrants speechless. Ronyu disagrees. But that drunk. The 5 words hit everyone present like a thunderbolt, and Luke Swan and Chi Jian covered Ronyu's mouth at the same time with a tacit understanding. Zimen, Fugewo, let me go. Ronyu struggled. Chi Jian smiled sweetly and said, do you have something to say? Ronyu shook her head again and again. The big waves like ink algae shook in the air, with sincere eyes. Chi Jai. Chapter 69. Elder brother. Ronyu, who was treated as a human snow shield for the first time in her life, was very angry, and the consequences were serious. He just told her to look forward. Ronyu jumped on the spot, closed her eyes and quickly lowered her head to the ground and shook her head, trying to shake the snow off her body. Jiu Fusion lowered his head and hid peacefully behind Ronyu, without a trace of guilt. The corners of his lips were slightly raised, and the three-dimensional facial features weakened the alienation and indifference when he smiled. Very happy, she shrank a little behind Ronyu. It feels good to be protected, Ronyu. Brother, Ronyu called him again after dealing with the snow. She was treated by Jiyu Fushin as the mother chicken in the eagle catching chickens, and she turned sideways to find Jiyu Fushin to settle the score. Jiyu Fushin moved in sync with her, but he couldn't find him. Ron Chen Chen. After shouting for the third time, Jiyu Fushin stopped making noise, loosened the clothes of the humanoid snow shield, and said plausibly, "Hey, I'm just doing what you think." Ronyu. Since when did she let him use herself as a snow shield? Jiyu Fushin vaguely reminded, "You said that when you gave me the island last time." Ronyu recalled. At that time, she really felt that Jiyu Fushin had no life of her own, and hoped that he would think more about himself. Jiyu Fushin put his hands in his pockets and lowered his voice. "I did nothing wrong." The 4 words contain a touch of grievance and a trace of honesty, like a poor big dog who is wronged and scolded after listening to other people's persuasion. Ronyu patted the snow on the gloves, looked at Jiyu Fushin several times, and suddenly softened her heart. That's great. She forgives him. While thinking so, people from the opposite student camp found Ronyu with their backs to them, and Jiyu Fushin, who was secretly talking to Ronyu, and threw a snowball at them vigorously. The snowball formed a beautiful parabola in the air, and hit Jiyu Fushin and Ronyu straight. It was too late when Jiyu Fushin realized that he wanted to escape. In the time of life and death, Ronyu, who was originally soft-hearted and thinking about how to say forgiveness, was pulled straight by him. Another blow to the back of the head. Ronyu. Original. Cold. He. Individual. Ghost. Hey, it's nothing to suffer for my brother. I know you are willing. We are brothers and sisters. Ronyu touched the ball of snow stuck to the knitted hat, and angrily wiped it on Jiyu Fushin's face. Kiss. Jiyu Fushin smiled and evaded. Lu Jin and Lu Xuan are the best proofs. Now there is a popular saying in brother and sister circles all over the country. If you don't quarrel, you are not brothers and sisters. Netizens know it. Is this still the girl control brain I know, ha ha ha. All brothers and sisters in the world cannot escape the plot of falling in love and killing each other. This episode can also be called The Awakening of the Sister Controlling Brain. Ronyu and Jiyu Fushin fell in love with each other, and Jiang Huai and Lu Jin, who were fighting with the elementary school students on the opposite side, couldn't bear it. Be rational. Your anger should be directed at the opposite side. Primary school students know that they must be united and play more seriously than them. And they, who agreed to maintain the dignity of an adult snowball fight together, will lose and still fight internally. Ronyu took the overall situation into consideration and took the initiative to stop the war with Jiyu Fushin. Snowballs are flying around on the playground, there are too many students, and they are all players who often fight snowballs. Their ability and accuracy are better than Dinghao's members and staff. It only lasted 5 minutes, and no one was spared except Jiyu Fushin. Oh. There is also Fujizhan, who was lucky to receive a call from the special assistant before the snowball fight, and made a call from a distance away from the battlefield. 1 minute after Jiang Huai and Lu Jin urged Ronyu and Jiyu Fushin to join the battle, they suddenly realized they can't beat it. Primary school students are much more united than them. Just now Jiang Huai successfully hit a little boy with a snowball, and happily asked Lu Jin to look in the direction of the little boy. Like showing off a prize, the moment Lu Jin looked over, 6 snowballs hit him and Jiang Huai in the face. The elementary school student on the opposite side invited 6 brothers to beat them together. Lu Jin and Jiang Huai. What an amazing friend. Gritting teeth. Ronyu saw this scene, and asked in a sympathetic and amazed tone, "You must have smashed the Calabash brothers. No matter who gets hit, the other 6 god baby brothers will avenge their brothers." Dinghao's member group is on the verge of defeat, and the staff of the program team who participated in the battle are also not very good. They were okay when they first went to the ski field, and they were mighty and majestic for a while, and they were taught to be human by the Kukurbit brothers within a few minutes. Everyone is covered with snow. They couldn't beat it, and the members of Dinghao were too embarrassed to just slip away like this, so they could only bite the bullet and continue fighting on the snow field. Jiyu Fushin always followed Ronyu step by step. Under the tutelage of the 7 Calabash brothers, Jian Huai's face and neck were covered with snowflakes, and his heart was as sad as a walking snowman. I am still laughing because Ronyu said good baby brothers, ha ha ha. Don't mess with anyone, brother Calabash baby, just look at Jian Huai's fate. When Jian Huai was heartbroken, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Jiyu Fuxian hiding behind Ronyu. Jiyu Fuxian was wearing a long black down jacket, which was very eye-catching on the white-capped land. What's even more amazing is that there is no snowflake on his black down jacket. In this field where everyone is snow-injured, he seems to be a winner exuding black light. Black! It's pure black! Black without white snowflakes. Jian Huai was extremely envious. Seeing that Jiyu Fuxian was following Ronyu, he ran forward and hid behind Jiyu Fuxian without hesitation. Thanks, the god baby brothers really can't fight. Ronyu didn't know that there was another follower behind her. She changed into a pair of leather gloves and a leather hat, and fully armed to fight with the opposite person. As for Jiyu Fuxian behind, she was too lazy to care about it. Find him later. Ronyu found out that the Hulawa brothers who had targeted Jian Huai just now suddenly started targeting her, so without thinking too much, she took the snowballs from Jiyu Fuxian and threw them forward one by one. Now, Jiyu Fuxian pinches snowballs for her from behind, so that she can immerse herself in the joy of playing snowballs. There are plenty of snowballs, so hit where you point. That's why she allowed Jiyu Fuxian to hide behind her. Ronyu was engrossed in the aura of never losing, concentrating on the snowball fight, and quickly caught the snowball from Jiyu Fuxian's hand. The 7 god baby brothers are very powerful in fighting. Ronyu's speed of throwing snowballs gradually accelerated. In order to improve efficiency, she threw the snowball with her right hand and passed it back with her left hand, asking Jiyu Fuxian to put the snowball on her glove. Jiyu Fuxian handed her the snowball at a significantly faster speed. Ronyu didn't think much, and smashed the snowball on the god baby brother's head with a kuang, and the snow field was filled with screams of aha and joyful laughter voice. There are a lot of people on the snow field, especially those who have snowball fights. But despite the large number of people in the opposing camp, the snowball field maintained a state of many but not chaotic. The students' snowballs all went to Ronyu's side, and some students were tired and laughed around watched them snowball fight in a circle. Ronyu, who inexplicably became the focus of the audience's attack. What about teammates? Why hit me all? She threw the snowball in her hand on brother Calabash Boy. The moment the snowball left her hand, she looked left and right to find her teammates. However, in our camp, there was no one on the white-capped field, only a series of messy footsteps remained in the snow. There is no one on the left, still no one on the right. Ronyu stood there in a daze, thought for a while, then turned around and asked Jiyu Fuxian where the others were going, and when she turned around, Jiyu Fuxian, Jian Huai, Lu Jin, Lu Xuan, Qi Nuo, and Qi Jian lined up behind her. They were all carefully pinching the snowball, passing it to Jiyu Fuxian one by one. Facing Ronyu's numb and bewildered eyes, the 6 of them froze. Ronyu blinked her eyes slowly, and the snowflakes on her eyelashes swayed slightly, showing pity in her embarrassment. The snowflakes on her eyelashes are the testimony of her struggle just now. She checked again. Except for Fujizhan, who couldn't be there to make a phone call, the other 6 people stood behind her. Not a single one was left out. Obviously everyone said aggressively that they wanted to restore the dignity of adults in snowball fights together, and rushed forward together, but in the middle of the rush, only she went forward alone, and a group of them hid behind and handed her snowballs. She's a clown __. Ronyu took a long breath. Are you playing eagle and chicken? Yo-Yo fought alone for 5 minutes. She finally found something wrong with this group of people. Laughing, they are not playing a game. We are the pets of the group. This is so disrespectful to the pets of the group. Fujizhan, who finished the phone call, came late and was puzzled when he saw this scene. Is this the eagle catching chicken version of a snowball fight? Ronyu, I want to beat all 6 of them up. Lu Jin had a good reason. As my idol, Ronyu, you should set an example in front of fans. Kind of like it, but not too much. Ronyu, please take off your fans quickly. When Ronyu found out, except for Jiyu Fuxian, the others were embarrassed to stand behind Ronyu. And there were still 10 minutes before the end of the snowball fight. Director Mew smiled and provoked them. I vowed to fight snowball fights with students before, as who are questioning your ability. It's not true that you can't even beat elementary school students. Jiang Huai and Lu Jin. Great, you managed to get my attention. Luke Swan didn't want to be smashed, so she squatted behind to add snowballs to her brother, while Chi Nuo stood in front of Chi Jian and whispered, "Sister, can I throw it?" Chi Jian frowned. No. She doesn't like to squat on the ground, it's not very beautiful. You and Xuan are in the back together. Chi Nuo glanced at Luke Swan, who was immediately distracted after making 3 snowballs seriously, and started squatting on the ground to make a little snowman happily, and sighed heavily. Sister Luke Swan, Lu Jin is still being hit by a snowball in front. He reminded kindly. Luke Swan was very calm. Let him be smashed, Tilda. It's not her who is cold. Chi Nuo sighed again. When I gave the snowball to my sister Chi Jian, I added 2 to the big wronged Lu Jin by the way. Jiu Fu Chen still safely hid behind his sister, and gave the snowball to Ron Yu, and the 2 cooperated very well. Fu Jizhen, who had just arrived, also joined in the final melee. It's true that there are a lot of elementary school students, but they have been making a fuss for so long, and they have no energy left. Now it's the adults' turn to fight back. Brothers and sisters, rush to the ducks, destroy the flowers of the motherland and let them see the strength of adults. During the melee in the last few minutes, all the elementary school students who still had strength rushed over, and they had no time or energy to seriously rub the snowballs. The better ones rubbed them twice casually, and the lazy ones directly threw the snow on the faces of Dinghao members. White snowballs scattered in the air, and the white snow poured down like a rainstorm. Laughter was scattered on the playground. The snowball fighters were very happy, and the staff of the program group who were watching were also very happy. In the end, Ron Yu became really presumptuous, showing no mercy to the elementary school students, throwing a snowball and muttering to herself in revenge, "Brother Cucurbit, let you hit me. A group of stinky brothers, hit you. Take the move and watch the ball." Jiu Fusion felt the joy of snowball fights, and did not hide behind Ron Yu in the last 2 minutes, and took the initiative to join the battle. When the snow was falling all over the sky, Ron Yu vaguely saw the figure of Jiu Fusion in the black down jacket, squatted down and proudly made a snowball bigger than her head, and when the black figure reappeared in front of her, he raised his hands and slammed them on the black figure's face. At the same second, she heard Jiu Fusion's voice in front of her. "Jiangguai, Lu Jin, stop the pile in front." Ron Yu was stunned. If brother is in front, then, who was the one who was hit by her with a big snowball? Apart from Jiu Fusion, Fu Jizhen seemed to be wearing black as well. Fu Jizhen's face was covered with snow, and he couldn't see clearly. It's kind of funny, and it makes people want to laugh. Ron Yu pursed the corners of her lips, her brows and eyes unconsciously curved, and she smiled gloatingly. "I'm sorry, I thought it was my brother who passed by just now." Fu Jizhen didn't shake his head to shake the snow, but just brushed off the snow on his face, keeping the snow falling vertically. After dealing with the snow on the eyebrows and eyes, he slowly opened his eyes. The unmelted snow and ice in his eyes blurred his vision. You can vaguely see the general appearance of Ron Yu from the clothes. He paused for 2 seconds and blinked. From fuzzy to clear, standing in front of you is Ron Yu. Ron Yu was wearing a black overcoat, and the wine-red scarf was mixed with some cold whiteness. Most of his face was hidden in the scarf, his eyes were curved, his slender eyelashes were filled with ice and snow, and when he smiled, he showed red apple muscles. It is probably too rare to see him so embarrassed, smiling brightly, like a ray of light falling brilliantly in the snow and ice. Ron Yu's eyes were curved, and the snowflakes on her eyelashes were shaking. She spoke innocently with a deep smile. "I really didn't know it was you. I thought it was me who stood beside me all the time." Elder brother. Fu Jizhen was stunned for a moment, then chuckled after a while. Can he be thankful that a big snowball made her realize that there will be him in the world? Ron Yu always thought so. Turning around, the person standing beside him is definitely Jiu Fusion, not anyone else. So when I saw the black figure, I subconsciously recognized the wrong person. She thought it was her brother who had been fighting side by side with her. I'm sorry. Ron Yu returned the snowball in her hand as an apology, and she was very unreasonable. This is for you as a gift, but it is normal to accidentally injure you. Snowball fights are not recognized by your relatives. Fujishan came back to his senses, chuckled and said Before she was about to leave, she put her hands in her pockets, suppressed a smile and explained again, I really thought that the one standing next to me was my brother, and next time I will never let you suffer the snowball that should have been suffered by him. Look, I'm going to avenge you now. After finishing speaking, she ran to Jiu Fusion, pushed Jiu Fusion into the snow, and threw snow at him. Luke Swan and Chi Nuo have been forced to join the snowball fight. When you really start to enjoy snowball fights, you don't care whether it's cold or not, or whether your clothes are dirty or not. The snowball lands and explodes in the air, knocking down the opponent. Even when you bury your friend in the snow to watch him /her be unlucky, there is a kind of joy and unrestrained childhood. Children don't care about whether it is dirty or cold when they play house. The same is true for adults who really enjoy going in. After Jiu Fusion was overthrown by Ronyu, Lu Jin and Jian Huai immediately joined the battle plan against Jiu Fusion. Fujishan watched for a while, pressed the snowball in his hand, and joined the melee with a smile. Is this the joy of snowball fights for northerners? There is so much snow, there is no need to be so pitiful that you have to get the snow off the trees to have a snowball fight. This is the first time I saw such a grand snowball fight. I really want to be laughed to death by them. Am I the only one who is moved by Ronyu's words? She said she thought it was Ron Chen who was standing by her side, but it was actually Fujishan. According to my observation, the assistant belongs to the kind who is silent and doesn't like to talk, and works silently like Brother Chi Nuo. Princess's Knight, you are thinking wildly, aren't you afraid that Ron Chen will fight you hard? In the snow. When Director Mew announced that the snowball fight was over and they could leave, everyone still made noise and did not leave. The elementary school students are gone, and the battle between adults has finally begun. The 8 people worked their own battalion, and whoever was going to beat whoever played for another 15 minutes before they left and got into the car when they were exhausted. After getting in the car, the director immediately brought warm water. It was just after 11:30 when we arrived at the small hotel where they lived. Director Mew is going to discuss with them whether it is possible not to watch Aurora. In front of the national audience, he must give their program group some face. Ronyu is ready to see the Aurora, her luggage has been packed, no matter whether the director has face or not. Fujishan changed into a dark grey coat, and reminded lightly Wei Wen is now outside the hotel. Director Mew, isn't your work efficiency a little too high? An hour later, Ronyu and others got on the plane to go abroad. As for the staff of the program group, Wei Wen didn't care. Director Mew felt bitter. For the first time, I experienced the fear of being dominated by guests. Director Mew had to ask someone to arrange it immediately. Fortunately, the Chinese New Year is coming soon. Many people return to China for the Chinese New Year, and few go abroad. They have air tickets. The staff of the program team inexplicably experienced the joy of traveling at public expense. Wei Wen has always arranged things properly, knowing that people from the program team will follow, so she booked an extra room on the first floor. Wei Wen consulted relevant people. There has been no snowfall in the past 2 days and the clouds are thin. According to past experience, there is a chance to see the aurora. Even if she can't see it, Ronyu will let her arrange it once. Ronyu really doesn't want to be dominated by the director team anymore. It's best if you can come and see it. If you can't see it, just treat it as a friend's overseas trip. There was a 9-hour flight, and there was a 6-hour time difference. When Ronyu, Jiu Fusion and others arrived, it was 11 o'clock in the evening domestic time, and it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Ronyu inexplicably had the illusion that she had earned 6 hours for nothing. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the program team arrived at the viewing hotel. Ronyu and Luke Swan are catching up on sleep. On the plane when they arrived, the two dragged Chi Nuo and Jian Huai to play the Monopoly all the way, while Jiu Fusion, Fujishan, Lu Jin and Chi Jian were watching. The staff of the program group set up the machine in the place where they will eat later. The live broadcast room has not yet opened, and the internet has already exploded. I heard that the members of Dinghao have come for a quick trip. Everyone is full of expectations, and the Aurora feast has even filled everyone's expectations. Although the director team has explained on Weibo that seeing the Aurora is all due to luck, and it may be a waste of time, they still can't resist the enthusiasm of the audience. Because in the afternoon, Ronyu and other Dinghao members cruelly abandoned the program crew, and took a private jet to leave early, and the live broadcast could not be carried out. After the program team arrived, they discussed with Jiyu Fusion and others, and decided to make up for these few hours' duration. Therefore, domestic viewers and friends can also watch the live broadcast of the meeting later. It was 2 o'clock in the morning domestic time, and everyone was awake. Stay up all night waiting to watch the Aurora. What's more, I heard that Ronyu and the others would eat barbecue while waiting for the Aurora. The audience couldn't help being tempted, and ordered barbecue and skewers. According to barbecue sellers across the country, sales that night would double the usual. The audience in the live broadcast room had prepared melon seeds, barbecue, and Coke, and when the live broadcast started, the Dinghao members were also ready. Everyone didn't eat at night and was very hungry. Chi walked towards a row of glass houses. The glass houseway when prepared for them was not big, with a semicircular 360-degree panoramic view and a good view. In front of the glass house is a frozen lake covered with thick ice. According to local experience, the Aurora usually appears from the vast sky in front of the frozen lake. The temperature in the glass house is well controlled, and a touch of warmth lingers in it. It was dark outside, and you could see the stars when you looked up. Jiyu Fusion thought of the island his sister gave him, and Fujisen also thought of the romantic scene that night, with broken eyes and soft voice. The small square table for 8 people is filled with beef kebabs, mutton kebabs and other barbecues, as well as several staple foods and noodles. Jiyu Fuchen and Ronyu sat in a row. Fujisen and Jian Huai sat on Ronyu's left, Lu Jin and Lu Xuan sat on her right, and Qi Jian and Qi Mua were opposite her. Ronyu took out an envelope from her bag, a small event prepared temporarily by director Mu. Keep them from getting bored while waiting. It's New Year's Eve soon, everyone writes a wish on the little red card. It's also our New Year's wish. Lu Xuan held the beef skewers in her left hand, and ate tomato and egg noodles with chopsticks in her right hand. She lowered her head and was cooking the meal seriously, without realizing that Ronyu handed her a card. Lu Jin lowered her head and thought about her New Year's wishes, ignoring her silly younger sister. After just 3 days of getting along, Qi Mua already knew that Lu Xuan was a little princess who, as long as she is happy, don't care about anything, so she silently put the card next to her. From the corner of her eye, Lu Xuan caught a glimpse of the usefulness of the little red card through Lu Jin's introduction, and kindly brought 2 skewers of beef to Qi Mua. Next time something like this happens, keep helping me, Tilda. I have to say that my brother is good-looking and kind-hearted. Qi Mua. Qi Jian glanced at his younger brother lightly, didn't speak, and ate clay-pot rice by himself. Ronyu looked at the little red card over and over, not knowing what to write on it. Her life is fulfilled now, and she no longer has any wish to be fulfilled. Without hesitation, Jiyu Fusion picked up the little red card and wrote a few words. Ronyu was curious. Brother, can you read what you wrote? Jiyu Fusion nodded generously, waved his hand, and put the small card in front of her. The words on the crimson card are bold and beautiful, but the content is a bit weird. I hope my sister Ronyu will never fall in love every year in the future. Yo, only you in this world can fulfill my wish. You must do it. Jiyu Fusion emphasized. Ronyu. Fujisen, what did you write? Other people's New Year's wishes are as mysterious as birthday presents, and it's best not to know about them. Jiyu Fusion is different. He generously shared his wish with Fujisen. Not only that, but also wanted to show off his little red card in front of the camera. It is best for the whole world to see this sentence. This is their family-friendly attitude. And he did. When Fujisen took the little red card to read, Jiyu Fusion spoke calmly and said slowly, I hope my sister Ronyu will never fall in love every year. Fujisen. This New Year's wish sounded in the ears of audiences all over the world. Ha, said during the day that I saw Fujisen and Ronyu come out to me, Ron Chen had already strangled his sister's love in the cradle. Warning, the consequences of being Ronyu's CP fan are more terrifying than being Ron Chinchin's younger sister fan. Puff. Ron Chen Chen should be regarded as Ron Yu's drug Wei Fan. The dog's head saves his life. Ji Fuxian was not embarrassed to read this New Year's wish, but Ron Yu was embarrassed when he heard it. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she looked at her idiot brother helplessly. From the corner of the eye, he caught a glimpse of Fujisan still holding the little red card, thought for a while, and reached out to take it away. Brother, if you make this kind of New Year's wish, it's better to change it. Totally unnecessary. She has no plans to fall in love now. Ji Fuxian, huh? Ron Yu started talking to him about the snowball fight. You hid behind me during the day, do you remember? Hide behind me, I'm fine. But have you forgotten that Mom and Dad are also watching the live broadcast? Ji Fuxian froze all over. He let himself go too much during the day and completely forgot about it. Dad Ji Yu Chen, Mother Ron Liu, which one is more fuel efficient? Without hesitation, Ji Fu Chen picked up beef skewers, grilled sea prawns, shredded squid, and put all his sister's favorite food into her bowl. Yo, you've worked hard today, come on, eat more. It's normal for brothers and sisters to quarrel, right? He smiled sincerely and began to please his sister. Ron Yu, brother, it's too late. You should think about how to tell your parents when you go home tomorrow. Ji Fuxian. He was silent for a moment, then said seriously, Yayo, why don't you write on your little red card that I hope my brother won't be beaten? Yayo's New Year's wish, parents will definitely help her realize it. I don't want it. Ron Yu covered her little red card. I haven't figured it out now. I'll write it when I figure it out. Tilda. I don't know what to write. Luke Swan said abruptly, her eyes shining brightly. Why don't we exchange and realize our wishes? Chi Nuo, the exchange is realized. Luke Swan hurriedly said, that is, we will draw first, whose name will be drawn, whoever will secretly help the other party fulfill a wish, and be the other party's guardian angel. Jian Huai, how do you know what the other party's wish is? Observed Tilda. Luke Swan thought for a while, and then said, the wish that may come true will be different from what the other party thinks, but as long as you are the other party's guardian angel, it will be fine. She knew this game from her little sister. Chi Jian concluded, be nice to the person you draw. Yes, that's right. Chi Nuo nodded repeatedly. I want to participate. He wants his sister to draw him. Luke Swan saw Chi Nuo's careful thinking, and smiled and tilted her head towards him, with a look of I knew you would be like this triumphantly. Chi Nuo bowed her head silently. Fujisan, yes, I will participate. Jian Kuai, me too. Those who get me don't hesitate to give me your property. You are the angel of my life. Li Jin smiled, you have a pretty good idea. Ron Yu participated in this game when she was a freshman. At that time, I would go to the classroom to roll every Sunday, and the counselor would talk about the next week. In the last semester, in order to familiarize the students in the class, the counselor did a similar small activity. Everyone will have someone they want to protect, and at the same time someone who protects themselves. In the next week, you must secretly poke at the person you want to protect, and at least give him a gift. Ron Yu remembers that in the class that week, there were screenshots of what did I receive or gifts everywhere. In this atmosphere, everyone will expect their angels to treat them well. Ron Yu gave the needy guardian a beautiful notebook. After giving the gift, she began to look forward to it. From the first day of anticipation to the 7th day, she didn't get a gift. At the end, when the counselor announced to the class who everyone's guardians were, her angel looked at her guiltily and smiled. Some are serious and some are not. However, it feels good to be secretly guarded. It seems that there is still a hope hidden in the world. Ron Yu is willing to participate. She took out 8 small slips of paper from the cabinet, wrote their names on them and put them in a small wooden bucket for everyone to smoke. After everyone draws, everyone is not in a hurry to read it. Now that they read it, there will always be a little information inadvertently revealed. Ron Yu put the small note into her bag, pointed to the little red card and said, so is this a small wish that you can ask for after knowing who the other party is, provided that the other party can fulfill it? Little red card is here to write their New Year's resolutions. There seems to be nothing wrong with making a guardian angel come true. Jian Guai smiled even more. Ron Yu, if you write about giving away family property or something, you can just ignore it and give the other party a slap to wake him up. Jian Huai silently put away his smile. The mind of the stingy boss is hard to guess. Hey, I want to know who Ronyu drew, but it's boring to reveal it. Yeah. After the small activities, everyone chatted and had dinner. Chi Nuo really wanted to see who he had drawn, but there were cameras everywhere, so he could only bear to go home and watch. After an unknown amount of time, Ronyu looked at the deep twilight. Strings of stars covered the night sky, and the aurora has not been seen for a long time. This piece of stars, which is as gorgeous as the Milky Way, is also shocking enough. After waiting for a while, everyone was a little tired. I can't see you tonight, Luke Swan sighed. When everyone was about to pack up their things and leave to go back to the hotel to rest, a faint light suddenly appeared in the distance. Then it was green again. Green light stretched down from the night sky. From the perspective, it seemed to converge and extend to the icy lake in front. It's like a few green lights emanating from the lake, illuminating the night sky like swimming silk. The night is so bright. The glass hut looked small and warm in the vast night, and the 8 of them gathered together while looking up at the magnificent scenery that was too beautiful to describe in words. The inner satisfaction reaches its peak in an instant. Their glass hut is like a boat swaying in the galaxy. The boat twists and turns, everyone embraces and moves forward, passing by the beautiful scenery, and walking towards the brilliance. The aurora night ended successfully. In the hotel room, Ronyu opened the small note she drew. There are 3 words written on it. Jiu Fu Chen. At the same time, the other 7 people also looked at the small note they had drawn with a tacit understanding. This spring festival, each of them will have a guardian angel. Luke Swan discussed the end time in the group just now. It was decided that this activity would continue until Light-chan, the moment when everything recovers and the cold winter falls. Ronyu put away the note and put it back in her bag with a smile. It seems that tomorrow, there is no way to teach the bad brother a lesson. After the aurora night ended, Ronyu and Luke Swan played around the area for a while early the next morning, and flew back to China at 3 p.m. The first live broadcast officially ended. While netizens were reluctantly waiting for the second issue, Ronyu and others began to prepare for the Spring Festival. There are only 4 days left until the Spring Festival. When they arrived in the city and were about to separate, Luke Swan ran over and asked, "Yayo, am I the one you are guarding?" Ronyu smiled. "It's said to guard silently, it's not like cheating." Luke Swan sighed. "I'm afraid that my angel doesn't understand my hobbies. It would be nice if it was you. Take her to invest and spend money, and find her 8 handsome little milk dogs to have dinner with." Luke Swan glanced at the overlords and young ladies who were waiting for the driver to pick them up in front of her, leaned beside Ronyu and asked treacherously, "Yo, who do you think is your guardian angel?" Ronyu looked around and paused on Chi Nuo for 2 seconds. "Chi Nuo has been looking at me since just now. Could it be him? Brother Chi Nuo is good-looking. He can do things no worse than Fujizhan. He is hardworking. He is a qualified guardian angel. Congratulations." Chi Nuo's performance in the past few days has been unanimously affirmed by the little princess. Ronyu just said that and didn't take it seriously. After the driver came, he and Jiu Fu Chen boarded the car and went home. Jiu Yu Chen and Ron Liryu came to pick them up in person. Ron Liryu got out of the car, and when she saw Ronyu, she smiled brightly, and when she saw Jiu Fusion, she glared first. "Is there a brother like you who uses his sister to block the snow?" Jiu Fusion looked around unnaturally, but didn't meet Ron Liryu's eyes. "Ronyu, Mom, let him go once. Later, he was also treated badly by me, rolling in the snow several times." Jiu Yu Chen praised, "Good job." After all the suitcases were put into the trunk, Ron Liryu said to Jiang Huai, Lu Jin, Luke Swan, Fujizhan, Chi Jian and Chi Nuo, "When you were on the show, I made a calculation with other people. Why don't we go to Jiu-Jai together during the Spring Festival this year? Live, if there is a social occasion, which relative should I go to meet with?" When Ron Liryu said this, he mainly considered Jiang Guai. When picking up the envelope, Ronyu, Jiu Fu Chen, and Fujizhan cared more about Jiang Guai's envelope than Ron Liryu expected. Sons and daughters are very concerned about good friends. Ron Liryu would not let them worry. She discussed with Lu's father, Lu's mother, Chi's mother, and Fu's mother, and lived in Jiyu's manor. Ronyu smiled and nodded. The Spring Festival should be more lively. Tilda. On the way home, Ron Liu mentioned a person Ron paid close attention to before appearing on the variety show. Although we get together with Aunt Fu and the others on New Year's Eve, on the night before New Year's Eve, we will have a meal with your uncle's family and aunt's family as usual. Ron Yu, uncle's house. In the novel, Ji Min, the uncle's son, is the one who finally wants to fight for power with Ji Fuxin. She received news from Cheng Xin and Yang Er yesterday. One said that after Cheng Gaiwan quit the variety show, his resources were greatly affected, and he began to prepare for his retirement. The other said that he was asking someone to contact Ji Min. In short, Cheng Gaiwan was far beyond his limits and desperately tried his last breath, trying to reproduce the brilliant ending in the novel. Ron Yu opened Weibo and searched around. The trending searches about Ji Fu Chen remain high. Ron Yu is happy. The glory that belongs to brother, everyone. Snatch, back, come, la. After being happy for 2 minutes, Cheng Xin asked her a very interesting question. Can you get in touch with the initial user? He's not here for a few days, and a group of people want to find him. Ron Yu secretly logged into the initial user's WeChat account, and as soon as she logged in, a lot of entrepreneurs sent her New Year greetings in advance. Howling ghosts and wolves asked her where she had gone. Ron Yu didn't plan to go back. It's too risky for her to reply to them just after the live variety show today. Regardless of them, enjoy the Chinese New Year life happily Tilda. She made an appointment with Luke Swan and Qi Jian to buy New Year's goods tomorrow and decorate the manor well, but before leaving the next day, she received a message from Jian Guai. Sister Bodhisattva, Wen Juki wants to talk to you about something. Wen Juki, the heir of the Wen family of the 6 top tycoons, Ron Yu only met her twice in the investment class. Jian Guai added another sentence, related to the initial user. Ron Yu. Chapter 70. Ron Yu didn't know Wen Juki, and was nervous for a moment when she received the news. She cooperates with entrepreneurs in the name of initial users and provides free guidance. Entrepreneurs are all old foxes. They saw her small thoughts, and took advantage of her ideas to draw a clear line with the Cheng family and Cheng Gaiwan. While lying flat makes Cheng Gaiwan frustrated, there is no need for Ron Yu to face the small conflicts caused by not sparing Cheng Gaiwan. Those who hate him are the initial users and have nothing to do with Ron Yu Tilda. It's a beautiful thing. Now, when Juki wants to talk to her about the initial user, which is so strange. After she returned home, she hardly had any contact with Wen Juki, let alone a chance to speak alone. The two have no intersection, and the Wen family is one of the 6 most powerful families, and the group ranks at the top. Wen Juki should be the same as Ji Fuxin and Fu Jizhen. They have a bunch of senior investment consultants under them, and there is no need to find initial users to cooperate. After much deliberation, Ron Yu couldn't figure it out, so she logged back into the initial user's WeChat account to make sure that the messages sent by the entrepreneurs were normal and there was no suspicion of losing her horse. Jian Huai, she said she wanted to have an interview with you, and asked if you have time at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Wen Juki sent a message to Jian Huai at 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. At that time, Jian Guai, Ron Yu and others were all on their way back to the country, resting and reading documents. Jian Guai was dealing with the affairs left over by the company in the past few days, and did not read private WeChat. After getting off the plane, the special assistant came to pick him up, and Jian Huai immediately devoted himself to his work. After the work was over, he had a good sleep, and after finishing everything, he picked up his personal phone and looked at WeChat. Only then did I see this string of news from Wen Juki. Fat cat, yes. Scratching head. GIF. Fat cat, but why is she looking for the initial user? Jian Guai, I don't know. Ji Fuxin, Fu Jizhen, Jian Guai, Lu Jin, Qi Jian, and Wen Juki, the heirs of the 6 major families, have been taking private lessons together for 2 years, but the 4 overlords and the 2 young ladies don't have much contact. At various dinner parties, they belong to nodding acquaintances after meeting each other. In private classes, they just left after class, and they didn't communicate much. This situation improved slightly after Ron Yu returned home. Under the influence of Ron Yu, Ji Fuxin, Fu Jizhen, Jian Huai and Lu Jin's relationship with Qi Jian was no longer so formulaic. It's just that their contact with Wenjuki was still in a state of politeness and alienation. Except for official business, I don't meet and chat in life, just like colleagues who are not familiar within the company, meet and say hello, and each have their own lives after get off work. Jianhuai, Wenjuki and Chi Jian have completely opposite personalities. She is a bit hot on the outside and cold on the inside. When we met, I could chat with anyone, but no one could talk to her heart. This is also the reason why Jiyu Fuxian, Fujishan, Jianhuai, and Li Jin maintained a polite colleague relationship with Wenjuki. Usually at work, they often encounter partners who are smiling when they meet, but are actually stabbing in the back. Although Wenjuki doesn't know how to backstab them, it always feels a bit strange to get along with people who are familiar on the surface but are cold. It seems that the current acquaintance is fake. Behind the jokes, maybe the other party is thinking about how to leave or other things indifferently. Everyone is an heir who won't let himself be wronged. Since the views are not in harmony, they should avoid contact with each other. After 2 years, getting along with each other has been neither salty nor dull, and they are businesslike, which has not affected their cooperation. Jiyu Fuxian also just signed a deal with Wenjuki for the company's biggest project of the year, the cooperation with Bojan Automobile Company. The cooperation between Bojan and Wen's group has become closer. Wenjuki asked her to meet at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and it was early in the afternoon to go shopping with Luke Swan, so it was just right to go there after dinner. When Ronyu was driving to find Luke Swan, she realized that Luke Swan had sent her a WeChat message 2 hours ago. That is, at 7 o'clock. Sister Yayo, I have something to do temporarily, I can't go out today, crying. Fat cat, what's wrong? Luke Swan was probably busy, so she didn't reply after waiting for 5 minutes. Generally speaking, Luke Swan only has 2 states of playing with her mobile phone and not playing with her mobile phone. When playing with the mobile phone, you can reply to WeChat in seconds, and when you are not playing with the mobile phone, you can stay away from the mobile phone for 7 or 8 hours, happily immersed in the current life. Receiving messages is all about luck. It seems that there will be no reply from Luke Swan in a short time. Ronyu told Chi Jian about it. Chi Jian originally squeezed out work time to go out with Ronyu and Luke Swan, but when she heard that Luke Swan had something to do, she just returned and immediately immersed herself in her current work. Ronyu was not in a hurry to go out. She was going back to her room to lie down and read a book. As soon as she went up to the 7th floor, Ron Liu hurried out of her room and was relieved to see Ronyu. Yayo, the dinner with your uncle and aunt has been brought forward to tonight. Ronyu was surprised. Tonight? The day after tomorrow is the day after tomorrow. According to the dinner habit my mother said, I should meet them the day after tomorrow. Ron Liu nodded. 2 days in advance. My uncle said that something needs to be announced in front of the Jiyu family. But brother is very busy, he said he won't come back for dinner today. When Ronyu went downstairs in the morning, she ran into Jiyu Fuxian in the elevator. There are a lot of things to deal with as the spring festival approaches, and the recording of variety shows takes up 2 more working days, and there is a lot of work accumulated, so I may come back very late tonight. It doesn't matter if he's not there, as long as you're here. The last time you had a dinner party, Ji Min, it was because your uncle's son didn't come abroad. He will be there tonight. You must know a few of the relatives of the Jiyu family. Ronyu responded quickly, no problem. After having a dream related to a novel a while ago, she wanted to see Jiyu Min for a long time. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Ronyu showed up early at the private winery when Juki had mentioned. She sat in the small box of the winery and looked around lightly. In WeChat, Fujishan said, tell me when you want to leave. This is about dinner tonight. Tonight I will have dinner at a hotel invested by Ron Liu. Generally speaking, after eating, Jiu Yuchen and Ron Liu would go upstairs to chat with their uncle and aunt in the tea room. The elders chat, while the younger generation gathers to play games or meet for drinks. Ron Yu had just returned home, and she was not very familiar with her uncle's son and daughter, her aunt's 2 sons, and the children of other relatives. Except for Jiu Zexi, she didn't know any of them. Ron Yu doesn't like dealing with people she doesn't know or are not so familiar with. Jiu Fuxian knew his sister well. After learning about the dinner from Ron Liu, she tried every means to get Ronyu to show her face and go home early after dinner. But in a family gathering, there must always be a reason for wanting to slip away early, and you need to maintain superficial politeness. Ji Fusion just wanted to find someone to make up a reason to get his sister out of the abyss of the dinner. After asking around, Jian Huai was busy with work, Lu Jin and Lu Xuan lost contact directly, Qi Jian was as busy as him, and only Fu Jizhen was barely replying to his WeChat. After Ji Fusion expressed his thoughts, Fu Jizhen responded significantly faster. Ji Fusion didn't notice the subtle differences, and was quite satisfied with his plan. As for what reason to make up, Ji Fusion had already thought about it. It was said that Ji Fusion was too busy at the company to eat, and his stomach was still working hard for the company. After Fu Jizhen found out, he thought about the health of his good friend and found Ronyu, who could persuade Ji Fusion the most. The central idea is this, and the language can be beautified a little more. These are the original words of Ji Fusion. Both Fu Jizhen and Ronyu were speechless. Bo Jan's air began to go further and further down the road of shamelessness. Ronyu opened the chat box and replied earnestly, please, underscore. Although my brother's reason is shameless, this method is worth encouraging. She really doesn't like to be in the same room with people she doesn't know well, especially Ji Min, who competes with Ji Fusion for his mastery in the novel. Fu Jizhen, not busy, nothing. Ronyu was completely at ease, put away her phone and began to look at everything in the small box in the wine cellar. There is a brochure on the table. She turned 2 pages bored. When I saw the words Fu Jizhen on the homepage, I was stunned for 2 seconds. Just in time, when Juki opened the door of the box, Ronyu closed it subconsciously. When Juki smiled, his voice was like a swimming spring. The coldness was mixed with the lightness of ding ding dong dong. I didn't expect you to come so early. Ronyu smiled politely. You came early too. When Juki has been observing Ronyu since the first meeting 2 months ago, and realized that she doesn't like politeness, so she sat down and said straight to the point, time is precious, I'll get straight to the point. Ronyu nodded. I heard that the initial user is your investment advisor. Half a month ago, he had an invisible confrontation with Cheng Gaiwan. When Juki had a polite smile on his face, I have something to find initial users help. Ronyu thought for a while, may I know what it is? When Juki, you must know. Ronyu nodded. When Juki took out 2 portfolios from his bag, a file contained in one, and a few photos were taken out of another file bag. 3 days ago, my cousin Wen Cheng, who was abroad, returned home after studying abroad. During the dinner when she returned home, she brought a piece of shocking news. When Juki smiled slightly, she said that she met her abroad. The man who fell in love at first sight a long time ago is still touched after the second meeting, so I want to get engaged to that man. I understand that girls want to fall in love, but... When Juki paused for 2 seconds, and pushed the photo in front of Ronyu, but the man who makes her heart beat is Ji Min, your cousin. Ronyu raised an eyebrow. 10 years ago, Ji Min went abroad to study and made a small difference abroad. He founded a company with his friends. He was the most capable son of the Ji family besides Ji Fusion. Ronyu read this paragraph from the information sent by Yang Er. The engagement of the two is a bit like the meaning of 2 neighboring families who are trying to seize power and want to challenge the status of the main family. When Ji Min was abroad, he always claimed that Ji Fusion was his idol. When Juki handed her another document, and after Ronyu took it, he said casually, using Ji Fusion's fame, I met several investors. The 2 major shareholders of his current company met through Ji Fusion's Overseas Alumni Association. When Juki's tone was light, the love story between Ji Min and Wen Cheng is touching, but it's a pity that their marriage is full of benefits. Ronyu frowned. The initial users don't have that much ability, so they can't help you stop all this. When Juki chuckled, I don't want him to stop, I want him to help me target Cheng Gaiwan. Cheng Gaiwan? Ronyu didn't understand why this person was involved again. When Juki's information network is much more detailed than Yang Er's. Cheng Gaiwan found Wen Cheng on the day he quit the variety show. They met in a foreign cafe. Wen Cheng is the younger sister of Wen Juki's relatives, even though the other party's desire has been clearly revealed, and the attempt to interfere with the Wen family is so obvious. when Juki can't tear herself apart with her face-to-face. She could only get the initial user to give Cheng Gaiwan a warning through a roundabout way. Normally, when Juki would not take the marriage of the two families seriously. However, after Bojan Automobile Company acquired Yaya Automobile, it ushered in an important cooperation with Wenjia. This is the first project cooperation between the two companies worth nearly 100 billion yuan in 5 years. The Wen family attaches great importance to it. The financial news was reported for several days in a row. At this time, it was rumored that the marriage of Wen and Jiyu would not only give the public a feeling that the project cooperation is only the result of the marriage between the two parties, but also that Wen Cheng's parents let Wen Cheng enter the family business at this time and participate in the cooperation case with Jiyu's family. It is not easy for Wen Juki to intervene. Her position in Wen's family is still unstable. Wen Cheng and her parents, who accounted for nearly 1/3 of the shares, must not take the opportunity to intervene in the cooperation with Bojan. At that time, all the credit will be on Wen Cheng. The initial user was asked to help because everyone knew that he hated Cheng Gaiwan, and no one would doubt him if he continued to target Cheng Gaiwan, let alone think of the word Wen Juki. If Cheng Gaiwan was the middleman who connected Wen Cheng and Jiyu Min, before the matter was confirmed, he had to stop thinking about it completely, and realized that if he could curry favor with these two people, he would not be able to live a good life, but would suffer a crushing defeat. Ron Yu understood. There are many benefits to agreeing to Wen Juki. It can not only suppress Cheng Gaiwan, but also break the marriage between Jiyu Min and Wen Cheng, making it easier for his brother. Ron Yu pushed the initial user's WeChat to Wen Juki, and returned the photos and files to Wen Juki. I pushed the WeChat to you, and you can send him the plan yourself. Wen Juki was surprised. I thought you would stop them with me. Ron Yu picked up the bag and sighed softly. She thought, but too tired, she chose to tell her brother and let him handle it. When Ron Yu came home, she thought of what her mother said in the morning. Uncle has something important to announce. 80% of what is going to be announced is the matter of marriage. When I arrived with Ron Liu and Jiyu Yuchen at night, the rest of the people had already sat down. Uncle saw Ron Yu smiling loudly. After the dinner last time, it was really hard to see my niece. Third, you protect her so well that you don't usually take her with you when you eat. Ron Liu, it's not that we don't want to bring along. Young people have their own ideas. The eldest aunt smiled warmly. I was shocked when I saw them on TV 2 days ago. The young people nowadays are different from what we think. They have the courage to appear on variety shows, which is indeed something I have never seen. There is such a side. Jiyu Yuchen, now that Jiyu Fusion is very famous on the internet, Bojan's stock has risen a little. The uncle smiled and didn't answer. Ron Yu sat down in her seat. Listening to their words made her head hurt. Obviously wanting to say that my brother is so childish that it seems a bit embarrassing to the Jiyu family. Going to variety shows has affected the face of the wealthy family. He makes a lot of rumors, but he doesn't say it clearly. Everyone has 1800 thoughts in their hearts. Why? Tired. Ron Yu didn't want to interrupt. She sat quietly, her apricot eyes gurgled and turned around twice, looking at all the people present. Jiyu's exie, the only person she knew, sat across from her, smiled and nodded at him. 3 minutes later, she received a WeChat message. Is it boring? Fat cat, how long will it take to eat? Waiting for Jiyu Min to come. While talking, Jiyu Min came late. It was raining outside, and he lowered his head and wiped the water off his shoulders with a square scarf. Jiyu Min looks pretty good, with exquisite facial features, but his appearance is a bit dull, and he nodded quietly to the elders present. It's raining, and there's a traffic jam on the road. The voice is muffled and has no character. After finishing speaking, he quietly sat next to the eldest aunt, completely unable to see his ambition and desire. No one in the Jiyu family could have imagined that he would give up love and choose marriage for the sake of Bojan. Ron Liu said softly, Jiyu Min's spirit is much better than last time we met. Aunt, a good thing happened recently. Of course I'm happy. Ron Yu folded her hands on her knees. Her head was empty, and she knew what was going to happen next without thinking about it. I heard that Jiyu Min met a girl who fell in love at first sight a long time ago and secretly searched for a long time. Ron Liryu and Jiyu Yuchen were happy for him from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone present was immersed in this romantic encounter, only Ron Yu's eyes were blank. Stare at the ceiling. It is a waste of talent for Ji Yumin and Wen Cheng not to write novels. Ron Liryu smiled. I heard that you met someone you like half a year ago, but there was no news after that. I didn't expect to meet again. Ron Yu was taken aback. Half year ago. There was a strange flash in Ji Yumin's eyes. He lowered his head and pursed his lips, and smiled clumsily, like a quiet big boy who is too shy to face his parents. Here comes the meal. Ron Yu finally didn't have to watch Ji Yumin's acting, picked up the tableware and ate, just took a sip of the soup, when Jiyu Yuchen said, "That's right, it's good to get married early. Which little girl is she? When will she bring it to us? Have a look. Uncle, coincidentally, you also know this little girl. Who? Smell the orange." Jiyu Yuchen didn't pay much attention to girls from other people's families. He would always think of his lost daughter when he saw her a few more times. He only had a vague impression in his mind, but he still praised her twice. After Jiyu Yuchen finished speaking, while his uncle was talking with his aunt, he patted Ron Yu on the head hard. Crossing over to Ron Liryu, he said solemnly, "You can't learn from the little girl from the Wen family." Ron Yu covered her head in grievance, and said angrily, "I don't have one." Jiyu Yuchen was satisfied. Ron Liryu whispered in Ron Yu's ear, "Love at first sight is a lie to little girls, don't believe it." Ron Yu, "Then why do you believe it?" Ron Liryu, "Who would believe it? Ji Yumin looks quiet and obedient, but he is actually not a good person, so stay away from him." Ron Yu, "Oh." The co-authors were acting just now. Seeing her father and mother being so upbeat and seeing the true face of Jiyu Lianhua at a glance, Ron Yu felt relieved, and immersed herself in the life of enjoying happy meals. But one thing that puzzled her was, Ji Yumin probably didn't expect this scene to happen today. So, who was the sweetheart he mentioned half a year ago? Now that he came here to get married, where did his sweetheart go? Ron Yu was at a loss. Never mind. Eating is the most important thing. An hour later, dinner was over. Ron Liryu and Jiyu Yuchen are going to the tea house upstairs to continue acting, while the young people plan to go to the game room to play LOL with Wheat. Ron Yu is not familiar with them, so she plans to let Fujishan come in to pick her up as soon as she enters, and happily escape. As soon as he got out of the box, after walking 2 steps, he met a lot of familiar figures. Wen Juki and the members of the Wen family also came out of the box, and they were all taken aback when they saw the members of the Jiyu family. In the crowd, Wen Cheng smiled at Ji Yumin, greeted everyone in the Jiyu family generously, trotted to Ji Yumin's side, and whispered guiltily, "I'm sorry uncle and aunt, I made an appointment with Ji Yumin to let our respective families stay here tonight. Eat, think. Wen Cheng's fair face blushed a lot, she lowered her head a little bit embarrassed. She gently raised Ji Yumin's little finger behind her back, and murmured softly, "I want to talk about the engagement banquet." Ron Yu watched their little moves with a smile on her face, wanting to applaud excitedly. Good at acting. No wonder people nowadays like to watch romance dramas, it's really sweet. Ron Yu is now purely in the mood of eating melons and watching dramas. Anyway, the old fox's parents are not fools. They have been fighting in the mall for many years, and they must have more tricks than her. She only needs to use Wenjuki's money to hit Cheng Gaiwan happily according to Wenjuki's plan. Tilda. The box is on the 10th floor, the tea house is on the 12th floor, and the game room is on the 8th floor. Go up and down the elevator past the lobby. After watching the love video, Ron Yu walked out of the corridor and looked at the hall while everyone's eyes were on Ji Yumin and Wen Cheng. Fujishan was sitting on the sofa in the corner reading documents, facing her. On the sofa opposite him, a young man with a thin back was crackling and playing games, his skills flying around. Ron Yu vaguely saw an advertisement for this game on the internet. The gang was especially enthusiastic during the war. The young man seemed to be fighting in the game, and the blood bar bounced back and forth between red and full, which made one's heart jump. After Fujishan read a contract, he inadvertently raised his eyes and saw Ron Yu, who was looking seriously at the corner opposite him. Fujishan frowned slightly, and looked at the man opposite him calmly. White and thin, with the corners of his mouth tightly pursed, he stared intently at the computer screen. She has a very pretty face, but her hair is a bit messy, and her curly hair falls randomly on her forehead. She is wearing a very ordinary t-shirt, the same style as a certain treasure's 19.9 yuan, but the watch on her hand is sparkling, valuable. Fu Jizhen stared at him for a while, and tens of seconds later, the phone on the table vibrated twice. It was a WeChat message from Ron Yu. Fat cat, is he good-looking __. Fu Jizhen, not good-looking. Fat cat, nonsense, then why did you watch it for so long? Fu Jizhen hesitated and didn't know how to explain. The young boy on the opposite side raised his eyes and glanced at him after finishing the gang battle, and said lazily, I'm going to talk on the microphone. If it will affect you, you can change your position. Fu Jizhen frowned, bowed his head and replied to Ron Yu. I didn't look at him, I was just in a daze. Ron Yu didn't reply again. Ron Liu and the others were walking this way, going to chat in the tea room. When passing by the hall, Ji Yumin caught a glimpse of the computer game interface of the white and thin young boy, and subconsciously took a second look. He couldn't see the characters clearly, but he was familiar with the skills. Thinking of what happened in the game, he frowned slightly, when Juki calmly stepped forward to block Ji Yumin's sight. And the eldest aunt saw Fu Jizhen at a glance. After watching the second season of the Heirs, she was even more satisfied with Fu Jizhen. Among the top 4 male heirs, Jian Huai loves money, and Lu Jin is a crazy and shameless star chaser. Both of them are not calm. Only Fu Jizhen not only has a good attitude and behaves like a gentleman, but also silently helps to deal with many things. The uncle's family also has a daughter named Jiyu Yinian. The eldest aunt has been trying to match Jiyu Yinian and Fu Jizhen secretly. Before Ron Yu came back, every time the word Jiyu Yinian was mentioned in front of Fu's mother would change the topic calmly. It was beyond my aunt's expectation to see Fu Jizhen here. Yinian is going back to China soon. Did she tell you? The auntie asked Fu Jizhen with a smile. Jiyu Min's younger sister, Jiyu Yinian, was obsessed with the overlord of the gentle department for a while, and ran to Fu Jizhen's house 3 times a day before going abroad. Fu Jizhen didn't go home during that time. Before Fu Jizhen could speak, the eldest aunt smiled softly and said to Ron Yu, Yinian is your cousin, she is about the same age as you, and you will have sisters after you return to China. You are about the same age, so there must be a lot of topics to talk about. Ron Yu frowned. She didn't like the word sister very much. It seemed to remind her that Lu Xuan, Qi Jian, and Lu Ming were not good sisters. Fu Jizhen spoke suddenly, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, but his voice was calm, without a hint of a smile. Yinian and I are about the same age, but we haven't had a common topic yet. Besides, auntie, I'm not from the Jiyu family. You can help me. Let me tell you, it is more convenient to tell Jiyu Min about whether or not to return to China in the future. The voiceover is, you can harm Jiyu Min, but don't get involved with him. The aunt's face froze. Ron Yu didn't expect to be able to refute the words of the eldest aunt so generously. She felt very comfortable, and nodded with a smile. Whether you can become a sister or not depends on fate, you can't force it. Ron Liu smiled, and changed the subject calmly. Jia Jan, are you here to pick Ron Yu to Bo Jan? Then you go first, and mom and dad go upstairs to chat with uncle and aunt before going home. Jiyu Fuxian had already told Ron Liu about his plan, and the two cooperated very well. Ron Yu nodded heavily, greeted them with a smile, and took the lead in taking the elevator to the parking lot on the first floor. As soon as she stepped into the elevator, she had a kind of rebirth joy. You are all better at acting than I am. Ron Yu sighed, never expecting to be so troublesome with relatives. Fu Jizhen lowered his head and chuckled, brushed her black hair, and then looked back at the numbers jumping in the elevator. I think you don't have to act. Ron Yu, huh? Even if you scold your aunt generously today, no one will scold you. Everyone will help her clean up the mess and stand silently in her camp. She will always be a princess who is unconditionally trusted and favored. Thinking of that scene, Ron Yu put her hands in her pockets, raised her eyes uncertainly and asked Fu Jizhen, is it too presumptuous? Won't. Ron Yu, then next time there is such an event, can I clearly say to the group of people, I don't want to come and participate in this childish event, let's go and buy, so that you don't need to come pick me up. What a trouble. Fujishan was at a loss for words. The moment the elevator door opened with a ding, Ronyu vaguely heard Fujishan's answer when she stepped out. No trouble. Ronyu didn't hear clearly, and turned around in doubt. What did you say? Fujishan stood in front of her. The car is over here. Ronyu, who had gone in the wrong direction, ran over and followed Fujishan, completely forgetting the question just now. According to the original plan, Ronyu should now go home and enjoy the life of watching dramas, but on the way back, she never returned to Luke Swan, who felt that she was about to lose contact, and finally returned to her. Woo-hoo, sister, my brother is finished. Ronyu hurriedly called. What's wrong? There was a bit of crying in Luke Swan's voice, and she said at a loss, I was hungry in the middle of the night last night. I got up and went downstairs, and found that the light in the study was still on. I thought my brother was still working, so I brought him a glass of milk, but I just went in. I found out that my parents were arguing with my brother. The quarrel was so fierce, they told me to leave quickly when they saw me, and they would attack me if I didn't leave. In the morning, my brother locked himself in the room and sulked, and didn't say the reason. Luke Swan sniffed, and continued aggrievedly, it's the first time I've seen them quarreling like this. My brother has always listened to his parents. Jiu Fusion used to joke that he was a father boy and a mother boy, but they quarreled last night. Very fierce. Ronyu comforted softly, Swan, don't worry, do you know why you are arguing? Fujishan stopped the car and typed on his mobile phone. Go to Lujin's? Ronyu nodded repeatedly. After a while, the car changed direction and drove back into the sea of cars. There was a constant stream of traffic on the car, and the roar of the traffic rang in my ears, and at the same time, Luke Swan's crying sound also rang out. Because my brother is chasing stars. When Li Jin was 13 years old, he needed a liver operation. At that time, Li's father was a big fat man with a beer belly. His figure was getting fatter and he had a fatty liver, but he was the only one in the family who could donate a liver to Li Jin. During those 2 months, Li's father gave up drinking and smoking, exercised every day, controlled his diet every day, and embarked on the road of losing weight. In this world, if there is one, perhaps his relatives are the ones who are most likely to help him lose weight and take the risk of going into the operating room for him. Everyone is afraid of death, but sometimes parents are not. 13-year-old Li Jin was somewhat rebellious, but from the changes in Li's father and the doctor's mouth, he knew that the operation was not easy. After the operation, he completely changed a person, becoming very sensible and obedient. Li Jin's excellence today is inseparable from his 13-year-old transformation. Father Lu had a bad stomach because of the short-term forced fat loss after the operation, and he hurt his waist during exercise. His waist hurts in winter, so he had to go to the south for a while to recuperate. Li Jin saw all this in his eyes. He matured early and took over the company from Lu's father. He thought it was too little to go against his father's wishes, so he gave up his dream of being a pilot and started to manage the company seriously. The Lu Group has developed very well in his hands, and he has also become the leader of the group that is praised by others. But sometimes I feel empty inside. Chasing stars made up for his lack of heart to some extent. He is unwilling to use Lu Group's money, or his own money, because he knows that his parents don't want him to do these strange things. Lu's father and Lu's mother have trained Li Jin to be an excellent heir, hoping that he will be stable and strive to be a role model for the group. The 4-word Star Chaser are completely opposite to this example. At first, when Lu's father and mother saw Li Jin in the camera, their first reaction was surprise, and then silence and bewilderment. This is another side of Li Jin, a side they don't understand at all. The celebrity he was chasing was Ronyu, so Lu's father and Lu's mother naturally wouldn't say anything on the spot. They just smiled lightly along with everyone's smiles, and after investigating in private, they realized that Li Jin was not only chasing Ronyu. I have been chasing stars for a year or two. Parents sometimes get used to the role of controllers. Lu's father and Lu's mother are used to the obedient Li Jin. When they discover his rebellious side, they subconsciously want to correct him. So there was the scene that Luke Swan saw in the study last night. Lu's father asked Li Jin to go back to the right path and stop chasing stars. Li Jin was unwilling. He likes the appearance of unscrupulous snowball fights in the snow, and even likes the nonsense of carrying the crane machine after being drunk. This is him. He doesn't want to hide anymore. When Ronyu arrived, Li's father and Li's mother were in the study. Luke Swan's eyes were red. She lowered her head and brought Ronyu and Fujishan to her brother's room. I just found out today because of star chasing. Luke Swan pursed her mouth. Sometimes they are bad, and sometimes they are good. Ronyu patted her head. She probably understands why Li Jin chases her. Luke Swan said that Li Jin would withdraw her from the circle and watch the tidbits on TV in private. Some people on the internet say that chasing stars is a shadow in your heart, what you want to be. What kind of person does Li Jin want to become through her? Probably I want to be the person who walks away in variety shows, throws away all the heaviness and pressure, and leaves freely. The love of parents is Li Jin's shackles and pressure. The concept he has always had made him understand his father's deep love. Under this kind of love, he tried his best to repay his father and be the person they wanted him to be, but he forgot what he wanted to be. In the long run, Li Jin bound himself a heavy shackle. Shackles of love. Ronyu stood at the door of Li Jin's room. Before entering, she subconsciously looked at Fujishan and Luke Swan. Fujishan nodded. Let's go in. Before going in, Li's father and Li's mother suddenly appeared in the corridor of the study after receiving the news. Luke Swan subconsciously hid behind Ronyu and Li Jin. A trace of pain flashed in Mother Lu's eyes. It is said that it is difficult for honest officials to decide on housework, and Ronyu can't make judgments on their behavior. Parents seem to be stubborn sometimes. Li's father and Li's mother froze Luke Swan's card so that she could no longer look for the little milk dog, so as not to encounter scumbags. The starting point was for Luke Swan's good, but there might be better ones. Method: freezing the bank card will never make Luke Swan give up her little milk dog dream. Forcing Li Jin to follow the right path they think will not make Li Jin give up his dream. Ronyu had a similar experience. When the adoptive mother of the second family abandoned her and left, she hid in the small room and cried while trying to persuade herself not to hate her. But the adoptive mother asked her adoptive father to adopt her back home, and then resolutely abandoned her. Adults need to be responsible for their own actions. Adopting her is not like adopting a cat or a dog. She has reasons to hate her adoptive mother. When such disgust surfaced in her heart for a few seconds, she shouldn't blame herself, let alone despise herself for it. No one will become a saint. When in despair, they will unconsciously find an outlet. Ronyu thought for a while, and said seriously, he worked hard to become the person you want him to be, and he also repaid your love seriously. He is sure that meeting your requirements will make you happy, but you are sure that he will make you happy. Will he be happy if he throws away the poster and uninstalls the Star Chaser account? He tried his best to understand you. I think you should understand him too. Amidst Li's father and Li's mother's stupefaction, Ronyu nodded to them respectfully, knocked on the door silently and walked into the room. In the room, Li Jin stood on the balcony with his back to them looking at the stars. Ronyu asked straight to the point, Li Jin, do you want to vent? I thought of an entertainment that would let me go even further than star chasing. Li Jin didn't answer. Luke Swan rushed to ask, what? I need to go. She wants to vent too. Online game. Go to the world of online games to kill and kill. Enjoy the beauty of wanton rivers and lakes and gang battles. And maybe you can watch everyone 818 and eat melons happily. Sometimes people don't need to set high standards for themselves all the time. Be happy when you should be happy. When you are happy, talk to Li's father and mother, and both parties will understand. Luke Swan didn't know why, but suddenly thought of a word. The chubby cat who influences half of the netizens with Krypton gold is about to arrive. Chapter 71, 1. Li Jin stood on the balcony. The cool moonlight fell together with the bright lights on the balcony. The dark shadow was infinitely elongated, and the back looked dejected and helpless. It is the anguish and struggle after the resistance. While thinking that there is nothing wrong with the struggle, on the other hand, I feel uncomfortable because of the desolate look shown by my gradually aging parents. Luke Swan bit her lips lightly, and inadvertently grabbed Ronyu's elbow. The always confident and lively little princess suddenly became cautious, for fear that she would make her brother sad by saying the wrong thing. Brother, do you want to play games? Most of the time, Luke Swan loves to fight with Li Jin. She is only happy when her brother is depressed and distressed, but when she is really sad, the little princess Luxuan will always stand by Lu Jin's side. Usually, she is the one who most wants to beat up her brother and let him be scolded. Now, she is the one who most wants to make him happy. Lu Jin was silent for a while. Look back. Luxuan, Ronyu, and Fujizhan all looked at him, with hidden concern in their eyes. Silent comfort and concern seem to be much more powerful than saying it's okay. They will understand you in the future at this time. Luxuan's eyes were slightly red, and she was so anxious that she was about to cry. It was the first time she saw a conflict between her brother and her parents. She was scared and sad, and both sides were people she cared about and wanted to protect. Lu Jin saw Luxuan's suffocated mouth and slightly trembling lips, sighed lightly, nodded and said, "Okay, let's go play the game." The three people standing 3 meters away watching him breathed a sigh of relief silently. When Ronyu left Lu's house, she didn't see Lu's father and Lu's mother. This is better. I don't know what to say when I see it. The communication between the elders can only make the parents dispatched, and the parents understand their parents better. Fujizhan had the same idea. When walking out of the gate of Lu's house, Fujizhan said softly, "My mother and Aunt Lu are good friends. She usually has nothing to do and loves to deal with these small conflicts. Ronyu, when I go back, I will also talk to my mother." On the way back home, Fujizhan thought of something. "Why did you suddenly think of playing games?" The young boy sitting across from him playing games suddenly appeared in his mind when he was in the hotel. Ronyu's tone was casual. "The boy sitting across from you is playing games well. They seem to be fighting. There are many characters on the screen, and they are playing skills. I think it's quite suitable for us to play together." 5-row esports can only be played by 5 players, and online games are different. With the rise of mobile games, endgames are declining day by day, but a small mobile game really cannot replace the blood and passion of a group of friends in the online game world. More importantly, Ronyu thought of Tian Ksang, Nixhan and Fantasy X games who were very popular in junior high school. At that time, there were many classmates playing together. They met in the game during the day and in the online game world at night. Just kidding, form a group to play dungeons together, call friends to beat each other to death like the Calabash brothers in snowball fights. How happy. Forming a team to fight in an online game, fighting endlessly with the enemy, can vent your emotions very well. Besides, it's the New Year's Eve now, and I don't play games during the New Year's break. When will I play? Fujizhan didn't expect Ronyu to answer so frankly. When he mentioned the young white and thin boy, he couldn't help but whispered, "That boy seems to know Wenjuki." Ronyu was slightly taken aback. "Do they know each other?" Fujizhan nodded. When Uncle Jiyu and Aunt Ron came to the lobby, Jiyu Min saw the boy's game screen, and when Juki silently blocked Jiyu Min's sight. The movements are very subtle, but Fujizhan, who has been walking in the business district for many years, can still see the difference. When Juki is very cold in his bones, but warm-hearted on the surface, he will never be so enthusiastic as to block others' sight for a strange boy. This can only show that when Juki knew the boy who played the game, and was very familiar with it. Ronyu tilted her head and leaned on the back of the chair to remember seriously. She has observed that although the young boy's clothes are simple and plain, the watch on his wrist is quite expensive, and the shoes on his feet are limited editions of a certain trendy brand. At first glance, he looks like a young boy who loves to play games, and he is about the same age as Brother Chi Nuo. Brother Young Master is sitting in the living room playing games, and when Juki is eating with his family inside, this configuration is inexplicably familiar. The car just arrived at the hotel where Ronyu had dinner tonight. At a red light, their car stopped. Ronyu inadvertently glanced out the window. On the sidewalk at the entrance of the hotel, a black commercial vehicle was temporarily parked. The window on the driver's seat was lowered, with one hand resting on it, looking boredly at the cars on both sides. The street lights and shadows are soft, half of the boy's face is hidden in the car, and half is exposed outside the window. The light and dark intertwine, giving the childish boy's face a more deep feeling. The two cars were only 3 meters apart, separated by a green belt. Ronyu, is that just a boy playing games? Fujizhan followed Ronyu's gaze. When Juki, dressed in a dark blue coat, walked towards the business car, opened the door and bent over to get in. The boy closed the window, and the car drove slowly towards the road. Ron finally understood why the sense of familiarity came from just now. So he came to be the driver and pick up Ju 11, just like Fujishan came to pick her up. Ron didn't think much about it. Based on her superficial knowledge of Wenjuki, no matter from which angle she looked at it, Wenjuki didn't seem like someone who would find a younger brother to have a relationship with her younger brother. Fujishan smiled. Do you think he looks like a driver? Ron glanced at him up and down. Curious, aren't you also a driver? Why are you laughing at him? 50 steps can't laugh at 100 steps. Fujishan withdrew his smile, and honestly acted as a driver for Miss Ron. There was a flash of light in his deep eyes, and his voice was still smiling. Yes, the driver can't laugh at the driver. Ron fell on the back of the chair, folded her hands on the pillow and began to sleep. She was tired from running too many places today. Remember to wake me up when it's time, so I don't want to sleep in the car. Ron became familiar with the others day by day, and now using Jiankuai, Lu Jin, and Fujishan is as familiar as using Jiu Fusion. We're all friends, there's nothing we can't do. Yeah, Fujishan lowered the piano sound in the car, keeping the volume at a level that can soothe the body and mind and induce people to fall asleep. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when Fujishan sent Ron home. Ron Liryu and Jiu Yuchen had already returned home, and he was slightly surprised to see them coming back so late. Ron was so sleepy, she rubbed her eyes and muttered, "Mom and Dad, let Fujishan explain to you, I'm going upstairs to sleep." She didn't take a nap, her energy was exhausted, and now she continued to sleep and recharge. Ron Liryu hurriedly asked Wei when to accompany her up, then turned to ask Fujishan what happened tonight. Fujishan told about going to Lu's house. Ron Liryu and Jiu Yuchen sighed. Lu Jin is a friend of Ron Jiu Fusion, Fujishan and others, while Lu's father and Lu's mother are friends of Ron Liryu and Jiu Yuchen. Everyone has someone to care about and protect. Ron Liryu looked worried. I'll go tell them tomorrow. It's 10 o'clock, why don't you rest here? Jiu Yuchen nodded. Fu Chen will be right back. Fujishan subconsciously looked at the disappearing figure at the elevator entrance. No uncle or aunt, I have to go back and tell my mother about it. And now that the spring festival is approaching, it is even more difficult for the mother who feels lonely and deserted to be alone at home. Knowing the situation of her friend Fu's mother, Ron Liryu nodded and said, "We have an appointment to celebrate the new year together this year. You can move in with her tomorrow. She will definitely be willing." Fujishan nodded with a smile. When leaving, I happened to meet Jiu Fusion who had just got off the car. Jiu Fusion glanced at him suspiciously. Why are you still here? Fujishan didn't bother to talk to him, got in the car and left. Jiu Fusion snorted twice, and learned about Lu Jin's affairs from his parents, so he suppressed his dissatisfaction and doubts. If his sister hung out with Fujishan for a few hours behind his back, he would go crazy. After returning home, set the alarm clock and prepare to get up early tomorrow to see Lu Jin. Today is the penultimate day of Bojan's work. There will be an annual meeting tomorrow night. The annual meeting is over, and this year's hard work has come to an end. If I want to see Lu Jin, I can only go there before work tomorrow. While Fujishan and Jiu Fusion were thinking about how to comfort their friends tomorrow, Lu Jin had already downloaded Ron's game A Chinese Girl First. A Chinese Ghost Story is an ancient online game based on the story of a Chinese ghost story, which is very easy to learn. At the full level of 150, you can either fight or experience the joy of clearing the dungeon. Some people like to improve their equipment luck and go to fight monsters to explode their equipment. Lu Jin looked at the official website and post bar, logged into Treasure Pavilion and clicked into a random area to buy an output character with a price tag of 100,000 and a collection of over 100. After entering the game, everything is fresh and exciting. There are a lot of people collecting things on the World Channel, and the speakers are either provoking hostile fights, or chatting to express their love, or wishing so-and-so a happy new year in advance. Lu Jin didn't know how to play. What Ron said about letting go of oneself and fighting gang wars is what to look at 818. He doesn't know how to do it, so he can only experience the thrill of bullying mobs in the wild. The character Lu Jin bought was a full-level shooter, and the equipment could be rated S+. Before selling the account, he could rank in the top 20 on the current server, so he was considered a big shot. I don't know how to play for the first time. What Ron you said about letting go of yourself and playing Gang Wars is what to watch 818. You can only experience it when she comes. He simply didn't want to be immersed in boredom, and wanted to divert his attention by playing games, so as soon as Ronyu and Fujishan left, he went back to his room to download games and buy accounts. In the World and Peer channels, everyone is happily chatting about what New Year's goods they bought this year. Lee Jin had a good initial impression of the game. It feels like a small society in the virtual world. Countless strangers gather together through the computer, chatting about New Year's goods and games, and scolding garbage games from time to time. It's really comfortable not to worry about the troublesome reality. Lee Jin asked among her peers, "Where are you going to fight monsters?" "Wow Tilda, the boss is airborne." "Newcomer. Haha boss, you don't need to fight monsters with this number. I really want to go to Tiangong to have fun. The monsters over there are about the same level as you." "Heartbroken, where is the Heavenly Palace?" "Open the friend list, there is an elf at the top, just ask it if you don't know anything." Lee Jin understood. A landmark appeared in the Tiangong search. The moment he clicked, his character suddenly summoned a domineering dragon, who swished across a map sitting on the soaring dragon. Not bad. Lee Jin zoomed in and took a close look at the dragon on his mount. Before appreciating the valiant and heroic posture of the two-eyed dragon, the moment the character went out into the wild, his screen suddenly turned grey. His character fell miserably to the ground, and the dragon was gone. He was killed. Not to mention the killing, there was also a piece of equipment dropped in the package. Lee Jin stared at the screen with a serious expression on his face. It's no problem to kill him. Kill his noble dragon. There are 3 options on the grayed out screen: Reincarnation Resurrection, In Situ Resurrection, and Full Blood Resurrection. Resurrection with full blood costs 100,000 silver. Lee Jin glanced at the several million in the package, and quickly clicked Resurrection with full blood. After standing up for 5 seconds, Shua was beaten again. After a while, a message appeared on the speaker. "Chi, I said it, whoever buys the heartbroken shooter will kill him." Happy shaking rose. The passerby who answered Lee Jin at the same level before kindly answered the horn. "He's just a novice, isn't it necessary? Count, don't talk about it, or I will kill you together." Gu, this newcomer is like a brain-dead man. He carries 2,000 yuan of unbound equipment and goes out, and he will explode after he dies once. If the equipment is not bound, there is a chance of dropping it after death. Generally speaking, valuable equipment will be placed in the warehouse. It was Lee Jin's first time playing this game, and he had no idea that the equipment in his package was very valuable. But this word family is a bit crazy, isn't it? Lee Jin went to find out how to play the shooter, and after half an hour of hard work, he returned to seek revenge on his killer. He actually killed a little rookie with poor equipment, but a dozen or so people from the other side beat him violently, and he fell on the spot again within a few seconds. After repeating it more than a dozen times, the taunting words on the loudspeaker became more and more unsightly. A passerby chatted with him privately. "Boss, the owner of your account was originally their hostile account. You have to join their hostility to fight together, or run away. You can't fight alone. Hurry up and change districts. The Min family is fighting fiercely with the fruit gang. Your account for buying fruit now has a group of enemies. These people are really unreasonable." Several people have already explained in the world and on the loudspeaker that the heartbroken buyer is just a newcomer who doesn't understand the grievances between the former owner and the Jiozhi family. But they don't care. Min, call back if you don't accept it. Don't force me if you don't have money." One sentence made Lee Jin laugh angrily. "You are talking about who has no money." Lee Jin played games to vent his emotions. Now, his emotions have not been vented, and there are a few more stupid bullies. He stayed up until 3 o'clock in the morning and looked through a lot of strategy guides. At 6 o'clock the next morning, he brought a batch of computers into Jiu's house. Jiu Fusion was woken up. I looked at the time, it was 7 o'clock, 6th floor. Jiu Fusion was still in his pajamas, pinching his temples in a daze, and came out of the room, bumping into the staff who were moving. All the things in his utility room were moved out, while another group of employees in red overalls moved in several gaming chairs. "What is this doing? 1 hour ago, Mr. Lu Jin brought a group of people over and went straight to your utility room on the 6th floor, remodeling it into a different look." Ji Fuxian thought he didn't hear clearly. "Who? Mr. Lu Jin." Ji Fuxian, not in a happy mood, she ran to the Ji family to demolish the house. "Is he a ha?" Ji Fuxian's dark blue pajamas had a few cute puppies printed on them, very lively and cute. He wore the black coat brought by the old housekeeper, frowning and walked towards the utility room. Lu Jin's eyes were slightly bloodshot, his facial features were rigid, and he was faintly angry. He leaned against the door frame, and when he saw Ji Fuxian coming, he nodded slightly, and then continued to look into the utility room. Ji Fuxian followed his gaze suspiciously. An ordinary utility room has now become an internet cafe with a dozen computers. At the same time, Ronyu was also awakened by the movement downstairs. She forgot to close the window of the living room last night when she went to bed. The thumping sound made her head ache. Ronyu was very angry. She casually put on a coat and walked downstairs angrily, wanting to see what her brother was doing so early in the morning. When Ronyu saw the grand scene of the internet cafe, big question marks appeared on Ronyu's angry face. "Lu Jin, since we're spending the spring festival at Jiyu's house this year, and we agreed to play games together, it's not too much for me to fund an internet cafe here." Jiyu Fuxian and Ronyu, who were stunned, said, "As long as you are happy." Now that Lu Jin had appeared at Jiyu's house, Jiyu Fuxian entrusted the important matters of comforting him to his sister and went to work by himself. "I'm going to attend the company's annual meeting tonight, so I came back very late. Ron, you can only play games with Lu Jin in the morning, and go out with Ron Liuryu in the afternoon to give spring festival gifts to several big families. Every year, several major families will give gifts to the elders of other families, which is a tradition over the years. If you don't go to Jiang's house this year, Ron Liuryu has asked someone to deliver a gift to Grandpa Jiangguai." When Lu Xuan heard that Lu Jin had come to Jiyu's house, she hurried over after getting up. Ron Liuryu made an appointment with Jiyu Yuchen and Fu's mother to go to Lu's house to comfort their friends. In the internet cafe on the 6th floor of the Jiyu family, Ron Yu, Lu Xuan, and Lu Jin turned on the computer side by side. In order to prevent the tragic situation where Lu Jin was slaughtered infinitely last night, Ron Yu found a professional game booster to take them to play. Ron Yu changed her WeChat name to Fat Dundun. The game booster is a little brother with a pretty nice voice, called Lao here. After adding WeChat, the little brother said, "Boss, I'm live broadcasting. Turn on the voice reply and you will hurry up, okay?" Lao here is very polite to the fat boss and has a very good attitude. No way, the boss gave too much money. Ron Yu didn't expect this. But anyway, the three of them are typing and chatting, so it doesn't matter. She pulled the power leveling into the WeChat group, and she could ask him directly if she didn't understand anything. Lu Xuan was the most anxious, typing away. "My brother was beaten up in the game last night. How can I help him?" Lu Jin, who is in the group. "Sister, I have received your wish, but can you be more tactful?" The power leveling boss didn't expect Lu Xuan to be so straightforward, so he couldn't help chuckling. He knew what happened to the Min Min family last night, and he didn't expect the rich boss to find his teammates so quickly to prepare for a counterattack. Old He asked, "Boss, do you want to change districts or continue to stay in District 1 and fight the Fujian and Minna waves?" Lu Jin, hit. Old He, "Boss, if you want to fight, there are two ways. The first way, the Min Min family is hostile to the rich orange woman, that is, the fruit family in District 1. The three of you want to fight with Min Min, so buy 2 more. Make a better account and join the camp of the rich orange woman. As the saying goes, the enemy of your enemy is your friend." Generally speaking, the bosses have a common enemy and are easy to ally. Last night in the game, a passerby suggested this to Lu Jin, but Lu Jin did not agree. "I don't like to depend on others. Her Royal Highness, that's it." Lu Xuan, who had changed her name to Her Highness the Princess, agreed very much. The little princess will never condescend to join other people's camp, just want to build her own dynasty. Old He was a little embarrassed. "If you don't want to join other people's camp, your chances of winning are very low." Lu Jin typed, "Avenger 1, too few people. Yes, if you want to form a camp, you must have at least 2 teams of 5-level bosses. The 2 teams are 12. The 5th level set is the most expensive 5-level stones on the whole body. Not only that, you need to spend money to identify and equip invincible skills. Lao here said while opening the treasure pavilion to see the accounts of the entire district. Now their server has 8 districts, and the 8 districts can transfer districts to each other. There are only 9 accounts in these 8 districts that satisfy Lao here. Each one is not cheap. 200,000, 300,000, the most expensive account is 350,000. And if you really want to fight, buying an account is just the cheapest expense. After buying an account, you have to create it. Often a game account that costs 1 or 2 million to create may only be sold for 2 to 300,000 in the end. Wanting to fight, asking for money, equipment upgrades, invincible skill appraisals, etc., all cost a lot of money. There are no games under Wangya that do not cost money. Old here said, if you want to defeat the Min Min family and not be attached to the rich orange woman, you can only spend money. Hearing these words, Ron Yu, Luke Swan, and Lu Jin himself, who were worried that they would not be able to avenge Lu Jin's humiliation last night, instantly relaxed. When it comes to spending money, they don't bother. Ron Yu was the first to ask, Fat Dundon, is 1 billion enough? Lao here was drinking water, and almost spit out water when he saw these 5 characters. Fortunately, he subconsciously covered his mouth to protect his screen and mechanical keyboard, but he coughed repeatedly. The netizens who were watching his live broadcast were puzzled. No matter how old he drinks water, he can choke on it. Last night, Min Min in your district started killing again. The rich woman in Juzi seems to be busy, and the power leveling doesn't care. A queen has been killed many times. Old here didn't have time to pay attention to the barras, and said solemnly, Boss, you can't say 100 million even if you pretend to be arrogant, it will scare people to death. In this game, there is no problem with blowing water, but you can't blow it too vainly. Lao here knew that Fat Dundon was rich and powerful, but no matter how rich and powerful she was, her friend only bought an account of about 100,000 last night. Last night, 100,000 was said to be 100 million. This gap is too big, and it is inevitable that people cannot be convinced. Fat Dundon, I asked very seriously, if 100 million is enough, I will pull the 2 assistants into the group later, and I will look for her to buy accounts and create accounts. Pan Dundon, in addition, buy all the accounts, equipment, beasts, etc. that you think can be used for fighting in the treasure pavilion. You can arrange a few more power leveling, and you can start playing the extra numbers. Old here. He still didn't want to believe it. Half an hour later, the players of a Chinese story strangely discovered that all the accounts of the top 5 sets in the 8 districts of the server where the Min Min family was located had been ransacked. Some of the inflated prices were dropped in seconds. More than 4 million yuan was spent in 10 minutes. The world in District 1 and the trumpets are all talking about this incident, causing a great commotion. All the 5-level accounts in the collection were bought, 2 to 300,000 each. I dare not clear the shopping cart like this on Taobao, lighting a cigarette with melancholy. Grass, who is so arrogant, I can't spend 4 million silver in 10 minutes of the game. Am I going to witness history? Today I watched Lao He's live broadcast, saying that the boss wanted to pay 100 million to fight the Min Min family. Aren't you bragging? Old He thought he was bragging, but now his account is cleared. All the players in the entire area were stunned. Brothers and sisters, there is a good show to watch. I heard what Lao He introduced to the boss in Lao He's live broadcast room. It should be that the heartbroken local tyrant wants to fight Min Min last night, haha. Old He asked the local tyrant to follow the Orange Rich Women Alliance, but he refused. The last time I saw such a proud boss was watching Chubby Cat buy a plane. Ha ha ha. Ronyu has become the spokesperson of the money-spending industry. After a while, a loudspeaker of 88 yuan shone on the entire server screen, crowding out the words of other people. Golden trumpet, Min Min, if you want to fight, just fight, don't make yourself a joke. After sending out this horn, Ji Min quit the game and let the power leveling account, and said, if the other side really calls, don't be cowardly. Okay, boss. As soon as Ji Min's horn came out, the Jiaozi family seemed to be on a stimulant. A group of Chi-Chi, Jiu, and others went on the horn to charge forward, mocking last night's newcomers for being heartbroken. Either they say that he has an IQ of 250, which is a rookie, or they insinuate that he has no money to pretend to be a force, and even a billionaire dares to brag. Speaker, Jiu, it's easy to buy a few million accounts, but it costs more to build equipment, and you are a newcomer to yourself. Lao here has bought the number according to Raw News request, and is looking for friends to update equipment, which is very expensive. At the same time, Raw New, Lu Jin, Luke Swan, Jiu Fusion, Fujizhan, Chi Jian, Chi Nuo, and the stingy Jiang Huai each gave Wei Wen 50 million as a game fund. Lao He thought for a while and asked assistant Wen, "Boss, now I and several other power levelers need to collect things for the boss's equipment identification invincible skills, so that we can fight." Wei Wen understood in seconds. "How much does it cost?" Lao here did some calculations. Generally speaking, there are 11 accounts on hand. If you have to identify skills, the market price of 5 yuan per item may cost 10 to 20,000. Wei Wen didn't know how much the game would cost, only the young lady said it was very expensive, but this time, the 8 young ladies and bosses entered the game with the determination to beat each other to death. No matter how much money they invested, anything is fine, as long as the purpose of revenge can be achieved. Wen, don't worry about spending it, the bosses gave me more than 100 million, just buy whatever you need. Lao here has encountered many bosses in his power leveling career. First, it was the first time that the boss's assistant told him to buy flowers with confidence and buy whatever you want. No wonder young fresh meats now love to find rich women. Whoever sees these words feels uneasy, uncomfortable and unhappy. In the game, the trumpets of the ZZ family are still going on. Old here couldn't help but put on the trumpet to get back the cards for the bosses. Gold Horn, 0785982, the account that just transferred to the server. The bosses are not here, don't be too arrogant on the other side, sometimes you cry. Immediately someone came over and asked if 100 million was real. Old here replied on the World channel, "Fake. World, can be cute and eat candy. I just said, I've been so excited for so long, I thought there really was a big boss throwing 100 million to teach Min a lesson. World, what a big tree, there is not a billion, what are you arrogant about, old black?" World, 0785982, the boss not only prepared 100 million, but several hundred million. World, 99, I take a breath. World, just want to sleep. Who is this boss? Some people suspect that such a generous person may be Raw New. Excited, he ran to ask Lao here, but Lao here was also at a loss and didn't know the answer. The game is extremely lively. With the help of the power leveling, Luke Swan and Lu Jin happily learned fighting skills. They got YY voice, and they were all talking with the power leveling, which was very lively. "Boss, aren't you one of those tycoons? Ha ha ha, tell us, let's go out to brag. The spring festival is here." Everyone runs into the game. Lu Jin would never admit it, he would never let anyone know that it was himself, Lu Jin, who was massacred and abused last night. Only typing in YY, "No, I only saw those few." Oh, then you see them dying online every day. Will the filter for them be broken? The friends around me are all broken. I didn't expect Dinghao to be so sand sculpted. Heartbroken boss, come to the arena, let me take you to park. When mentioning the word heartbroken, Lu Jin had something to say. Where can I change my name? He is very annoyed by these 4 words. Long, up, heartbroken hammer. When Lu Jin and Luke Swan were playing happily, Ronyu was forced to bring gifts to Chi's and Wen's homes to give gifts to the elders of the 2 families, Chi Jian's grandfather and Wen Juki's grandmother. There are many family members. Wen Juki is also there. Seeing Ron Liu, Wen Juki's cousin Wen Cheng was visibly relieved. When chatting in the tea room last night, Jiu Yuchen and Ron Liu didn't have the slightest opinion on the marriage between Jiu Min and Wen Cheng. They treated it indifferently, and anyone with a discerning eye could see their dislike. Ron Liu gave gifts as usual, and this incident did not affect the relationship between Jiu and Wen's family, and Wen Cheng felt a lot more relaxed. Ron Liu went to talk to Wen Juki's grandmother, while Ron Yu sat on the sofa admiring the interior decoration boredly. Wen Cheng sat across from her and smiled politely at her several times. Ron Yu nodded lightly, not giving her any good looks. When Juki personally brought a plate of fruit over and sat beside her with a smile, Ron Yu suddenly thought of the driver who picked her up last night. If the driver plays games, will Wen Juki also play? This awareness was just a flash, and then disappeared immediately. When she came, she knew about Wen Juki's family from her mother. The Wen family is the most complicated family among the 6 major families. The family has 3 children. Besides Wen Juki, she has 2 younger brothers. Although Wen Juki is temporarily sitting as the heir to manage the company, in fact, her father, Wen Fu, doesn't think highly of her, and even dotes on Wen Juki's 2 younger brothers. When this matter was mentioned, Ron Liu looked disdainful. Wen's father is a bit patriarchal, but Wen Juki is also up to date. Wen Juki worked as a management consultant in a world-renowned investment company when he was studying abroad. After returning to China, he started to manage the mobile phone products of the subsidiary group. He took the position for 2 years and made an old-fashioned mobile phone brand young and very trendy. It was popular among many young people. Even though Wen's father and mother valued their 2 sons highly, Wen Juki still gained the approval of the shareholders by virtue of his own strength, and took the position of CEO. When Ron Yu came in, she actually felt something. Standing next to Wen's father were 2 young men in suits and leather shoes, while Wen Juki, the heir of the Wen group, stood in a corner where no one noticed. If Ron Liu hadn't said that he wanted to see her, no one would care about her existence. Looking at people's faces is just because I was not favored since I was a child, so I can only force myself to smile and talk to others with a seemingly enthusiastic attitude. Wen Juki has no right to be indifferent to others. Even if she was standing in a place where no one was paying attention, even if there were 2 younger brothers who were not as strong as her standing next to Father Wen, she still smiled. Ron Yu hates Wen's father and mother for no reason. Ever since Wen Juki noticed that Ron Yu didn't like the way of talking around the bush, she was very straightforward with her. Wen Juki is good at observing people. She will consciously adjust the way of getting along according to the other party's preferences, and always keep the other party in a comfortable state. The initial user agreed to me, and I would like to thank you. Wen Juki glanced at Wen Cheng, who was silently observing here, and said in a low voice. Ron Yu shook her head. Ron Liu didn't stay at Wen's house for long. She came out after a few words with Grandma Wen. Ron Yu caught a glimpse of her mother, and couldn't help asking a question before leaving. Do you play online games? Wen Juki exerted a little force on the hand holding the fruit plate. When Fang Shu was playing games yesterday, Ron Yu should have seen it. He shouldn't have let him follow her to the hotel. If something is announced, it will cause her a lot of trouble. Don't play. She raised her eyes, and the infinitely affectionate peach blossom eyes were full of smiles. I'm very busy and don't have time to play games. Ron Yu thinks so too. Wen Juki is very quiet, sometimes even more composed and calm than Qi Jian, with the determination and ability to control the overall situation in his always smiling eyes. It's hard to imagine her passionate appearance of playing games and shouting rush, rush, kill, kill. At 9 o'clock in the evening, apart from Jiyu Fuxian who was going to attend the company's annual meeting, Ron Yu, Fu Jizhen, Jian Kuai, Lu Jin, Luke Swan, Qi Jian, and Qi Nua were dragged by Luke Swan to the internet cafe on the 6th floor of Jiyu's house. Luke Swan, brothers and sisters, it's time to defend my brother's glory. I already have a general understanding of this game. It's very simple. We only use skills to kill and kill. There are still 9 power levelers, and Lao here is helping us find a count. Their operation is better than ours. As long as you follow the command and follow their instructions, you can definitely beat Min Min to the ground. After Ron Yu came back from Wen's house in the afternoon, she read a lot of gossip about District 1, and wanted to know why the Min Min family would fight with some fruit family. After seeing it, I just want to applaud. Wonderful. In other words, a year ago, the local tyrant Min Min came to District 1 of the new district at that time, and won the favor of the whole district with his amazing ability, and everyone called him a big boss. After playing for half a year, he met a girl in his gang. The girl sent him a photo. I heard that she looked very much like his first love girlfriend. The local tyrant Min Min was completely moved. On the first day of meeting, he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to make equipment for the girl, and asked the girl to play games with him. His bound nurse will always only add blood to him alone. This love is moving. As a result, the 7th day of our acquaintance, it was revealed that the girl was cheated by someone else's photos, but she herself was a man. Min Min said angrily that he wanted to kill the cheating man out of the game. At that time, the rich orange woman, the leader of the fruit family, laughed a few words on the loudspeaker, saying that Min Min was stupid. Then Min Min was outraged, and began a half-year-long fight between the Daisy gang and the fruit gang. The rich orange woman would laugh at Min Min, purely because Min Min was very domineering after entering the game. To sum it up, anyone else can't enter the dungeon map requested by the Zigzag gang. The fruit gang heard that Min Min was cheated, and laughed wildly on the loudspeaker for 3 days, insinuating that the wicked will be rewarded by the wicked. The arrogant and domineering game attitude of the redundant gang has forced many ordinary players to retreat, and suffered greatly from it. Sometimes when hanging up in the wild to fight monsters, people from the ceofamily don't care about it when they come, they just want the player to go, and they will kill the player without hanging up. Players cursed on the loudspeaker, and the members of the ZZ gang said, "This game is like this, if you don't have money, you can play Tilda." Rumor has it that Jeezy's rich woman was killed in the same way when she first entered the game, and then resolutely filled up money to build her own guild, and Jeezy was also the #1 player in the district in terms of equipment score, training score, etc. Well-deserved No. 1. After Ronyu, Fusion and others entered the game, they first changed their names. In order to prevent others from recognizing them and make them easy to remember, we decided to rank them according to age. Jianguai is the biggest, called eldest brother, Fusion is second, Fujizhen is third, Lu Jin is fourth, Qi Jian is fifth, and Ronyu somehow becomes the sixth. Lu Xuan is the seventh and Qi Nuo is the youngest. Ronyu didn't want to be called Lao Lu. She bought a name change card and immediately changed her name to the lovely Lulu. Then he immediately founded a gang and struggled with the name of the gang. After a while, he solemnly typed a line in the name column. The Avengers, family members, fight for Lu Jin, fight for honor. In the game, seeing more than a dozen big accounts go online at the same time, many people paid attention to this scene. The Avengers ha ha ha. Bosses will play. Ha ha double word. Chapter 72, 1. After when Juki's trumpet Kwok Gwa Gwa was played, countless onlookers quickly joined in. Small speaker, follow the big brother, knock on the bowl and wait to see the fight. Is there a small reporter in front of me to broadcast it? Big speaker, Jiang, you can fight for group bullying. Big loudspeaker, big potato, bet on the stacking gang. The Avengers are all newcomers. The operation is not good and there is no cooperation. It is difficult to deal with. Big speaker, a bowl of glass hearts. Who said I can't do the Avengers? Kill them with money. Big speaker, it's sweet. The prices in our area have risen a lot due to the arrival of the Avengers, and the Book of Heaven has risen from 5 yuan to 8 yuan. I can't buy the silver in the treasure house. I personally know the power of the rich got it. Small speaker, sunny day. QAQ bosses slow down and save money for the children. Woo woo woo. Because of the arrival of the Avengers, prices in District 1 have undergone earth-shaking changes. There are many bosses in the online game A Chinese Girl, and many people spend tens of millions on making equipment, but this is the first time that everyone has seen a group of people parachute and double the price. How to say? The props and commodities used for fighting in the market are almost in short supply. The players were once again shocked when they contacted what Lao He said before that the bosses have prepared more than 100 million yuan. Big loudspeaker, reporter gossip. If the bosses really bring in more than 100 million yuan, what kind of game are they still playing? Can't they just buy the game? After the founding of the Avengers Guild, its guild manifesto was copied to the world and channels at the same level. Many players were amused, and those who had no guild for the time being who had a grudge against the Daiwords Guild applied to join one after another. Lao He agreed to a few players who could fight. After seeing this horn, the players curiously asked the same question in the guild channel. Why don't you buy games if you have money? Buy them and build them however you want. There are many people who feel the same way. After a long while, the player with the title of member of the Avengers Alliance played the horn. By Kaishui, I asked the bosses, and what the bosses said was, who knows how to play their own games? All players. Very good. It was installed by you. Games are for spending money, games that cannot be used for money. What fun is there? Ronyu, Lu Jin and others would rather spend 500 million in the game now than buy the game. The seemingly simple sentence of the player boiled water aroused the curiosity of all players in the server. If you have money to buy games, why don't you buy them? Play? Okay. Then we have to see how capable the boss is. In an instant, Qian Taiba, forums, and other server players were discussing the upcoming group battle. People who eat melons in other servers can only see other people talking from the speakers, and their hearts are so itchy that they can't wait to build a trumpet to come and watch. And the popularity of the live broadcast of players in District 1 has doubled. As long as the host changes the name of the live broadcast room to Eat Melon in District 1, there will be a lot of people who click in to watch and discuss the fight. Most fighting gamers don't think much of the Avengers. It's not that they are poorly equipped or look down on them. However, game fights actually pay more attention to cooperation, especially in group battles. When will the doctor revive the group? When will the group be immune to skills, group confusion, etc.? Each skill only lasts a dozen seconds. If you want to win, you must release one after another when fighting, and you can't just do it randomly. The players of the Avengers are all newbies, and the members of the Jiaozi family have been fighting for more than half a year, and their fighting skills are proficient. It is indeed a bit difficult to win this fight. The group battles between the two sides are usually in a map called Dunhuang. At 10 o'clock, a big boss will be refreshed here, and some objects will be dropped. This prop is worthless. Fighting for the boss here is equivalent to fighting for a card and fighting for the number 1 gang in the area. It's only 8 o'clock. Ronyu, Jiu Fusion and other 8 people, each with a power leveling one-on-one study. Everyone studies very seriously. Li Jin went out to make a phone call, and when she saw this scene when she came back, she was so moved that she wanted to cry. His sister Lu Xuan never took it so seriously when she was in school, but now she plays games so seriously for him. Of course, it would be perfect to ignore their group bullying manifesto. Jiu Fuchen was kicked out of the shelves to play a physics department output. Ronyu plays DPS in the legal system. The eldest lady and bosses love to play DPS, but nurses and supports that can confuse the opponent are equally important. In the end, under Ronyu's repeated sincere suggestions, Fujisan played a nanny, and Jian Huai was in charge of flirting and chaotic in the crowd. Under the one-on-one guidance of the power leveling, Ronyu quickly mastered the skills of all the characters, used them flexibly, and organized 2 6v6 simulation training sessions. In fact, their lineup is not bad. Among the 8 bosses, 5 are high IQ bosses. Ronyu is sensitive to data, and there is an all-round operator Chi Nuo, who can become a teacher to tutor Lu Xuan after a few times of power leveling. The only little princess with a stupid brain is just a simple and stupid beauty in life, with slow hands-on skills. She was forced to study investment management for 2 years in college, and her head is not empty. Lao here and the other 8 power levelers noticed that the master's ability to learn is very fast, and for some reason, each of them is particularly sensitive to data, and their brain memory is very fast. A few people taught inexplicably came up with a strange idea. Is a Chinese girl worthy of making them study so seriously? Playing this game really wronged their smart and capable heads and precious time. Or, put down the mouse and keyboard and continue to make money. Bushi, you are too good, the game is not worthy. At 9:50, Lao He spoke in the YY voice as the conductor, and the other 7 power levelers were also there. Old here, bosses, can you report the number later? 2 sets of invincible skills have been identified on the equipment of the 6th and 4th child, and the skills of the others are very fragmented. We will number them when the time comes. Let the number come out. Magic-free skills, a few bosses will get it. Lao He knew that the bosses only got started with this game. Each character originally had more than a dozen skills, and if the skills on the equipment were added, there would be too many. I was afraid that they would not be able to handle them, so I put together a few numbers in the power leveling hand to make up 6 sets of invincibility. There are more props. Just give the big guys the number. The invincible skills are all based on luck. The 6th and 4th boss characters are lucky, and they came out without spending a lot of props. Book of Heaven. The heavenly book needs to be collected from the players, and there is no sale in the mall, so even if the boss has money, he has to wait for the heavenly book before he can complete it. Ronyu understands the truth. But, Guild Society, Laolu degree, can you please stop calling me Laolu? Guild, Big Brother degree, the name of the 6th child is very good, as the big brother, I declare, continue to call like this. Ronyu, Jianhuai, do you owe me a beating? You are the 6th child, you are the 6th child. Ronyu put down the mouse and threw the pillow on the back of the chair to Jianhuai's face. Chick chirp, why is he the big brother? Lu Jin glanced at the two people who were fighting, sighed secretly, and replied in the game. Guild, 4th brother degree, you can connect to the mic. Just use a voice changer. Ronyu has already thought about this point. At 9:55, Ronyu got on YY voice, and the war was about to break out. At this moment, in the live broadcast app under the game, the number of people in the live broadcast room about a Chinese girl has reached a record high. Ah, knock, 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 beat, I'll take a shower after beating. Haha friends, don't worry, a fight won't determine the outcome, this fight can last for a few months. The possibility of the Avengers losing at the beginning is quite high. It is a miracle that they can win. After all, they are a group of newcomers, but I think it is good to be able to fight. It is quite bloody. Started washing for the Avengers before fighting. At 9:58, Lao here said in mic, the 2nd child, Jiu Fusion, and the 6th child will leave the safe zone with me and go to the boss point. Ronyu turned on the voice changer, don't call me Laolu. Old here was taken aback. Lulu, Lulu is a girl. There are too many 8 bosses, and he still can't tell which one is the rich lady boss who first pulled him into the WeChat group. Seeing that the 4th brother and others called Laolu the 6th son, he subconsciously thought it was a brother. Result. Old here sighed, the rest of you are the real 6th. It's really cowardly to call a rich woman the 6th child. While joking, Lao here had already taken Ronyu out of the Dunhuang safe zone, and flew to the boss refresh point with the flying flag. I'll talk about teleportation later, teleport them here together, and Xiao will be immune when he comes over. The power leveling Xiao played 1 in the team. There are 18 people in their group, and 38 people in the do, which is more than them. Luke Swan observed silently, feeling a little flustered, and asked seriously on the mic, why are there so many of them? This unscientific. There are more brothers and sisters than them. Old Hiss smiled and comforted. There are some trumpets in the regiment who specialize in special skills and summoning trumpets. There are probably only 2 groups who play seriously. A little joke, boss, don't panic, your IQ alone is 8 of theirs, and all of them are the 6th. Ronyu. It felt like another knife had been stabbed in my chest. Why is she ranked 6th among these 8 people? Luke Swan, really, the other side has such a low IQ. Xiao is a female power leveling agent, she was just joking and bragging, but she didn't expect the boss to take it seriously. While thinking that the boss is inexplicably cute, she smiled and said, it's okay if you think so. Don't listen to Xiao, she's bragging. But it's really hard for us to win the first match. The main thing is to experience the atmosphere of the fight together. It doesn't matter if you lose. The Daidi family has been fighting with Juzi for half a year. It's about fighting. For a long time. Luke Swan nodded, staring at the screen with full attention, only waiting for the old black in the headset to say teleport, and immediately clicked on the small gang window that popped up to teleport to the boss. Because Ronyu and others don't like to play support roles, Lao here was forced to use a nanny, Ronyu and Jiu Fusion, in the dual output boss. The whole team teleports over, and what Lao here has to do is to send his teammates in the safe zone to prepare for a fight when the system prompts Booz must be killed within 20 seconds. Things are just as he expected. As soon as the system notification arrived, the people from the Diandi family sent it over immediately. Old here, Xiao, Blueberry, give a set of immunity when they land, and throw their skills on the boss for output. Boss! The moment the 2 teams of the Avengers landed, people from the Daidi family also teleported over. Numerous skills were thrown at Ronyu, red and green lights gathered together, countless skill special effects exploded on the screen, and the boss blood volume dropped rapidly within 2 seconds. The members of the Jiaozi family are desperately defending the boss, mainly outputting the 3 output accounts of Ronyu, Jiyu Fuxian, and Li Jin. You need to focus on the red envelopes during the Chinese New Year. 5 seconds later, the boss crashed to the ground. Choked to death, Luke Swan subconsciously clenched her fists in celebration. However, the end of the boss is only the beginning of this melee. In group battles, when beating a person, he will nurse first, cut off the healing amount, and wait for the output to be isolated and helpless, and no one will help. No matter how powerful the output is, he can only be beaten to the ground. The Avengers have a total of 3 milks, not many, and can only rely on immune skills and our output to quickly cut through the opponent's physician to solve the predicament. After the boss fell to the ground, the main players of the opponent's 3 teams quickly set their targets on the output number of the Avengers, a skill that was more violent than before smashed over. On the side of the Avengers, Zioxiao and Blueberry's invincibility time still expires in 2 seconds. Lao He immediately asked someone to take over a set of invincible skills, and at the same time used the Autumn Water skill to break the opponent's invincibility. Breaking invincibility is to make the opponent's invincible skills invalid. This is the first breakthrough for the success of the melee. Suddenly, Lao He's voice was 7 or 8 degrees higher. It's broken, it's not invincible, they are not invincible, come forward in the direction of 12 o'clock, give me a special skill, use a special skill for all output, kill, 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 hurry up and kill, you can kill. Sven Old he roared in the microphone, and through the headset, he seemed to be able to feel the vibration of the air around him every time he roared and his cheeks that were stained red due to excessive passion. During the scuffle, they didn't care about disturbing other people if they were too loud, and kept shouting loudly, like a wave of cheering on a sports field, and the voice was louder and louder. The passionate voice instantly affected everyone. A layer of sweat dripped from the palm of Rongyu's hands. She pursed her lips and stared at the screen without moving her almond eyes. Her hands moved quickly, and she quickly manipulated the mouse to the direction of 12 o'clock, and performed special skills in the direction of the mouse. In an instant, the values of -10,048 and -2,980 floated all over the screen, and the blood bars of the opposing team dropped rapidly. It was too late for the other nanny to release the group blood-boosting skills. The nurse was cut off by the power-leveling nurse 2 or 3 times. In the headset, they quickly shared information, and their voices were excited. Leaks are dead, leaks are dead. Ronyu stared closely at the 2 teams who were still alive on the map. Blackie is right. It's really hard to beat them. There are a lot of people, and one batch will be killed and another batch will come. In the end, all the invincible skills of both sides entered the cooldown period. Without invincibility, they could only rely on skills to fight hand-to-hand. In the team information on the left side of the screen, the red blood bar dropped instantly. Ronyu swallowed, and subconsciously bit her lip to kill the opponent's main output, Min Min. Min Min plays the same profession as Li Jin, a squishy shooter. The weapon is a bow and arrow that glows with purple light. As he walks, he shoots arrows to places, and the blood bars fall off wherever he goes. Ronyu stared at him, but Min Min has always been protected by his support, always using skills to pull Min Min out of the battlefield, and find a very good output point for him, so that other people can't touch him at all. Ronyu had to put the target is transferred to several nearby output points. After there is no invincibility, the disadvantages of insufficient numbers, nurses, and support are highlighted. 3 minutes later, Lao He and Fujishan fell to the ground at the same time. They were dead, and Ronyu and Jiyu Fuxian couldn't resist a few output for long, and they lay on the ground with sad faces. The dead people of the surrounding Jizai family stood up under the resurrection of the nanny and daddy. In the first melee, I got the boss, but lost the fight. Ronyu breathed out lightly, feeling a little bored, and wanted to vent her frustration very much, and even wanted to grab the Jiaozi family again. YY is very quiet. The onlookers who had been cheering for the gang also fell silent. It's the first time to play, and it's pretty good to be able to play like this. In the headset, Old He said abruptly, We won the boss, the number of people is smaller than them, and it's the first time to fight, and it's only been a day of preparation. It's really good to be able to fight like this, Xiao also said. Luke Swan was furious. I'm very unconvinced and want to fight again. Just as he was speaking, a full-service shining golden speaker floated in the game interface. Golden trumpet, Min Min, that's it. Luke Swan was so angry that she wanted to pound the table. In the world, some people are talking about this group battle. World, I love to run. The Avengers played well, much better than I expected. World, a glass of iced Coke. I'm so excited to see it. A group of novices can play like this, only 6. World, counting. If you lose, you lose. Don't talk about so many reasons. After the people from the Giorgi family appeared, the people discussing it disappeared silently. The Giorgi family is very rampant in the game. It is the kind of arrogance of I spend money, I am better than you. Fujishan frowned, rolled up his cuffs slowly, and said softly, come again. Luke Swan nodded again, and said solemnly in the voice, didn't you say that after the Dunhuang boss battle, you can still fight in the gang? Come again. The decisive battle will last until dawn. She finally understood why the legendary commercial "Come kill me if you are a brother" can cause so many people to join the war. The feeling of fighting together is very exciting. The moment I got the boss, the adrenal hormones in the body soared, the heart pounded, and the long-lost passion and enthusiasm flowed in the blood. Jiyu Fusion was pushed to play games by being driven to the shelves. At first, he had always regarded playing games as a task. Until this moment, when they died at each other's feet after their health bars were drained, a desire to win suddenly arose. Win. Empty the blood bars of Min Min and his family and watch them fall with desire. Let them wait until they say, that's it. What does it mean? The Dinghao member group was successfully irritated. They never admit defeat. This is true in business, and even more so in games. Ronyu wiped the sweat from her palms, and said word by word, let's come again. The atmosphere in the voice quickly ignited. It feels like I have entered the passion and blood of the second grade of my life is up to me, and if the sky wants to destroy me, I will defy the sky. Old here, as expected of a boss, the ability to mobilize emotions is so good. You can't be cowardly, just rush and it's over. Old here, yes, you can also go to the guild to fight. I thought about it, just now we handed over a set of invincibility in advance when fighting the boss. Our invincibility time should be one set longer than theirs. In fact, it just makes up for the number of people. Kill first, they are a team. Now go to get a red name, and then send it to their gang. Ronyu killed 6 people just now, the ones with blood red names, bought props from the mall to wash their names, and followed Lao here into the duplicate gang. At the same time, she received a strange message. Stranger, Orange, do you need support? Ronyu was in the mood for revenge. How could she let other people support her? Isn't receiving support the same as I can't beat it, so I go to others for help. Spreading the word is more embarrassing than losing. Ronyu replied to her, no need now. They all want to fight on their own. When Juki, who had watched the play, understood, it turned out to be a ***** Avengers. Since she doesn't need help, then she doesn't have much to do, and continues to watch the show. In the Zigzag Gang, the 2 teams of the Avengers have already arrived and gathered in the middle of their gang. If they want to do gang tasks, they must pass here. It's also a common place for intra-gang fights. Everyone is in good condition. Lao He reminded. Ronyu took a long breath, and after finishing up the status skills, she opened the small panel of nearby characters that Lao He said. On this small panel, you can see the name and occupation of the enemy. Click on the name to lock the opponent's character, which is an essential function for killing and fighting. With it, you can immediately select the annoying Min Min. Old He, Liu Liu, you have broken gold on your account. You can try to see if you can break it later. If you can't, forget it. Broken gold is the ability to break the opponent's invincibility. Very useful. Members of the Giorgi family immediately reported the news that the Avengers were blocking the gang. Min Min immediately led the gang back to the gang. Jiyu Min personally used his own account, and another one for power leveling. A group of people gathered about half a map away from the Avengers. Ronyu and others are not people who are willing to defend all the time. They love to attack whether they win or lose. Always attack, absolutely not cowardly. Seeing the ceofamily, Ronyu got on his mount and rushed over with other teammates. After meeting, click on the name of the other party's nanny, and the output is as fierce as a tiger, which is completely immune to skills. The opponent is invincible. Ronyu thought of Laohe's order to try to break Rudy's opponent just now. A little nervous. According to the situation of the boss fight in Dunhuang just now, as long as the opponent's invincibility is cut off, the chances of winning will be great. Generally speaking, after the invincibility is broken, the opposing camp will quickly pick up the next invincibility. Ronyu hesitated and missed the first opportunity. She bit her lips in remorse, her eyebrows and eyes twisted into Sichuan characters. Grandpa Fujizhan gave her a set of buff skills in a smooth manner. Laohe didn't notice Ronyu's embarrassment and annoyance, and directed everyone to fight. We were cut off, the Nana's stunt was next, the knight's high level was next, and the fourth brother's physical stunt was 3 seconds later. Cut nurse. Nurse is not invincible. It's okay, let's pick up another one. Is there any knight skills? Whoever is still broken, the next invincible will be broken, and the last of them will be invincible, whether it is broken or not. When people are anxious, they will subconsciously repeat what they just said. Laohe directs with all his heart, anxiously controlling everything on the field. Ronyu swallowed, and looked in the direction of the enemy. She is a legal output, and has been standing on the edge to sneak output. Hearing what Oldhir said, she raised her eyes to look at the long list of buff symbols under the character, and found that there are still 6 seconds left for invincibility. Min Min didn't notice her, and all the output was thrown on Fujizhan. Jiu Fusion added abruptly, they still have one problem, Suzu. Ronyu's mouse suddenly froze. Suzu is a nanny, in her 9 o'clock direction. If you want to break the gold successfully, you have to kill Suzu first, and Suzu is too far away from their team, so he didn't get the invincibility just released. If Ronyu wanted to break the gold successfully, she had to kill Suzu within 6 seconds to prevent her from rushing over before the gold was broken, and the other party broke her, and the invincible disappeared and fell to the ground. 2 tasks. Kill Suzu within 6 seconds, move into the crowd and break the invincibility of all the enemies. Ronyu's invincibility has only 4 seconds left. This time, she didn't hesitate. Quickly moved to Suzu's side, and killed the opponent with 3 single-target fire attacks. Before the opponent could react, he pressed the baby's body dragon to resist the fatal blow, and moved to the opposite side to break their invincibility. Oldhir, cut it off, kill it, cut the milk first, the 8th brother is invincible. Skills sway and bloom in the air. The flying phoenix, the majestic splash, and the enemy's health bar on the panel dropped rapidly. The nanny got up and died, and the 3rd team fell to the ground, followed by the 2nd team. The name on Ronyu's head became more and more red, so dark that it seemed to bleed. When Min Min fell on the cold floor of the gang, Ronyu's tense strings broke with a bang, and she let out a long breath, fell on the gaming chair and turned the chair happily. Brothers and sisters, I won. His stacking family is a hammer, big brothers come and brag. 6 or 6, the glory of the Avengers is you. After winning, everyone is very happy. Power leveling is in the voice. You say one sentence to me, and you sing while bragging. Members of the Dinghao family have no habit of bragging. After winning, they just fall on the chair and simply enjoy the refreshment and happiness brought by the word win. Min Min fell on the cold ground and disappeared silently after a second, recalling happy scenes. Ronyu, Luke Swan, and Li Jin didn't pretend to post a that's it after winning like Min Min, but the players who watched the scuffle in the live broadcast room had already felt their counterattack and ridicule. World, 8 glasses of water a day, that's it. World, Reporter 007, well, that's it. World, Mian, that's it. World, Curry Fishball, don't scold me, this is it is already offline. World, Mian, I declare that the Avengers have succeeded in revenge. After winning, I was so happy. But Laohe also said that in a fight like this, you can only win if you fight until the opponent runs away and completely breaks up the opponent's family. Ronyu made a plan. The Spring Festival bosses have a total of 7 days off, and the 7 days are all used for fighting. They fight every day, day and night, and they can always beat the spicy chicken Fujian and Min away, right? Lao He originally said that he would guarantee it for 2 months, but when he saw raw news 7 days, he fell silent again. Rich lady boss, you guys are really arrogant enough. Ron, you can't help it either. They only have 7 days. If there are really not enough people, invite people from the entire wealthy circle to come together. Ron, you thought of the strange scene of a group of smiling people singing The Lonely Brave at the door of her room last time. They all sang The Lonely Brave together, so it should be possible to invite them to play a game. Since there is still a fight, there are a lot of things to buy. It is impossible for the 8 members of the Dinghao group to stare at the game 24 hours a day, so Wei Wen, Xie and several power levelers are left to buy things and build equipment. On the night before the Spring Festival, Wei Wen and Xie tried the taste of paid games for the first time. The 2 of them each have 200 million, and they must spend all of it in the game as soon as possible according to the instructions of the top giants. After a division of labor with Lao He, Wei Wen and Xie are responsible for collecting fighting props such as heavenly books in the game, and the 8 power levelers are responsible for building equipment. At 11:30, Wei Wen was still up. The trumpet that logged into the power leveling began to collect things, but she ran into a problem. In order to charge more props Tianshu at one time, she called the price about 1/10 higher than the average market price, about 50 cents more per book. The price is very affordable, and there are many people who want to sell it. Then he glanced at Wei Wen's equipment, the facial expressions of subway grandfathers looking at their phones. World, Ruchin, the person who received the heavenly book just now is a liar, right? World, I'm used to you, I think so too. The price is too high and the equipment is not good. Wei Wen who just wants to spend the money quickly. World, collection account, I am the assistant of the boss of the Avengers Alliance, and I help the boss collect things. World, Ruchin, but I still can't believe it. What the player said makes sense. Can't you join the Avengers and say that you are the boss's assistant? What if it's a liar? Wei Wen wanted to find Lao He, but Lao He was concentrating on making equipment and didn't watch World Channel at all. Wei Wen told Ronyu about this with a sad face. Ronyu had a lot of fun playing games tonight, and was going to watch the strategy before taking a rest, quietly learning game skills to surprise everyone tomorrow. Very fast reply after receiving the message. Small things, you just need to replace all your account equipment with 20 enhanced equipment. In the game, equipment with a full level enhancement of 20 can sell for 20,000 to 30,000 pieces. If you gather 8 pieces of equipment that are full strength 20, you can gather all the dragons to summon colorful lights. The close-ups of the whole body are colorful, which is a symbol of wealth in the game. Wei Wen understood. Immediately, he gathered a set of full-strength 20 equipment from Lao He that he had finally collected or strengthened by himself, and assembled a set of colored light, and changed the name to Avenger Alliance Warehouse 001 by the way. Xie cheerfully changed the name to Revenge Alliance Warehouse 002. Big speaker, Revenge Alliance Warehouse 001, collect the heavenly book, 10 yuan a copy, as many as you want. There are still 100,000 copies missing, so smash me to death. The person who was going to sell the heavenly book saw the price and subconsciously looked at her equipment to judge whether she was a liar or not. Result. Level 1 equipment is full of 20 colored lights. The warehouse number is not only full of 20, but also full of 24 level 1 equipment. World, Mian, bosses, you once again pretended to be me. World, listening to the rain, I am already wondering if the staff of the game company deliberately fought with the Min family in order to stimulate consumption in the game, and stimulated the other party to continue to spend money to buy equipment and fight. What the player listened to the rain said actually happened in every game. Some people immediately asked customer service and the official game blog, and some bigwigs asked personal managers. After the recharge amount of general players reaches 20W, they can apply for a personal manager, which is equivalent to a manual online customer service, who can answer or solve problems encountered by VIP customers during the game at any time. A VIP customer asked his manager, "Is the Avengers really the ghost of you? I'm so rich that I've started to doubt my life." Manager, purchase an online game account, and if you want to unlock the anti-addiction after entering the game, you need to register with your ID card and name identification. This point, even if the game boss comes, he has to do it. The same is true for the 8 Dinghao members. The manager saw the personal information of the Avengers in the background, and she shed tears of joy after watching the second season of the Heirs. Woo 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 woo. Who is so lucky that after the variety show is over, you can still see the top guys let themselves go and have fun. The manager can't reveal the player's privacy, and sincerely type a sentence on the keyboard. It's not trust, they are real people, real people. Some people don't believe what the manager said. He ran to ask the power leveling boss. Old here, it's the boss, a very rich boss. You can tell that they are rich from their literacy and the way they speak. How to say, excellent IQ, you have a really good memory, you are particularly sensitive to numbers, and you look like a business owner. I don't think this game is worthy for them to play, let alone waste their precious golden time. He said so, and the other 7 power levelers also thought so. As soon as they heard that there were 8 people, some people began to make bold guesses. Could it be Ron Yo? Exactly 8 people. Lao He ruthlessly smashed their guess. The boss said there are not 8, they have a group of good friends, and 2 more will come back to China tomorrow to play. In order not to let other people know that he was massacred in the game yesterday until he was humiliated and was appointed as a joke by other people to bully him, Lu Jin deliberately said this. As for people, it's simple. Just drag his special assistant and Gu Fusion's special assistant over. 2 single dogs, 5 times the salary and money to play games. The 2 special assistants were overjoyed when they heard it, and quickly entered the pit game under the leadership of the boss. The boss took them to play games. Who would believe it? Soon, someone discovered that Gu Fusion was at the company's annual meeting tonight. Even though it ended at 9 o'clock, he probably didn't have much time to play games in such a hurry. However, some people are still dubious about this after the incident of Ron Chen falling off the horse. Some people always believe that these 8 people are definitely the Dinghao member group. When Juki went offline to rest after seeing the Avengers defeating the Jiaozi family, and did not pay attention to the discussions in the game. The next day, the day before New Year's Eve, the Avengers' happy-go-lucky fighting career has been hit with a little setback. Before Ronyu landed in District 1, District 1 and District 2 had already decided to merge. After maintenance this Thursday, the 2 districts were merged successfully. There are bosses in every district. Every time the district merges, it means that the wealthy people in the 2 districts will fight and fight for the name of number 1. If they don't fight, what's the use of creating an account? To a large extent, playing games is to enjoy the joy of fighting for the first place. After Min Min went offline in dismay yesterday, he contacted No.1 in District 2 with his friends, and wanted to join forces to fight the Avengers and the Fruit family. Old here, this kind of cooperation will happen every time the district is merged, but I didn't expect Min Min to take the initiative to find the other side. To be honest, it's really embarrassing to take the initiative to seek cooperation. A big boss, if he can't beat him, he will go to other districts to find helpers with a face, so he doesn't have the demeanor of a big boss at all. Ronyu doesn't care. If several families come, she will definitely beat them up and run away. The number of people is not enough, special assistants come to make up. If it really doesn't work, call Ronyu's wealthy circle of friends to fight together. The number of people in the WeChat group How Boring Us is rising, and now has 32 members. Ronyu and Jian Huai are both inside. With a casual howl, several groups of people quickly gathered together, but it is depressing that there is no ready-made account. Ronyu scratched her head. Suddenly, I thought of the news from the orange from the Fruit family yesterday. Before she wanted to contact Juzi, Juzi had already sent a message. Stranger, Orange, join the district immediately, cooperate. When Juki took the initiative to ask for cooperation, entirely because the Avengers are very interesting, and it is probably more interesting to play games together. Moreover, the other party took the initiative to find someone to beat them, so there was no need to continue to fight one-on-one stubbornly. It was meaningless. In this game, it's normal to cooperate and fight after joining the district, but it's embarrassing for someone like Min Min to run to ask for help just after being beaten. Juzi's CP Coke in the game is a very powerful manipulative player. According to Lao here, his ability to command gang battles and team battles is first-rate. Now the fruit gang's melee is all directed by Coke, and even when the number of people is small, they can save themselves from danger. Ronyu agreed, and took the initiative to add Juicy as a friend, hoping to find a YY channel to chat with. She likes the 5 words of Avengers very much, and she doesn't want to give up. Now, the Avengers Alliance has more queens, and Jiu Fusion also said that they are qualified to let each other join the Avengers Alliance. Friend, Orange, you come to our channel and chat together. As she spoke, she sent a series of channels. The internet cafe on the 6th floor was full of people. The 2 special assistants of Jiu Fusion and Lu Jin have joined the game group. Chapter 73, 1. Quiet in the internet cafe. The 3 young ladies who maintained the posture of concentrating on eating melons looked at each other, paused for 2 seconds and stood up straight as if nothing had happened, then took 2 steps back and stood about 2 meters away from the computer desk. Use practical actions to show what it means to stay out of the way. You can eat melon. Turning on the mic won't work. The 4 overlords and the genius younger brother felt the pressure. Everyone doesn't want to go, especially after hearing the other party's little gossip. Although it can be seen from Wenjuki's natural reaction that she and her boyfriend are very high profile in the game world, and both the gang and the game players have had similar eating melon experiences, but the gang and the game players are not the same. Know who she is. Jiang Huai broke the stalemate. Sister Bodhisattva, as the leader of the gang, you have the responsibility to help the people resist the pressure and charge forward indomitably. Besides, the important thing of the alliance between the 2 gangs can only be done by you. Warn you, don't come up with bad ideas, you old 6. In the YY voice, when Juki asked again, Avengers gang members, where are you? The vice gang muttered to himself suspiciously in his voice. I was there when I gave them yellow vests just now. Ronyu rubbed her eyebrows, her brain hurting. Luke Swan moved over abruptly, whispering something in Ronyu's ear, looking at Chi Nuo from time to time. Ronyu glanced at Chi Nuo inexplicably, then turned to Luke Swan and asked, are you sure? Sure. Chi Nuo took 2 steps back unconsciously, looking at Ronyu and Luke Swan warily. Jiang Huai, Lu Jin, Fujizhen, and Jiu Fusion looked at Chi Nuo casually, and forced the slightly raised corners of their lips to conceal the joy and excitement in their hearts. The 4 overlords and the 2 eldest ladies looked at Chi Nuo like a big bad wolf found a delicious little white rabbit, waiting leisurely and calmly for him to throw himself into a trap. Chi Nuo frowned, a little panic appeared on Chinkiyu's face, and she looked at her sister Chi Jian helplessly. Chi Jian seemed to be casually lowering her head to straighten her coat, patting the dust and wrinkles on it that didn't exist at all. With a serious face, he showed what it means to destroy relatives with righteousness, and the younger brother is used to cheat. Chi Nuo. Ronyu smiled, her tone was sweet and coaxing. Chi Nuo, I heard from Luke Swan that your voice is hoarse due to a cold. Now your voice is your natural voice changer. If Wenjuki doesn't recognize it, we can temporarily escape this disaster. If Wenjuki recognizes your voice, when she asked, she said that you were playing games with your teammates and they're good friends. Chi Nuo pursed her lips, glanced at Luke Swan unrequitedly, and sat back quietly at the computer desk. He's quick to accept reality, and it's happened before. Painfully skilled, probably because he caught a cold during the snowball fight. After the variety show ended, his head was still dizzy. When he woke up this morning, his throat was hoarse and a little sore. Because of this, he hardly said anything today, and he didn't know when Luke Swan found out. The poor little Chi Nuo, who was abandoned by everyone, obediently turned on the computer with a blacked-out screen, and under everyone's concerned gaze, clicked on the blacked-out microphone. A reason flashed through his mind, and he spoke to the screen without thinking, his voice hoarse, like sandpaper being scratched, a crackling sound from a metal surface. Lulu has a bad throat, I will convey it to her as a representative. YY was quiet for a few seconds. Are you the one with the best voice among you? Asked the deputy leader of the Fruit Guild. Otherwise, the negotiation will be postponed. They will feel distressed if they speak with such a voice. Chi Nuo could have found other reasons, such as someone was busy, but he didn't. The eyes of the 7 big bad wolves gloating and waiting for him to jump into the trap still floated in front of his eyes, but Chi Nuo replied obediently, his hoarse voice revealing seriousness and sincerity. Yes, I am the one with the best voice among the 8 of us. The other 7 people. You are discrediting us, the deputy gang leader said with a little sympathy and comfort. Now that the weather is cold, you have to take care of your body when playing games, and you can't damage your throat. Chin Nuo, okay. Ron Yu. When Juki vaguely felt that the tone of the Avengers negotiator was very familiar, and his seriousness was shockingly obedient. She had read from news reports that Ron Yu and others appeared on variety shows together, and the number of them happened to be 8. When Juki closed the microphone, and asked the deputy leader in private chat, how many account owners are there in this alliance? The deputy gang leader replied to her in the game, 10, 2 more came today. When Juki let go of his doubts for now, online games are very expensive. 10 people can each pay tens of millions to play games together. Many rich second generations in China have this ability. Originally, the game maintenance time is on Thursday, and the Spring Festival is a holiday. The maintenance time has been advanced, and the time for the joint district is mentioned at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The deputy gang leader said in a serious tone. District 1 and District 2 both know that they need to merge servers, and it will be a matter of time before the Fruit family fights with Team 1 in District 2. But they didn't expect that the people of Min Min family would choose to join forces to fight together. There will definitely be a fight after the server merge tomorrow. Whether it is the Fruit family or the Avengers, if you want to fight 2 teams, the final result will definitely be a disastrous defeat. The question now is, after the cooperation, which gang name will be retained or which gang will be merged into which gang? After the merger, who will command the group battle? Luke Swan still kept her original idea. At first, they aggressively said that they wanted to avenge Lu Jin and let the other party know how powerful they are. If the Avengers were not there, they would merge into other gangs, which already meant lose without a fight. Chinyo Kaimai explained, anyone can command, our appeal is to keep the gang and name of the Avengers. It doesn't matter to Wenjuki. After fighting with the Jiaozi family for less than half a year, players in the entire region already knew their grievances. Even if the name of the guild was changed and the 2 guilds merged, it was just a normal regional cooperation. Wenjuki, the gang can be merged with you, but the command of the team battle must be handed over to us. Fang Shu's commanding ability is top-notch. In the past 4 months, he has been directing, winning more and losing less. Having command power means that when the team battle starts and when the team gathers, it is all in the hands of the Fruit family. There are not many big names in the Fruit Guild. Besides Wenjuki, there are 10 other big names, 5 of which are Juzis, barely making up 2 teams. Their gang was originally a life gang, but later they had conflicts with members of the Daisy gang, and they had to embark on the road of fighting. If they wanted to fight, the gang members would not hesitate. The gang centered on the orange rich women, and there are many rich little rich women, and there are many nanny numbers in the equipment rankings. The cooperation between the 2 parties can just make up for their respective deficiencies. After discussing the details and when to join forces, reimbursement of medical expenses for fights, and the reward mechanism, Ron Yu handed over the matter to other people present and prepared to go out to get some fresh air and walk around the manor. Seeing her leave the internet cafe on the 6th floor, Jiu Fusion, who had been silent all this time, also left silently. He thought of a very important matter, and he had to mention it to his sister today. Yo-yo. When he was about to reach the elevator entrance, Jiu Fusion said. Ron Yu's footsteps slowed down, she turned her head, and blinked her watery clear eyes. What's the matter? Jiu Fusion, the initial user is still your investment advisor. When the word initial user was mentioned, Ron Yu rolled her eyes unnaturally, rubbed her nose and whispered, yes, that's right. Jiu Fusion reminded, do you remember what I told you before to maintain the relationship? Ron Yu nodded. How could she not remember? My brother gave her a sum of money and asked her to give a gift to the initial user. It doesn't have to be too expensive, but it shouldn't be too cheap. It should reflect her own heart. Not long after that, Jiang Huai also gave her a check, asking her to maintain a good relationship with the other party. To sum it up, both Jiu Fusion and Jiang Huai were afraid that the initial users would run away. Now that the Chinese New Year is approaching, no matter how many resources you have, you still need to express your heart to those who want to continue to cooperate. Ji Fusion added, but the attitude should not be too low. It should be similar to how you usually chat. I heard from Jian Kuai that the other party is a middle-aged man who loves his daughter very much. I have prepared 2 small gifts. Please send me the address, and I will ask the housekeeper to send it over. Ronyu hurriedly waved her hands and forced a smile. No need. He lives in the city. I will send him there myself. It's better this way. Ji Fusion asked the housekeeper to bring over 2 gifts. The gift box was flourishing and filled with auspicious clouds, and a simple Jiu was printed in the middle to indicate that it was a gift from the Jiu family. Usually these things are prepared by the housekeeper. Jiu Yuchen, Ron Liu, Jiu Fusion's friends, and investment friends will all get such a gift. Jiu Fusion thought of the investment consultant who made his sister a lot of money, so he kept a close eye on it. Bojan has a lot of excellent investment consultants, so it doesn't have to be reduced to the point of vying for talents. However, my younger sister has a very good attitude towards the initial users. Since she likes them, even if the other party is someone who only loses money and makes my younger sister a big injustice. A peerless idiot, Jiu Fu Chen would also keep him. Money can't buy sister happiness. It doesn't matter whether you make money or not. What matters is that your sister is happy. Ronyu was still in a daze when she was sitting in the car. With her hands on the steering wheel, she stared blankly at the 2 positive red gift boxes on the passenger seat. The red was so bright and eye-catching that it was hard to ignore it. When Jiu Fusion mentioned the initial user, Ronyu considered whether to confess to his brother or not. Even if Jiu Fusion knew about it, he would not reveal the news. She used the name of the initial user to attack Chen Gaiwan before, and with Jiu Fusion's sensitivity, she would definitely ask why she hated this person, whether it was because she couldn't love him, or some terrible reason. Ronyu couldn't tell the story of the novel, so she hesitated for a while, and simply put it aside. Anyway, she wants to come out to enjoy the fresh air and relax. It's also good to go for a drive. She drove aimlessly in the city for 10 minutes, and when she thought of something, she called Chengxin. Half an hour later, the car stopped in the parking space outside Chengqing Community. It's foggy outside and the weather is not very good. Sunshine in winter is precious. Wearing a blue down jacket, Chengxin walked to the car in 2 or 3 steps, opened the door and was about to sit in, but was stopped by 2 red gift boxes on the passenger seat, and said, "I'm going to the company." Ronyu knew that Chengxin had already mentioned this matter when he called just now. "You drive." Ronyu put the gift box on the back row of seats, sat on the co-pilot and flipped through the documents that Chengxin had just brought over. She promised Wenjuki that she would continue to target Chen Gaiwan in the name of the initial user, and give him a warning to make him realize that there would be no good end for Wenjuki to marry Ji Yumin. The documents sent by Chengxin clearly stated what Chen Gaiwan had done during the period when he quit the variety show. His resources in the entertainment industry have collapsed. His father was invited by your parents to watch live variety shows together. After returning home, Cheng's father drew a clear line and posted a circle of friends saying that Chen Gaiwan's entertainment career has nothing to do with the Cheng family. Chengxin laughed while driving. "I don't know how to climb up to Wencheng now. I heard that the 2 of them are planning to open a joint venture chain hot pot restaurant." Ronyu frowned. Besides Wencheng, there was also Ji Yumin. These 2 people are his backstage. The question is, why did Ji Yumin and Wencheng agree to marry under Chen Gaiwan's persuasion? Chen Gaiwan must have something that can be sold, enough to convince Ji Yumin and Wencheng that as long as the 2 of them marry and cooperate, they will have the capital to fight against Wenjuki and Jiu Fusion. In the novel, Ji Yumin did marry Wencheng. During the 10 years of fighting against Jiu Fu Chen, Wencheng's parents gave him a lot of help. Especially in the 5th year of the internal struggle, when Juki was dismissed by the shareholders and stepped down. After when Cheng came to power, he strongly supported Ji Yumin. The current Chen Gaiwan is useless except to know the value of the novel's plot. Ronyu guessed that Chen Gaiwan might have told Ji Yumin and Wencheng something that could predict the future, so the 2 agreed to marry and gave Chen Gaiwan some small help. But the road to marriage is not easy. Ron Liu and Jiu Yuchen's approach is that the marriage is Ji Yumin's private matter and they have nothing to do with it, but after the marriage, Ji Min will no longer have the opportunity to intervene in everything related to Bojan. Bojan is now in the hands of Ji Fusion, and they have the highest right to speak. Since the eldest uncle's family dared to marry, Ji Chen and Ron Liu didn't need to give each other face anymore. Ron Yu read the documents carefully, and Chen Shen's face in the driver's seat became more and more gloomy. Ron Yu, he said abruptly, when you came, did the car 94,151 follow you all the way? Ron Yu paused, looking back through the rearview mirror suspiciously. A black Volkswagen appears to have been following their car. Chen Shen switched destinations. Instead of going to the company, he began to follow the rhythm of the traffic lights at will. Even so, the black masses followed them. Ron Yu was a little confused. Is she acting in some business or drama, and she sent someone to follow her? Chen Shen noticed the car behind him purely because he had seen Ji Min's past experiences when exchanging information with Yang Er. Ron Yu, do you still remember Jiu's exi? Remember, Chen Shen, you asked Yang Er to stare at Ji Min, and he looked up some information about Ji Min. About 2 years ago when Ji Min returned to China, Ji Fusion planned to hand over Bojan Film and Television to Jiu's ex's brother Ji Zealand. The week when Ji Zealand was about to take office a few days ago, a photo of him entering a hotel with a strange woman was circulated on the internet, and the next day he was cuddling with another woman. At that time, the paparazzi insisted that Ji Zealand was stepping on 2 boats. As far as I know, the fact is that the girl who hugged Ji Zealand on the second day was his girlfriend, and the one who went into the hotel with a strange woman on the first day was a foreign partner. The partner returned to China for the first time, and they happened to be staying in the same hotel, so they went into the hotel together, but I'm sure they lived in different rooms. Ron Yu frowned. There was no clarification at that time. Chen Shen shook his head helplessly. The rumor has been retweeted 1 million times within 10 minutes, and no one has read the rumor. Netizens are very curious about the Ji family itself, and Ji Zealand is the first Ji family to be exposed. You think netizens want to see him step on 2 ship, or read the news of him chatting with the partner? Ji Fusion explained at that time, but unfortunately, everyone only wants to believe what they want to see. Later, Ji Fusion and Ji Zealand spent a lot of effort to dispel the rumors all over the internet, but after the popularity passed, no one cared anymore. This incident caused an uproar within the company. Ji Zealand's peach scandal affected the reputation of the company and the Ji family. At that time, most of the shareholders, including the uncle, firmly opposed Ji Zealand's appointment as the CEO of Bojan Film and Television at this time. At that time, a shareholder proposed to let Ji Min, who was also from the Ji family, succeed him. There was a lot of noise, but under Ji Fusion's firm opposition, the matter was settled. Afterwards, Ji Min went abroad. Chen Shen, I suspect that Ji Fusion had already found out the mastermind behind this incident, so he resolutely opposed Ji Min's management of Bojan Film and Television. From the perspective of ability, Ji Min's ability is not inferior to Ji Zealand's, even better. Ron Yu was eye-opening once. Ji Min is about the same age as Ji Zealand, so he is really a ruthless person who can slander his cousin. Ron Yu looked serious. Since he can stop Ji Zealand by making up stories and using black materials, then he sent people to follow me because he wants to continue making up stories. Chen Shen sighed. Your cousin is really vicious. Chen Shen was worried that Ron Yu would go home alone, and after driving her home, he stopped the car and went back to the company to get the documents. Ron Yu pretended nothing happened and went straight to the room on the 7th floor. Ji Min didn't follow Ji Chen, Ron Liu, or Ji Fusion, and focused on her. Ron Yu always felt that it was not as simple as collecting evidence and making up stories. Chen Shen and Yang Er's information is not as detailed as Wenjuki's. After returning to the room, Ron Yu took the initiative to call Wenjuki. Is it convenient to talk? There are important things. Wenjuki left from the computer desk, closed the door of the lounge, and replied in the darkness, say it. I need more information about Ji Min. Ron Yu paused and emphasized, especially what happened abroad, who he fell in love with, the company's equity partners, etc. Wenjuki was a little interested, and said lazily, what do you want to do? He may send someone to follow me. I am very unhappy. Ron Yu said honestly. She had some things she wanted to verify, and she could give Wenjuki an accurate answer only after reading the information. Anyway, there will be nothing good for Ji Min. Wenjuki raised his eyebrows, never expecting to get such an answer. Are you sure you don't want to mention it to Ji Fushin? Ron Yu, no need. She won't go out at all for a while. This spring festival, she wants to deal with Ji Min, as well as the annoying Min family who have the same pronunciation as Ji Min in the game. Wenjuki was happy to help her. After all, the two have a common enemy. I'll give it to you in 2 days at the latest. Wenjuki said, and when he was about to say something, Fang Shu suddenly opened the door and asked, do you still want to play games? Wenjuki hung up the phone abruptly before he could say the words. In the next second, Ron Yu received a WeChat message from Wenjuki. Wenjuki, sorry, something happened. Fat cat, Mao Mao nods. GIF. I don't know if there is anything, but playing games is certain. Ron Yu secretly put the gift prepared by Ji Fushin in the corner of the cloakroom. Ji Fushin and others were still playing games in the internet cafe on the 6th floor. Ron Yu was a little tired today, so she didn't play games and fell asleep directly after dinner. The next day, New Year's Eve, the Ji family is booming up and down. Ron Yu has a lot to do today. In the morning, I will update the game and help each other, and in the afternoon I will go to the kitchen to learn how to cook a dish. This New Year's Eve, the Ji family, the Fu family, the Jianguai family, the Qi family, and the Lu family reunited together. Lu's father and Lu's mother haven't seen Lu Jin and Lu Xuan for 2 days, so tonight is considered a family reunion. In the past few days, Ji Yuchen and Ron Liu took turns to comfort them. I don't know if it was helpful, but Lu's father and Lu's mother seemed to be in a much better mood. Since the 5 big families are reunited together, the dinner should naturally be richer. Ron Liu asked each of them to cook a dish. No matter what they did, they had to participate. No one dared not listen to Ron Liu's words. Ron Yu chose the dishes to cook, and before entering the kitchen, she bounced to the internet cafe on the 6th floor to play games. There are games installed on the computers in her study and bedroom on the 7th floor, but the experience of playing alone and playing with a group of people is completely different. One person fights boredom, and a group of people fights passion. Just as Ron Yu opened the door of the internet cafe, the 7 pairs of eyes inside all swept over. Have to. A group of tyrants and eldest ladies are more active than her salty fish in playing games. In the early hours of the morning, Chiemp had completed maintenance in advance. After updating the download package, Ron Yu entered the game. There was a series of activities on the main page. Ron Yu just forked it out and didn't want to watch it. Probably because of the morning and New Year's Eve, there are not many people in the game, and there are many names that Ron Yu is not familiar with on the equipment ranking list. Yesterday afternoon, she ran out to get some fresh air and didn't play the game. The others took this opportunity to know the game better than she did. When she was sitting on the gaming chair and was about to practice her team battle skills with Personal Park, Lu Xuan came over happily, pointed to the small game logo that she had ignored, and introduced the Krypton Gold activity of Eternal Fashion with relish. While Ron Yu listened carefully, she inexplicably felt a strange feeling of I don't understand anything if I don't study. How to play the game has also begun to involve. Yayo, there should be a permanent fashion in your account, let me see if it's in your warehouse. Lu Xuan approached, holding Ron Yu's mouse to find a permanent fashion for her. Here, it's here. Permanent fashions are clothes that can be worn forever in the package. In addition to permanent fashions, there are also 30-day monthly fashions that can be bought with some ingots. Usually, the permanent fashion design is more exquisite and beautiful, and is liked by many players, but it will be taken off the shelves after 2 months, and it will be difficult to buy it later. So for some fashions, you can buy a set for 300 yuan at the beginning, but after they are out of print, the market price can reach 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. Large sizes generally have all the permanent vanities. This spring festival, the game has not forgotten the essence of cutting leaks, and released 2 permanent fashions, the same style, but 2 colors, one black and one white. Lu Xuan casually glanced at the appearance of the permanent fashion. It was okay. The important thing is not whether she looks good or not, but that she must have all the permanent fashions. Permanent fashion is not bought at a fixed price in the store, but by raffle. Just like drawing cards in the game, one gets the permanent fashion box once he gets into the soul, and the non-chief can only keep drawing, accumulating the small items drawn to exchange for the permanent fashion box. Another moment to decide whether it is Europe or Africa. Luke Swan smoked for the first time, and she was a little excited. Many players in the world are discussing this. World, Myanmar, it took almost 400 to get a set, woo woo woo. World, curry small fishball, I won the European Emperor this time, and I got the first 10 consecutive draws. World, peach milkshake, Uhuan stickers, good luck. Luke Swan roughly understood. A set of 400 yuan is for non-chiefs, and a set of 10 companies is considered for the Emperor. Okay. She clicked on the first 10 in a row. 88 props. 350 small props can be exchanged for a set of fashion, 108 yuan for 10 consecutive times. If so, it feels okay. Luke Swan was very excited. The time to witness Uhuang has come. Result. It took another 7 times and 10 consecutive draws to collect all the props and exchange for a set of black fashion. If you want white, you have to draw again. Others paid 700 for 2 sets, but she spent 1,700 for 2 sets. It's not about money, it's about dignity, it's face. It is an important moment to decide right and wrong. Not only is she not a chieftain, she is also blacker than carbon. Luke Swan urged Ronyu to test the non-chieftain attributes. Very good. Ronyu spent 1,500 yuan, EA tilde. In the end, the other 6 people present were not spared either. The most European is Jiangguai, 2 sets of 800 yuan. After drawing her own account, Luke Swan was still not satisfied, so she slammed the accounts she was playing after logging into the power leveling. Result. He. When all the members were non-chiefs, the sound on the horn was woo. When I get into the soul, I'm so happy. 8 people fell into deep thought. Yesterday, Wei Wen said that someone asked them on the cross-server speakers, the world and even the post bar if the 8 of them were hired by the game company to stimulate hostile consumption, deliberately pretending to have money and high prices for props. Seeing this scene, Ronyu wanted to ask back, you are the ones invited by the game company, right? Smiling face. It makes people think that the next European emperor will be me. Gambler mentality draws fashion, but in the end there are a bunch of non-chiefs. They shouldn't be called the Avengers, they should be called the Strongest African Chiefs Alliance. Luke Swan couldn't help but honked. Big speaker, Zia Chi degree, does the Emperor of Europe exist? You are the trustees, right? I drew a set of numbers, and the 2 sets of permanent fashion guarantee 1,000 yuan. Big speaker, Zia Chi degree, I looked at this dress after smoking, the texture and design really don't deserve my money to buy it, out of breath. World, Myanmar, ha. How much did you guys smoke? World, 66 degree, each of the 12 numbers averages 1,002. World, Sinuanuan, I used to think I was a leak, sorry, I thought too much. You are the big leaks. World, I'm used to you, I'm sorry, I really don't want to laugh. Big loudspeaker, Myanmar, did the Dob company see that the bosses are scolding you, and you still haven't improved? Since the Avengers defeated the ceofamily yesterday under the attention of all players in the server, it has become famous in the game. After the server merge, the Avengers received a lot of attention. The fact that the bosses were cut leaks spread throughout the server in an instant. Die laughing. The boss will also have a day when he will be cut leaks. On Weibo, many gamers scolded under the official blog. Finally, a big boss came over. Don't let everyone down. Let's improve your broken picture quality and art. Have you heard the boss appeal? Be careful that the boss is angry and buys you directly. Little broken game salted fish turned around and ushered in big bosses. You guys are not serious about playing games, and you still cut their leaks, laughing to death. Big bosses who brought 400 million to play games are scolding you on the loudspeaker today. Neezy, don't you panic. And in the game, the Avengers team up with Fruity Bang Bang is underway. All the members of Fruit Bang 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 Fighting quit the gang, leaving only 2 trumpets in the gang. After joining the Avengers, the gang was very lively. Guild, Little Poodle, I can't wait to beat the opponent away. Guild, little watermelon, he he he. I heard that the leader of the gang is a sixth child. Guild, Xiaodozi, the sixth clan leader dominates the world. Who will fight against him when the 6th of June comes out? Ronyu no longer wants to correct the address. Hey, to blame can only be blamed on her choosing the wrong birth time 23 years ago. It was all her fault. The first battle of the merged guild is in the cross server at 12 o'clock. There will be 2 bosses refreshed there, and each boss will drop props worth dozens of yuan, which are more useful than objects. This is also the resource that the fighting gang must compete for. At 10:30, Ronyu, Jiu Fusion and the others fought Juben, and after having fun torturing the boss for a while, Ronyu and Luke Swan found a good place to change into screenshots of different fashions to take pictures. 10 minutes later, Ronyu received an email from Wenjuki. It contains the information she asked for yesterday, not too detailed, and the rest is still being investigated and summarized. Ronyu put down the mouse and logged into the mobile mailbox to peek. After seeing the message she wanted to see, she closed the email and replied thank you. At 10:40, Coke, the chief conductor of their gang battle, went online. Coke and Juicy are game CPS. From this relationship, it is not difficult to judge that Coke is Wenjuki's boyfriend. That little milk dog who is super good at acting like a baby. Thinking of him, Luke Swan immediately cheered up. Not for herself, just envious of Wenjuki. She secretly sent a message to Ronyu. Friend, Xiaoqi degree, why can Wenjuki find the little milk dog, but I can't? Ronyu. Just thinking about how to comfort her, Luke Swan's news popped up again. Friend, Xiaoqi degree, look at the gang, everyone is knocking, everyone is knocking. Ronyu opened the gang channel curiously. Guild, Big Mango, everyone who has nothing to say comes to the voice. Coke really makes me laugh. Juicy said that it will be the first battle after the gang, so they should fight hard and let Coke be more serious. With a very ordinary and calm tone, Coke grasped the point and asked him which time he was not serious, and started to make trouble for no reason. Guild, silently, the cold, rich woman and her little milk dog, Bushy. Guild, Xiaoqi degree, When Luke Swan's words appeared on the gang channel, Ronyu, Jiu Fusion, Fujizhan, Chi Nuo, Lu Jin, Luke Swan, and Chi Jian immediately looked at her. Luke Swan hurriedly explained, I was planning to chat with Ronyu in the team channel, but accidentally pressed the tab key, and accidentally switched to the guild channel. Lu Jin sighed heavily. The younger sister didn't look for a puppy, and started knocking on other people's CP. Jiu Fusion never expected that Ronyu would chat with Luke Swan every day in the game, and applied to join the team in an attempt to observe their daily chatting. In the end, Ronyu ruthlessly rejected her. However, he keenly discovered that in Ronyu's character panel, the number of people in the team changed from 2 to 3. When the younger sister rejected him, she agreed to another person to join the group. Jiu Fusion frowned, and said in a deep voice, who is in Ronyu's team? Why not let him in? Chi Jian replied in the WeChat group, me, Jiu Fusion. Needless to say, I know that the 3 young ladies must be knocking on CP. Guild, Little Pudao, is Xiaoqi also knocking with us? Guild, Xiaoqi degree, I will join YY right away. Watch it live now. Wenjuki's high profile in the game is partly due to her father's disapproval of her relationship with Fang Shu in real life. Every couple hopes that they can get the blessings of others, and Wenjuki, who thinks he rarely gets the support of his parents, is the same. In the game, Wenjuki didn't deliberately conceal his relationship with Fang Shu, didn't deliberately show affection, and didn't coyly hide anything. Fang Shu went home yesterday, and during this period of time he could only get in touch with her through games. Knowing that she was in a normal mood for the past 2 days because of Wen Cheng, he thought of making troubles for no reason to make her happy. In just 15 minutes, Ronyu, Chi Jian, and Luke Swan learned about the high-energy famous scenes of the 2 from other CP fans of the Fruit family. The 3-person team expanded to a team of 18, and the number of CP fans gradually increased. Team, Little Pudao, I really like Coke's undisguised love for oranges. Team, Little Watermelon, Coke was super serious when directing, and immediately turned into a lazy little milk dog in front of Wenjuki. Team, Xiaoqi degree, who can stand this? Team, 66 degrees, Modo Modo, let's do some more. Team, 55 degrees, seconded. Woo woo is Chi Jian. In the game world, everyone can let go of themselves and be the truest self. Gao Leng like Chi Jian also likes to eat melons. In the past month, under the influence of Ronyu, she has gradually learned to accept her inner thoughts and pursuits, and no longer suppress herself because of embarrassment. As a younger brother, Chi Nuo sneaked into this group. Seeing her sister's speech, she was happy but also felt weird. CP, is it so easy to knock? Chi Nuo didn't have time to think deeply about this issue. Today the club arranged a live broadcast for him, which is considered a year-end fan welfare event. He left the internet cafe on the 6th floor and walked to the guest room on the 5th floor. These 2 days, he, Fujizhan, Jian Huai, and Lu Jin all slept in the guest room on the 5th floor, while Chi Jian and Luke Xuan lived in the guest room on the 7th floor. It only needs to be live broadcasted for 1 hour, starting at 10:15, and ending before 12 o'clock, in time for the first melee after the game gang. In order to save time, Chi Nuo logged into the online game before starting the game live broadcast, minimized it and put it aside, and then started the mobile game live broadcast to play the game. After the live broadcast started, the popularity soared rapidly. The fans are happy, and there are a lot of passers-by. Chi Nuo gained a large number of passerby fans in the Heiress variety show. Chi Nuo played the game quietly without turning on the camera as usual. He didn't even say a word today, for fear of exposing his voice. Yesterday, he was talking to the Fruit family as a representative of the Avengers on YY Voice. Although the probability of them watching his live broadcast is very small, they should be more cautious. After playing twice, the live broadcast room was a bit stuck, and the barrage kept saying that there was no game sound. Chi Nuo frowned, put down his phone and started to debug the live broadcast room. The interface of the computer live broadcast desktop appears in the live broadcast room. Chin Nuo adjusted the network and volume carefully, and didn't notice the bursting barrage. Damn it, it's the icon of a Chinese girl. It's you. You guys are playing this game. I saw it, the Avengers are you, right, exactly 8 people. Out of the corner of his eye, Chi Nuo caught a glimpse of the small barrage window that appeared on the right. His expression froze, and he immediately opened the live broadcast page in panic, covering up the small icon that had been reduced. In the barrage of I saw it, Chi Nuo swallowed, and said with a very serious expressionless expression, no, you didn't see it. At the same second, a glittering golden horn appeared in the online game. Gold horn, RG must win the championship. Fuck, Chi Nuo is playing this game. The Avengers are definitely 8 of them. In the guild, the little 7 degree, 66 degree, and 55 degree who urged the player Little Grape to talk about the interaction between oranges and Coke were stunned on the spot. Ronyu hurriedly asked the personal manager, do you have WeChat withdrawal service? I need it. Gold horn, Mian, ha. The Avengers is the top group, but they are still playing CP with us. When Juki who saw this horn. 10 seconds later, Ronyu received a WeChat message. When Juki, explain. Fat Dundon, everyone has expectations for romantic love underscore. When Juki, keep it simple. Fat Dundon, we don't have love, but we want to see other people have love. When Juki was not embarrassed, she just showed her love generously, only.